Hello. Come on, yaga yo. Bella Valley in the building. It's T Block in this bitch. Bitch. That's my favorite word. Bitch. Over there in the curb. Bitch. Yo, come on. You know what time it is? Yeah, man. Big up my G Block team, yeah? G Block. It's G Block in this bitch. G. Yeah, man. Old time, my dog. Man, like. Yeah, responsible for the question of the day today. My doggy, man like Jim Jones. Come on. Gee. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa. Yo. So, like we're saying, I actually agree with the question though, man. Like, can we have question of the day? Can we have a slave owner as a good example? And do we ban all slave owners or just some? Yeah, me. Yeah. But we full of gun pan the Gaza. Run some boy file and find out them a baba. John knows that. One them, you must see blood clot fool. Hey, Kunte, kill him all and done. Kill them all and done. Tie rifle all and gun. Why life are done? Body they on the fucking ground. Man a ball out. Jeez. Yeah, man. Jeez. Yo, you saying Gaza in the place, man? We out here, B. Yeah, we out here, B. Get me? We in the trap. Bees in the trap. Bees in the sheets. So, let me dash the link in the chat. I got a far drive, yeah. Far drive today still. So you get me? You gotta get this work. So, you get me? Just we speak trouble in little China. Sweet. Yeah, man. But we gotta be consistent though, innit, man? You know, enough about him arts. Yeah. When the fire burn, it's hot. Yeah, man. So yeah. So I wonder what's prompted the question of the day. What's happened with my man? Yeah, he's gonna jump on a bit later anyway. Yeah, so big up Jimbo. Come on, ultra funky lot, 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 ultra funky lot. Mad thing. Them jungle tunes there. No, about them jungle tunes there, man. Yeah, man, you're new in the game, man. I'll take my American family though, man. My team Americano. Yeah, yeah, big up observing stuff. My G, come on. I'll take ML Reggie. Old tight IC3, black banking. Old tight love is the law. Old tight Jack with the enormous fat. Old tight Indira Gandhi, the patron saint of Sikhs. Okay. Big up yourself. Old tight Trill for Igbo. Bond them. Mad thing. Old tight Circus Wood. Mad. Old tight King H. Old tight Astro Inferno. Jeez. All right. Yeah, so that's sorry, that's everything this morning, man. Mad thing. What statue? Oh, the slave statue. Yeah, man. We dash out slavery, man, and slave statues, and all slave masters. We band them with the red heat seeker. Just me, just me. Anyway. I hope all the people them, yeah. I put a link to a video, and I posted the link to the video again this morning as a post. I hope the people them had a chance to um, watch the video. Yeah, I hope you guys had a chance to watch the video, man. It was like a little video about. It was a video about immigration and racism in the UK in the 70s. Yeah, in the 70s, man. So, boy, and some of the things that they was talking about in there still apparent today, man. So 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010, 2020s. That's all that 40, 50 years later, and man still got some of the same issues. Like, that means, alright, so if we still got some of the same issues and we've been doing the same thing, we need to come with a new tactic then, man, to get rid of them shits. You hear me? Come with some new solutions so we can get rid of them shits, man. Because the old things, what we was trying to use to get rid of them, sort of ain't working, in it. Or anything that was working, we might need to start picking that back up. Yeah? I hope everyone had a little watch of that video, though, man. To let you know, man. Yeah, long time before, some man was getting harassed and terrorized in the streets. Yeah, we was out here. We was out here. Well, not me, but yeah, the family, the black family was out here. You get me? All go and cut off a boss. Yeah, man. I hope you had your Milo this morning, bro. You hear me? Jeez. Hey.
Morning.
Yeah, all good.
How's everybody today?
Yeah, man. We good, man. We good around there still.
Just looking at the topic, it's a deep little topic still.
Mm.
With
Yeah.
all that,
Obviously, I'm an all slave masters, in it. Yeah. Black,
mm.
white, Chinese, Indian, or in between.
But this is the
I'm
thing,
an all slave master.
though. But this is the thing, though. I don't think people actually grasp what was happening with the statues and actual things like that. Like
Say that
other
again.
nations of people. I mean, I think I was asking other people what did they think about it and other things like that. But to me, it just seems that other nations don't really understand the full connection of these statues, some of these monuments, some of like just the whole financial economical gain of what we are seeing
Mm.
in Europe in a sense like that. And if it did come to it, you would have to even mash up the pavement on the road. or even mash up your own house now. And I know a lot of people are not gonna do that.
Mm. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. See, what you think? Hey, Turok,
Mm.
I put a video. I posted a video this morning. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
like as a post, and I shared the video at the end of last night's stream. Innit? I didn't play the video. I
Mm.
can't afford to get a strike no more. You hear me? But I shared the video for everyone to watch. Yeah, it was about immigration and racism in the 70s. The film was banned, but it's on
Mm.
YouTube. Did you manage to have a look at it?
No, no. Oh, was it the speech or something like that?
Nah, it's not just a speech. Still, it's like a whole film in it. Like, it's about an hour long, like a
Okay,
documentary sort of thing.
okay. What's it going over sort of?
Hmm?
What's he talking about? The immigration that came to England.
Yeah. Oh, 20 minute delay. Blah, blah. I better move. Come here, mate. Yeah. Yeah, it was about the troubles that the people were going through with immigration and yeah.
Oh, like in today's time.
Nah, no, well, in the 70s, isn't it, man? That,
Oh, like
with the
when
people
when
that.
when, when they got independence and things like that.
Nah, nah, well, basically, it was after Windrush, innit? So the issues that some of the,
Okay.
most of the Caribbean and African families in the UK at that time was the troubles that they was facing.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
one of the last stories was there was like an African student that came over to England and he was killed by the police, and the police pissed on him.
Mm-mm.
I'm saying that.
Yeah, it was bad
Like,
in
they
those
beat him up
days.
and pissed on him and he died.
My dad,
So,
yeah, my dad used to tell me about those days in the 70s and things like that. Like, he used to play sound with my grandma's brother and things like that. So my dad only started playing sound probably about 13, 14, and one time they lock off a party in it and like my uncle get locked up in Stoke Newington. So like my dad go there with a couple other people, go bail at my uncle and see what I want. And bruv, like soon as you reach outside the Stoke Newington police station, you can hear one African man screaming. My dad was saying and things like that. And like he used to tell me like sometimes they used to take you up, like pick you up, stop you, drive you some next area, mate, and just dump you off somewhere and just
yeah.
drive off and all these types of things.
Mm.
Like it was like madness with the police and police brutality and all them type of madness and things like
So listen, yeah. So a girl was in Boots, yeah, and
that.
she was accused of stealing, yeah. I'm not sure if she stole or not, yeah. But the security guard punched her in the face, innit, broke her nose and shit, like a black
Wow.
girl, yeah. And they rushed the Boots, innit. Everyone rushed the Boots. So like, fuck
Mm,
it, we're gonna rush the security guard and we're gonna fuck up the Boots.
mm.
You get me? Hey, hold it up, yeah. I just need to answer my phone.
Yeah, because in those times, the people then was more one, you know what I mean? And people used to look out for one another, even if they didn't even know you, you know what I mean? People used to say hello to you. Nobody used to really go on like, oh, what your ends you're in and all these types of things. Like if like there was like a black man or a black person getting some sort of violation and black people was on a bus and they see it on the road and things like that, a lot of black people back in those days would have jump off the bus, go see what's going on and you know what I mean, and sort of thing like intervene and all these types of things. So it was a mad type of time around in times. You had all the football hooligan, you had all them NF, BMP man there, Teddy Boy,
Yo.
um,
So
even
listen, hey Tora,
yeah,
you see, you're just talking about the NF then, yeah.
mm,
In that film, it shows you how like the start, their first, how they first started up in it, like the National Front or whatever. You
okay,
know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. So it's like, yeah,
yeah,
seriously. Obviously, they had movements before, the National Front and whatever, but it showed like the beginning of the National Front and that. You know what I mean?
Mm. And you have to look at the time period because that football hooliganism ism was kind of rife them times.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? For all
yeah,
over
yeah,
Europe,
yeah.
people were doing.
And you know what? Yeah, it showed the police station. Yeah, the police they was doing target practice with their straps. Yeah,
Mm.
and they were shooting at the picture that they were shooting at was a black man with an afro and a gun.
Wow.
But they did the target practice thing on. You get me? And obviously the people were talking about the sus laws. You could get just be either arrested, detained, even sent to jail for no reason.
But you have to remember as well, around that time, you had a TV program called Love by Neighbor, and it was just pure racism that TV program was spouting out, peer prejudice and peer, you know what I mean, just peer hate and vulgarness and, you know what I mean, all tied it up with like, oh, I'm only joking, yeah, I'm only having a laugh, oh, you're taking it personal, you know what I mean, and you have to think the image that left on the adults that was watching it, and also especially the children now, because people all used to sit around the TV in the evening time and watch a local TV program, and that was like the biggest program out at the time because it had a black family in there. So a lot of people from all different nations and backgrounds was in this program, but the racism and them type of vile words and all these types of things, it spread it just like how they say, oh, these drill rappers do this and certain things influence bad behavior. That was a fuel to the fire, if you know what I mean, for a lot of people who was educated and knew about black people or the Caribbean and all these different types of things. Like it really throwed all the slurs and all these things on the table, if you know what
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was hard times, boy. And
I mean.
yeah,
And the
man.
thing about it, because it was so racist in those days, that program was just seen as a comedy. It's only really
Oh,
later down in years they start
we talk about
rolling
love
with
thy
it.
neighbor and them racist programs like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that program there.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
because it was such a racist atmosphere, that was just looked at as like humor.
yeah. No.
But
Yeah, it
you
was
know,
no.
even know what I mean. Then later down the line, when people start protesting about Gollywog and all these types of things, I think raw. Oh, this program was just flames, mate.
Mm.
That is just like literally if you put a program like that right now on the TV, you're asking for some sort of trouble, I would say, or some sort of reaction. If you know what I mean,
Yeah.
that TV program could never, a TV program like that could never just get aired like that ever again on national TV.
Well, you love thy neighbor sort of style program.
Yeah, man. Because it's like right now we're in what they call political correctness and all these types of things, and the way how these people were behaving was not politically correct. It was just blatant, you know what I mean?
You got it. You got yourself, brother. Yeah, man. One of them ones, though, bro. Like that. You know. Yeah. I wish that video. If
Yeah,
I
because
don't
it
know.
is a
Let me see
lot.
if I
It is
can
a
get the
lot,
link.
you know what I mean? Because they're showing you certain things, but they're not also showing you like the outside of things. They're showing you the nucleus of this, but around the outsides of it, like it was a lot of prejudice, if you know what I mean, because there was I think it's called the Rivers of Blood speech, where when a lot of the Windrush people were coming over or
Yeah, the
away.
Rivers of Blood speech was on there as well.
Yeah, I could imagine the type of
Yeah.
program it is. When you like, this is and this is the sad thing about it in England. When we have to put certain things down of our heritage or our existence in Britain, is always going to be ended up with those types of things. If you know what I mean, those things are always going to end up coming up. And I think it was actual a Labour politician, but was trying to actually divert the boat to Egypt. So he was saying, no, 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 don't bring these people here. Let's divert the boat and dump these people off in Egypt. So imagine all of our ancestors, all of the people that we know growing up and things like that. They drop our ancestors in blasted Egypt. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But this
yeah,
is the
man.
thing. Like these are all the things we have to look at. There was even a case. What I was looking at is with the a disabled man who they deported, and this guy has been in England since he's before even teenager, I think, or something like that. And he's disabled, and he done like some little weird burglary of some sort, and they deported the man. And when you go back into this man's genealogy, history, and all these types of things, and the planter, like the plantation, who also they might be connected with, and the planters and the people that's put benefit of this plantation, who bring all this money back to England. You know what I mean? And now they're politicians and all these different things in the parliament, and now like a descendant of all of that now gets deported from England. It's
You
so
know what was in
crazy.
there as well, yeah? You know what was in there as well?
Mm.
The issues with the city, the power that the city of London has over the uh, rest of the country slash world.
Well, to be honest, I see where they're coming from, but a lot of these people that used to be plantation owners and planters and all these things, they own parishes in England. So like boroughs, you have what they call the House of Lords. So these people are actually landlords. They own land in England, and these are the people that everybody pay their council tax to.
Hey, listen, I'm just about to go for a tunnel, yeah? I'll be
Mm.
back in like 2 minutes, yeah? So hold it up for me, yeah?
Yeah,
Oh, Veli, can you hear me?
Yeah, I
yeah,
can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Alright, cool.
Yeah, big up Ultra, morning, morning.
What's going on, Mr. Cassava Don? Oh, go on.
Yeah, man, just seeing what's going on in Babylon, you know what I mean? Whole new era,
Yeah,
whole new age,
yeah, I hear you.
you know
I
what I
hear
mean?
you. What's going
Uh,
on anyway? What's the bizzle?
not much, man. Just looking at everything, what's going on in England, and just trying to make people a bit more aware why people are doing what they're doing, and I hope the people what are doing what they're doing are kind of aware why they're doing what they're doing in a sense like
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like on the run up to Saturday,
that. Mm.
like I'm just like every single day I'm seeing videos of racial tension, man. Like,
Yeah, because
it's
for one
mad. And
reason.
then somebody sent me somebody sent me something. Like, obviously, I'm not sure if it's fake news or not, but like somebody sent me something about like a group of men that have decided to bury the hatchet, like just to come down on Saturday on a mad thing. It's mad, boy.
Well, but this is the thing what I'm trying to show people. Like these people said they were there for their women. Now they're coming to protect statues and stones. People really need to get their priority in order, you know what I mean? Because if you're there for one thing, you can't be trying to save the establishment that who you are saying that framed you, put you in all of these types of things,
Mm.
just for
Do you know what the
statues
funny
and
thing is?
stones.
The video that Veli mentioned. I don't know if it's the one that I watched. No, it is the banned movie where
Mm.
what the establishment has done is they've convinced, like, imagine the wealthy metropolitan elite have convinced Joe working class that his enemy is the darker skinned working class. Now, like, when you take a step back and you look at like how like they've implemented their plan and people are falling for it, it's fucking genius. And they've been doing it. And do you know what the funny thing is? This movie, this short film that Veli showed me, it just reminded me about the trials and the tribulations and the fucking pressure and the savagery that our forefathers had to go through. It's fucking mad. See, like this is the thing, right? What I've noticed that it's all right for us, the children of the ones that had to fucking like go through all the hard times. It's all right for us in our, we've all got two cars and 75-inch TVs and a flat, steady job,
Mm.
a nice wife, nice kids. You can just walk into Sainsbury's and Marks and Spencers and
No, but
get your hair cut. But it's always, when you check it, we're looking at it from a position of absolute privilege. And then, like, it's
But
fucking
to round it
mental.
up though, like to them Tommy Robinson supporters out there, these descendants of some of these statues of these people who they are, their ancestors or their descendants today could actually pay for an army to stand around these statues if you want, because these people are multi-billion, trillion, gazillionaires. Their money
That's right.
don't end. You understand? These men can hire a private militia to protect statues, their castle, whatever. You lot need to get your priorities in order, people, and understand what's really going on.
Mm, mm. It's mad. I'm
Because
telling
these
you, it's
people
mad
are
because,
lords. You pay your council tax to a lot of these people's ancestors, mate. You lot need to do some
yeah,
research and educate, man. Education is powerful, mate.
I'll tell you the truth. It's real, right? Because like when like sometimes, like I said, for me, like I'm a child of like second, third generation, and for us, like we're just like the majority of us are just living comfortable, and you think like if you're not shown or if you haven't seen yourself what your parents have had to go through, what their parents had to go through, it's fucking nuts. Because even now I'm just looking around and I'm thinking like when I just look at my own circumstances, I'm just like fucking hell. And then you think fuck, and that film like struck a chord with me because I'm just like yeah, because I know the trials that my dad had to go through. He's an older man. He was born in '44.
Exactly.
He was born in 1944. That old bastard dinosaur, Papa Ultra Senior. And you think
What
to
year did
yourself,
you come
fuck.
here?
Uh, I think 63 or 64.
Okay.
I can't remember. The funny thing is, we spoke about this the other day. Like I sat down with him
Mm.
and I went like I just spoke about him because the only guy I know is the guy that helped create me. But the guy who he was before then,
Where he goes to work as yeah, like your dad at work.
yeah, I didn't know who he was. I
See, this is
didn't
the
know who
thing.
he was.
And this is the thing, and it's kind of sad, like in our community, like we don't really have a good conversation with our parents or our uncles to actually see what they go through with their life. So you know what I mean? These are
Mm,
the closest
mm,
people to us, if you know what I mean. Everybody else we watch on TV, we might see from a
mm.
long distance away, but these are the real people of us in a sense like that. And my granddad, like my dad told me, like my granddad used to walk with a knife to take my dad to nursery and shit like that.
Yeah. And imagine what will happen now is people will hear that and just be like, "Ah, see, knife wielding maniacs and criminals." No, no, it's the. Alright, listen. Let me tell you. Have you seen Minority Report with Tom Cruise?
Sort of. Not really into them type of man there and that at
Uh,
all.
alright. So basically, the premise of that movie, yeah, is they've developed pre-crime, yeah. So
Oh, to go back in time.
no, 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 no. They basically got these like precogs, these like psychics, yeah, and the psychics can predict the crime and that, but the police have to work it out, and they have
Mm.
to get you before you commit the crime.
Oh God.
Now, let me tell you something. This movie that I watched, this short movie I watched, yeah, they got the premise for that movie from fucking England in the 50s and 60s. It's fucking mental, mental. Where
Yeah, but
you
that's
will
what
be
I advise as
arrested,
well.
bro. Listen, they arrested a couple, yeah, because they suspected that they were going to cause a crime. Imagine that.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, this is the thing. Like, it's easy.
That was the tough Lord.
Yeah, bruh. Listen, that
Yo,
fucking
yo, good morning, family. Big up yourself.
yo, Annabelle Wagwan.
Yeah, man, just getting up, family.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear
Yeah,
you.
man, how's things going down there?
But I'm alright, you know. Like, I'm thinking about what's gonna go on Saturday because I keep getting like messages and like retweets and posts of people just saying reckless, like people, white people I know have
Hmm.
been saying things that are making me look at them sideways now. I'm just like,
Yeah.
rah,
It's a
rah,
new age. It's a new light.
blood. I'm like, dude. And the thing is, I don't want to. It's weird, bro, because it's like I'm white people I speak to, even one white person I work with, but I've always kind of known he was a bit fuckery, but I'm just seeing posts like, and I'm thinking, fuck's sake, Saturday is gonna be a Mazza Leany.
So what, you
Trust.
coming out then, yeah?
Are you mad? My wife's having contractions right now. Are you crazy?
Okay, okay.
My wife. To be honest with you, though, if I'm honest, if my wife wasn't pregnant, would I go?
They got the Geminis.
Yeah, big up the Geminis are my favorite women in the world. If I'm
Big
honest
up
with you,
Miss Ultra every time, yeah?
come on, big
And
up.
Mr. Zim, you say Zimbabwe.
I would probably go. If I'm honest with you, the way I'm feeling right now,
Mm.
I'd probably go.
Yeah, man, we need to support the family. I just feel like
Yeah.
it's not really my sort of thing, but I'll just go just to support the family, you know?
What are you for Black Lives Matter?
Not really. I'm just there to support the family, man. I'm just there to show solidarity and just to support the family, you know. But I'm not for BLM because what's happened is basically BLM is being run by George Soros, and also because they've lumped all the batty boys and the lesbians and transsexuals into into the movement, you know. So it's not really my sort of
No,
thing, to be
I'm
honest.
not being funny. That's the it's going to happen. And as a youth growing up, I used to think, don't tell me they're gonna legalize weed and legalize gayness before they give us some sort of dignity or reparations of some sort. And what has it come to? What left is there to protest? What else after this? People are gonna protest. Animals really get rights. Trees and forests get right. But even bicycles start get right. Electric cars start get right.
Oh, just quickly, just to let you know, um, the hospital sent us home because the contractions are like 8 to 12 minutes apart. Like sometimes they're like 8 to 25 minutes apart. So they told us to fuck off and come back when they're
What does
like
that mean then? What does that mean? Because I don't really know.
Get closer.
basically like the cervix is ripping itself apart, making it possible for baby to pass through. Yeah, but
Mm.
unless the contractions are like a couple minutes apart, like there's no you're not quote unquote in active labor, and also they won't let me in because like no one's allowed on wards because of COVID. So unless your wife is in or girlfriend or whatever is in quote unquote active labor, they won't let me in. So it's a mazza right now. I can't lie, but they're sending us home. So I'm in the
What?
car. Yeah, it's a mad thing.
Yeah, Ultra,
I think I'm Mr. Soldier, man.
OJ, have
Come
you
on.
heard
Yeah, I
of
mean,
the home births though? You should think about that. Home births?
No. We have, but
they're
they've
not allowed
cancelled
to.
that because of COVID. Yeah, they cancelled it because of COVID. Because
No, I'm
they
saying
can't be
home
running up
births
into people's
though.
houses.
For him to for your wife to have a birth at home.
Have you got
No,
no
no,
birth
we can't.
family?
We can't. My wife's at risk. She's in a vulnerable
They
category,
cancelled because of
so we
COVID.
have to do it in hospital. Mm.
Well, have you got no
Yeah,
nurses in the
I think
family?
all home births have been cancelled anyway.
Okay,
Yeah, they have.
okay.
The only way you're having a home birth is if you call
Yeah.
the ambulance and then the ambulance takes long and the baby's born before they get there. That's the only way it's gonna
Yeah.
happen. But yeah, it's long, it's long, it's
We
long,
had
it's
home
long.
birth, bro.
We need to be
Me,
doing our
no,
own
no, no,
birthing
no.
things, man, as
Our
black
last
people.
for
We
home
also
birth.
have our own sitting, man. Same thing for the Muslims. They need to have their own thing, man. Everybody need their own sitting, man.
Yeah, well,
But boy, if
everyone
it's the
can have their
government
own shit,
people,
but they need to pay for it, innit?
exactly,
If not, then you're gonna have to rely on the NHS, mate.
exactly. But this is things people been doing from the dawn of day. You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, some things are complicated in the child labor, but you know what I mean.
Anyway, yeah. Get back to the banning
Mm.
of all slave masters indiscriminately thing, anyway, yeah. But we split up. Obviously, like
Because
I wanted to talk about
also also a lot of universities have been highlighting this subject for a while now, especially like the Edinburgh College in University in Scotland. I think Bristol. I'm not too sure about London. I forgot what they called the one in London.
from my mum and all her sisters were at
East,
university and whatever.
yeah.
Yeah. From them days, yeah, they've been having them debates about taking down the slave
No, but a bit
owner statue.
more, not about reparation, about their even existence as a university, but their literal universities are actually built on some of the funds of slavery. So, some of the
Yeah,
roads,
yeah.
some of nearly every blasted thing. So, a lot of people have been doing these subjects and looking at it in great detail, and universities having lectures and all different things, and it's kind of crazy, man. To be honest, man, like I never like thought I would be actually seeing the day where certain white people are saying certain things where it's like, wow. But I always knew it would be a younger generation and certain things like that. But big up to them, man. I hope they're just doing real research. You know what I mean? Because also a lot of these people threw their ancestors into Australia and God knows where else.
So what's the subject? What's the subject?
It's,
Um,
can a slave owner be a good example? Do we ban all slave owners?
Okay.
B, no, and yes.
yeah, because I'll be honest, some of these people are even embarrassing their
So, can a
children,
slave
man.
owner be a good example? Can it, huh?
What do you mean a
Let's start with
good
that question. Then.
example of
Everyone on
what?
the panel give their answer.
A
Whatever it is,
good
man.
example of
Good
what?
example of people to
Eh?
follow. For people to follow.
Follow in what sense though?
What do you do when you follow someone?
Means you follow him like you think it's cool what he's doing.
So, do you think it's cool and good to follow a slave master?
Of course not. We ban out all slave masters, you know?
Right.
Boy.
Yeah, ban them
So,
out.
Dora Ultra. So, so Dora.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, I'm still
Yeah.
here. Yeah, I'm
So,
still here.
can a slave master, a slave owner be a good example? Someone to follow?
Boy. Hmm. It depends, really. Yeah, I think it's something that you have to look into great detail. Like it's not to say
Alright, give us
subjective.
the pros and the cons then.
Um,
Yeah, give us the pros and the cons. Why you human and Ari?
because like if you break it down, it's like somebody's ordained other people to do certain things. Don't get wrong. There's certain people who are independent, go on their own. But how can I say it? It's like if there wasn't a market for it, it would exist.
Yeah, but that's we're not saying whether slavery exists or not. I'm saying, can a slave owner be a good example?
I don't know.
Can the slave owner be a person for you to follow?
Because you have to understand there's slavery all over the continent as well.
Should that be a person?
I mean, there's slavery all over the world as well. Yeah, we have to take that in mind as well.
Whether there's slavery all over the world or not, yeah, the question still remains of whether someone is a slave master, slave owner, or a slave trader, whichever way you want to look at it. Yeah? Can they be a good example for you to follow? Should they be a good example for you to follow? Should you look past them selling slaves and look at the other good things that they done, or what? What are you saying? That's what I'm trying to get. Explain what your women are in.
No, because realistically, if I'm trying to be like logical in a sense, it's like it's something that was happening all over the world. So it's something where people have been groomed to think and believe and live in that type of way of lifestyle. If you know what I mean. So like
You give him reason, and I'm asking if they could be a good example. So, like, can you give the reasons why they could and why they couldn't be a good example?
could it be a good example? That's what I say. I don't know. You know, like if I look at the Caribbean and certain things like that, of course I would say no, that's fuck up and things like that. Because like you even had other people turning on other people because of to keep this type of activity going, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Bro, it's that you keep making excuses on the thing, Bob. And I'm saying, forget about what they did. You need to let me know, was it a good example for people to follow or not? Like,
Was it a
either
good
yeah, it was, no, it wasn't, or and then sort of give your reasons why you think it is a good example, or why the person that could have been a slave owner, or why it's a bad example because whatever reasons you feel like.
You know what, Veli, you know that you got bare slave owners in fucking in the government right now. You know that.
Yeah,
But
Enough
would you?
families there are making money, and they used to be slave owners.
Mm,
right,
Yeah, in the government right now.
mm,
Like,
right.
I'll give you a good example. David Cameron, he comes from families that used to own slave.
One second, one second. Hey, Ralph.
Hey, morning, man. Hey, buddy. What's up, bro?
You're
oh,
talking
big up.
like a fucking truth, mate.
Sorry.
Yo, baby, yeah. When you're not talking, yeah, yeah. Hannibal, finish your point, bro.
Yeah, I'm just saying. For example, David Cameron, he used to be part of a family that they used to own slaves. You know, David Cameron, and there's many other families in the
Yeah,
government that used to own slaves, and they're in the government now.
yeah. Bro, listen. That's I'm not saying that whether they used to be slave owners or not. Yeah, I'm saying, can someone that's a slave owner or a slave trader?
Yeah, you cut out, fam.
Hello, you still there?
Yeah,
Yeah, go on.
you cut out.
I can't hear you, fam. Go on, Belly.
Yo,
Yeah, go
yo,
on.
hear me, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. I was saying, yeah, can a slave owner be a good example for people to follow? So let me help you out, yeah? because I don't know why you man are being funny with this, yeah. But let me help you out then, yeah. So, say someone was a slave owner, yeah. They owned slaves, yeah. But they was, I don't know. You thought that everything else that they done apart from the slaves that they owned was a good example. So you said, oh, they might have owned slaves, but everything else they done was a good example. So I feel like they're a good example, and I'm gonna discard the fact that they own slaves. Or you can say, although they might have been doing other good things, which I see as a good example or a good person to follow, the fact that they owned slaves and traded slaves means that they didn't care about people or whatever. So I don't think that they're a good person to follow. That's what I'm saying. You might keep going that, yeah, but this person used to own slaves, and this one used to own slaves, and this one used to own slaves. I'm saying, yeah, we know who and who owns slaves. Yeah, we know that already. But we're asking about whether the people that own slaves can be a good example for us to follow.
Of course not. Of course not. They should never be followed, and I ban out all slave owners.
All right. Why are they not a good example for people to follow?
Because they used to own human beings, and that is wrong. Come on. Simple as that.
All right.
Yeah.
So that doesn't matter who the slave owner is, yeah? Doesn't matter who the slave owner is, right?
Exactly,
Yeah, Mauritania is the largest slave owning country today, right? A black country. Black people enslaving black people, right? That's number one in the world right now, right? So we should be burning them, right?
India.
Should we burn that?
Yeah, should we burn that?
Burn that. Yeah.
Should
we definitely should be burning out.
Yeah, I want to hear. I haven't heard any rallies. I haven't seen Black Lives Matter shouting about, you know.
Yeah, because
maybe because Black Lives Matter in America.
They're all over London, man. So, are you boys rolling up for Saturday, or are you not showing up on Saturday?
So what is the purpose of Saturday? Protecting the statues?
No, it's not really protecting the statues. It's more to send a signal out that this is a country for the majority, not the minority. And when you desecrate the symbols of the nation, then you can expect the nation to rise up against. So it's not really about Tommy or that, but making a statement.
Hold on, Veli. 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Wait, 1 second. Yo, sorry, hold on a second. Yeah, I'm gonna let you not get into that, yeah. But before you, obviously, Ralph's thinking now, yeah. But you never answered the first main question, innit? Yeah, so we're putting the question out. I'm putting the question out, yeah. It's sent to me by one of my top gunners, yeah. That can someone that's a slave owner be a good example? And then I added onto it. What did I add onto it? Sorry, I've lost the rest of the question.
No, but
you,
you're not a bias,
should we follow? Who's biased? But alright, wait, yeah. You'll be able to get into that in a second.
Because all day long you ask me if I'm African.
Rob, listen, yeah. Chill out for a sec, yeah. Let everyone answer the question, and then we can get into the side notes of the question first of all, yeah. So give everyone a chance to give their answer to the question of the day, and then we can get into the politics of who's a hypocrite and why this one's right, wrong, or whatever, yeah. So, Ralph. So,
yeah, what's up?
Okay, so that's what the question was. Is can someone that's a slave owner be a good example, and should we ban out all slave owners? I want you to answer that question first of all.
Yeah, there's two parts of the question. The answer is yes and no, because you have to unpack what it means by slavery. And slavery is just a form of power. So the government has power over you, your parents have power over you, you have power over your children. The problem with slavery is the power is not voluntary on one side. So if you imagine before democracy, the king, everyone was slaves to the king, or slaves to the tribal leader, or slaves to the feudal leader, or slaves to the monarch. So until you had this idea of liberal freedom, we all had some forms of slavery. So slavery is just a form of power. And now the question is, can someone be a benevolent, good ruler or good, powerful leader? And the answer is yes. Not always, but definitely yes. And should we burn out all slave owners? Not necessarily, no. So, for example, Muhammad was a slave owner. I doubt many of you are going to say burn out Muhammad on this panel, are you? Right?
Hey, let's get it, bro.
So there you go,
Wait, hold on a second. Do you think that we are scared of saying that we disagree with Prophet Muhammad being a slave owner? And then we don't rate that?
Shout it out, Belly.
Yeah, man, we disagree with that, man. We ban that, man.
Are you going to burn Muhammad? Is that what you're saying, Belly?
Yeah, ban that, man. We don't, I don't, well, me personally, yeah, I don't rate any. Yeah, man.
I think the Ummah might want a word with you, Belly. I think the Ummah might want a word with you, man.
Yeah. Everyone's going to be upset. Everyone's always upset.
Raspek is going to cut you out now, right? No, but if you look at it, mate, slavery, let's be honest. Man has dominated all other species, including himself. Man has always dominated every species, including other men. Slavery is just a form of domination of power, right? Now, when it's one person doing it against, depending which side you're on, if you're a black guy saying, hey, my ancestors were enslaved or basically had been dominated by another culture, hey, the Muslims dominated the Hindus for 600 years. Genghis Khan dominated people across the Central Asian plains. Domination, a form of power, has been conducted by everybody. The only problem we have here politically is that somehow white on black historical slavery is meant to be special, but there's nothing special about it. It's just another form of power. So, we in the right love a bit of power, right? So,
I tell you why you got that wrong, though, yeah?
Tell me, man.
You got that wrong, yeah, because you always account, say, the small fringe voice rather than the main voice. I would say that 90% of people that are against slavery, yeah, are against all forms of slavery, whether it's carried out by people of their own race or others. So.
Well, but the word slavery, but no one has, the only modern examples of slavery, you have a few African countries, you have, effectively the form of power slavery, like indentured servants, etc. That, most of those practices are being removed. Most of it was historical, but let's be honest to each other. Let's not lie. Let's be truthful. What's really happening here is there's a resentment because one culture dominated another culture, and you can't get over it. That's the truth, right? Hence the statues. It's just because you're butthurt because the culture was dominated. You were dominated. Now, the only way to liberate yourself from that domination, that historical domination, is to lose your shackles in your mind, right? That's the only way out, because you're not going to get any reparations for something done 400 years. Let me put the reparations argument, because Master IC3 is here. Until the first black guy pays the other black guys back first, no white guy should pay the black guy first, right? Because under contract law, black guys were enslaving black people before white people even showed up in Africa. So if you want reparations, I want reparations from the Mali Empire. I want reparations from the Bantu. I mean, I have a list of African nations that need to be paying other African people back first. Yeah. Now, unless you guys pay each other back first.
You got him started now, boy. You got muted his mic. You got him started now, boy. You got him started. Go on, Andy Free. Let him have it. Let him have it.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, first of all. There's black issues. Yes, I understand, but the black issue should be sorted out amongst the blacks. Secondarily.
Absolutely. So the black people should be paying the black people first and setting the example. And then when's the Mali reparations on the Mali Empire? Reparations from the Bantu for the genocide they've caused.
No. Opposite
kind of reparations.
White supremacy first.
Why?
And then, once we sort out white supremacy, then the black people could have a discussion amongst themselves.
Ralph, what about India though? Ralph, what about India?
Yeah, for the last 10 years, it's 8.5% GDP growth, man. Don't worry about the Indians. I keep telling you, Indians are dominating.
No.
Don't worry about the black.
What about India, man? Because you're talking about Africa.
Ralph. Question is, yeah, do you condemn do you condemn the Indian freedom fighters that are pulling down statues of colonizers in India at the moment?
Not in India, no.
Not in India.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, of course not, because India belongs to the Indians. Like England belongs to the English. India belongs to the Indians. So the Indians have the right to kick out anyone who's not Indian in India. In England, if you fuck with a Churchill statue, I think that should be a high crime of treason.
Yeah,
I think you should be shot on sight. Yeah, I think I would. I'd give the shoot to kill order, man.
Yeah, but to be realistic, though, some of these statues have done bad things to white people as well, like sending all the native white people to places like Australia, Barbados, Montserrat, all these hot countries where they're not really indigenous too, splitting up families and all these things. So this is why I say the people of the land, the native people, really need to go look back into history, and this is why some of the universities in Scotland are looking at.
But Ralph, do you condemn any of the English people that was pulling down the statues of slave owners in their own country?
All the English people who are pulling down the slave and helping Black Lives Matter are traitors. I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist, mate. I consider them fucking traitors to the English people in the cause. I don't care that they're white, mate. They get a bullet too.
What about it's their country though? It's their country, and they want to get rid of things that they feel like are making their country horrible.
Well, that's exactly why we're going to war with the left. That's exactly what World War II is. I don't care that they're white, man. I'm an equal opportunity man. I believe in equality under it. Firebun them white lefties.
No, but tell me this then, as the right then, how come you lot are not angry at the government?
What makes you think we're not angry at the government?
Because of how they stigmatize you.
You voted for Boris Johnson? That's what.
Why do you think we're not angry with the government? Have you seen any? Have you come on, Tyrol, come on to any of our channels and streams, and we'll tell you day in day out how much we hate the government and what they're doing, how treasonous and treacherous.
Boris Johnson, bro.
Hold on. So
you put the man in power.
Who's you? The people did. Boris Johnson came in because of Brexit. He will serve his purpose like Trump. He's not a nationalist.
Listen. Do you remember when Boris Johnson got elected? Yeah. And you was on here saying, yes, we in the right have got Boris Johnson elected because it's a one step in our plan for us to get to it.
Yeah, he serves his.
Now, wait. For 2 seconds. Now, 2 seconds ago, you just changed that, saying, no, when did we get Boris Johnson elected? So, did you get him elected or not?
Yes, but yeah, of course. Look, man, I was doing Boris votes. Remember the Boris votes and everything? We're going to support. We're going to support Boris and Trump. We'll support anyone who progresses society further right until they've outlived their useless and until they're no longer useful to us.
Yeah. Dominic Cummings is still Boris Johnson's advisor, and
Dominic Cummings is
way further right.
Yeah, he's
way further right than Boris Johnson.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, so obviously you're still supporting Boris Johnson now because he's got Dominic Cummings by his side at the moment.
I support Boris Johnson as a temporary measure to transition our nation to a true nationalist leader. Boris Johnson is not a nationalist, right? So obviously we'll support Boris Johnson against Jeremy Corbyn or David Lammy or anyone like that. But he's not a nationalist, right? He believes, for example, stupid things like everyone can be British and stuff like that, right? So of course he's just a temporary stepping stone for us, right? He's not a nationalist. He's not like Prime Minister Modi in India or Putin in Russia or Bolsonaro in Brazil. They are nationalist leaders.
Do you see yourself as British?
Me, I can't be British. You have to be white to be British.
He's Welsh.
You know what Jordan M is saying on the chats? He wants you out of the country, Ralph.
Yeah, but he's a Muslim, so who cares? It's like, he's not important. He goes to camp. Man. He's going to camp. So, the white traitor. Remember, look, I'm not racist, guys. There are white traitors. Jordan M, Lister. There are plenty of white traitors. You think I'm out here? Look, I like black power and shit, man. I'm interested in anyone's a black nationalist. You got my attention. But people who have let down their side, like look at Jordan M, look at Lister. These people are just traitors to their people. Yeah, they're treacherous people, right? So they need to go to camp.
We can't
Okay,
deport
listen, Ralph. Yeah, listen, Ralph. Yeah, if you count Jordan M and Lister as traitors to their people because they're willing to help people that's not their people to have a better life in their country.
in this land, yes.
Are you not a traitor yourself to India then? Because
No,
you're not
why?
trying to do anything to help India.
I'm a far right supporter. I'm far right supporter.
Yeah, but listen. Because the promotion of British values or the far right banking libertarian values, means that India's resources are still going to get drained by the big conglomerates, multinational industries that are up in there, like Primark and so.
No, Valley, they can't because. No, sorry, Valley, they can't because in India controls its currency and it controls global homo corporations. So they can't get a foothold. They cannot, like in countries like Vietnam, India, you cannot have foreign ownership of a majority corporation. The Indians say, fuck off. If you
India
want to
controls the currency.
Yeah, of course.
Are you saying?
Yeah, man.
Over and above. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they're true nationalists. Like true nationalism says, yeah. So if an Indian guy wants to tear down an English statue in India, he has the right under Indian nationalism. He doesn't have the right, nor does Jordan M. Lister, to touch English heritage in England, because England belongs to the English. And I don't care if you're black or white, or you're yellow polka dots. If you do that, you're a traitor, and I will fight you to the death for that right for the English people. Yeah.
Well, for Churchill.
But they've got more right than you to say that they want to pull the statue down because they're English.
No, that doesn't make them all right.
And you're against them putting their own statue down.
Correct, because remember, you can have a traitor class. You can have a traitor in any race, right? Any race can have a traitor, right? Like, you know that. Listen to many of the black panelists. How many of you guys go, call each other coons, say you're traitors, right? Even though you're both black. Yeah, of course you can have traitors. So Lister changed his icon to the desecrated Churchill statue, right? He is a traitor to the English people. He's a traitor to England.
So what does Lister see himself as?
Lister is just he's obviously got a psychological problem. He thinks he's a superhero or something.
He obviously knows the Anglo.
Jordan M. and Lister, But wait, hold on. If Jordan M. and Lister can see, that the problem in England, is the power of the City of London and the power of the 1% wealthy multinational companies that own investments in the City of London that don't invest in the rest of their own country. They don't invest in the rest of the country outside of London. They don't invest in Bradford, Leeds, Liverpool, Manchester, Newcastle, Sunderland.
I agree with you there. I completely agree with you there. Completely agree with you that the global homo, the global homo.
Wait! I'm not finished yet. So how can they be against their own country if they're worried about their country being underdeveloped?
Because the cathedral, the globalization system, the one that Boris Johnson, Trump all are cocked to, they don't care about the blood and soil. They don't care about investing in small towns, in the foreign mill towns, and even outside the home country. They don't care. They're serving their god is money and capital. Only a nationalist government, only nationalism can defeat globalism. Nationalism and imperialism can defeat globalism. So nationalism is needed to
but they're more nationalist than you, though, Ralph. Yeah, because, like I just said, they're worried about their country, not just the one city. They're worried about the whole country getting developed and being able to flourish, rather than just one city, and then a square mile in that city that actually really gets to flourish.
Oh, no, you're right. I'm with you. There's a distribution of wealth, but the lack of distribution of wealth has nothing to do with the country. They don't care. Look, mate, I've worked in the city. I live by the city. Yeah, I worked in the city for a long time. They don't care about that. They serve shareholder value. They don't serve the people. They don't serve the nation. They don't serve the blood and the soil. Nobody can solve that.
I didn't ask you that. Let me ask you the question again,
Sure, no
worries. I'm asking you, which one of these two people are more nationalist, Is more of a nationalist. Which one of these two people cares about England more, The person that cares about a square mile in London or a person that cares about the whole of England?
It's not about the answer would be the person who cares more all about England, but the question is, what do you mean by care all about England? England is not an idea. England is the English people in England. England is not some abstract idea like British values. England is the English people in England. So when you say, do you care about England, the English thing, the question is, do you mean, do I care about the English people in England? Well, I do, right? So, and the global corporations don't, because they're not designed to care about anything other than shareholder value. So they only care about the money.
Exactly.
So they're not right-wing at all.
You answered your own right-wing issue, yeah? That the right-wing are not really a nationalist set of people because they don't care about the rest of the country. They only care about the square mile.
No, they don't. You're confusing the right-wing for the people in the city. The people in the city are not right-wing. They're capitalists. They're not nationalists. They're capitalists. They care about capital. They don't care about people. Nationalists care about people before money, right? So the nationalists don't care if England was poorer, but if England was saved for the English people. They would rather have poor English people intact.
Because Tommy Robinson
is not national.
Mark Collette and all them others, yeah? Listen. All them others, yeah? Mark Collette and whoever else, yeah? If they get offshore bank account with a payment of £10 million telling them to sell the right wing out, yeah, they'll sell it out, bro. So they don't.
No, but let's be clear. Never use.
They wouldn't if they weren't real nationalists.
Wash your mouth out, dirty boy. Never put Mark Collette's name in the same mouth as Tommy Robinson. Mark Collette is a hero for his people. Tommy Robinson is a Zio shillbot who only cares about shekel donations and cocaine. He does not care about the English people at all. Tommy Robinson is a Zio bot, right? He's there for the hashtag donate to Tommy. Mark Collette is an English hero, right? There's a big difference. So Mark Collette is a nationalist. Tommy Robinson is he wants some, hashtag donate to Tommy. Tommy's problem is Tommy and those people, their problem is all they are is, if you do the analysis correctly, they're just Muslim haters. If you remove the Muslim hatred from them, there's nothing left. They're only.
So you're not with Tommy, are you, Ralph?
Tommy's not a nationalist. No.
So, are you saying?
We will use Tommy Robinson for our own benefits towards the nationalist objective. But Tommy Robinson's not a nationalist. He's just a Muslim hater. He's a bit of a racist, but not even a proper racist. He's not even.
I see Tommy as an agitator, really. He's just an agitator.
Okay. Hey,
he's a Muslim hater.
Hold on a second. Yo, Animal, hold on a second there, bro, yeah? Because
cool.
We do need to take a moment to realize that, I didn't say that any of these guys are racist, yeah? This is coming out of the man that's supposed to these people's mouths. Yeah.
You're breaking up, buddy.
You're breaking up. Yeah. You need to.
The sound is not that good.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It's better. Can you hear me better now, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. Let me say that again, yeah? So, I didn't say that any of these dons are racist, yeah? That come out of Ralph's mouth, innit, yeah? So, Tommy Robinson's not a proper racist, but Mark Collette is a proper racist, yeah?
No, Mark Collette is a nationalist. Racism is healthy. Everyone is a racist. And come on, do you want me to replay all the black videos of the last 24 hours? You want fire ban? Yeah? You want me to play them all out? Don't pretend racism.
Ralph,
racism only for white people. Come on, man.
Yeah, but we're not the same like you, doing it. Yeah, we ain't got to put our videos on private in case anyone pulls up any parts of it. But we say it with chest all day, every day. You get me?
No, look, mate. I keep saying IC3 is here. I like the idea of black people being racially conscious, trying to find their racial nationalism, trying to find black power and pride, and being able to build a proper Africa. When you pretend white guys are racist and only white guys are racist, you're either lying to yourself. No one believes that shit. Or you say white guys are racist. Well, hey, do you want to put on the world racism map? Indians are the most racist people in the world. Right?
No. You're
talking to one, mate. You're talking to one.
No, pause. Hold on a sec, bro. It wasn't me. Listen. You're making a mistake again, yeah? Because again, I wanted to highlight the point, yeah? That it wasn't me that brought up that these people are supposedly racist, yeah? That was you that said, yeah? It was you that said that Tommy Robinson's not even a proper racist.
He's not. He isn't. He's not racially conscious, mate, at all. Because no person who's racially conscious for the English people would sell his soul for some shekels to the Jews, right? He wouldn't do that. You never see anyone just like you see the Indians wouldn't do that. Proper African people like IC3 who really cares. IC3 is a proper natural racialist. He's not going to sell his people out.
Stop. Pause right there, yeah? And you telling me, yeah, the City of London doesn't have an actual guy that can change rules and laws and regulations in the city of in the British Parliament, yeah? And then
that's not quite how it works.
Who's got the most power in the City of London? Who's got the most power in the City of London?
The global corporations under the cathedral. They're global. They're larger than England. HSBC is not English or French or German or right. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan is not American. They're larger. They are the ones who are occupying the city of London.
So who started off the Chase?
My mate's mate. My mate.
Who started off JP Morgan? Who started their banks off?
Mr. JP Morgan, funnily enough.
and then who started off the Chase Bank then?
Again, these people. So if you look at the history of capital, mate, if you look at the turn of the century, where pre the 1920s,
it was David Rockefeller, yeah. So,
but
and then the Rothschild Bank in the City of London used to set the gold prices for the whole world. So you keep complaining about Tommy Robinson taking little Jewish shekels, yeah, but you ain't doing nothing about the City of London taking the big fucking.
But I'm against. Why do you think I'm not against? I want to bring down the whole. I want to bring down the whole fucking corrupt house of cards. I want to replace the capitalism with national capitalism. Capitalism should be a slave of nationalism, right? The only way to deal with the big banks and Starbucks and HSBC and Coca-Cola is to make them slaves to the nationalist objective.
Yeah, regulated.
Yeah, indeed.
Regulated by the national.
Correct. Absolutely. 100% IC3. Exactly. So I don't know why you think I'm for these people. I'm totally opposed to them. I think they need to be. I would rather go to World War III than let them win. Yeah, they need to be brought down. They only serve money. Their god is money. Yeah, their god is money, right? Like for a lot of you guys, your god is weed and shit, right?
What are you and the right?
Sorry.
What are you and the right wing doing about the power that the City of London have over the fucking world, let alone England?
Yeah, well, we have made, all our content. If you look at our content, it's not always just about race and nationalism. It's about things like finance and money. We have videos after videos. We have tons of people who just do nothing but focus on exposing the corruption of the financial system. It is one of our favorite topics. If you want to pop along, I can give you links afterwards, Veli. Send me a Hangouts or something. I can send you link after link. We're auditing every single one of them. Where did the money come from? Who owns the money? How is it working? How does fiat currency work? What is the issues of the credit debt bubble? All of these things. We cover these topics all the time. We want the fucking house of cards to come down. We want England for the English people, and we must destroy the system in order to get the England to be restored for the English people. We cannot let the global 1% tell the English people what to do in England. We can't accept that. So the City of London is part of that problem. Because they don't care, right? Look at the HSBC ads, mate. You go around London, hey, we're all Londoners. I buy my cafe from here. My worker is Venezuelan. My weed is Vietnamese. All this bullshit has to go. And HSBC can do that, right? HSBC allows that because it's a global homo corporation whose job is to not serve the English people or the African people or the Chinese people. Its job is to serve shareholder value. And it's got to come down. It's evil and it's not. There's no one in power there. It's a corrupt system that must be brought down to its knees. Right? We must fire burn, as you like to say, the whole fucking thing, right? Yeah.
All right. Well, all the stuff you're saying, yeah? All the stuff you're saying, yeah? We understand that it's run by a corrupt system, innit? Yeah, that serves you. But what the question I was asking is, what is the right solution to the issue that the whole shit is run by a few bankers?
Nationalism, a nationalist form of
even
a nationalist form of capitalism. So simple
Yo,
solution.
very. We need to get you a new phone, fam.
What
We
are
need
you?
to
What
get you
is?
a new phone.
Yeah, but let me help you out. Let me answer. The big picture is nationalist capitalism. The practical, concrete things is all globalist corporations should pay full corporation tax. No global corporation should be able to outsource its value outside the boundaries of the land without it being subject to tariffs.
Correct.
So I don't want a single corporation to act as an entity that is not a slave to the nation state. That's how India works. That's how China works. That's how Russia works. In India, in China, Google, you can't fuck around. Google can't tell China or India what to do. India tells Google to fuck off. But Google can tell Britain what to do and only pay 6% tax. Right? That's the problem. The people have got complacent. They've taken their big screen televisions. They paid for their televisions. Or if they're Martin Luther King, they picked up the televisions themselves for free. Right? And they have sold out their souls to money. Good morning, Madflash.
Oh, you disturbed me. I was just playing as a...
To those who know that Madflash, here's a real nationalist. He's a real nationalist.
Yo, Veli, your sound is muddled up, man.
Yeah, because I'm on the fucking motorway, mate. Yeah, I'm on the motorway, bro. Alright?
Okay.
I'm on the motorway, yeah? Fucking motorway. Alright, yeah, but listen, yeah? Like, you were saying there, yeah? I noticed that you ended with Martin Luther King, yeah? Talking about trying to make a joke about black people looting, yeah? But, but as you just said, black people ain't English. So, it's not the...
all looters should be deported.
Or the black people of the land.
Yeah, I would deport.
Wait. Let me finish, man. Let me finish. Yeah, all right, deport them all. Yeah, all right, but it's not the black people of the land that have got England taken over by the corporate, whoever. It's the fucking white man. So what is the right wing and the white man going to do about their land being taken over by the corporate conglomerate, by the tax dodging businessman, by the international drug dealer? What are they going to do about that?
Well, I gave you some of my examples. I'm sure Madfast can jump in. And also, that's good to have an independent voice, not just me, Mad. Can you explain to Valley how we in the right oppose the global homo capitalist system, mate?
How we oppose it?
Yeah.
We tell it to fuck off. Pretty simple. You do what we say.
Yeah.
What
now,
do you want? Yeah, now.
Wait.
Right
Hold
now.
on a sec. Wait. You're saying all you do is say, "Oh, fuck off."
Yeah, pretty
and
much.
Just carry on going to work, pay your taxes or whatever, and protesting. But you're gonna protest outside fucking Boston and shit. But you're just gonna tell the fucking Bob just to fuck off. You're a faggot.
Belly, you were doing so well until the last one, mate.
Oh,
you were doing so well until the last one, right? Oi, batty boy. No, but of course, if you ask us the big picture, we believe nationalism. We don't have to invent this. Just look at India, look at China, look at Russia. We don't have to invent it. It already exists. That's how they deal with global corporations. So if you're JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs and you went to India, you will be doing what the Indian government or the Chinese government tells you to fucking do. You're not going to go and do what you want to do in India and China because they're nationalist.
We're not in India and we're not in China right now. We're in England.
So I'm saying in England, in England, we need the same solution.
We're in England, yeah. A Russian oligarch can come in right now, yeah, set up an offshore account, yeah, and be flooding in money from the death of fucking Chechenians, fucking doing whatever.
Veli, we know the problem.
Afghani warlords.
But Veli, we know what the problems is. We know the problems. We know. But I thought you wanted to know what the solution is.
I've got a solution for that, actually.
I want to know what's the solution?
The solution is we're a great fan of licenses in this country, aren't we? So we have a license, right, that says if you were to set up a company, and you have to be British, obviously, to set up a company and have 51% of that company owned by a British person, but you have a license, right, to sell goods and commodities in this country, right? Yeah. And if you don't pay your tax,
it's taken from you.
it gets frozen in an account. Your CEO gets imprisoned until you do pay that tax.
Yeah, and it gets removed at source.
Again,
Oh,
so
yes.
a great example is in Vietnam, for example, in India, you can't be a majority holder of a company if you're not from that nation.
Yeah.
A
And this
white guy
license
can't.
is
You
renewed
can't
every
even. Yeah.
year. So every year you have to pay your tax. If you do not pay it, those are the consequences.
Yeah.
Simple, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. License as a tactic. Yes.
Yeah.
From a nationalist point of view. Yeah. Yeah. So the nationalist or the nation has the power to grant license, which is just another way of regulating. I know Ralph is supposed to destroy, but that word is a very dangerous word. It's just regulate.
Correct. But we don't have to invent this stuff. We can just look at the three biggest countries where this works: India, China, and Russia. Three different races, three different countries. What do they have in common? They're all nationalists, very strong nationalist leaders. Google can't own its homepage in China. No internet traffic that goes in and out of India. All internet traffic that goes in and out of India is monitored by the Indian intelligence services. So no ISP or telco can even create a single piece of information in India that the Indians can't just turn the tap off on. That's nationalism defeating globalism. All we need in England is a nationalist leader that has the same principles and values, that the English people are sovereign in England, and that no country, no global corporation will ever exhibit power over the English people in England. It's as simple as that. We don't have to invent it. We can just copy what works for the rest of the world. It's as easy as that, yeah? That's how you defeat Starbucks. That's how you defeat Globalist Cathedral. But you need a nationalist government, which is why this whole Black Lives Matter stuff is very exciting. Right?
What do you think?
That's but we don't. Wait. Hold on. Because we're not going to slip into Black Lives Matter subject, but we're trying to talk about the nationalization of getting England back for the English right now. Anyway, that's what we want to find out about them black. You know what I mean? Black. I don't know about Black Lives Matter, who they are, what they do, or whatever. Yeah. So, but no, IC3, you wanted to say something.
That's okay. It's okay. Go on. It's okay. Go on. Oh yeah. Oh, that's it. I was going to say that to Ralph that Pakistan were they a nationalist? Just like you're saying, India was very nationalist. Was Pakistan, or is Pakistan very nationalist?
No, India's always been nationalist, but Pakistan has been in permanent political civil war between the theocratic side, i.e. Islam, and the nationalist side.
Right.
So since the inception of Pakistan, there's a raging civil war from the government all the way down, including assassinating prime ministers, between will the Muslims, i.e. the theocratic Pakistani right, run Pakistan, or will the secular Pakistani government run? And that's a civil war that will only end when that's resolved. India has no such problem. India has 200 million Muslims, but that's still only less than 20% of the people. So India has no such issue. It is fundamentally look. When India went into Kashmir, it used the Air Force and its intelligence to turn off the entire world's satellite coverage of Kashmir. The Americans or Russians, no one could look at Kashmir. Then they sent in the special forces. That's nationalist power. When you want to, if Google wants a homepage, India can turn off Google. China can turn off Google, but England cannot turn off Google. Right? Now, do the English people have the right to turn off Google? Fuck yeah, they do. England belongs to the English. Right? It does not belong to Google. Right? It does not belong to David Lammy. Yeah? Right? It belongs to the English people. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, well, it used to belong to the English, but it belongs to the Bank of England now. So it's how the English people are going to get their country back.
That's
it's
exactly
gone.
That's what we live and breathe 24/7, my man.
I mean, the Bank of England has been nationalised, so all we need to do is take political power and job done.
Precisely. All we do is once there's a nationalist government and political power, we just change things within the system, right? And that's why Dominic Cummings is scared of us. That's why this whole protest. What do you think is going to happen on Saturday? The state is not going to do what it did when all the Martin Luther Kings were running around. I was there during the Martin Luther King thing. Now what they're going to do is they're going to kettle all the people into different positions. Yep. They're going to try to exercise state control and state power, except you have no idea how many boys are showing up on Saturday. It's going to be a show of force, right? This is not about Tommy. It's about England this time. So it's going to be a show of force coming in. And that show of force, the response from the state will be different from the response when the Martin Luther Kings were running around. So you can see
what do you think the response will be?
It will be very, very authoritarian.
Oh, whoa. Okay. So they're
It
gonna
was not
they're gonna
authoritarian.
bring out the truncheons this time.
Well, yeah, because they didn't look. We had the ridiculous sign of these weak, wimpy English policemen running away from a bunch of joggers. What a horrible thing to say. What a national disgrace, right? Well, you've got this lesbian woman running the Metropolitan Police. What the fuck what do you think is happening to England? They've changed Sir Robert Peel's police force into a multicultural service. This is we want the people to see this. We want the people to see this. We want them to look at it. We want the escalation to accelerate. As ordinary English people are not there, look at this going, this is wrong, need to keep moving right. Our job is to keep moving the polity right and right and right until it eventually breaks. And that's when it happens, right? So they're going to show up with horses. They're going to probably send in 5,000 TSG support officers. They're going to kettle us, quarrel off Parliament Square. They didn't do anything like that when you had all the far left whiteys running around going, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. And you know that they don't care. Not a single one of them care about all the black lives in Africa, starving the babies, nothing, not a single protest. Not a single protest, right? Nothing. They don't care about that.
They do care.
Yeah, so wait. Can I say something? Yeah, just to say, yeah. Yo. I wanted to say, yeah, that just like Ralph said, yeah, the Black Lives Matter protest, yeah, was mainly white guys. They're running about talking about Black Lives Matter and shit, yeah. So the right wing are now going to go up there because they want to protect their monument against the white guys that was running about up there, yeah. So all the white guys of BLM that wanted to go up there, yeah, to protect the monuments and everything, yeah. Yeah, make sure that you're there on this weekend, innit? Because, that wanted to do the BLM thing. Make sure you're there this weekend, innit? Yeah, because obviously we got right wingers here now telling us that, yo, they're coming down, innit?
Right.
No, and this is not just about the statues, Belly.
Yeah, so
let me be clear. The statues is an excuse. The statues is an excuse.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish my white war cry, man. I'm doing my white war cry. White war cry. Yeah. So I'm calling all white BLM supporters. Please make your way to the West End on Saturday and be there before 11. You know, white people usually early, innit? So
are you using them as your human shield there? I don't know your name. Is it G-Block?
My name's Veli.
Veli. Okay. Veli, mate. All right.
No, but you see what, Belly? It's not about just the statues. It's the symbolism matters much more. A statue is just an object.
That's right.
The symbol is that the nation has been insulted. So people are coming down. It's not about Tommy Shekelstein and shit like that. It is about the nation state and the nation letting the people know that this is not going to be allowed to occur. And this is what the state, the left have social institutional power. They're going to try to build down more statues. And the more they do so, the more we are going to convert people to go further right. That's our objective, right? And that's what we're doing.
It's going to be embarrassing.
Yeah, the stakes are raised, I think, for this Saturday. Yeah. The stakes are raised.
The stage has been set.
The game is moved up a level.
Does seem like it is like a for me, yeah, as an outsider watching, looking in, yeah, it does look like it's a sort of planned thing to me.
Cafe football starts.
I'm just saying, yeah, it looks like it's a planned thing, innit? Like, right, how are they able to call all the white lefties and then all the white righties to get gassed up? Now they have to go and protect their statues.
It does seem staged to me, but it seems like it's going to be like a kind of, you know, like when the miners, you know, when the miners strike and the miners and then Thatcher had to come and slap the miners down. It's the same. It has that same kind of feel that they need.
You're right, actually,
to.
They're going to show, you're absolutely right. The cathedral and the state is going to say, look, far-right violence thugs, let me show authoritarian stuff, diversity is a strength, inclusivity. We are going to look at that and we're going to play into it by letting the state do that because our audience is no one who is there. our audience is ordinary English people on England going, what the hell is happening? Why are these joggers trying to topple Churchill?
Right.
So our message is not to the people there. They're just actors on the stage. Our message is to the white English people going, look what's happening in London. Clearly diversity is a strength, right?
Yeah.
Right? So, that's
so, yeah. So the stakes have really gone up because it's like, just like they had to crush the miners to say, look, all this union stuff is out of date. We're the ones with the power now, and all this nationalism in any shape or form, we have to make an example. It's like a lynching. We have to lynch some nationalists just to put the whole country in order. What we're going to do, we're going to film it. We're going to have helicopters down there. We're going to make it a big show. Yes.
And we can count on the idiots in the Tommy movement to give them what they need. The true nationalists are not going to be, we're going to boycott this because we're smarter. And we're going to let the Tommy Tods do all the damage with a bit of that. And we're going to sit back and watch that. And then we're going to take control of the meme narrative and go to the ordinary English people going, look at this. Just a couple of English lads showing up to defend a statue. Look how the state acted to them versus a bunch of Martin Luther Kings running around. Do you see the video from Hackney this morning? Beating up the policeman. These guys run around and the policemen go down on one knee.
And we've got more feral blacks beating up white people again.
Yeah, and then we're going to show the ordinary English people this and say, look at this. This is what's happening. Which way do you vote? And that's why we keep pulling them right. Yeah, so, the state knows what we're up to. Yeah.
When a group of white people attack someone that's not white, are they feral or are they just like that normal behavior?
Show me where that happens. That isn't unprovoked by.
Do you have any videos?
Do you have any videos?
Okay.
Do you have any videos?
What would you say? What's provoked? You said something important there. You said it wasn't unprovoked.
Well, I mean, what was the provocation for beating up a police officer? The fact he was doing his job.
No. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about what's the provocation for a group of white guys. That means that they're allowed to beat up whoever.
Well, I'll tell you what, Belly. Can I share my screen?
Wait. Let me answer him. I want to answer him. So so I'd like to see evidence of said case, and for being unprovoked. Well, it's just racial differences. I mean, temperamentally, British people are a lot less agitable and resort to violence. I'd say a hell of a lot less than just someone from African descent.
But you still didn't give the reason that would have qualified for provocation.
I'll tell you what.
Am I wrong?
Let my screen through and let's support Mad Faz. But let me just. You don't want to look at the video?
Listen, Ralph, come on, man.
Okay.
Let your apprentice get his grade. You know what I mean? Like.
No, I serve Mad Faz. He's English. He's not my apprentice. He's my master. He's my master.
I am the master.
He's my master.
Yeah.
He is my master. Go on, Mad Faz.
Sorry, go on, Belly.
Yeah, he's your master. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, like I was trying to ask, about the provocation. What would count as provocation for a group of white guys to be able to beat up someone that's not white?
What would it be? Well, they'd have to do something like those lads in was it Coventry? Those two black guys had machetes and knives, and all the football lads kettled them into this cul-de-sac. I mean, that's one. I guess if they're causing harm or have some kind of risk to life, white people will step in. Yeah, they will. I mean, we need an actual scenario.
Or risk to life. So any other scenario that wasn't about to cause harm or risk to life wouldn't be right provocation for a group of people
Well, I mean,
to attack a single person?
I guess also, insulting a woman as well. I guess if you want to get more.
Oh, insulting a woman.
Yes.
What is insulting a woman mean?
Well,
what does it look like?
Being predatory, I guess they'd step in then. Yeah.
Yeah, but what predatory? Give us a bit of more of an explanation so we can get a bit of understanding of what predatory behavior looks like.
Predatory behavior. Well, I mean, we all know that. I mean, we all know black people have a very high libido, shall we say? And yes, there are instances of, shall we say, they're treating women not so nicely, as in, not very gentlemanlike.
So what is S&M and bondage? Is that black people? Yeah.
No, that's Jewish.
Let him finish, man. Let him break it down, and then give him my answer after it. But you go ahead and explain to us what you'd say that predatory sort of behavior is.
I just did. I said it's like you're being crass towards women. I mean, being. Yeah, that's how else would I explain? Like,
you can a simple way to help it. You can look at the interracial rape statistics in Britain.
Well, I mean, there's that, but just in that's in the behavioural sense. Like, it's just the way you act around women. I mean, it's pretty obvious to see that. I mean, there's countless videos of just black men literally slapping white women across the face. Like, no British man would ever do that, and if a British man saw that, they'd be disgusted by it.
I thought you meant across the bottom there. Sorry.
No, across the face. There's countless videos I've seen of like black men like trying to court women by like treating them like shit. So yeah, that's what I mean. That kind of like abusive behavior towards women, crass behavior. Yeah.
What about the S&M and bondage and all that? And all
that's not British. That's fucking Jewish.
He said it's
mate.
Jewish. He said it was Jewish.
And it's a very small percentage of most of the violence. Right? Most of the violence is not S&M.
No.
S&M is an edge case.
What? That was a fucking straw man, wasn't it?
A bit of a straw man.
Excuse your behaviour. How do you do that? Oh, S&M.
It's what the goths do. The rockers and all the goths.
Well, I mean, show me the percentage of goths who aren't like edgy teens who grow out of it by the time they're 18.
They're not playing reggae music while they're doing that, are they?
I don't know. I'm not young anymore, mate. I don't know these. I don't know the trends nowadays.
It's not Mighty Sparrow. Neither is it.
Well, I don't know, but Turok, have you seen the lyrics of any grime and rap music? Do you want me to
drill
pull out
rap
some
as well? Have you heard drill
rap? Do you want me to pull out the nigga bitch lyrics? Do you want me? Do you want to read them out for you? Do you want to read them?
Yeah, I mean, it's ingrained in black culture, isn't it? How you treat black women. Like,
so, Prodigy's lyrics, smack my bitch up.
So I was literally just about to say that obviously that one of the most famous white bands in the UK did have a tune called "Smack My Bitch Up." Obviously, smash the pitch.
Who was that? Who was that?
Prodigy.
I'm not really.
But anyway, but like I was saying.
These days.
But the question is, was that group pushing Jewish or you as Manfred says Jewish ideology? Were they being were they nationalists?
Yeah, but why?
Or were they pushing?
If you want to try to make them slide anything that's distasteful, that's white, they're going to say, "Oh, it's Jewish." Yeah. What evidence can Madfaz bring to show us that S&M is purely a Jewish practice and came from Jewish lineage? What can we do to show us that? And
good question.
That's what evidence? I'd go back to the Weimar Republic and you just look at the porn industry that was started then.
What? Who started that?
Can you just show us some actual evidence? Yeah, that the Jewish people started this S&M trade, and there's no Europeans or other Europeans that are involved in this S&M
I mean, there's probably
Because-
So I
yes,
could probably
there
help,
probably
Matt.
are, yeah.
Matt, I can help. But if you look at the name
Yeah.
sadomasochism, right, it comes from two
Yeah.
people. One is the Marquis de Sade, and the other is a famous guy called Leopold Sacher van Masoch. And he wrote a famous series of letters of submission and subservience, and he's Jewish in the tradition of Jewish subservience.
What year was this?
I think Sacher Masoch, he wrote it in, when was it, like these, sometime the early 1800s, 1830s, 40s or something? I can't remember the top of my head.
They've been practicing this type of behavior.
So there was no such thing as.
No, but when you say sadomasochism, that's where the word comes from.
Hold on a sec, yeah, but you said sadomasochism, innit? Yeah? So we're going to obviously talk about proto, innit? Yeah. So what was before this sadomasochism shit? Must have been stuff like torture and all them sort of
Oh
things.
my
yeah?
god! Are
And
you
obviously-
saying that because you were put on a fucking thing and you had your arms and legs stretched, that's sadomasochism? Is that sexual in any way now? Like, no, it's not.
It's the proto to it. It's the proto to it. Are you trying to say that when some of these women probably were getting tortured in some of these things, that some of these people didn't
most
try
of
to
it
fuck
was
some of
men,
the
actually.
guards didn't try to fuck them?
So unless they were all raging homosexuals back then, yeah, I don't think.
What about the witch hunts?
So wait a second. Wait. When was the first homosexual? When was the first homosexual invented then? Because you're saying that there was
First
never
homosexual was invented.
Because you're saying it like
when did God create Jews? I don't know.
God create Jews. Oh, so the Jews started homosexuality, yeah?
Well,
No, they didn't.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
You're running down the wrong path, Veli. The point is the modern phenomena within the black community shows tremendous amount of black support for violence against women in all the songs and the lyrics.
Yes. Yeah. I know.
Forget white people.
So what about
There's black violence.
the most
There's black
violent?
violence
Country
against
West is
black
more
women.
violent than rap, bro.
I mean, why do
Country
you
West
guys
is more violent than rap.
why do you like all? But why do you guys always like the gang? You're always making gun signs. You're always, all of this shit. But really, come on.
I'll tell you what you're doing now, yeah?
Why are you scared? Why can't I play my video? Why are you shook about looking at the video? Why are you shook about looking at the video this morning from Hackney? Why do you just let the video speak a million words, mate?
I haven't seen it. I haven't actually seen this.
All right, but listen to what I was going to say there, yeah? You're doing the same thing what I said you was trying to do first of all this morning, yeah? You don't want to tackle the actual real issues why England is a shithole at the moment, yeah? And the English people have no control in England, yeah?
Yes, we do.
Why do English people have no control in England, Ralph?
Because you want
and everyone's listening to the rap, and there's MTV base.
No, it's not. Black people are not to blame. Black people are not to blame, Belly.
Is it because of Islam? Wait. Is Islam control England?
No, it's not big. Let me answer your question. It's not because we cannot blame. Allow me to ask the question, but you don't want me to answer. You want me to answer the question, but you want to. But you're asking the question. You're trying to answer. But Belly, asking a question, you're trying to answer it for me by yourself. Let me answer it. I don't blame black people or migrants or black violence. I don't blame Islam. Yeah, I don't blame Islam either. These are symptoms of the problem. These are the symptoms of the problem. The deepest problem is England has lost its way and has allowed the globalist system to take it over. Therefore, we have blacks and Muslims, all these problems going on. The root cause is not Islam or black people. These are the phenomena. This is the problem. This is the phenomena.
Symptom, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a symptom of the problem. You don't, look at it this way. If you went to Hungary and you tried the shit that I want to show you on the screen in Hackney, you wouldn't make it down 10 minutes. Right? But the only reason is now, do you blame the black people doing this in Hackney? Let me share my screen.
I wouldn't make what wouldn't I make 10 minutes? What are you talking about? I asked you what the issues are with England, yeah? Why is the English people...
I'll take the example. Let the video...
but whatever, man.
We're not collectivized. That's the problem.
Correct. Yeah, but also more importantly, the authority is not in a nation state.
But
if you pull the shit,
I
know you're scared to show the video. Yeah.
I can't share videos that are not my videos in the daytime.
And you know what we call that? In-group preference.
Yes,
I've got 2 strikes on the channel already, man.
It's all right, mate. It's okay.
Yeah, I've got 2 strikes on the channel already, so I can't share.
Oh, okay.
I can't share
Don't Don't let that happen, mate. Don't do that.
Yeah.
But the point is, because we've allowed the erosion of English culture to happen, we've allowed these phenomena to occur. So do you say, black stabbing is the reason why England is falling? No. The reason is because England has fallen that we have black stabbing. Black stabbing is not causing England to fall.
Yeah, but Ralph,
yeah.
But who are
like I keep trying to say, bro, you're not worried about what the issues are, why England's falling, and why these multinational companies are not paying no tax, why the square mile gets all the money and the rest, the north of England, has got flipping outdated potholed roads.
Why do you say we don't care?
The people in the north, of England, because what are you doing about it?
But
you're down there talking to black people and Muslims like,
no, the only reason right now is black people are hot right now. But you guys are hot right now. You're the hot topic, mate. You're hot right
black
now.
People. Every time I keep telling you about England, you keep talking about black people.
But do you know how many? But mate, how many videos? Madfaz, can you tell Velia, how many videos do we have about the corrosion, the corruption, the fall of Western civilization? How many videos do we need to show you? We produce content every day about this problem. Every day about the money, about the financial system, about English traditional values, about the fall of English tradition. We do this all the time. You guys don't watch it because you don't care about that stuff. But we produce it. We produce it all the time.
We ain't going to do nothing about it. Or we're just going to tell them to fuck off in my little gay voice. Do you know what I'm saying? Fuck off, man. You lot are mad. Mugs, man. And you're around there about anything. Get out of here, man.
No, right now the main thing is what we care. Why do we care right now? The Black Lives Matter is hot.
Oh, listen, I care about England more than you two mugs. I don't
Why do you care about England? Why do you care about England?
Yeah, because I'm getting money around there, biatch. You get me?
Oh, there you go then. I mean, if you're only here for the money, we'll offer you £15,000 to leave.
Big money, biatch. 1 sec, my phone's ringing.
Driving while talking, but anyway. But IC3 is here. IC3 at some point wanted to do a reparations chat, man. So he's offered to come over sometime, even to one of our channels, and make the case for black reparations.
Really? Okay, I don't mind. Which channel would you like me to come over to?
Anyone. It should be a fascinating conversation. You know, if you want one that's sensible and calm.
So you're pro black people leaving the UK then? I guess IC3.
Pro black people leaving the UK.
Yeah, if you want. Are you pro reparations, as in like taking the reparations, or?
Yeah, well, it's a new approach rather than having like traditionally, because no precedent to what I'm saying. A lump sum is a bit like a gagging order. So that say, look, we just give you these trillions or whatever that we made up, and then people will just say, no, shut up, no more talk about reparations now. You've had your lump sum, you've been paid off. I see that there should be a system set up where you're processing reparations claims. So the first reparation claim, and the target is excuse me, the target is those bankers. That's where the wealth is.
Right. So, reparations, you're not planning on leaving then, or you just want money from rich people?
Well,
yeah,
I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to think of the best way to answer.
I mean, if you're unhappy here, then surely, wouldn't you not be happier in where your people are?
Of course, yes, of course. But there's a process of reparations itself. It's a process, not a one lump sum action.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That is different. So, for example,
so it's a bit like having your benefits continue when you leave.
Well, it's not benefits. It's a battle. It's a battle of claims. So the first claim might be for only against the globalist bankers. It might be only something like 500 million or 600,000 pounds. But that's just a claim, and each claim is a unit in itself, and a particular claim could involve maybe 2 barrels of oil, so many dollars, a few euro, some artwork, some sculpture. Do you understand? In one particular claim.
And how many claims are you allowed?
There you go. You see, so the claims, the processing of claims is a process, because with each claim there could be also some documents. So there could be gold, oil, and so on, but also documents that could lead to as evidence to further claims. So just like the government or the police sometimes offer rewards for evidence leading to the conviction of a criminal or more criminals. So it's that process. It's that same process. So that
sounds like a hostage negotiation.
Sorry?
You're holding us it sounds like a ransom negotiation. A ransom negotiation. Sounds like you're holding us to ransom there.
I have a deeper question, though.
Who's us? You see, you have to be careful. 1 second. This us. You see.
Yes.
So if you say us, are you associating yourself as a nationalist with those globalist bankers?
Oh, I have no love for globalist bankers.
But, when you say us, holding who to ransom?
Well, I
Who's
mean,
us?
let's not be around the bush. I mean, there's many different factions at play here, isn't there? There's
exactly. So you have to be careful when you use the word us.
Well, yes, of course, there's us nationalists, and I would see that people who consider themselves globalists as their own separate faction.
Good, right? There you go. So the main focus of this reparations are the people, the banking oligarchy.
Yeah. What? Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay.
But if you say us, if you want to lump yourself in with them, then it's going to come for you as well. Ooh. If you say us.
But that's the thing, isn't it? Though that's the thing, right? When the nationalists win, they can just say, "This is the deal we'll give you, and that's what you take," right? What like
give.
What power do you have to ask for anything other than what you're given?
That's even a better question back. But I have a quick question just to interject, IC3.
This word give.
I thought that would be a sticking point.
That's right.
But I have a question. So if you look at contract law and you look at the basis of law, and a couple of concepts. One is proximal cause. How close is the claim to the event? So, for example, you said my house was hit by a tornado, but it was hit by a tornado in 1632. Good luck with processing that claim because of, proximal. And the same thing, therefore, I say, so if Black people today in Britain claim that there's monies owed to them because of something done hundreds of years ago, I would have to do a couple of things. First of all, I would have to balance the benefits these people have got because they've been here because of descendants of slavery. Secondly, why do I choose an arbitrary point to slide that to 400 years ago? I would go backward and say, but the same principle applies, and all the Black people who were enslaving other Black people, including the ones who sold the Black people, they would have to be the transaction order. If you run the transactions mathematically, I'd have to play them forward in that order. So before any white people pay any Black people back, you'd have to pick the time where you have to keep going back, and then you have to start asking the people. So my question to you is, where do I stop? Because if I say it's just white people against Black, then that's just racism against white people. If I say no, it's a moral argument, and I'll agree with you and say it's a moral argument, then I'm going after the Mali Empire straight away. Then I'm going after the Bantu.
So the question, hold it.
Over the Khoisan, the Bantu committed
let's slow down. So the question is, where do
you draw the line?
I stop.
Where do we start or stop?
Yeah.
Whoa. Where do you start?
Correct.
Where do you stop? Okay, good. Where do you start? Right, obviously. So where do you start? And then you can discuss where you want to stop.
But you can't agreement. Not that you can't actually create the contracts for payment. So I've worked with very sophisticated contracts in banking, right?
Good.
So you understand the banking would have a chain of contractual clauses. Each of them are dated. And I want to say in this transaction chain that I have IC3 in 2020 in England, and then roll IC3's ancestral tree backwards wherever it goes, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
One, where do I start the transaction chain from? And as soon as you pick that date, I'm going to have a value that's injected into that contract that came from before. And guess what I'm going to find? I'm going to find a lot of black people owe a lot of black people a lot of money.
Okay.
So then the question becomes, why do we get white people?
Where do we start? Okay.
Yeah,
So let's slow this down. Yeah. Okay. So where do we start? So
1235.
Okay.
The formation of the Mali Empire.
Okay. So, perhaps I should explain the model, and then you'll see the start and the stop, or if So, we see it as a process, a three-step process. The first step is to clarify identity. Yes.
And
with the clarification of identity, then you can move on to step 2 into an effective organization in order to set up managing the reparation claims. Yeah? So identity, then organization, because identity, clear identity gives good organization, is the basis for good organization. And then the ultimate organization is in a form of a bank. That's the statement. Would you agree with that?
Yes to the first.
Yeah.
I'm curious about the second one with the transition, but I can see the bank would be one of the things that come out at the end of it.
No, the first one is identity. The first one is identity.
You won't have any dispute from me, ICT, on that. I'm with you 100%. We must define black racial identity, black racial heritage, so that they can be inputs to the claim model, right?
Right, good. And then step 2 is any organization or any group that clarifies its identity is ready to will effectively be able to organize. So even a white nationalist had to clarify that, correct?
Yep.
Right, and then the ultimate form of an organization, or the most powerful form, is a bank of whatever type.
I'm not sure about that bit.
Okay, so let's look at that then.
Yeah, the most
what is stronger than a bank?
A monarchy.
What's stronger than a bank?
A monarchy.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah. A monarchy is stronger than a bank.
An absolute monarchy where a bank will not be owned by someone outside the monarch. When the king owns the money. So if you look at Edward the Confessor, so when William the Conqueror comes over to England in 1065, 64, why does he want it? Because Edward the Confessor has laid out the world's most foundational tax system in the world with absolute power of the monarch to show the world how to run a proper country. Edward the Confessor owned the financial system.
Okay.
So the monarch is the absolute sovereign. So a monarchy, for example, is a system more powerful than banking. Hail Edward the Confessor.
Okay. Right. So are there any monarchies in existence now that are stronger than banks?
Yes.
Which ones?
King of Thailand.
So you think the King of Thailand?
Yeah, Thailand is a nationalist country.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So
banks are important, but don't make the claim, ICT, that they're the most powerful organization.
Okay, look, we'll test that. We'll test that because we had had a challenge before, where the question, which is stronger, a bank or the military?
Monarchy.
So it'll be the first. It'll be the first now to look at a challenge of a bank versus a monarchy. Right. So,
but without getting to the institutional organization structure, the first thing is the most important part of the argument is identity for black people. Some people come from black slaves reparation. Other black people were never enslaved.
Yes.
So you have to have an identity map that says you guys were never enslaved by anybody. You're not in this.
That's right.
You guys were taken as slaves. You're in it. And to varying fractions, you would have an accountability claim. Then you're going to take that population just like, PPI claims, and you're going to say, you guys qualify for PPI claim because you took a loan. You guys never had a loan, so you never qualify. then those black people, then you're going to create the contract law before the bank that says, who owes you money? And my question to ask you, it remains to you, where do I start that claim transaction?
Okay.
If I started just to white people, that's just you calling for white people shit. White people say, nah, no thanks. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Right. So, so the speed here, I'm just trying to slow it down, right? Because there's a lot of issues and a lot of assumptions based on previous thinking on topics like this. Because it's a very tricky topic, because we're talking about nation, we're talking about identity, we're talking about finance, all enrolled in one conversation. So it's a very heavy conversation. So
you're talking to mad and you're talking to nationalists. We can roll with this at high speed. We're cool with the shit. We like this stuff. We breathe identity.
But other people, I understand. Right. So I want us to go back to what we're talking about, the banking as a model versus sovereignty.
Yeah, so that's a different conversation.
Yes?
That's your favorite conversation, but I wanted it to be about reparations. I know that's your favorite conversation, but I wanted it to be about the reparations for the black bit. Once we work out there's a reparation model, then we can look at where the banks and how it should be set up with the bank. But let's say I gave you a reparations bank today. I created one for you and I gave you a reparations bank. My question, what comes before it is, who's going to be a customer of this bank? Obviously, a black guy who's never been enslaved is never going to be a customer. And then for the black guys enslaved, I want to find
no. You got it wrong. You got it wrong. Because this black bank for reparations, slavery or enslavement of African people is just one department.
Okay.
What are the other departments?
Go ahead. Going to be my next question.
Okay. Because there's other parts of Africa and other black people around the world that may not have gone through the so-called enslavement in that frame. But
can I preempt this?
Hold it. Let's slow down.
I want to preempt. Is one of them going to be colonization? Is one of them going to be colonization?
Wait. Relax. Everybody's flying. What I'm presenting has no precedent. Has no precedent. This is
for
new.
good reason.
This sounds like Black Lives Matter wants to own a bank.
Okay. All right.
No, this is a right-wing version of BLM.
Yeah.
No, it's very different. It's very different. Yeah.
Right. So there's no model. So that's why I have to go particularly slowly, because people have preset viewpoints that have been embedded in the way they're thinking on certain questions. So that's why I have to go slowly. So we went from identity to effective organization, and then we're dealing with the issue of the power and what is a bank.
Yeah, but before we get to the bank,
hold it. The whole subject is still reparations. I haven't got off the subject of reparations.
Okay.
But you have to understand what reparations is involved, because people are thinking, black and it's all enslaved, get money reparations for slavery and a big lump check and all, that's how they're thinking. That's how most people think.
Well, you obviously have to be a descendant of slavery, innit?
Sorry?
You obviously have to be a descendant of slavery.
That's right, but that's just one aspect of this bank.
Okay.
It's just one aspect.
It looks like you want to talk about the bank more than you want to talk about the slavery reparations bit.
Yeah, but it's a bank. But in order to have effective, to process effectively reparations, it has to go through a bank. Otherwise, it'd just be madness and chaos and checks flying all over the place.
No, but there won't be any checks until we get
right? And chaos
everywhere. Sounds like a Wakandan dream, right? There's like a lot of checks.
All right.
I mean, you open your mailbox and there's just like checks coming out to black people.
Exactly. Yeah, so we don't want that. It's not like that. It's not like that, because that's what a lot of people think. They think like that. Yes, so that's why I have to take time to slow it all down, break it all down, because that is just madness.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Exactly. Yes, right. So that's why Right. Okay. So that's why the conversation has to move into the nature of banking.
Oh no!
And the nations of the subject of sovereignty.
Liabilities.
Sorry. Exactly.
Liabilities.
Exactly. That's right. So it's a lot bigger than just slavery, and the enslavement of African people. Pardon?
No, it's about descendants of slavery.
Indeed.
Oh, okay.
Right. Because some black people are never enslaved. Some black people are never enslaved.
Exactly. So it's not only with this entity,
right?
We'll be dealing with the descendants of slavery. It'll also be dealing with other injustices in different parts of the world.
Oh, dear. This is what we call, this is what geeks call.
This is what I'm saying. And this is why this never moves, because you have to go to the direct people with their direct cases.
Correct.
Thank you.
You can't put the Aboriginal Australians thing in whatever the transatlantic slave trade.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's not that exactly. You have to go specific to what you're going for. So around those times, the crown was mostly in power.
What do we get out of this? What does the indigenous British people get out of this?
Yeah.
The indigenous British people. What do we get out of this?
Hold on.
Right.
Let me answer this one.
Okay.
Yeah, cut to the chase. What's the deal for English people here?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So
grease me up.
Yeah, right. I'm going to show you. Listen, and you will hear. Listen. Benefits. What I am presenting in the Black Bank for Reparations is a unique model that works for black nationalists. Those white nationalists or Asian nationalists who understand this model, they will also be able to use it to sustain and be successful in what they're trying to achieve in their own national endeavors. Does that make sense?
But where would they be doing this?
Where?
Here in the UK?
We're talking about no. We're talking about.
Are we gonna turn Cornwall into the black state of I don't know?
No.
Black Free State? No. Where is this happening?
No, the question was
very easy example. All it is the indigenous people with their cases just come forward with their cases and bring them back.
Correct. Yes, that's right.
Did they still get to live in Britain after they come forward with their cases?
Right. I can answer all the questions.
I can answer that.
God, that's right. Good.
Question. Like, take for instance, there's certain people like in the Mauritian island regions where literally they're sold off their island to for army bases and all different types of things. So they've literally moved the indigenous people to England, and now these people are literally one could say stateless in a sense like that. So there's all different people, different types.
Can I make one little thing before you progress this conversation, which makes no financial sense? Every transaction. Every transaction must be analyzed in a cost-benefit model.
Yes.
So when you say there's some benefits that are owed, we want to look at some costs that are owed to black people. You're going to also have to bring with your claim how much you've gained compared to the African person from 100 years ago.
Yeah, but you see use the word benefits.
Because it's not the financial model.
I haven't used that word benefits.
No, but I'm saying without that, there wouldn't be a financial model that would stand up to gap accounting analysis. So reform and accounting analysis, you're making a claim saying, I have something that's costing me. I'm going to say, what was the benefit you got? So you bought a car from me and you used the car for 3 months and you said the car broke. And I'm going to look at the cost-benefit analysis of you. So when an African person, a descendant of slaves, says, hey, you owe me some money on one hand of the gap accounting model. On the other hand, I'm going to have to count how much benefit you've had by living in the West, including all your ancestors.
I understand. Yeah? I understand that point of view.
And let me just make one point clear. If the number is positive for the benefits, then you're going to owe white people money, right?
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but I'm outside that realm. The things I'm saying are outside that realm. Because let me throw this in. What do you think of this? Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but let me throw this in.
I could boil this theory down to give me shit.
That's what you think.
Well, I don't know. I would be open to
not give. So that word give.
Be open to IC3.
No.
IC3, it could be a case.
Let's be honest, though. Let's be honest. What about if the shoes on the other foot? What about if, i.e., what white people have profited from it now?
No, but let's do. You're absolutely. But let's go both ways. You have to be open. You have to say what is the cost for Turok. Let's say Turok's been here for 400 years through a chain of ancestors. He's got this cost that he calculates from his people. And then he's got a benefit. If we owe him some money in exchange for return for him to go home, we give it to him. But we must enter that claim that says, on the other hand, if we do the calculation, finds Turok owes us money and IC3 doesn't, and Turok's got to pay up too, right? Agreed?
Well, yeah, but we have to be realistic. The people that went over to be let's be men. Why are we laughing?
Let's do a compare and contrast. Let's do. Okay, mate.
How much do all white people, right?
It's not really about white people. We're dealing with people of direct, like this is where people have to get the black and the white out. We're dealing with human beings and direct corporations and things like that. That is it. It's not a black and white thing, basically. It's about the corporations and the people that profited from it. That is it. Simple. So, i.e., you have companies like Tate and Lyle. You have companies like that built up their the area, basically, like the boroughs what we live in. These are how some of these people became lords because of the money they've earned in the Caribbean, in the Americas, certain parts in Australia, in the Mauritian Islands and things like that. So it's just the corporations we're really going after. And
what if those corporations are now defunct?
No, but
and yet they contributed to slavery.
Yeah, because people, they use their name in it, basically, like their surname in it as a business, as a corporation. So
but well, if you look back, there isn't that many companies that have like been around since the age of slavery. So most of them are defunct. I mean,
how about banks?
Not really, because
banks are a bit different. But I mean, corporations like Turok saying. Yeah,
like the mining companies, all different industries. But you have to understand, we're just following the money. We're not really picking on the people, the indigenous people of the land, because I mean,
that's like you trying to say, oh, we want to get reparations from the East India Company. You can't because it's defunct.
Exactly. Why not?
You can't. It's defunct because
what do you mean defunct? What do you mean defunct?
Well, let me also no, but Turok raises a good point. So, can I, for example, Turok, can I make the claim against black people who use more? Can I use the claim against black people who use more benefits?
I'll answer the brother quickly. I just want to answer quickly.
Sure,
so as he said, like these companies have default, but you have to understand who is the sole bearer of these companies. So I think one was called the Portsmouth Company, and one was also called forgot the other company. I think the London Company and things like that. The London Company is still up and running, very strive, not on its last leg or anything.
Well then,
like that.
Okay, let's take a look then at these slaver ships, right? They're the ones that like brought them to Caribbean and the Americas and everything like that, or wherever, or even Liverpool, Are they still around today to be able to claim your money from?
Yeah, because
for these reparations.
Yeah,
Can I say?
What would you do?
Hold on. Yes, 100%. Some of these people invested back into the country, basically. So some of these people are the people who you pay council tax to. They're lords.
So now you're taking a whole like segment of a population because they benefited from someone else's money 400 years ago.
No, but Matt, just run with Turok. Let Turok run with that. But Turok's right. Let Turok run with that. But in the same way, can I say black people are consuming more services in terms of NHS, education, etc., per capita? Can we make a claim? Can we make a claim against non-native people for this?
We helped your service as nurses and worldwide.
No, but that's not a problem. Can we do the full accounting? I'm saying.
Yeah, but we helped with the army and all these.
Yeah, of course. I'm giving you that. Yeah, but I'm saying, can we put the full accounting together?
That's why I said let's be direct with our approach, because it's going to be tit for tat afterwards.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I would say the only way to be moral and to be mathematically or financially fair is to do proper gap accounting, where I take all the costs on one side and all the benefits on the other side, and then net them against each other.
Where there's even DNA now that can trace these things, and there's the paper.
I love DNA.
And it's the surname and all these types of things, and the surname is very powerful.
Correct.
A lot of people.
No,
doing it.
absolutely. Yeah. But my
Yeah.
point is, if you were trying to make such a commitment claim model, you would have to add up both sides completely. You can't just say black people are owed stuff, but they never had any benefits.
Direct
No, but
descendants.
I'm saying black people just to be as a shortcut. I'm saying black people are owed stuff because of slavery, but they also benefited. So I want to see what is the total cost and the total benefit, and then we can look at that claim as a top line and a bottom line. And then we're going to look at all the people by top line, bottom line. We're going to find the ones who owe money and the ones who owe money.
Yeah, the descendants of slavery.
Correct. But there's some of them going to have benefits too, right? So if you look at the per capita of Africa, the best performing black people are the ones who made it out of slavery, right?
I don't know about Africa. That's a whole different.
No, but all slaves came out from Africa. But if I look at all the black people around the world.
Yeah, but you have to talk to the Africans about that. I only can deal with the West Indies.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about all people who are not, all people who claim they were benefits of.
So the British.
Yeah, I know. Correct, but Chirag, I know you're going to go Afro versus Carib. I'm not talking about that division. I'm saying Africans plus Caribbeans.
We don't fight for what Africans.
Yeah, but I know you want to talk about that. I'm saying both Africans and Caribbeans. You can ignore the Africans, but both the Africans and the Caribbeans are going to make claims against the history. But those claims are going to be in a series of costs they've incurred on one hand, and on the other hand, they're going to have benefits. So you have benefited, Chirag. So when you come forward with your claims, I also want you to come forward with your benefits, right? Like you're speaking English, you're living in the first world, you're using the internet, right? You've got clean water.
Running water.
You've got tap running water. You've got all these benefits. You're on the internet all day. You've obviously got some way to survive, right?
You're not starving. You're not facing famine.
You're not diseased. You've got first world medicine.
Can we be men, for instance? Now, why are you trying to fight for people that were subject to the Queen of England? Even you yourself, Ralph, and your descendants were subject to the Queen. So,
absolutely. God bless her majesty.
It don't make sense. This is why I deal with direct people. If Africa wants to say whatever they want to say for reparation, that's nothing to do with the people of the Caribbean.
Okay. Well, I know you've got this anti-African thing, but let's go Caribbean. Let's just talk Caribbean.
Anti-African because I've just deal with evidence because some of our people carry the DNA and the surnames of these companies, so it's obvious.
So, Chirag, would you be able to list on all your costs you've had by carrying the surname on one piece of paper, and on other piece of paper, would you be able to list all the benefits you've had because you were taken?
I was not taken. My people are always in the Caribbean. So take for instance, my people, the indigenous people, we've mixed in with all the other people that England, Spain have sent over to the Caribbean.
But Chirag, bro, I've looked at you on a video. You've obviously got black DNA in you. Where did you think you just popped out of you popped into the Caribbean islands from Mars?
But who brought them there? The Spanish and the English.
Correct, but my point is, so you've got benefits, haven't you? You've had benefits of slavery. No, but you've had benefits of slavery, right?
Yeah, but that was your dealings on the west coast of Africa.
It doesn't matter whom it was, but you seem to be running from my simple question. Would you also be willing? Would you also be willing to list your benefits? You show up to the Western world. You say, "Hey, look, I've got a series."
Be honest, Ralph. I'll be honest. You don't have to talk to the Africans about that.
I'm talking about Caribbean only. Forget the Africans. Let's pop the Africans.
I'm talking about all the kings and all these types of people, the English and them people made trades with.
But I forget the Africans because you get excited about that. Just the Caribs, just the Caribs and the soldiers and the mutiny and the regiments, etc., etc. My question you haven't answered is: will you also present in your claim to IC3's bank a list of what you think is owed to you, and on the other side of the paper, a list of what you owe?
This is what I try to say. I deal with the direct groups of people from different plantations that can trace their heritage and all these types of
Correct,
things.
but you're answering my question. With these direct group of direct people you trace, the direct people you speak to with direct evidence, will you provide direct evidence of your benefits?
Yes, of course.
Brilliant. Have you got an example of that?
Well, but we also can show our thingy bobs as well. What they call it, our losses.
Yeah, but can you show us the other side, the gains? I'm just curious to see where your heart is. Do you have the list? Have you spent any time thinking? Have you ever listed the top 10 things that you've gained because you're a descendant of slaves? Have you ever thought to yourself, what are the 10 things I would have really gained by being a descendant of slaves? No.
I mean, just think of it. You're a descendant of freed slaves. You could still be today a descendant of slaves, could you not? Like, you could still be slaves.
You could be picking flies out of your eyes somewhere else, man. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't deal with coulda, woulda, shoulda. I deal with the evidence, just like.
Okay, so have you provided the evidence of your benefits?
You have to prove to me that there's the evidence of benefit of people being slaughtered and being worked and being.
No, that's just coulda, woulda, shoulda. I'm
That's
talking
kind of what it, yeah.
Turok, personally.
It's a simple fact because realistically, it's the same thing what happened to England. You sent all the people who you thought were non-Christian, who you deemed as witches, warlocks, and all these people who you deemed.
Forget Africa, forget England, forget Africa.
And my people took in these white people.
Yeah, but let's talk about your people. Let's forget Africa, forget England for a second. What is your people? What is your benefits that your people have received?
For the white people that you lot chucked out and put into the Caribbean as well.
Yeah, but that's all emotional rhetoric. Yeah. What about the benefits?
Those people, because now you, as an immigrant, now are talking up for these indigenous people where you don't have a leg to stand on, mate.
Why is that? I'm standing on the side of the Carib people going, look, if you want the Carib benefits, if you want some money, some gibs, I'm saying, have you, just to see where you morally stand, have you made a list of simple, can you tell me the following thing? Let me make it easy, Troy. What's the top 3 things you've benefited from?
Saying, oh, look at the benefits of what happened to me.
Yeah. I mean, I can think of the first one. You're speaking English right now on the internet.
Say to me then, that you're very you got low self-esteem for one.
No one's ever accused me of that, mate. No one's ever accused me of that, man. I'm considered quite cocky. No. My question is for yourself personally, emotionally. Have you ever asked yourself the question, what have I really gained? Have you ever done that?
Have you seen what my people have gained from this? We have max.
No, you personally. Remember, you like personal evidence. You want
the people of my island do not like it because we have mass immigration now because of the British exporting some of your folk from India over to our island, chucking out all the white people who they deem that they do not want because they stood up for their people and didn't want to be part of this monarchy.
So I think the answer you'll have for me is no, you have not.
People of the land of Babylon, you understand?
Babylon, schmabylon. My answer to me really is no. I have not listed 3 things I think I've benefited from a Western culture and my history of my people. You haven't. I mean, I can give you 3. I can take a good guess, but you never questioned this.
But you not benefited more than we did.
No, but again, why do you jump? You keep running away from the topic. It's very interesting. Why don't you answer a simple question, mate? It's like, can you put your hand on heart and say, the Carib people, including me, Turok, have gained and benefited from the British because of ABC?
We didn't ever have a stable diet in Europe, bruv. So don't even try it.
But can you running away from the question?
It's still tomato and tobacco of Spanish.
Look, let me make it easy for you, Turok. Let me talk about Islam, Turok. I'll make it easy. If I look at countries that Islam dominated,
because you couldn't even make it to America. It was Spain and Portugal that was running the show, mate.
Yeah, I know you're very excited about this stuff, but my point is, let's take it easy. Let's look at Islam, Turok. Let me give you an analogy. It'll be easier for you. If I look at Islam dominating other countries, Islam brought with it lots of advanced things to the tribes and the desert tribes. No, hang on. I mean, I'm not Muslim, so I can just tell you. So Islam, Turok.
You don't bring Islam into the Caribbean and the Americas. So
hang on, forget Turok. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to give you some. Okay, calm down a bit. So what I'm saying is, I'm trying to give you a simple example. When Islam went around, and for example, Islam spread over all the tribes, it brought lots of benefits of the imperial form of Islam, and it gave lots of benefits to people across a lot of Middle Eastern tribes. Can you name the same way the benefits that the Carib people had because of the contact with the Western civilization?
Without Asia, you would have had a language, you would even have a diet.
Wow, this is the first time I've seen Turok not willing. First time I've seen Turok not willing to speak about the Carib people. I thought you cared about the Carib people, mate. Why can't you tell me the top 3 things the Carib people benefited from?
Let's talk the truth.
How ungrateful? How ungrateful can these people be? Unbelievable.
In Britain, there were black people in England for one.
Cheddarman?
Even the Romans, when they came here, all up into places like Scotland, they said they saw black people. The BBC done a big documentary.
Oh my God! No! Don't tell me you watch CBeebies. Please don't tell me your source is CBeebies.
You need to know yourself and know your history. There's a placard there telling you that. Look.
Oh yeah, we were Scottish. We were Scots, yeah. Silly old man. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna have to shoot in a minute or two, but actually, man, let's do a proper reparations banking one.
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah, I want head to head on this. It's gonna be interesting.
Come on, we can do a mad react on one of our channels, yeah.
We'll give me a recommendation of a particular channel where you want it on, and then we'll deal with this reparations issue,
mean,
because
we could
it's a
go
lot
on.
deeper. It's a lot deeper than a lot of people are thinking. They're thinking, that's why they start spinning around in circles and start getting all passionate. I just want to say cool, calm, and collected.
I like it.
Go step by step.
Well, I mean, I'd be willing to host it on Patriotic Talk. Or we could do it on D-Live as well if you want.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me know. Let me know when you guys are ready. Get your specialist.
Yeah. How do we contact you?
Well, here you can see. I'm here.
I mean, well, how do I contact you?
You can write an email.
I've got his email and stuff there.
Yeah.
I mean, no, but when I need to send in the link for the stream.
I've got his email.
Yeah, he's got. Ralph got the email. Yeah. identitypoliticsforum@gmail.com.
Yeah.
And there's also an email with this. I'm around. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Because I really want to talk about the reparations model. I want to talk.
Oh yes, exactly. Cool. That's what I want to talk about. Yes, it's a very, very, very deep and advanced subject where people have not really thought that much about it. They just get too passionate. You got to look at. I mean, a brilliant question that Madfaz asked.
Yeah.
Is there any benefit for the English nationalists? Right, and that's a strange question. It's an interesting question. But once you understand this model, it's the model is the ultimate model. That's the challenge. Once you see it, and I'm putting the challenge out there for you. Okay, yeah. Right. So we'll do it. We'll do it.
We'll hash it out then. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
I think we've got to unite, right? I think we're all going to make sure that we are coming together, right? This is our objective, right? Reparations for all, right? Reparations for all, right?
We will deal with it. Yeah, we will deal with it. It's going to be a series. It's not going to be just one conversation, because some beautiful questions were raised. Madfaz raised some good questions. The question of banking versus sovereignty. That's a very serious question. So these are all the basic fundamentals that have to be clarified before you can start understanding what reparations are and what's the most powerful as a principle. What's the most powerful system for what is the ultimate solution? So Madfaz is saying, if it's a king, then the nationalists will be looking for a king to sort out the whole problem.
Only the monarchists.
Right. And then
I'm more of a technocrat, so yeah, it's fine.
You're what?
I'm not a monarchist. I'm a technocrat too.
Yeah. More technocratic. Yeah.
Right. So there's there's a technocrats have a solution or have an approach. You have the monarchists who have a solution and approach, and they both might come under nationalism. You see, but there's a big difference between technocrats and monarchists. Massive.
Correct.
Yeah. So there's a lot to discuss.
There is
a whole series. Okay. So we leave it for today.
Hey, Turok, and God bless. Take care. I hope next time we speak, you've got your list of the top 3 things that the Carib people gained. I'd like to hear that.
And can you also
we get ganja, we get curry, and we get what else?
Could you also like prepare could we ask you questions on certain things as well then, or is it just the one-way thing or this conversation?
No, definitely, I don't mind.
You talking to Turok or me?
Oh no, I mean whoever's. I mean IC3. I mean because there's certain questions that I would have for it. I think you might need to prepare an answer for.
Oh yeah, that's okay. That's right. You can fire the questions beforehand as well if you like.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a snippet.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if Turok is in. He has his view.
Turok is involved in the banking reparations.
Yeah. He's got a different model to my model, so you can speak to Turok, and he will explain his view, and you can speak to me, and then I'll explain my approach.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's just when we play Caribbean Queen on the way out, or do I just say goodbye?
Yeah, I'm gonna head off as well.
I'm going to break downs out to
Thanks
Billy
for having
Ocean.
me anyway.
Yeah.
Cheers,
Yeah,
Peter.
yeah. So what's your email, by the way, just in case you want just to link up emails?
It's what's it? Oh, I'll have to get you it. I think it's let me find Proton. It's on Proton Mail. So I think it's MadBob88 or
Mad Bob
yeah
88
I believe
at Gmail
at Proton Mail. Sorry,
at Proton Mail
yeah.
.com.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right then.
It's MadBob88. Yeah.
Good, and it's good to you to send me the list of questions that you want addressed as well, as and that will facilitate the discussion, so I can clear up those questions and then we can go into deeper levels. Good.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's no problem. But yeah. Anyway, thanks for having us.
All right. Then.
I'll catch you soon.
Good.
All right, mate. Cheers.
Bye.
Yeah, because I see my model as an indigenous person, more direct and straightforward, if you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, I understand.
Yeah, got a good one, but they're gonna just always try and beat around the bush. So this is why I don't really talk for what happens in Africa. The only thing I could speak for is the people that they've thrown from the Afro-Brazilian community, the people from Sierra Leone, Liberian, and some of the Tombon people in Ghana. That's the only people who I would speak up for.
Right. Yeah. So the whole idea of the Black Reparations Bank is that it cannot be swung over just to reparations for enslavement. That's just one department. You know, there's lots of other issues that people classified as Black have suffered. So the reparations, they have their own department, and then they will be discussing and negotiating reparations for those separate issues, because they're specialists in what their ancestors went through, and so on. So it might not have been enslavement. They might have been involved in the triangle trade, but they have suffered other issues as a result of white supremacy and the global global banking oligarchy.
So take for instance, are you looking at slave voyages?
Every single thing, going into the archives of all the banks. So a lot of people say, well, all these companies are defunct. All these banks are defunct. Oh, no. It doesn't go that easily. Because when something goes defunct, then somebody buys the assets. Yeah, and some of those assets are records and details. So just like Barings Bank went down, but what about all those records? Because those records contain the details that are necessary to negotiate, to start negotiations. So if you just start, if people just keep talking about money up in the air, no, we want to get the artifacts. We want them catalogued. We want the documents. We want the material in the archive. How can you get reparations and you don't know what's in the Lloyds Bank archives? What ships they insured? How many? All that information is there.
True.
How about the museums? What's in the archives of the museums? See, so if people are talking about reparations and they don't have that knowledge, then you're just selling yourself short. So therefore, it has to be a process. You know, and with each claim, new evidence and new information will be uncovered, which will lead to new claims. So each claim is a separate entity, and each claim not only does it render benefits, or keep away from that word benefits and gains. No, each claim not only does it bring up things that are owed, but it will also be evidence of further information to create further claims in the future. So it's a process rather than a lump sum gagging order. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's what's new about this approach. Is there's no precedent, there's no model. It's fresh. So people laugh. They keep laughing at me because they're laughing at it because they can't understand. But when they understand, they'll stop laughing quick. They'll take time to get the understanding.
Well, at the end of the day, it's your records what you can trace back. Basically, it's going to come down to as an individual.
That's right. So there's individual records that can be traced back. There's financial records that can be traced back. And who knows what else will be discovered?
What about DNA now?
Well, there you go. You've got DNA evidence that can be traced back. So you can see that each claim is going to be so full of information. There's just no way you can make one claim. You'll be talking forever. You just go bit by bit. I mean, the model is already there. When they're looking for a criminal, they say, look, if you can provide some evidence that leads to the conviction, so they get one person based on the conviction. And then that evidence, they might look into it again and find even more information, and then go and get convicts another person, and so on and so on and so on. And they don't stop until they got the entire gang. But they don't get the entire gang in one swoop.
No, I don't know. I think people just have to be direct with their approach, very straightforward, clear cut. Trace the money, trace the people, and you know what I mean. That's I would say.
Yeah. So the direct approach and the clear cut. It's like a court case. You have to slow down and go bit by bit and justify the entire model, the entire approach. And you explain it bit by bit for the record.
It's going to have to be like individual because it can't just go to a state.
Sorry?
I'm saying it has to be individual because if it was like some sort of compensation, it couldn't just go straight to the state.
So even that word compensation,
or any liabilities.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, we have to look at the language. You have to be careful with the language. Benefits, compensation, gains. You have to be careful with this language, because if the language is wrong, then things just crash later on. So it's not only about individuals. There are institutions that have a history, and the institutions that have taken on the assets of previous institutions, those assets are still evidence that lead right the way back.
Exactly.
Correct?
So it'd be the individual versus the state, isn't it?
Sorry?
It'd be the individual versus the state.
Yes. So the reparations bank will be dealing with individuals, but it also be dealing with groups. It could be dealing with families, all at the same time. And even states. So it deals with the entire thing from an individual right the way up to a nation, all at the same time. So you can see how sophisticated this banking model will be. because an individual can put through a claim that will be processed, and an institution can put through a claim, or a community can put through a claim.
It depends what you want your payment in.
Well, part of the model is that every successful reparations claim, the assets will be put into two classes. You'll have tradable assets and untradable assets. So some assets will be for the building of the community, or for the healing of the nation, or for the healing of the community, and it could be artwork or just historical bits and pieces that are not for sale. And they may go into museums, cultural museums. And then you have tradable assets. So some claims may bring in some barrels of oil, some gold, some more artwork, some documents, and some dollars, or some naira, or any bits of currency coming in. So they could. So part of that could be tradable assets. So, or say the dollars. We won't need to keep the dollars, but you may use those dollars to pay somebody off to provide more evidence that could lead to another claim. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But do you know of anybody on the continent of Africa that is going for this reparation as well?
I haven't heard.
Or is there any models that have been like? I know the Maori tribe were kind of successful, but that's something sort of different. But say for slavery wise.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's why I'm trying to set up the model, and then there'll be a department for the African interests, and specialists who know about things that have taken place in Africa. They will be in the African division, and then I'll be listening to them and asking them what reparations are you thinking about? I'll be talking to them, and they'll be saying, "Oh yeah, they tell us all about what's happening over there." I don't know.
Or what about them paying reparations to descendants of slavery?
Pardon?
Or what about them paying reparations to descendants of slavery?
Well, that will be an internal issue, because it would all come under the IC3. So under IC3, there'll be Black African issues, there'll be Caribbean issues, there'll be South American issues.
What won't that be this African way of doing things, not this sort of common law way?
Well, we will create our own laws.
No, because Africans, even though it looks very similar to common law, but there's certain things they would do themselves in a certain.
Yeah, it's no problem. We'd have representatives from the Africa Department, or East African Department, or West African Department, and they might have some internal discussions with people from the Caribbean Department and the South American Department. But that's all within the bank. But the bank itself is looking out for the benefits of anybody classified as black. And then we'd have internal issues that need to be settled.
So they have to fall under IC3.
Correct.
So what does IC3 stands as?
Well, IC3 is the code for black people.
What about indigenous people?
Well, indigenous where?
Just in general, because that the British done with Native Americans in certain British colonies. So what did they label them people as?
Oh, right. Well, let's see.
Because all right, then take for instance, there's kings of Africa that come into England back and forth, or did they label them as IC3 as well, or did they label them as
All black,
king of
all
some-
Africans, all Africans are classified as black.
So even if they're kings and queens of certain kingdoms,
Yes,
and
yes,
stuff
but
like
if anybody,
and they're sovereign as well.
yeah, whatever. If they don't want to come under IC3, then we've got nothing to do with them. You know, they can do, they can battle it out themselves. Why? I'm not. You know, the system is the bank. If you don't want to come under the bank and work as an order, then there's nothing to argue about.
Yeah, but the bank must work with people of great wealth in it, kings, queens, and all these things. And
Yes, but whoever classifies themselves as black, if they don't want to classify themselves as black, well, I've got nothing to talk about.
Okay. I'm just saying, there's people that are quote unquote so-called black, but I know they're sovereign and they don't fall under these things.
Yeah, well, if they don't want to fall under it, then good luck to them with whatever they're doing.
Okay.
This is an order. You have to have a system to be effective. That's why the first of the 3 steps is identity. When you have clarification on black identity, then you can organize effectively as black people, which is step 2. And then you can move on to step 3, which is to set up an organization that can process justice. If you don't clarify identity in the beginning, and we say, well, this is a black bank, and then people say, well, we want some of the benefits of the black bank, but we don't want to call ourselves black. Well, goodbye. You would call whatever you want to call yourself, do whatever you want to do. But I'm not bringing any of that confusion into the black bank to mess it up. It can achieve what it can achieve because of the clarity of identity, and that's why the organization is tight.
So even rich white people are under these IC codes as well.
Yes, that's right.
So they know who and where their money is going to and what they look like.
It's officially called visual ethnicity. So they have codes. There's codes for white people. There's codes for Asian people. There's codes for Chinese people. Because codes are tight, just like a product, like a barcode. You know exactly what you're talking about and what you're referring to. You can't function if you're still discussing identity. You can't organize anything. You're just there talking in circles. Have to clarify identity first, or else you're just wasting time. Can't function. So yeah, so it'll be very interesting to this discussion about monarchy versus bank, which is more powerful.
So what would be deemed as a black European? Somebody who's got citizenship in England or Europe.
Let's see here. Right, so the complete definition of a black European would have to be clarified and agreed by members of the bank. Now, as it's being set up, you will have different specialists, some of who already work for the civil service, who may be able to give us more insight into the codes. So these people will arrive out of the woodwork, and clarity, that the window or the glass will just become clearer and clearer and clearer. And as it gets clearer, it's more precise and more powerful.
Yeah, I guess so. So, okay, so when you're dealing with these codes, you go for different parts of reparation.
That's right. So we're going to, because reparation, the reparations is plugging into a system. So you need the codes so the system understands what you're talking about. So all these people that are confused about their identity and what identity and what to call their organization, that's why they don't get anywhere. They're talking, and then the system just doesn't recognize any of them. But the system will recognize. It's like a plug, like a plug. It's no point using a plug from China or Europe to plug your kettle in Britain. You won't get any power out there because your plug doesn't fit. So by using the British codes, which is also used by the City of London, by using those codes, they will know exactly what you're talking about, and then the discussion or the debate and the negotiations can begin, because you both have a common language. If you don't have any codes, if you're not using their codes, then you're just like screaming animals, barking. The cats are meowing, the dogs are barking, the birds are chirping, and they don't understand what you're talking about. But once they all know, you all use the same codes, and you use the codes that are already established, that the banks understand and the institutions understand, then the communication can begin.
Okay, so using this code now, say Black Caribbean.
Yeah.
So after that, after I already know that my case is about the Caribbean.
Exactly.
Happy to be that.
Correct. That's right.
They were so where did they go from there?
That's where it all begins, because you've plugged in. You've got the line.
Black Caribbean. We're talking about the Caribbean.
Sorry?
Oh, so if you're saying you're an African stuck in the Caribbean and you're a slave or something, or slave descendant, you get money then or something.
All black Caribbeans are black Caribbeans.
No,
so once you call yourself African, you come under the African department.
Yeah, but what?
Not under the Caribbean department, Black Caribbean department. The Black African department is different from the Black Caribbean department.
So what happens then if they're actually quote unquote Black Caribbeans, but they say they're Black Ghanaians and they're going for reparation because they were in the Caribbean? How does that work?
Yeah, so that's all a big model. You ask them, are you a Black Ghanaian or a Black Caribbean? And they say, "Oh, we're Black Ghanaians." Okay, well, you don't belong in this department. Sort your ID out. What are you, Ghanaian or Caribbean? What are you?
Yeah, but that's what they tell people. They put black people.
They're flying all over the place. They've got to decide which department you want to come under. That's it. Then you come in and you come into that department, and then all your issues will be dealt with from that perspective.
As a black Ghanaian.
It's up to you. If you want to call yourself a black Caribbean or a black Ghanaian, which side of the line are you on? Which department? Which door are you going to go through? Whilst you're there faffing about, looking at the different doors, well, I'm a black Caribbean, Ghanaian, Caribbean, Nigerian. Look, listen.
But
These are the doors. Which one are you going to go through?
But this is what's
simple as that.
Hold on. So, this is what's coming up in our DNA.
Yeah, whatever. Sort that out before you enter the door.
So what happens then if you're the whole of this this black category? Because it's shown in your DNA now.
Yeah, but either way it goes, it's going to be very simple. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. You're just wasting time. Which department are you going to go in?
It seems like
don't argue about the departments. You choose which department you want to go in. Whilst you're deciding, you stay outside. Simple as that.
Everyone's going to give you more reparation.
Well, you're outside. You're outside discussing.
Yeah,
you're outside the bank talking.
Yeah, but you have to be realistic now. There's African American people, there's Black American people say they're nothing to do with Black American African, but they go to these 23andMe's and DNA now, and they're showing you, but there's all different parts of Africa now. So where do you start your claim from?
Can I ask you a question?
23andMe.
Do you think African people? Sorry, mate.
Go on.
I was going to say, do you think African people deserve reparations as well? Or do you think it's sort of like just the Caribbean?
It depends what they're.
The Caribbean people.
What kind of reparation they want?
Oh, just something in what we know as reparations. So just sort of payback for any type of struggle your ancestors or you felt through colonialism.
So what reparations are Africa asking for or going through?
Well, okay, so problems that Africans have faced. Don't know if you've been keeping your eye on Somalia or Nigeria, but they've been ethnically cleansed, starved out. Okay, in the last 40, 50 years, 2 million in certain cases, people were starved in Biafra. So, do you feel like that group of people, for all the problems they've been through, and they're still part of the diaspora and happen to be in a UK to be able to make a good life, does you feel like that's pretty much slavery? Same thing.
Well,
as opposed to them taking, because they weren't brought over here in bondage, admittedly, but
yeah, but this one tries to say everybody's got their different cases, isn't it?
Yeah, and
the brother's got all the different codes, but what I'm trying to show to the brother now, i.e., so all right then, say yeah, because people are using 23andMe, so they're gonna say all right, Black African. So how did they go for their reparation now? Because they're showing all different parts of Africa with their DNA.
Right, they're using 23andMe, but we question 23andMe. We might have to. I think we have our own department, for processing DNA. I'm not going to start arguing with 23andMe. We're bringing our own geneticists and our own department, which will that will be in the registration, identification, and certification division.
Let me ask you a question as well. When it comes to Caribbean, would it be all Caribbean people, or would it have to be to a certain generation that you'd be deemed as someone that could receive reparations? Is it? Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying there?
There's different cases for different people. So I said there's about two different.
Yeah. So there'd be levels to the amount of reparations you would be entitled to. Then I can imagine.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. Based on your identity.
Yeah, that was one of the questions I had for you, IC3, and I had to. I don't know why I asked Turok that, but I just got. No offense, brother. I just feel like you get this sentiment that you don't really care about African people, and you're much.
Reparations.
Who, me or
Turok? Turok for some reason.
Okay.
It's like a mental block.
No, but stop picking on me.
I'm not, bro.
What's the reparation that you want for Africa?
No, I'm not picking on you. I was asking you.
Asking me then. You should be putting forward a case of your own, not backing it off what I think or not. I don't know what Africa.
Yeah, but I feel like Caribbeans, without even having to think too deep.
Caribbeans now. Think about for the Africans. There's 10 million of their people gone. What do they want? What are they going to bring their case for this?
Yeah, well, the real reason why I say that too, Rock, is because every time we've been on, we were on Pinero's Mind one that time. We were on. Who else is his brother now? Born Rich, and all you had to do was come on their platform when they're trying to build for Black people and talk about how we shouldn't be African stated themselves and don't get yourself involved in what sort of that. Anyway, that's why I asked you that question. But anyway, no worries, brother. I still see you as a brother then. I still see you as a family. I still see you as a family.
We need to stick to on what's on the brothers trying to
on track.
He's put some.
Okay. So all right, fair enough. You give me a slap on the wrist there.
No, but hold on. How are your people going to illustrate these things? What the brother has put in the background with the codes, with the solution and the reparation shares payout.
See, I've seen a lot of numbers and brackets, and it's quite hard, really, unless it's like, because I'm just seeing a lot of numbers now, and okay. I'm seeing a little bit of coherency, but
for your African people,
it's still a bit here. Like I don't really kind of bit sketchy. But he probably knows what he means. But I think Africans. What you asked?
It's simple. You have to pick a code. You see right at the top where it says
yeah.
You pick a code, then you go down. The second one, then this is what the thing is. So where does that include your people
now? Where would that include my people? In what he's just written there?
The steps where the banks, the language the banks recognize.
Well, to be fair, I haven't even looked into it, but I know that they
once you don't recognize what Torah thinks or what he feels.
The establishment would have me down as African or African other or African mix English or white.
And your case of hold on, it says the solution step clarify Black identity. So you clarify your Black identity to the organizers effective and the most effective Black organization. So you have to talk about.
Do you know what I think? I think because my family were directly impacted by a war, and which is clearly left us on zero, starting from zero. That would make me a person who is eligible for some sort of payback, and that's me being a mixed race person who still retains the Nigerian name and has still part of a generation which came from two African mum and dads. You know what I mean? Obviously, just down the line, a white person got involved in the situation. So I still retain.
There's mixed race codes. So you're okay.
Yeah, and I think that should be the case as well, because I've had no inherent wealth, and I've had the same sort of ride that you guys have been on, pretty much. What's that?
What was the war called?
The war called the Biafran War. I think it was 65 to 69. No vanquish. No victor, no vanquish. So we didn't lose that one, actually, to be fair. But anyway, what the next question I had for you, IC3, is you mentioned something when Ralph was on, and that was, I'd say it quick and clear. It was you mentioned the power structure and what entity has more power than a banking system, and
correct.
And Ralph. This is why I know this guy is a very smart person. I'm not saying you're not. I'm saying what he mentioned. One thing that was, what I've been thinking for a while, and I think you should take on board, is that these oligarchies in Russia. When after the war, I think there was a certain time when the powers that be went and took over all the money they had, because they had a lot of amassed wealth, and then they started a banking system in Russia, and they tried to overthrow the whole government and people, but it's hard to do. People that have been slave that many times. So they obviously fought back, but they killed off the oligarchy, right? Do you know why they killed off the oligarchy? And it's like the czars. They were like the rulers, you know, like they were royal bloodline rulers. That was a monarchy.
Yes.
And they were extremely powerful. That's why external people had to come in and get rid of their power, because not only did they were like a monarchy that pretty much owned their own bank. You know what I mean? And that's not really fair. That's why they were people were able to come in and kill them, because obviously they didn't have much support of their fellow plebs or peasants, what you want to call it. The peasants hated them. With like Nero, right. He's like Nero or something like that. You know, they hated him, or like the French Revolution when their own French people killed all the rich people. But look, but this is what I'm trying to say is that shows that kind of. No offense, I'm not trying to make an ICP to be stupid, or everybody can be wrong, but that power structure of monarchy holds way more, especially defensive wise, and having the support of your loyalists or patriots, or you know, monarchy is way more powerful than any sort of paid army, especially if they feel like their queen and their whole sovereignty and power and importance inside their nation is going to be killed off. That's going to be way more important than you paying an army. They will fight way harder because it's for their own survival. And you won't have to pay them. So that currency. Hold it. And then hold it.
I'm losing the question, because if you just ask the question.
Okay, so
the more you talk, I lose. I can't understand what the question is.
Uncle, I waffle sometimes.
Right. Yeah.
I'm trying to make it like a So what do you think is more powerful?
So tell me this then. Would you say that
the
African
bank?
Kings, so would you say that African kings that profited, would they have to pay something as well?
Yo, G. African kings have profited. I think that Africans definitely need to pay a lot of money out. But yo, you kind of lost me there, man. Yeah, you said So you think that if someone was attacking this land, what would then be more powerful, money or monarchy? Actually, at all times.
Hold it. If you ask the question,
no, at all times, what is more powerful?
Yeah, let's go bit by bit.
The monarchy or the banking system?
Beautiful, nice question. You see, it's still the bank, because you have to understand what a bank is. You see, a national bank. You see, you got the people, you got the nation. And then you have the bank, but the bank represents the vessel that holds the value and the culture of the nation. So the king or the queen is the figurehead or the symbol of that vessel, of that temple, of that bank. Because the bank and the temple are a vessel that holds the nation's cultural values. So when the king is not associated with the national bank, or the queen's not associated with the national bank, the national values, and the king or the queen is looking after themselves and their family, then the nation can then be turned against that king or queen, because the king or queen is not looking after their people. Does that make sense?
Offshore accounts and the rest of it. I don't know, man. I think I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but I've got to disagree with that, man. I've got to disagree.
Explain.
I think the media have downplayed the power of the Queen and talking about her offshore accounts, because they've allowed them to be able to do that. Without the media's consent, do you think we would have ever known about the Queen's offshore accounts? What sort of power do you think mainstream media have here?
Hold that. That's a beautiful point you made there. Beautiful point. Hold that there. Just listen to what you just said. the Queen's offshore accounts. Queen's offshore accounts. So there's a bit of a spin there. You see, a true king or queen would have their accounts directly associated with their nation.
No doubt, definitely.
Right. So therefore, this offshore thing doesn't match. That's the kind of elements that would get a queen or a king killed, because they're obviously, if they're robbing the nation, they're not really the king or queen of that nation. Why would a true king or queen have offshore accounts? It doesn't make sense. So that nation would rise up against you because they would see that you're not really the king or the queen of the nation, because you're taking stuff out of the nation and putting it somewhere else.
Indeed.
Yeah. So that's what I say to that.
Indeed, but don't forget. If you have got Tommy Robinson up there talking, I'm coming down Saturday, look how much palaver it's caused. Now, every time there's a war or major thing happening, the Queen has a speech to galvanize, to hype up the people. If the Queen said, look, we've got a war here, we're under threat from the black community, and for the Queen and country, make sure we defend this land from. Do you think they wouldn't be going out busting heads, killing of everybody? But if you got someone to try and pay them, it'd be more difficult. Find it way more difficult to get the masses out on the field. So that's where I say the Queen and monarchy is way more powerful than any type of paid army, because mercenaries, you'll go and buy a mercenary, you won't fight nowhere near as hard. Even if he's a hard Sudanese bloody guerrilla warfare madman, he still couldn't fight as hard as a person who's fighting for their queen in their country. So at the end of the day, that's where I can see, even though it's a difficult question, but when you really understand about how armies have gone to war, the hardest armies fight for their survival. So ultimately, when you're getting paid to fight, it's not really, you're not really going to fight as hard as many armies out there that have got many different reasons to fight.
Correct.
And that's probably the least motivational source of being able to get people on the field is by paying them with money. So, like I said, if you had someone like Rockefellers try and overthrow the UK somehow, you're gonna have to pay half the world to come and try and take over the Royal Guard and the Royal Navy and all these people that as soon as they hear the Queen Mother speak, they start crying a tear. And they would lose their life in an instant to get remembered as a hero.
Excellent point. Yeah. Hold that point.
Way more power than the bank.
Yeah. Hold that point. Very strong point you've made there. Now, you see, to put everything you said in context, ultimate context, I would say, is the Bank of England. Bank of England. Is it the Bank of England or is it a bank in England?
I heard you make this point, and the thing is, I'm not saying you're wrong, IT3, or I'd say I'm fully right, because it's kind of subjective. Some people don't even like the Queen, so they're probably like, you know what, there's no way, because you asked me to fight for her, and they bloody don't even, they've got offshore accounts. But you have the real stringent, unconditional racists that are just completely white is right, and the Queen Mother's like, a show of their superiority. So
yes,
that's the only problem.
But there's a twist. But there's a twist. There's a twist going on here, because the true nationalists are turning against the bankers, and some of them against the Queen, because they don't believe that the Queen is the true Queen of England or of Britain.
Yeah, like that, like David Skinner, basically. You're referring. You're referring to someone like an MP like David Skinner.
Okay.
Who's anti-monarchy, anti sort of Cameron type politics. David Cameron.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So basically, there are nationalists who believe in Britain or believe in England and Wales and Scotland, but they don't see the Queen as the true representation of their nation, especially with the things you just said earlier on, with offshore bank accounts. You see, so yes, you're correct that those will be the toughest fighters because they're fighting for their nation, they're fighting for their own people, and they would fight for their king or queen. But if they believe, hold it, if they believe their king or queen is not their king or queen, sorry, if they believe that the king or queen is not a member of their nation, right? They're not going to fight in the same way.
You're right. But so for some people, the bank is way powerful. But for other people, monarchy comes before anything else. Actually, even their own family.
Oh yeah. When they believe it's their king or queen.
And you know why they're trying to? Because that currency is strong in Islam, and that's why they kind of don't like it. Because they put more power into the god than they do money or bank or monarchy or banking system. Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Because the bank, the bank is the vessel that holds the cultural value, and then the king or the queen, it should be the head of the bank. And then the head of the king or the queen should be the god of the nation. So it's God, king or queen, bank. It's all one, and then people.
Definitely.
It's all one. It's all one thing.
But go on.
Yeah. So the queen or the king is the representation or the living representation of the god of the nation.
I see.
Yeah, and then the bank is the queen or the king is also just the representation or the logo of the bank.
So the only way you're going to be
go on. There's two types of banks. There's two types of banks. This is what gets people messed up and confused. There's two types of banks. There's a bank that is built from the people, and the people that run that bank share the same values as the bank shareholders as a nation. Yes, and then the bad bank is that is run by people that may not be of your nation, may not share your culture. You don't even know who they are, or what their culture is, or what their values are. So you can't expect that kind of bank to look after the interests of the people. It will just use up a nation and then move on.
Can you give us an example of where that's happened?
Well, that's what globalists do. Globalist banks do that.
They
don't want to pay tax. They don't want to pay tax to the nations in which they're operating in. So therefore, they're robbing the people.
They're robbing the ground before the people can even see the precious minerals coming out of it.
There you go. That's right.
Because don't forget, it was a manifesto that Gaddafi had, and he was talking about how much he was going to give to his people, and they could actually ore the stuff out of the ground themselves. So what they thought is that, wait, this is still kind of untouched. We want to be able to the first ones to dig up and find what's underneath the ground.
Yeah, because it's your ground.
Yeah, so that's why they saw that, and they stopped that from happening from day dot. That's how you know that they're not imminently in danger. They're just forecasting so very, very far ahead, which gives us the perception that we're in recession, or the perception that we're inundated and ethno-nationalism needs to be strong right now, because they're only like 4%. I think they're all together, all the mixed thingies are like 10%. So yeah, it's this culture of forecasting is what's deadly, bro. To be honest with you.
Yes, because that's the realm of the actuaries or actuarial science, which I hope to pursue that discussion with some people in the future. But cause that's where it gets. That's what deals with exactly what you just said there. Because actuarial science is the science of calculating risk into the future.
Prevention and treatment, prevention, risk.
That's right. Analysis and so on. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, it's like a hazard and health and safety sort of thingy. Yeah. But that was what I really wanted to ask you, IC3. And if you had really any, because I've had this argument before with people I know about who has the power, who all these sort of bankers, horrible bankers, and they actually really started catching loads of heat. And I was like, why are these bankers keep catching so much bloody heat?
Right,
because they were just one head on a dragon that had 8 heads.
That's right.
And some people call it the thieves banquet. So like a table where everybody sits around, and you there would be about 8 to 10 players, and I know there's religious people involved that bankers. Royalty, raw bloodlines. So yeah, and it's quite interesting to know actually who holds the power, because ultimately someone has got some sort of absolute rule. So they've got something near that. So really, when you're pissed off with that person on the end of the phone, that's getting like what 12K a year. You got
the Afro-American people then. From Africa.
Sorry, what was that?
So what about the reparations that need to be paid from Africa to the Caribbean and African Americans?
Africa needs to pay Caribbeans. I think they got an apology.
Why?
But it's just like trying to say.
Why would
they? Do you know what basically you're doing? Basically,
why would they get an apology?
Well, what's her name? Madam Tinubu. I think what's her name? Madam Tinubu's already apologized, and I think she's quite a high up person in Nigeria, and I think
something happened in there. I don't know about the apology.
Yeah, but what do you feel like Africa owe the Caribbean reparations?
I think they're descendants. Yeah, definitely.
So you feel like Africans owe Caribbeans some sort of payback? What sort of money do the African people harness currently now? The only reason why we're asking, do you think if the Jews had any money, or the English, you can't get you can't get water from a stone, can you?
So what did the Africans want from the Europeans then?
Well, you're talking about the Europeans that happen to have 80% of the commodities on this planet.
Is it for the slavery?
Yeah, it would be for the crimes that were caused directly and indirectly by the Europeans, by the West, basically. The colonialism. That's what we call it. There was only a group. We wouldn't say white because that's blanket. We say a group, colonialist people. Yes.
So not the transatlantic slave trade.
The sub-Saharan. We're going to go back to the sub-Saharan slave trade, because then that means that Africans, if they can prove they're part of the diaspora, then they can go and get money off them Arabs that were slaving them back in the day. And you go to someone in Sudan, probably, whoever, and then try and find out if he was enslaving your African ancestors, right? Is that what you're saying?
And we take it to the British embassy, yeah.
Come on, what? That's nonsense, though, bruv. Torah, that's nonsense, bruv. Look, it's easy to have a go at you, because you don't really come with that much energy, Turok. I'm not trying to have a go at you, but bro, sometimes it's hard to listen to you, bro, and I'm always like trying to talk to you with respect and that, but sometimes you chat shit, bro. big time, bro. You come onto two platforms where we like it's a growing platform, and you talk about.
We're seeing what side are you on?
You talk about the division between Africans and Caribbeans on Pinero's. This new brother Schiffer trying to start off his channel, and he just fucked his whole channel up. Then he went on to Born Riches, and we had a very intelligent sister by the name of whoever her name was. She made transition to a Cometian queen, and she's one of these intelligent American women. And then you've got Turok talking about division.
Turok does.
Nah, bro, you took the piss out of that woman. You took the piss taker, bro.
I did not even argue with nobody.
No, you purposely sit there trying to annoy Africans, bro.
I don't know if she was African or not. I was talking from an indigenous standpoint, and I wasn't derogative in any way. And basically, the only thing could really offend somebody if they haven't got a point to stand on, and the point never ends.
No, but you know what, bro? I don't know if you're doing it to wind people up, but I see what you're saying. Maybe you've got a point, but I'm not trying to be hard on you. But I'm just saying, look, mate. Sometimes when you talk about subjects that, because you feel that you've got knowledge in it, like you got to understand that there's a time and place, bro, to talk about it. But personally, because it's just me and you here, that was just for the other day when we were on Born Riches speaking to that sister. But I'll be honest with you, brother. For you, the reason why people want money off of these Europeans because they got so much.
Okay, can you see the whole point why I don't talk about reparation or politics of Africa?
Yeah, you can talk. Well, I think it's good idea to talk about it, but
I don't know about. I do know of it, but it's nothing really I can say as a Caribbean person. If I put myself into it, it's nothing to really do to that. I'm more of a spectator in that aspect. So, but don't try and include me. And when I do say certain things, because I'm on side of the descendants of slavery, but I'm trying to tarnish one other person. I'm on a Pacific. I'm of a Pacific collective people, basically.
All right, so let me say something to you now. You're specifically saying slavery. So you feel like slavery is the only abhorrent thing that white people have done to African people. Because don't forget, you can cleanse people. You can torture them for a number of years. You could just cleanse them, get rid of them off the land, or you can breed up with them, rape them. There's a number of things that you can do, bro. You can starve people out.
Tell us the cases then.
So, look, bro. I mean, I don't know if you study geopolitics. Have you studied geopolitics? Do you know about historical wars between Europeans and Africans?
Depending on which wars you're talking about.
Okay, so the Black Hawk Down was, I think it was America going to Somalia. There's a Congo with the peacemakers sitting in their vans whilst they're seeing people kill each other. And they're meant to be peacemakers.
What years are these?
These are all within the last 20 to 30 years, my brother.
Okay. We're trying to get reparation for the last 200.
Yeah, but the thing is, I love Africa. So I've been studying Africa because you've got a distinct disconnect between it. You probably skimmed past all them. You probably skimmed past all of them fucking things when you thought, they're Africans. They deserve it. They deserve it.
I did not say nothing if they deserve it or not. My people were in these places, but you can understand there's something that we've been fighting for over 200 to 300 years in a Pacific continent.
When I hear some of the brothers saying, you know what, this is specifically for people who've been enslaved. Now, what you're saying is in slavery is people in bondage, people put in butterfly handcuffs.
Who are the people organizing these things? The people of slave descendancy.
Hello? Yeah. So, I mean, and don't forget, you're not even trying to possibly think about people were stolen as opposed to sold from Africans. So you've got this absolute, I'm 100%. These brothers are telling whatever they're saying is right. We were sold by a lot of Nigerian people.
They have to pull up. This is what I'm trying to say. This is where you don't have to do this now. It's nothing to do with us.
Okay, go on.
This is nothing to do with us.
So, for one, it was only a couple of tribes that were selling people, and it wasn't the whole of Africa like that, like the way you're trying to make out. And not only that, they realized after they got sold, and don't forget the people who were selling Africans, they got taken out as well. They've been all their monies and stuff has been and commodities and natural
Well, what cases
stuff has
and
been
who-
taken out of the land.
Yeah, but what cases and who are you talking about when you're referring back to these things?
Well, a lot of places were like Nigeria,
So what happened?
Ghana.
So what happened in those two places?
What happened in them two places? Mate, loads happened. But I can guarantee you, if there were more people selling people to the Europeans as opposed to Europeans taking them, we'd be hearing way more reports about specific people,
White people are telling you that there's 10 million of your people they took or they sold.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So look, this is what you're trying to focus on now because you feel like you've got some sort of.
Every time when I try to do
But
anything,
no, because
I got my own people to look after. I don't need this stress, mate. So I'm just asking you a straight question. The Europeans say there's 10 million of your people took them. So what?
You're a clown, bro. You're a fucking clown.
I
Bro.
ain't got my own people.
You're
I've
a
got
clown.
no plan
You're
for other people.
35 years
Allow it.
old. You sound about
Why don't
60
give it
years
somebody
old.
else?
How old are you? You're 35 years old. You're my
See?
age. You
Deal with
sound
your
like you're
own
about 60.
reparations. Deal
You've
with
been
your
crying
own
like a
reparations.
baby your whole life. Oh,
Deal with your own reparations.
Africans did this, and I don't even know what they put in
cases. You don't even know what you want, man. Just deal with what you need in it. Because there's no point you raving up to me in it. I've got my own people to deal with. You know what I mean?
So don't talk about Africans and keep the Africa out of your mouth, then, bro.
I don't talk
How
about
that? How about that? Shut the fuck up. That's the reason why I'm up here talking about. No, that's why I'm up here talking about anything because you're talking about always talking about Africans.
And I asked you to elaborate. What did you tell me?
Always talking about Africans.
Loads,
Chat shit, bro. Chat shit.
Loads.
You think? Wait, hold on a second.
If you're in the court now,
Africans have been given AIDS, Ebola, have been starved to death, have been murdered in their millions, all sorts of abhorrent things, mustard gas. They've been radiation poisoned. They don't care. They're dropping bombs.
That was Liberia again.
They're testing all their bombs in Africa. What happens? They don't care about the radiation. They're not doing it in the Caribbean. Shut your fucking mouth, you little pussy-o. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your mouth, you little pussy-o. Suck your mum. Suck your mother, you little fucking faggot. And every time you little pussy-o sellouts want to do anything for Africans, come through, bro. You get murdered, bro.
You emotional wreck. Can you show evidence?
You pussy-o. Because you're fucking
emotional wreck. Can you show some evidence?
You're anti-African.
Look at your white side come out. Your white side
crusty fucking little. No, you little crusty African.
Your white side come out. Your red cross side come out.
How the fuck you sound like you're 80 years old? You sound 80 years old.
Your red cross side come out. Your Oxfam side start come out now, innit?
No, I'll admit that made me laugh. You're a clown. Stop.
Behave yourself, mate. Ask a simple question.
You sound like you're about 80 years old. Turo, you need to take a fucking. You need to go.
Come on,
you need a manicure, pedicure.
All right, charity shop.
A brainicure. You need a brain.
Right, charity shop. Blue Peter. That's what we got going on. Blue Peter.
Bruv, it's been about 2 years, bruv, and I've not said anything to you, bruv. I've been nice to you. It's been 2 years, bruv, and I was like, I can't hear no more, man.
5. Jesus Christ.
This is why this fucking ass Getty's walking around. He's gone mad. Because all we can hear is fucking Somalian Africans.
He knows what he wants in life, not like you, lot.
No, but it's not. That's why he's walking around like he wants to fight his own shadow. Because he
knows what he wants in life.
People like you.
Yeah, but ask Getty don't say loads and loads and loads.
Do you know how much he's been licking down Nigerians? He can't even see Tommy Robertson. Do you know how at one time he was licking down Nigerians so much? But what he's saying, probably most of it's true. I'm not even going to lie because
exactly.
Yeah, but you're saying exactly. So you agree that they're sellouts in Africa. But would you try and say that they're all sellouts and everybody agrees with them? No, because they don't.
What's to do with me?
Because there's poor people. You know, there was loads of poor people in Nigeria when it was richer than most of the planet. Huh?
Defend the poor people of Africa.
Exactly, and that's what I support, because what they ain't really looked into is that person could have a mental health issue, so he would never ever be able to get the money that this other person would get. So that's where it was unbalanced in Africa. They didn't really look after their, and even these Germans, they don't care about the fucking. It's like, you know, it's a problem. It's a fight. Hello.
Is you lot kings and tribal chiefs, mate?
It's our lot's king, but don't forget they running the country is going to be difficult, bro. It's
all your kings and tribal chiefs, mate.
Yeah, I don't know where that's coming from. Is that my shit? Is that coming from my?
It's all your kings and tribal chiefs that are called the World of Three. And there's nothing for me to tell you from all the way from where I am.
Turok, your things got feedback, bro. A little bit. If I think it's you, but what I'm probably gonna try. Yeah. It's gone now. It's gone. Yeah, bro, man. But come on, man. Do you know what the funny thing is? I don't mind you talking about. It's only I want to deal with my own people. People of the from slave. What do they call it? Descendants of slavery. So DOS.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to break yourself down into that small box, that's fine. We're not saying that our Africans don't want to jump on anybody's bandwagon, because ultimately it's Africa where the commodity and minerals and all the precious stones are. So do you understand that? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, but what's that got to do with us?
It just seems to me like you're giving off the impression that Africans really want to be part of this whole African
so what has it got to do with
of slavery thing.
What is your gold and diamond got to do with us? You don't give us the gold and diamond. We don't do nothing with your gold and diamond.
Eugene, what are you talking about? Do you know Nigeria have helped a lot of different countries throughout war times and all the rest of it? They helped Ethiopia against the Italians. They've helped. They paid a lot of money. Actually, they've helped out a lot of Caribbean countries. I think they helped Haiti with the revolution. I mean, come on, man. Study your history, bro.
Nigeria was even founded at the time of the Haitian Revolution.
Well, the people of Nigeria are the same people in Haiti anyway. A lot of them are Igbo people, and they helped fund the revolution, bro. That part of the world helped fund the revolution. Igbo people helped fund the revolution in Haiti. Go and check it up.
Stop reaching, bro.
Swear on your mother's life. Go and look it up, then, bro.
You're reaching, bro. You're reaching. There's a big reach there, man. And this is the whole problem now, because I come with real raw facts and times and dates, and people want to get mad. Oh, but what about us in the Caribbean and the African American people in the society? What we think about?
Yo, bro, you need to fix up with that Coke can and tinfoil connection, bro. Yeah, I know. We ain't got no inherent wealth, but my God, at least save up for a couple of weeks, man, and just go to Argos. £20. What are you using, bro? You sound like you're in a toilet inside an airplane. Yeah, mute. Yo, can you mute that, please, Turok, bro? Just mute up until you're talking. Yeah, so I think this. I don't even think it's a topic people have even tried to talk about. People don't even look at that, Turok. What you can see is what you can see. Fair enough. I think people descendants of slaves should stick together. I think it's purely down to it's not because you're descendants of slaves. They have to be descendants of slaves of that particular nation. So the Caribbeans, they went to Caribbean at a particular time. So and Americans went to America. So if it was Africans coming over to America and trying to sort of jump on a bandwagon and get reparations, I'd probably say, okay, yeah, that's probably a cause. Would say, you know what, that that guy doesn't probably deserve the same amount if he's getting any as the people who were in America and got brought there 600 years ago. That's a point you could make. You could make that point. Definitely.
Yeah, there's different departments. It's a black bank for reparations. So it's reparations for anything that's happened to black people wherever, and all the stories will be different, and all the experiences will be different, and that's the whole idea of having that bank to process the overall black experience, and also to settle any internal disagreements.
Joe, I'm just going to mention this as well.
Well said, IC3. Well said for the IC. Hello, everyone on the panel. Anyway,
big up everybody. Yeah. I'm going to say this.
Nice one.
Yeah, big up everyone on the panel. King Gold.
Sorry, brother. Tilrock, I'm just going to say, tell them Ghanaians to stop letting in Africa descendants of slaves.
Why are you telling me to tell Ghanaians things?
What?
Why are you telling me to tell Ghanaians?
Because you're, well, okay, I won't tell you to tell them to stop, but I'm saying, what do you think about? What do you think about the African Americans going predominantly to Ghana, my friend? Ghana.
I think it's. I don't like it.
You don't like it?
Basically, I don't like the deal that is set up for the people there, and they're not really catering for all in a sense like that. It's only a chosen few. And that's what I do not really appreciate. That's it.
Yeah, okay, I hear you. I just want to ask you that anyway. You and IC3 had a couple questions, but I'll leave you lot to it. Obviously, you can agree to disagree, brother. But don't stop getting out of your mind that anybody's desperate to be part of the slave. Was it called Descendants of Slavery? Whatever. No one's desperately trying to be. Oh, I'm a slave. I was a slave. Who wants that as part of their? The only time you do that, possibly to go
Akino Gold. Sorry, just to cut you off.
I think a lot of people are trying to hop on. Yeah, I do actually. As you said that.
Akino Gold, are you against Caribbeans and African Americans getting reparation for themselves?
No, not at all. No,
I just wanted to ask you, brother.
I'm for it. I'm for it.
Okay. Yeah. So what are you against? Like his ideology?
I'm against Europe trying to say Africans aren't part of this, and Africans haven't gone through any type of anything that's like the way he's given off is like we ain't gone through what they've gone through, or there's nothing that because when we're talking about, and it's always to do with reparations. When we're talking about reparations, this motherfucker always comes up with Africans. They're apart from us. They
do you think? I mean, sorry, are you from Africa, brother? If you don't mind, are you from the Caribbean?
No, my parents from Africa. But when we're talking about reparations, he tries to make out Africans actually owe the Caribbean something.
The Africans owe the Caribbean something.
Yeah. So I mean, like, what sort of fucking build is that? What sort of build is for black reparations?
Why are they trying to apologize then?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They've apologized, but what sort of wealth
can they give us all these different business incentives, all these tax-free incentives to come to Africa? Why?
What sort of wealth has any of these African countries got, brother?
Oh, don't
currently,
man. I ain't trying to hear
that. They can harness. So it's like basically what you're trying to say is that you should be in debt, forever in debt to the Caribbeans. You're trying to say pretty much fully accountable for slavery. So Africa, most
they are all connected to. Some of them have to be at some fault. We have to be honest to ourselves.
Yeah, of course. But you can name and shame, and people can come out and apologize across the TV, whatever you want to call it, the radio waves. Now, that doesn't equate to when there's a group of black people who are oppressed in another Western land talking about how we're going to build, how they're going to get money back. And then there's a clown talking about, oh, you know what? Oh, you're not part of the AOS anyway. So, you know, I probably, you lot stick to your people and we stick to our people. To me, that makes no sense whatsoever. But in many ways.
I'm not gonna lie. I have to agree with King Gold on that one.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to show you, everybody
Go
has
on,
a way of getting their reparation. I'm not part of ADOS. So ADOS has got nothing really to do with me. I've got my own particular way how I'm going about reparation and what it particularly claims to. For me to say reparation for black people and African people is a big hold.
Uncle, let me just make this solid. Let me make this solid.
I'm King. Let me ask him one question. Sorry, King Gold. Sorry, do you think African countries that got colonized should get reparation as well?
Yes.
It depends what you're talking about, because if there's certain tribes that got some sort of issues and they want compensation, then I can agree with the tribes getting certain things.
Yeah.
But you have to understand,
as nations, you know. Yeah.
There are other people that have corroborated along with these things as well. We have to
okay. I'm sorry, I can't really hear you, brother.
Sorry,
hello.
Yeah, I'm saying we have to be kind of realistic. There's a lot of different aspects to it as well. You know what I mean? There's certain people that corroborate with certain things, and there's certain indigenous native people that got affected by it. So I think it would be the most effective way if it was just the indigenous people that got their direct cases to come up forward. You know what I mean?
Okay. I'm gonna head off, lads. I can't really hear you. Let me jump back and jump back out.
Okay.
Can you not hear me?
I can hear you clear.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I can hear you clearly. So let me come back in.
All right.
Yes, brothers. Yo.
Yes.
Yeah, big up yourself, SNS. Come on.
Greetings.
Yeah.
Big up
man.
Gold. Big up IC3. Yeah, man. I just jumped on through. Everyone jumped off real quick. Then I was like, wow.
You know what it is, Vels? I thought I couldn't hear Torok innit, so I thought it was me.
Nice. Torok's got that reception of the weasel out there, man. That's kind you get me? We used to allow that Native American reception. We used to get the African reception, man. You get me? Gaddafi sorted out that the satellite for Africa. You get me?
You know what it is,
So man can get the proper reception now. You get me?
The TT reception, the 1010.
Yeah.
Can I say this as well? I think this is a point a lot of people are not thinking about. Part of the reparations, they're just thinking in terms of money, right? But reparations as a process through the reparations bank will also be taking records of archives. So when you got information, it's also as good as money or gold. You want that information from the archives, because when you read that information, you'll be able to tell if it was really somebody selling out, or if it's really somebody was cooperating, because all the history of the deals are there. They're written down somewhere. We might not have access to them, but they'll write down that we did such and such a deal with this African king, and or we made this African king do this. See, you just watch that information, and then you can decide whether that person sold people out or if that person was forced. You can then start looking at proper history. The real history is in the banks.
Like some of the man them calling out giving out sellout labels before receiving the sellout facts.
Exactly. You've got to get the facts because the real history is in those books. Is not in the books. It's in those archives because that's where the real money and the real gold was exchanged.
But there might be some real sellouts though.
Of course. But look, get the evidence. Get the evidence, and just keep quiet on the issue. Keep quiet on the issue until we start getting information from the archives.
Can I ask the panel a question real quick?
Yeah.
No, I'm just
Wait,
on my lunch
one
break
sec,
real quick.
I'm gonna let you drop your question, but I was just gonna say, imagine this as a fucking twist to the thing. Imagine we got all the information about everyone who was selling out, and it happened to be all the people that we revered as black leaders that were sellouts. Imagine how fucked up that would be.
Well,
the same, man.
Yeah, whatever. We have to handle
The truth's gonna be bitter, innit, man?
That's right.
But then again, do you believe it's time to make new heroes, though?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's right.
They have different, like, new
But
type
you know
of
what?
heroes.
Yeah, differently. So I tell the truth. I ban heroes. I'm like, fuck, just having a hero that you just look up to that does the so and so. I'm like, and if it's a hero like that, fuck that. If it's a hero like you yourself are gonna attempt to put yourself into positions of power of whatever, I know, fixing whatever, or just like take a responsibility for how you're doing yourself. If it's like that, then I rate it, man. I think it's just someone to just look up to because they're doing all the hard work while we're at the side cheering for them.
Oh, you said Bunda. Bunda.
Yeah, that's last century. Yeah, I mean, that's last century, man.
Anyway, the question I had, Vels, King of Gold and IC3. Okay, because you know what, as an East African, when I tend to think of reparations, I always think of the slave trade and giving back to a certain community. But in aspect, if you think about colonization, do you think Europeans will actually own up and say, we start paying back countries that they colonized? And this goes for everyone on the panel.
Yes.
Like for example, I'm from Somalia. Like we had three of them.
The slave trade only ended because of colonization. Because colonization was a better way to extract the wealth.
Okay.
Yes, and the Arab slave trade as well. That's an issue.
Yeah, that's a big issue.
Exactly, and that's part of that will be part of the reparations bank. So there'll be a Somali division, and they'll be talking about the Arab slave trade and colonialism and all that kind of stuff.
No, that's just a question I had. I was just wondering that.
That Arab slave trade reparations claim could get paid, boy.
Boy, that's technical. I don't want to get involved.
Technical, I like.
Technical. I mean, like I said, I'm stepping out of that argument there. I'm not really versed in them arguments, so.
I'd love to be a fly in that meeting.
Get verse, because we're going there. Get verse, we're going there.
Would you see these meetings? Yeah, if you're a part of the Black Reparations Bank here, would you be able to sit in and just listen, not give your point of view? You have to stay quiet or whatever. You just sit in and just listen.
Yeah.
Or are they just like private meetings?
Well, as part of the reparations bank, it's always holding court as well. It's a court as well inside there. So
bank and a court.
Oh, yeah, exactly. All of it's in there.
But the whole system. Are they separate? Obviously in the system we're living in now, they're two separate entities though.
Yeah, but that's another world.
They're displayed as two separate entities.
Exactly, but we all know when we calculate it that they're not two separate entities. We're not two separate entities. The courts and finance are involved, are linked in a way.
Yeah, but you see, by the British system, and the American system, working with finance at the top rather than manufacturing or the benefit of their citizens, stuff that's benefiting their citizens. Can't you see how having a bank ruling their countries, obviously it's the rise of them, but obviously it's going to be the fall of their empires as well.
Yeah, because they don't understand what a proper bank is. There's two types of banks. The good banks are simply those who run the bank share the same values as the nation, as the people whose bank it is. The bad bank is that the people that are running the bank share a different value.
Sorry, I'll let you finish.
Yeah.
Is there a good bank that's in operation at the moment? What is there a definition or example? Okay, not that you know. Because I was going to say
maybe partner.
The British Big Four banks, yeah, like you're saying, Barclays, Lloyds, HSBC, what's the other one? Royal Bank of Scotland. All of them have got offshore illicit dealings.
Yes.
NatWest. They've all got offshore Santander.
Yes.
Yeah, they've all got massive offshore dealings where they're dealing with tax evasions, drug dealing, and money laundering.
Yes. So that's not a national bank, is it? That bank, those banks are part of an oligarchy that they do not have British national values, just like there's banks in Africa that do not have African national values.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
So they're and you can't find out. You can't find out. I've done it already. What those banks are investing in, who's in charge of those banks?
On the offshore side, no.
So that's obviously an enemy bank, isn't it? Because the bank of your own culture and your own people would share the same values.
You can't find out who the shareholders are of the banks of the UK. You can't find out who the majority shareholders are or who the actual shareholders are.
No, you can't. And I'll put that challenge out to you. I am saying you can't because I tried.
No.
I want to see what comes back.
Hold on a sec. You're trying to give me homework. I'm the one that gives out homework around here, bro.
I've done it already.
Only one homework teacher.
Homework around there, B. The teacher.
I see pretty dangerous out here, man. He's trying to give my homework out here.
You trust me, it's mad thing. Like, that's a wormhole that is deep, bro. You get me? That's a traversable wormhole that witness is looking for. You get me?
Right.
So, yeah.
But the mere
fact.
Man.
Anyway, big up man like Scattered Minds in the building. Yeah, big up yourself, brother.
Greetings, Scattered Minds.
Yeah, big up. I was literally just gonna go and look for majority shareholders in banks. Well, who are the Barclays brothers?
There you go.
Big up Scattered Minds, man.
Big up, family. I came on for you, actually, my brother.
Man. I want to shout you as well, man. I want to email you, fam. I want to do it. Yeah. I'm gonna try to email you by today.
Scattermindshow@gmail.co.uk.
Yeah, is it on your page? Is it on your page?
No, scattermindshow@gmail.com. No, it's not on my page. Gmail.com.
No, I'll just remind it. I'll just rewind this later on. I'm just on my lunch break and I've gone on Scattered.
Yeah. I was just checking because I thought them two were involved in banking, but maybe not. There's Shop Direct Group actually. But there's a few different business. I think you probably can find majority shareholders of banks depending on what kind of bank it is. Do you know what I mean? So I remember IC3 the other day was going talking about the different quote unquote black owned banks, and he was going through like Zurich Bank and so on and so forth. The Investment Bank of Ghana. Investment Bank of Ghana, I don't think they'd have a majority shareholder, but I think Zurich Bank you probably have to find that. And there's another black owned British bank. I can't remember what it's called. But you can find their shareholders. You can do it.
Zenith UK.
The massive ones though. The massive banks.
There's no black banks.
The massive banks won't have a majority. Won't have a majority shareholders because they're too big by now. To be fair, there's very few of them that will. But I came in because I wanted to talk to my brother.
They're just gonna have people that have got obviously like they're publicly listed on the stock market, in it. So that's where the majority shareholders are going to be. The people, whoever own majority, whoever are holding majority shares on the stock market in these.
The voted chairmen, the trustees, the board, all of them people there.
Yeah, and what are their values? What are their cultural values?
Yeah, for sure. But I'll come back to that.
They're multinational. We're about to say. I'll tell you what. Yeah, listen. I'm going to let you not break it down. Yeah, I need to jump off.
Yeah, cool. Say big.
I got Sky. You got a question?
Yeah, I did it because you know talk about reparations, and then ICP brought up the Arab slave trade of East Africa per se. You didn't want to get into that. Do you think there would be appetite in the East of Africa from Somali brothers to really pursue that kind of a claim?
100. I don't think so. To pursue that claim, reparation for slavery in East Africa, I don't think it should be us. But I would rather hand that to the band to Somali brothers and sisters.
Okay,
they want to take that one. But as a nomad,
what did you say? Hold it. Slow down, please. I missed it. Are you telling me that the East African black people, the Somalis and so on, they have no interest in claiming reparations for Arabs' enslavement? Is that correct?
I would personally, if I speak to my people personally, I think they wouldn't. They would probably try to go for the colonizer sort of thing. And they split us up and colonized us for how many X amount of years and all of that. Maybe that. But I'm not really sure about the other one.
Why not?
I remember Somali for me.
What
I try to explain to a lot of people, there's so many ethnic groups in Somalis. There's the nomads, there's these type of people, there's this type of people. Like, there's multiple facets that we're trying to discover that makes the Somali, you get where I'm coming from. So probably some of us have got more of a stake to claim in certain things. You get where I'm coming from, IC3? As a nation. As a Somali nation. As a Somali ethnic group, or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, so the Somali ethnic group, they will have one second. So I'd imagine that the Black Bank Department, there'll be a department for Somali issues, and then the Somali issues will be divided into different Somali ethnic issues. Hold it.
Yeah.
And the issue of colonialism and reparations will be one. So a number of Somali departments would want to deal with that. That's fine. But then the issue of Arab enslavement will be another issue that maybe some other departments of the Somali bank might want to tackle.
I don't mind. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree.
That's what he's trying to explain to you. Different members of the Somali community might want to take it on. Is what he's trying to say.
Different.
Might be more likely to take it on against the Arabs per se. But I could also going to say that there'd be two very different claims in it. Because whenever the slavery comes up, Arab slavery versus transatlantic slavery, they always get matched against each other. But the reality is that they were two very different situations. From two different times of point of view. So they have to be taken up in different ways. And to be fair, the empires that existed in the Arab world that we could say had something to do with this, do any of them still exist today?
They do. They watch this. I've got to clear this up.
Go ahead.
A lot of people keep saying, "Oh, this organization that was around 400 years ago, they don't exist anymore," and this bank that was around 300 years, they don't exist anymore. But the records. When you say an organization doesn't exist anymore, it means that another group has taken on the assets. They've bought it. It just doesn't disappear into space. So when your business or your bank crashes, it's just another bank will come in and just buy all the assets. And in those assets are records and archives and documents that are of historical value. So Barings Bank went down, but it was bought by ING, which is a Dutch bank. So when they bought that bank, they bought all the assets, all the archives, all that material, all that information is still there.
And with that, they bought all of the culpability for the crime.
Exactly. So it goes back thousands of years. They can trace stuff going way back. It doesn't matter if a company, they don't just disappear into space.
So basically, you're saying that when the Ottoman Empire became the hegemon of the Islamic world, they took on the guilt or the issues of the slavers done by previous generations of Islamic rulers. Because that's when it becomes a lot more difficult, right? Because if you're talking about buying a bank, yes, I get all the paperwork and all the details that come with that. If you're talking about somebody declaring themselves an emperor, it's not necessarily always a simple thing of I'm going to take somebody else's throne. I could be way over here, especially when it comes to the Muslim world. I could be way over in Turkey, as it were, and declare myself a caliph, or the ruler of this Ottoman Muslim kingdom, and the brothers in them in the Arabia, in Oman, and those areas, who may have already had leadership themselves. It's not necessarily that it's a transition of leadership that goes right from me to them, but eventually in the course of history, that is how it will be seen, right? Because eventually my guys on my side will eventually take over that land. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
And the responsibilities and everything. That's right.
But who says you take over the responsibilities? That's just a claim you're putting out, right? There's nothing that can really enforce that.
How do you mean nothing that can enforce it?
Because you're saying that that basically, just say for example, right now the Queen, right, is the Queen of England, and so therefore the reparations that that you guys want to claim, that we have to get them pretty much by way of her and her government, her system, basically, right? However, just say for example, I declared myself king, and over the next 10 years was able to get my little man there from the ends to take over England and dispose that queen of that throne. Are you going to try and tell me now black people are going to turn on to me and tell me I owe them reparations?
Well, if you're not black.
But why?
Because it's a black issue.
But I mean, but you're not following, like, basically, when it comes to the British monarchy, right, it's a continuity thing. Her government and the previous generations of that same government were directly involved in slavery.
Exactly.
The issue with me is, if I was to do it, I would not have anything to do with slavery. I have just taken her throne. I haven't done anything about slavery. None of my family have benefited from it. Do you understand what I'm saying? None of my government, none of the systems that existed.
But if you take her throne, her throne, then you're taking everything that her throne represents. You have control over everything, all the archives, everything, gold, whatever.
Yeah, for sure. Just because I have control over it.
Sorry?
Just because I have control over it doesn't mean I'm culpable for repaying it back to people who she wronged, right?
Why not?
Because I've taken it from her. I didn't take it from them.
No, but it's not her. It's the entire system. You've now taken over. It's like a buyout, isn't it? Rather than a buyout, it's just like a takeover.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're responsible for all those assets now come under your control.
No, trust me, Webfunk, I'm not getting rid of that. It just seems very I don't know. It seems very fanciful, to be fair. As well,
yeah, but all that information in the archives, since you took over rulership, do you now own everything the Queen once owned? Do you own it? Yes or no?
What did you say? Sorry, I kind of looked you. I was reading the comments.
He said after taking over the Queen, do you now own the properties of the Queen? Do you own everything taken from the Queen?
Oh yeah, it depends, I suppose, but it depends on the situation.
So basically, you're trying to say.
What do you mean depends? I suppose. What do you mean depends? Or I suppose.
So
IC3 is on it today.
I know he's on it. He's
Uncle's on it. Oh Lord!
Just because I have taken over somebody's country doesn't mean I take over all of their property, right? Quite often, kings who take over things don't take over everything, right? They can leave things, either leave them to the people who were originally there, or they can leave things to the people who helped them take it over, right? So, like I say, it's not necessarily, you don't take on everything. But what I'm trying to point I'm trying to make to you is
slow that down.
Yeah, I'm slow down for you. But the point I'm trying to make for you, yeah, no, I hate you. But the point I'm trying to make to you here is a matter of continuity, right? Is that your claim is a moral one, right? And it's not based on the laws or anything. Like my good brother, good Jacob said in the chat here, yeah, you can make your own laws. Once you make laws and you can enforce them, then that's where the power is coming from. But at this point now, if you're saying that, if you're trying to create a moral sort of argument, just say for example against the Arabs, okay,
it's not only moral. Moral is just an aspect of
so what's the
cultural
legal
value.
So where's the legal enforcement of
That's
somebody
the word.
taking
That
over?
is the word legal.
Go ahead.
So what makes something legal or illegal?
Go ahead. Tell me what makes something legal or illegal.
Power.
Okay, then now we're talking the same language. So,
Right.
so basically, what I'm trying to explain to you is, if I am the king and I have taken over from the Queen, I have the power. So you trying to come to me with your moralistic arguments about I should give money back to black people for reparations after I've deposed the woman who was actually responsible. who's actually responsible for that, then you're not doing that from a position of power. I've got the power. So everything you're saying is a theoretical, up in the air nonsense. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
No. I understand what you're saying, but I disagree. I understand what you're saying, but I disagree.
Let me ask you a question. So your power is to either give back, like either to do the reparation or don't do it, right? So you have the power to give it back to the people who rightly own it, or just don't give it back.
To some extent, right? But when you say rightly own it, right? Right now, the context I'm talking about, right, is not in Western slavery, right? Because the Western slavery, we can say directly, Western empires and Western civilization, the transatlantic slave trade, we could point directly to where things have been built directly on those slaves that still exist today. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? The systems, the functions, the whole world system, the Western world system, a lot of it was built very much on slavery and slavery processes, right? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Are you following, Malik?
Yeah.
Cool. So that's what I'm saying about the West. Now, when you go to the Arab slave trade, right, which we always talk about, we try and compare the two as like for like. Can you show me the same systems around the Arab slave trade that still exist today, that the Arabs built up off of the back of African slavery?
Can I show you?
Now I was asking Malik.
Oh, right, okay.
Not really. I can't
100%.
really speak on. Right.
Okay, cool. Now I'll ask IC3.
Right. The purpose of the bank is to discover evidence that shows such systems, if and when and how they exist. That is part of the research. So the showing of this and showing of that will be which will be a process that will come through successful reparation claims that will unearth.
So basically,
new
what
evidence.
you're saying is you're saying is the absence of evidence isn't the evidence of absence. Basically, that's your argument. Is that because we don't have the evidence right now, it doesn't mean we're not going to at some point find it.
Exactly.
But right now, you accept that you have no evidence for any of those claims.
Well, you're asking me, but But when you're talking to a black reparations bank, that question will go to that.
You're representing
hold
that
it,
bank,
hold
right?
it, hold it. What? What?
Aren't you here representing the bank?
No, I'm representing the idea of the bank, and the bank will have various departments, and then that question would go to the appropriate department, who has appropriate specialists with knowledge on that issue, rather than me making myself look like a fool talking about Arab slavery. I don't know much about it, but there are people in East Africa who have very detailed stuff in there.
I think that is a very wise decision to leave it to the experts who know, rather than to make yourself, as you say, look like a fool discussing it. And like I said, that's why I came and asked my brother Somali speakers, who was a brother from Somalia, and I'm willing to talk to many others. To be fair, I'm relatively close to the Sudanese community, and I feel like when we try and do this thing, I mean, a lot of people talk from ignorance in regards to reparations and reparations claim and stuff like that, and they try and throw the Arabs in there as well. And it's like, cool, but explain it to me now. And very few people are able to explain the full thing. But I would like to see people come through and explain it. But I understand that you are just representing the beginnings of an idea. I like that fact that you're out here promoting the beginnings of an idea. And I think maybe people should acknowledge that what you are doing is just an idea right now, and you're trying to flesh it out and work on it. But I'd also say to you, IC3, there are many other people who, like a black bank isn't. You're not the first one to think about it. There are many other people who are working on it as well. I'd suggest maybe do a bit more research on some of the people out there. And some of the people.
So are you saying it's not going to work out?
Maybe not a reparations one. No, you're right. But black banks
exactly. That's new. There is no precedent. There's no precedent.
But reparation. What about do you know about the reparation campaigns that are currently out there? Some of the more prominent reparation campaigns.
Yes, there's loads of them. But the idea of a black reparations bank and
have you discussed
on
with them?
Processes of claims, I have never heard of. I've heard about people making claims for reparations.
How you present your argument to them?
I'm presenting it now. I'm putting it out there, and they will hear.
I'm just saying, quickly, because I have to jump off because I have a meeting quickly. On these virtual meetings I've got to go to, but I'll be back afterwards. Hopefully I'll catch you guys again. I was just going to say, Oh, I can't remember. Oh yeah, Esther Stanford. Check. Oh yeah, check out the reparations march that happens every month. Google it on YouTube. You'll probably see videos on it, and maybe get in contact with some of those people, IC3, and see if you could pitch your idea to those guys and see how it goes. You know.
Oh yeah, I'm pitching it to them. Yeah, bit by bit, bit by bit.
All right. Cool. Anyhow, in a bit. Bless.
Yeah, take
Bye.
care, scattered minds, bro. Yeah.
Shoot,
I'm kind of sorry, Malik. I was gonna ask. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Malik.
go ahead. Oh no, I was gonna ask a question. Like, should people get mad over certain people who's trying to take over a certain identity? Like, for instance, if we speak about Somalia and we say certain Somalis try to see themselves as Arabs or Africans, should we? What should we do
Isn't
about that situation?
ain't we Africans already?
You said we Somalis are Africans already?
Yeah.
Are they Arabs? Are Somalis African or Arabs?
I don't get that. You said Africans. Well, ain't we African already, guys?
No, I said
last time I knew.
No. I didn't say that. I'm saying if some of them are trying to take the identity of being Arabs. Yeah, or some of them are trying to take the identity of being African. What do you think is supposed to be done? Are we to support their views?
Are you asking IC3 or me?
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, me, like, whoa, like I said earlier, whoa, a lot of people don't know there's a lot of multiple ethnic groups under the banner of Somalia.
Right.
So we've got Somalis that have Arab descendants, we've got Somalis that are from the Bantu side that live in certain areas, we've got the nomadic side. So there's multiple facets of, as I say, there's multiple facets. You get where I'm coming from, Malik?
Okay, cool.
That's how
right.
I see
and each one has its own department. Will have its own department in the Black Bank if they identify themselves as black. Yeah.
Okay.
If you're outside
Malik,
Malik,
Malik, I'm just gonna let a disclaimer out here for everyone else here. I'm talking as Khalid. This is Khalid's point of view as a Somalian. I don't like. I usually get into this mix-up, but I'm not talking for all the rest of us because someone else might say something different. You get where I'm coming from? It's my perspective.
Right.
I just like to throw that out there, Malik, nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, cool. Because I'm just saying it because I see God Jacob also saying that he stands on, like, there's a difference between Africans and ADOS. So yeah, I'm trying to.
With me, myself, I support ADOS. If they're getting their movements and whatever they're doing, my fellow Caribbean brothers, anyone that's really just out there trying to get what they're getting or do what they do, I support you.
Right.
I don't really see that as a problem.
That's part of the reason why I asked the question, like, why should people be mad over something that, like, if I don't see myself as African, why should you be mad over me, identifying myself as a Black American?
Well, nowadays, Malik, everyone's just upset and mad about everything.
That's true.
You could do good, everyone's upset. You could do bad, everyone's going to be upset. So at the end of the day, I don't think we could please everyone in the world. That's the thing. That's my stance. So it's just do the best you can. You get where I'm coming from.
True.
On that note, I got to get back to work. My lunch break's over. Blessed, big up Veli, big up IC3, Malik, King of Gold. Take care, my people. Are you going to be the part this week, IC3?
No. Not this week. I'm still preparing.
Slowly. Yeah, it's still coming back, man. I'll see you. I'm glad to see you if you come back anyway, but take care.
Oh yeah. I'm planning to, but I just got to get the right timing.
I'll see you soon, man. Everyone else, take care. Big up Velio, by the way.
All right, be safe, bro. Yeah, so God of Jacob, I'm not really mad at your I'm not even mad at your idea of the ADOS. I'm just trying to get people's views on how you see your thing and how certain people might be mad at you or might be mad at the idea of you trying to see yourself as differently from Africans.
Yeah, well, ADOS, African descendants of slavery, and somebody said, is it CDOS, Caribbean descendants of slavery? Yeah, that within this plan, the Black Reparations Bank. They're just two different departments. The CDOS would be the Caribbean department, Black Caribbean department, and the American descendants of slavery would be. There's a code. We've got the code. Can you see the code in the side chat there? See, it's a Black North American. So there's a Black North American code. So there's a clear Black North American identity, and so that has its own department, separate from the Caribbean department of the bank.
Wab Funk. I'm from Nigeria. I'm currently in America, and I'm a Muslim. Yes, you're right.
Right.
And I found this kind of late.
Yeah. So
Nigerian so that means you have like 3 divisions, right? You have the let me say full African, because that's a difference between ADOS, CDOS, and Africans now, right?
Yes, and then African has many divisions within itself. So, so if you say the Nigerian African,
right,
Black Nigerians, then Nigeria has different divisions. You know, that they may decide to look at their different ethnic groups, which all have different issues. So it's just subdivisions, and each of those subdivisions has their own history and their own take on the problem, their own perspective on reparations. Yes.
Right. So God and Jacob is saying that, you know, you don't have to is it fight for them? They know what they're doing and they stand for what they're doing. And if you IC3 claims to be African, then you should, you know, basically fight for reparations for only Africans.
Well, I'm
Yoruba. Go ahead.
Exactly. Well, yeah. So they will know, but I can't identify as African in the African department.
They say
I'm
no.
I'm a descendant of Africans, but
Okay.
I'm not African.
Okay, so how would you? All right, cool. So he's saying
Yeah.
basically you should basically fight for Africans and descendants of Africans according to your understanding. But when you talk about ADOS or probably with CDOS also, they basically don't want to be in that category of your reparations bank.
What do they want to be in?
ADOS.
Oh
Or
yeah, well,
CDOS.
Well, if they don't want to classify themselves as come under the Black IC3 identification code, then well, good luck to them in whatever they do. There's nothing to debate. See, that's why I said it's 3 steps: clarification of identity, then you have effective organization, and then you have the bank. So, if in the identity step 1. If the ADOS and the CDOS don't want to classify themselves as IC3, then they will not come under black banking. So I wish them all the best, but I'm not getting involved in their issues whatsoever.
So
If they refuse to be classified as black and IC3, well, they're not part of this organization.
Okay. Just did you ever speak to God and Jacob about this? I think so, right?
Yeah, I think we have.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't have any disagreements because there's nothing. He's not part of this model, so he's just doing his thing, and we're doing our thing, and we see who's strongest.
Okay.
If we're stronger, and they see that we're moving forward with this IC3 Black Bank, some of the ADOS and the CDOS may decide, look, we're not getting anywhere with this ADOS and CDOS. We're gonna go and join the Black Bank, and then we'll welcome them in. Just register get identified and get certified, and you're part of the successful project. No problem. Yeah. So we see which idea, which project is stronger, and which project makes the most forward momentum over time.
That's why I was trying to, clarify that if someone identifies themselves as being African Americans or ADOS, is it only right for you to put them in a square or a circle of being, pure Africans? Because some people, wouldn't like to be put in that circle.
Yeah, they can spin around in their circles when they like, but if they come into us, they have to come under IC3 and then become a member of the appropriate department. Simple. We're not getting it in discussion.
So is it possible? But is it possible that you're going to this reparations? I mean, the people that's trying to pay the reparations. Is it possible that you're going to these people as basically IC3s, ADOS, and CDOS, and how do they view, these three separate entities? How do you think they're going?
Yeah, we'll have a department. One of our departments will be people who specialize in trying to convince the ADOS and the CDOS to join the Black Bank for Reparations, because we'll be marketing to them, saying that this is the way forward, and if you keep going your way, you're going to keep going around in circles.
So what if they say that's my point? What if they say, okay, nah, we don't need to come under your umbrella. Y'all need to come under our umbrella because we was the original descendants of slavery. We've been through this shit, we've been through this hell, and not you. So what you're saying is, is basically, your your theory, and they know exactly what's going on. So how will these people see the three different groups or the two separate groups?
Yeah, the ADOS and the African descendants of slaves, or American descendants of slavery and Caribbean descendants of slavery, they're just people within an organization with a goal. So it's a battle of organizations. I'm saying
with the same goal.
Exactly. So I'm saying that the Black Bank of Reparations is a more efficient model to achieve the goal. And so therefore,
that's my point. How would you say that yours is more efficient? What if they have more educated people, more experienced people, more claims, more proof of claims than what you're saying? I don't know. Like, I'm trying to see how can you could there be a unity, or could there be basically he's saying that it was never united, or it was never it's always been two separate groups. So how can you unite something that was never united?
Oh yes, yeah. Well, it's simple. All they need to do is register and become a part of the IC3 Black Bank for Reparations. That's all.
But that's what I'm saying. You're saying be part of. They're saying they are not part of.
Yeah, I know. So they have a choice.
Okay, so that's my point. Like, how do these organizations that you're trying to get something back from, who do they follow? Do they just follow
dismantle their
organization, or do they follow the IC3 organization?
They follow the IC3, dismantle their organization, and then join the IC3 Reparations Bank.
Okay, that's my point. Why do they gotta follow you? They're not trying to.
They don't have to. They don't have to. They can stay over there. They don't have to. They don't have to.
So how would you feel if these organizations say, okay, well, you know what, IC3, we see you as a scam, or we see you as incapable of, getting reparations. We only recognize the ADOS CDOS organization? How would you feel?
It's not a matter of feeling. It's not a matter of
guess
feeling.
what? The
We'll
third,
just see who,
wait.
we'll see
Let me
who's the
add this.
best.
Let me add
We'll
this.
see.
Wait.
who's the
Let me add
best.
this. Or they say, listen, we know you deserve reparations, but you could go over to the ADOS or CDOS and try to ask them for reparations. All we understand and know
No.
is
We won't be asking them for anything. We won't be asking. We're dealing with the source. We're dealing with the source. We're not asking them for anything.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They got the source too.
Say what?
I said they got the source too.
They could. Oh, good. They could have something here, but do they have the organization? That's why I said 3 steps. Step 1, clarification of identity. Step 2, organization, effective organization. Step 3, a bank. So, does ADOS? What is ADOS? Let me throw this at you. Right. Yeah, what is ADOS? What does the A stand for? African or American? What does it stand for?
Okay, let me see if God Jacob could answer that question.
Okay.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm just trying to be neutral in this. I'm just trying to understand. Like, God Jacob, what does the A stand for? Is it African or American? Right. Right.
Yeah. What does it stand for? ADOS. What exactly is ADOS?
Nynitha, peace of the. She said, peace of the good-hearted. And I'm trying to, big up Nynitha.
Peace, yeah.
Yeah, to the good-hearted people.
ADOS. What do those letters stand for? Let's start there. Watch this. Watch this.
Okay, he said American. Okay, good.
Slow down. Right. So ADOS. Let me write this down. ADOS stands for American.
Right. Descendants
of slavery. Good. American.
Jacob, I wish you could jump on anyway.
Okay. American descendants of slavery.
Right.
So, slavery. What particular kind of slavery?
Okay, so because I was about to say it's either certain black people that came over to America independently, and then they had descendants that was taken as slaves, or you had Africans who was either dependently or taken as slaves over to the Americans and have descendants.
And you have white people. You might have white people that say, "Yeah, I'm American, and my family was enslaved as well. So do I get to join this club, this ADOS?"
If they can prove it.
No, but we're talking about blacks, though.
It doesn't say black. It says American descendants of slavery. It doesn't say black people.
Right, but I don't think white people were taken as slavery anyway. So we
don't know. We don't know. There might be some white people who can say, "Well, I'm American and I'm a descendant of slavery."
Goofy said Arab descendants of slavery.
There you go. You see? That's why you got to be tight. That's why I come with the code IC3. We know exactly who we're talking about. So this American descendants of slavery. So what is an American? What slavery specifically are they talking about? And then also when it comes to American descent of slavery, how about those people that are now maybe classified as white, but they say that they have great grandparents that were black and that were slaves? Right. So do they count as well? Yes or no?
Well, I would say yes. So basically, if we have
there you go. So you got a whole lot of white people coming in.
Okay, cool. So
it's gonna be a mess.
At least. Okay, what about your organization though? Can the same apply to your organization?
No, it cannot, because we said IC3 means black. Yes.
So from the example that you just made up, what about the white people who had who would claim they had how you said it, history, bloodlines from
great parents.
Right.
That's right. So a white person could come and say, I am 1/16 black. Then our system, they would be entitled to 1/16 share.
Bloodlines
great parents. Yeah,
I don't think that would ever happen. Do you know why that would never happen? Because they'd have to take into consideration what the white family could provide to that person, so that would be void. I'd say it should really depend on whether the white family actually had any money to begin with that would rule them out, you know what I mean, or rule them in to whether they should be receiving any reparation. That's why when I look at myself, if I was ever to be part of this, I've never really thought, I should be the immediate person who gets reparations, because I've got mixed race families, you know what I mean? So I've had
that's sorted out. Not to worry. You're entitled, according to your mix, to a share of the blackness as a valued asset. It's an asset. So it's not only just the people and blackness as a cultural, it's also a hard asset class. So it's both those things. So the percentage of blackness within you draws down certain values and gives you certain entitlements.
Okay,
and it's specific. Does that make sense?
It does sound fair, yes, because there will be, as I said, mixed race people that have seen no money and they've had inherent wealth definitely taken off them. And even the poor people of Nigeria they're at least farmers, so they would have been self-sufficient. And
so it's blackness and blackness as an asset class, as a value. So you have that bit of value within you, so you're entitled to it. It's a share. That's why it's called reparation shares, because it deals with that mixed race situation. So if you're half black, you're entitled to a 50% share. If you're 1/16 black, you're entitled to a 6.25% share payout. Simple, see? Numbers. The banks work tight. But you see this American descendants of slavery, you know, what is an American descendant of slavery? What is the official identification? How does one identify?
Yeah.
How does one identify an American descendant of slavery?
Well, in that case, would the Tainos have a case on reparations as well? Because I know they did receive an element of it, but I still think there's a lot of Tainos that are calling on reparations of their land, especially.
Right. So therefore, if they're black and if they want to identify themselves as black, then they can come into this system and into this model, and then they're dealt with.
Is this a system that has actually you've caught wind of, or is this something you've created but from yourself, IC3? I just want to know.
No, the system is not mine. It's built already.
Okay,
it's fully functional. The City of London works, and the UK uses these codes. So we use these codes so that we can plug into that system and communicate clearly with that system. So that when we talk and when we say black, we mean IC3 black. And we have the codes. So we're very specific, very clear who we're talking about. And they can't say, well, we don't know who you're talking about. We're going to use your codes to clarify. So there's no confusion. But if you say American descendants of slavery, is there an American code? Is there an American code in the census office that says ADOS, American descendants of slavery? And is it specified? Does the American government recognize American descendants of slavery? And is there a code for them?
What if they do?
I don't know. You have to
Can I
ask,
ask you a question? Let
them.
me ask you a question.
I'm just asking you. What if? Yeah, what if they do?
So he doesn't know. Let me ask you a question.
I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, they're supposed to know that. ADOS is supposed to know about that.
Yeah.
But the title of the organization sounds dodgy.
How? Why? Why would you say that?
What is an American descendant of slave? How would you?
It's the same thing that you just said.
What do you mean?
American
what do they look like?
What
do they do? What do they look? So you're saying it could be white people then as well, correct?
Yeah, but you have. Hold on.
How are you going to share the money out?
Proof. They would have to see proof that you were a descendant of slave. You couldn't just come in and say, "No, I'm from the Caribbean," or "I'm an American."
Yeah. So what is that model?
American. I want.
So are you saying they don't have proof for this?
You'd have to have.
I don't know. But I'd ask the question: how does an American descendant of slavery? How is one identified beyond doubt? That's the question. That's the question. How do you identify an American descendant of slavery? Who's included and who's not?
Well, for a fact, I know Africans are excluded according to their organization.
Well, of course,
it's just basically American descendants of slavery.
Exactly. So there's no point Africans trying to get in there. They told you already. It's from American, not African. It's American. Right. So there's no point. There's no discussion. There's nothing to talk about.
Pick up yourself, Malik. Anyway.
So yeah, what's up, King?
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. For people like me that like I never experienced slavery whatsoever, and I'm African.
Yes.
Do you think I have what reparations should I be claiming?
Which department? Which organization you're talking to? The ADOS or the Black Bank for Reparations? Which one?
Well, let me ask you first.
Right. So as part of the Black Bank for Reparations, we have an African department. Yes. And that African department is claiming for reparations, but it's claiming reparations for colonialism, mate, perhaps.
Yeah. Jay Barbar said something. The European last name would obviously indicate that they were part of a slave master. Well, they may have married into
Africa.
it.
You mean in Africa?
In the UK or America. So if they had like say
no, slow down. Hold it.
Yeah.
We're talking about the Africans now because Malik asked a question.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the diaspora.
No. Malik asked a specific question. He said he's African, Nigerian, and he's not a descendant of slavery.
Yeah, so I mean direct. Right.
Exactly, right. So I'm telling you the answer to the question is because you're an African, you would be dealing with the African department and African reparations issues that may not be to do with slavery, but to do with colonialism. So the discussion in the African department may be about working out the proper reparations for colonialism. They might not be using the word slavery in that department. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Exactly, simple.
Okay, so, but according to them also.
Who?
The ADOS.
No. I told you don't mix the ADOS in.
Yeah, I know.
I'm from Africa. If you want to ask the ADOS representative,
but let me say this though. They would say, how are you entitled to get something for something that you was never part of anyway?
Well, speak to the ADOS. I got nothing to say. Speak to the ADOS. I've got not answering any questions on ADOS.
All right, cool. But let me ask you the question though. Like, if I'm not part of no colonial or slavery how they say it. Like I never witnessed
Generation.
Cool. So how can I participate or have a share in something that was never directly like I was never directly affected by these two factors, the colonial
if you're Nigerian
and the slavery. Right.
Yeah, but if you are Nigerian,
right.
The Nigerian, you know, if you're Nigerian, then you're a descendant of Nigeria and the experiences of the Nigerian people. So you might not be aware that you directly suffered anything, but when you look at the records,
right,
then you might realize, oh, I have been impacted. So the younger generation might not know, but when they start to study the records that are stirred up by the claims, then they'll feel even more Nigerian, or they'll feel more attached to their particular the experiences of their particular people, based on the information being stirred up.
So basically, those directly affected and those indirectly affected are getting the same share, or
yes, because those that are directly affected, they can say that they're directly affected because they know, but those who are indirectly affected, they might not realize that they're being affected because they don't really understand their own history. They don't really understand their own area.
So
they might not understand what colonialism.
So it's no way such people who's been directly affected to say, "Oh, how can we get the same share with these people that don't even know nothing about, you know, why this organization is
yeah, because ignorance. Yeah, it's just ignorance. So the bank would the black bank would be also giving lectures, and there would be regular department meetings, where as new information is uncovered, and then it will be their job to raise awareness about a particular department and the experiences of the people in that department.
So where would you fall, IC3, if you don't mind me asking?
IC3BEUR. IC3B9 BEUR.
Does that mean, so that means you're Windrush?
Well, it means I'm IC3 black, B9 black other, and BEUR black European.
Are you
Windrush might come under Caribbean, might come under the Caribbean section department.
Are you from the Windrush era?
Was
your mum and dad was?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Okay.
But my mum and my dad were born in Jamaica, and they're Jamaicans, so they're Caribbeans. So I'm a descendant of the Caribbeans. I'm descendant of Africa via the Caribbean, but I'm not Caribbean. I'm not Jamaican.
Because you don't understand that Windrush also included in the various amounts of African countries as well.
Yeah. Well, whether I understand or not, I have my department, and then I will be educated by people who know more about that. And in my department.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just wait.
When I look at this from my own personal standpoint, I do believe that the people who are descendants of slaves, I'd say, have been the most misfairly treated, and that's hard claim to make against a people actually get ethnically cleansed, and completely displaced of their land, but they're still on their land. So I would say, due to the fact slavery was so abhorrent, and you can hear all the practices that was taking place, would you say go as far to say that you could say that they were in their own particular group for that reason as well? Because I could see where is coming from when he says, you stick to yours and we stick to ours, and it's very dismissive, almost abruptly dismissive to any other type of African people.
Let him focus. He will be in the Caribbean department.
So you agree with him?
And then they'll be looking into Caribbean evidence and so on. Yeah, he's black Caribbean. So there's a department for that. There's no point in him arguing with the African department.
Okay, yeah.
The
when
African
it comes to
department has their own
reparations,
issues.
So when I was so for example, if I was saying if there was a black people, for example, wanted to build some sort of economic movement out of a group of say 100 people, would you being a Caribbean person feel like it was necessary to detach yourself from what we know as a black community or the IC3 community just because they are descendants of slaves? And you feel like is that a common notion in a Caribbean community that because Africans sold or had something to do with their enslavement that they shouldn't ever be, because that's the sentiment he's coming with. Can you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but it's all confusion. It's all confusion. That's the idea of having a black reparations bank, because all that stuff can be cleared up when we start getting the real records about who sold who was paying money to who killed who, what the colonialists were doing. Once we start looking at once we start collating or putting together efficiently the information, because we have different researchers in each department, and then the researchers will be talking to other departments and say, look, I've discovered this this might be of interest into the Africa department. Oh, I've discovered this. Oh, this might be interesting to the Nigerian department. Or I've discovered this. This might be interesting to the Somali department. I've discovered these records of the banking records and insurance. Oh, this might be of interest to the South Africa department. The South Africa department might discover some bits and pieces when they go through their reparations claims and say, look, wow, I should send a copy of this over to the Caribbean department because I think it will help them in the work they're doing over there. Simple. You know these models. You guys, you know this. You all know this, but it's just that you haven't put these concepts into black reparations. But you're all familiar with that kind of approach.
So what sort of steps could you take about? Is this just something that you have to bring to the attention of the establishment in order for it to things to be started happening, or is this something that we can?
They're already on it. Don't worry, they're already on it. They already know. They already know. So they're preparing their people to say, how are we going to handle this black banking reparations thing model? Let's try and get some more information about them in order so we can prepare.
So you've got genuine belief and trust that they would actually come forth with the reparation.
No. It's not going to work that way. It's how it'll work. It's not like we're going to go over there with all this information and then start saying, can we have some this, please? Because they're just going to say no. The organization of the Black Reparations Bank is generating leverage in its own structure. It's generating power. It's not preparing to ask for something. It's generating power to negotiate just by the structure itself, rather than a whole lot of people going to a whole lot of papers and start saying, "Oh yeah, we've got these papers, and now can we have some money, please?" No. You have to generate power within the organization so that you have leverage. Then you can start to sit down across the table and negotiate.
Do you know why they'd have to pay back reparations, colonial-wise, to even the poorest people in that nation? Because what they've done is they've taken any type of possibility of any structure which was all-inclusive, where there was some sort of benefit system to that country. So, say, for example, my granddad was a broke farmer who's begging every 2 seconds. Even though we've come to this country as economic migrants, you still get reparations because you've had to come here for economic, as an economic migrant to have a better life.
Yeah.
But
That's
your
right.
country, you still could have had a better life in your country had it not been colonized. Sorry.
Correct.
So therefore, you would still I think that makes sense.
Yeah. So the Africans who experienced that, they will be preparing the case.
Well, I mean, I don't know where you got that from. You might. To me, it would be like a needle in a haystack because I've not even heard a whiff of any type of reparations that has been sort of, you know what I mean, comprehensively, like on a piece of paper.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry, because the reason people don't talk about this much, or when they do talk about it, they'll start going around in circles and getting passionate because if the plan is not sufficient. If the plan is tight and strong, you should be able to sit down and coolly discuss strategies. Be cool in the discussion and planning, rather than just everybody trying to answer questions that they're not qualified to answer. So just because I'm bringing the idea, people start thinking, oh, maybe he thinks he knows everything. No, I'm just bringing the idea of the organization that will have its different departments
and
with their different specialists.
What's the name of this?
What's wrong with this guy? Yes, Kingo is Igbo and I'm Yoruba. So what's the problem with that?
What's the name of this thing put together now? This manifesto. What's the name of this?
You talking about ADOS?
Yeah, is that because what you presented there, that reparation thing? Where's that scheme come from? Is that from the banks themselves?
No, that's from us.
Okay, so it's demanding. It's not.
This idea, basically came from the street, from the discussion.
Yeah,
I had meetings. So it's not just me. I've spoke to many people, and we've talked about this over the years. So everything I'm saying now, I didn't just get it out of my head in a dream. I've been having this very debate and discussion with lots of other black people and mixed race people over the years. So that's why I'm getting loud now. I'm starting to get loud and
like a good idea.
because I've been through so many tests and questions that I'm now I'm bringing it to this level to say, right, okay. But a lot of the things that have been discussed, I've been discussing already over a number of years.
I don't know if this makes sense to you. Hopefully it doesn't come across as waffle.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you're aware, or something I've noticed, is that when you don't hear about something in the Western media, it's pretty much something that is being covered but on purpose. And you're
correct.
And you're
That's right.
literally not ever going to hear about anything about it.
That's right.
Unless you do something, I don't know, some sort of strategy which pushes them, or pushes them to want to
exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yes, you're on it. You're right on it. So therefore, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm giving an example of that as well. You know, when the Biafran War was happening in Nigeria, right? And they actually recently wanted to go for independence again under the leader of Nnamdi Kanu, right?
Okay.
Now, like with this bank thing, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. That fucking noise of that door, bruv, just put me off, bro. I don't even know.
My bad. You said under the leadership of Kanu.
Yeah, sorry, that door just threw me, bro. I don't even know what we were talking about, the banking system, and
you were saying something about the Biafran War and that Kanu was trying to be the new president or take the leadership.
Oh shit, I've got to do something. What I say, I'll be back. I remember what I was saying. So I need to go quickly do something. I'll be back. Just carry on talking among yourselves.
Okay. So is there anybody who can speak on behalf of ADOS? How is an American descendant of slavery identified? Could somebody please, if anybody knows, explain exactly what an American descendant of slavery looks like, and how are they identified beyond doubt? How, who are they and who are they not? ADOS. That's a call, sending it out there into the ether. Will somebody give me a clear definition of?
Yeah, that was what I was saying. Sorry, just before you get onto that point, IC3, clear definition of what American descent of slavery is.
Correct.
Yeah. I say the name had a lot to do with that, but anyway, apart from that, second name. Nnamdi Kanu tried to go for freedom with Biafrans, right? Independence. You didn't hear nothing about that on the news at all.
Okay.
So that would indicate that they wouldn't want them to have independence. And that got backed up by one of their most high-ranking spiritual leaders cursing the whole of Britain about older child. It was horrible curse. And I think that's the relationship in tatters now. But they never showed that. And they never actually, mainstream media, you wouldn't have never known there was nothing happening in Nigeria at that particular time. And that was only like a couple of years ago. And bear in mind, we've got all of this internet, Instagram, all the rest of it, Facebook. It is very hard to get hold of.
Of course.
So something like this is reparations is like, my God, you unheard of.
You got it. You got it.
So
it's gonna be very hard.
I reckon we're going to get reparation back when they start giving people back their own countries and commodities. And when do you reckon that's going to happen? Seeing as they were killing South Africans in their hundreds just for them trying to ask for pay rises back about 5 years ago. So how close are we to this? I don't, it's a very good idea.
Think.
That's what,
it's a lot closer than what you think. It's all about power and leverage. Yeah, it's a lot closer. It's a lot closer. No noise, no shouting, no marching. It's just systems.
Let me answer that for you. Biafra still falls under the umbrella of Nigeria, so it'll be paid to Nigeria, and then you would have a representative from the Biafran from Biafra to negotiate with the Nigerian government and then take whatever belongs to them.
Yeah, definitely. That's like Raf was saying, though, it's a very ego thing, kind of like ego type of thing in Africa. Then it's going to be quite difficult for the Hausas and the Fulanis to really have peace with Igbos. Trust me, they hate each other. But what you're trying to put across here is a very good idea. To jump to another subject, what you were saying about this, because it's coming off the back of American George Floyd dying. So it's a very good idea, IC3.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, at this time, I think for you to start marketing it in some sort of way, giving it advertising, I would say is a good idea. It's quite an honourable cause.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. You see, by having this discussion. So rather than just shout about it, I'm putting myself here and say, right, okay. So what questions have you got? So that's part of the marketing. I've got to answer the questions. If I can't answer the questions, the questions also helps to develop the idea itself. Because the more questions that are answered, the stronger the project, the stronger the idea gets. And all those that are dodging questions, all those organizations are going to get weaker and weaker and weaker, and we're going to get stronger and stronger and stronger.
Definitely. Just 1 second. Veli, DC Brad's in the back. Veli. DC Brad's in the back. I saw someone come on. They left a message, and it's been ringing around in my head, man. This guy. I'm gonna go up to it now. I think his name is
Veli. DC Brad's trying to jump on Veli.
Lord England. Reparations consist of one-way ticket back to Africa with 15,000 deposit. banks say you rebuild your country, maybe even discount some exports to help you out. That's it.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, what people do want to do, they want to just dust up the whole situation and then just close it off just like that. No, 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 no. There's lots of information that has to come out, and what? How do you arrive at that figure of 15 grand? You see, you just arrive at these figures, but do they know? Have they gone through the records and the archives of Lloyd's Bank? And the history going right the way back. Have they gone through the records of Barclays Bank? See, so they're making decisions based on not enough information. This is gut, quick feeling. The information may come out. That's why you have to go claim by claim basis and walk your way through it. Because as we're walking our way through black reparations, it's also believe it or not, helping those other white nationalists to walk their own way through, because this is the bottom line is about dealing with the banking oligarchy, and you can't deal with the banking oligarchy in one slam like that. No, you got to go step by step, claim by claim, gather information. You know, it's like a ongoing rolling court case. If you just try and shut it off just in one shot like that, it's all going to go haywire. You've got to know what you're talking about.
You know, the funny thing is, you got people foolish. Reparations were paid when Africans under English slavery yoke were freed. Unfortunately, Africans carried on being slaved by Africans, Arabs, and Jews even to this day. You know, that was yeah. So you're free now. That's your reparations. It's just foolery. I mean, what sort of intellects are these people sending onto these platforms? I mean, or people that think that they've got some brain cells to rub together. I mean, I could learn the first 10 elements, and I'd have more intellect and fucking thing to bring to a conversation than a lot of these guys.
Everybody got something to say.
All right, so look, yeah, and you got you
said Veli. This is trying to jump on Veli.
Because I've been reading his messages. I don't think I've been reading your messages, bro. And he's trying to be a bit neutral, but I just find that they all have the same kind of story. As they can come on harsh, or they can come in sort of, you know, like suggestive, but it's all around the same thing.
That's right. It just needs to be sorted out, clean and crisp. So just like the way you speak about Nigeria, if you speak to Nigerians, they will say, well, look, Biafra is a separate division, or the Yoruba, or, you know, they know their place. They know their space. So they're specialists in that. So they should be involved in those discussions. There's no point me trying to say anything, because I'm just going to bring confusion to it. So
yeah, this is the foolery. Look, family. This is what they're saying. Look, this is exactly what they say. Lord England. This is England's finest in Speaker's Corner. Africans have been used as a weapon, literally spread like butter all over the place. You've been displaced, derooted, and I don't know what I don't know what he's trying to say there. To cause Europeans.
What is that? God of Jacob, I'm not for or against you. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do.
You've been displaced, derooted, and caused Europeans harm for the purpose of a single tribe's goal. I don't know who we could be talking about there. What tribe? I don't know. He's kind of waffling there. I don't know what tribe he's talking about. Could be referring to the Igbos. I don't know. Or the.
There you go. You see, so we're going to clarify identity. We're going to clarify language, and therefore you cut down on the waste of time and a waste of passion. When you ask a question, when the people ask a question, they properly have to think very carefully before they ask the question. because if they don't ask the question correctly, people just don't understand what the question is, and they're flying all over the place.
Yeah. So what? I mean, Africans have been used as a weapon, literally spread it all like bottle.
Yeah. What's he talking about?
What he's trying to say. This is what I'm trying to make out of it. What he's basically trying to say is that a tribe has gone and around the world and bred like rats, and it was the spiritual leader's whole goal to spread his people around the world like butter, which he referenced to. I don't know why he's referenced that. It was a weird reference. Clearly, he's got a lot of belly. He's a bit fat. He likes food. Africans have been used as a weapon, literally spread like butter. So it's like he believes now. That's how he's trying to put it back on. So he's trying to say an African tribe specifically sent out their people to go and cause war and havoc. Where was the Africans going and slicing people's heads off when they stepped onto their land? Tell us, Lord England. And then tell us about your England's invading history and what them people were doing.
And you've got to learn about what England is. You've got to, start from his identity. If I'm Lord England, am I English? Am I representing England? Am I speaking for an English viewpoint? Am I a representative of the English? And how does all this apply or impact England and what it means to be English? Sometimes it might be a Jewish person calling themselves English. You see, so you got to be careful who you're talking to, because according to the official system, Jewish people are not classified as English.
Well, they didn't have a homeland until recently. So what I do know that is an English person, because he's talking about his land, isn't it? He's very nationalistic type of mindset.
Yeah, but there's a lot of Jewish people that think that they're white, and there's a lot of Jewish people that think that they're English. But according to the system, according to the codes, not me, the codes, they're not English and they're not white.
Eastern. They're more the Middle Eastern and Slav.
Exactly. So there's separate codes. That's why you got to come with the code and identification, sort that out, and then you can talk. Then you place your backside on the appropriate chair around the table, and then we know what perspective you're talking from, and then we can negotiate.
Well, we've seen a lot of armed people killed in this last Iraqi war. They look white. They are white. But when they were getting their head chopped off, their man was saying Yahudi or whatever they were saying. That means he was a Jew.
There you go.
So he was a Jew trying to make out he was white to what? Instill anger in the white Americans' brain. But really, that's a redneck. Or you know what I mean? English, Germanic more. Even it could be more Mexican, South American. And he's talking just to get them riled up. So
exactly.
I know that's when I realized when Israelis were very much involved, and these Jews are very much involved with this war. And
and can I say that once you clarify your identity, then when you come to the table, you can ask the others to clarify, whoever sat around the discussion table, to clarify their identity.
So it's like English people go into another part of the world, and when they're getting killed, they're saying, "Oh, we're United Kingdom, we're Celtic," or something. And then the Celts would get annoyed because they're the predominant group in the United Kingdom. We all know that, the Celts. So it's the same thing. They're saying, do you see how they're playing the Americans off? The Jews are playing Americans like the English are playing the Celts.
There you go. So it's all identity confusion. It's confusion. Yeah, that's right. So somebody can go around killing people saying, I'm doing it for the Celts, and the Celtish community, once they're clearly identified, they say, no, you don't represent us.
Exactly. And that's what we see today with the divide in the Scottish Parliament.
That's right. It's all confusion, you see. So that's why clarify identity first, then you can organize effectively, and then you you can organize a bank, and the bank, I don't mean just in a bank like a high street bank. It's a bank of ideas, a bank of culture, bank of art, a bank of values, bank of Celtishness, or a bank of blackness, or a bank of whiteness and white values, in the true meaning of a bank.
Yes,
Bank
Dr.
of the
Jacob.
nation.
That's why I said if it works for you, I mean, good luck.
Water doesn't have a clue, man. You know what these guys that sit back and just got poo all over their pants and their floor, and they've got cans of beer everywhere. Walter, jump on, man. We can speak to you, brother. You can explain it. So I just committed takfir, isn't it? What's the takfir? Anyway, yeah, big up yourself, man. Come on if you don't understand, bro. But yeah, it's it's a good idea, and hopefully, God willing, we get our reparations. Anyway, on that note, you know what I mean?
Yeah, don't worry. This idea is getting stronger and stronger by the day. It's moving from that zone. It's moving from the idea zone.
Yo, Veli, Brad's here. Brad in the back. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Because ideas, they start in the mind or in dreams, and then they come into words, and then from words they become documents, and then from documents they become laws or principles, and then those principles, you act on those laws and those principles that have now been codified. So when you act, you're acting accurately.
Listen, all them slaves, you know what?
I said 3. You get that? Dr. Jacob said, without ADOS, the reparations talk wouldn't exist. We gave the reparations, and your bank planned energy.
Okay. Well, we can always have respect to the American descendants of slavery for the groundwork that they've done, but now the project has to move forward. Because the American descendants of slavery, it doesn't seem like a tight enough, strong enough organization. So we have to take it from there. Thank you for the work you've done, and now we're moving forward, stronger and sharper than before.
So once people get all their reparations, do you reckon it'll be a thing like Marcus Garvey, where everybody's going back to Africa, or you'll see a lot more brothers driving around in Escalades with loads of pretty white women hanging out the sides of the car?
That's the danger if the organization is not tight. I imagine the ADOS might end up something like that, but not the IC3 Black Bank for reparations. And also, with the clarification of identification for the Black Bank of reparations, we can have embassies. So the word like moving out, like the white guy was talking earlier on, I think it's Madfwaz. He's saying, well, will all you black people move out? Yes, but then there's still embassies, don't you? So you have black in the black embassy. We have black diplomats that will still maintain communications with the white nationalists, and then maybe even in Africa, you'd have the white nationalists would have their own embassy, and they may choose to help us out in the collection of reparation claims. Because it could be to their benefit. So that's what diplomats do.
I know this isn't really coming with any tangible information, but I like to have like an imagination. Could you imagine now we had all of the tools at our use, and we were able to manufacture and industrialize? Could you imagine the technology advancement and the moments that you could have, you know, within a space of a year with technology. And that's what we've got at the end of our fingers, but we just can't use it. You can, but not at this rate. I wouldn't want to be creating any type of contraptions to solely benefit the West, to be fair. I'm not really that great. I'm not really that invested in this part of the world mentally anymore.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
So which is good.
Yeah.
Which is good because it means you can focus on investing on yourself and your people, and you may produce things, some things that might be for sale, and that are tradable, and some things that are not. So there may be some things that you don't mind telling the white people about, that we've produced this, and do you like this product? We might sell this to you or exchange this for a good price. But this is what we've, you know, this is a product. This is one of our products. And what products do you have? See? Because you have different identities.
Do you know how that would work? Because Nigerian people, especially from where I'm from, Imo State, business. I can't believe how much they're messaging me about what sort of different business ideas and this and that and this and that. And I don't even know them. I just got a similar name. That's how business like these people are. So if you're online now, I don't know how that's how a lot of different nations and countries do it. But with these Nigerians, man, I'm telling you, if you've got an idea or you want to try and think that you can go on Facebook, and I can guarantee you could generate a good business and a good business relationship with sort of, offshore investment and you know.
All that is the easy stuff. Yeah, all that's the easy stuff. Once people are identified and you know who you're dealing with, and you have a structure, right? All those things flow without trouble. Once you got the basics.
Okay, so who are we sponsoring out of this little black community to go to another country so they can now try and invest in a house there? So we'd have to put 30K together for one person to go over there to make a base. To make a base in a country, either secular, neutral, either tied to their own community if they want. But you have to have someone in Africa to actually have boots on the ground, so you know that your money is secure and your whatever you're dealing with is secure.
Exactly.
This is why it's hard for me to even deal with other people from Nigeria, even though they might have similar names and all the rest of that. But you can't trust that because that could be someone else trying to say, "Oh, my name's your name," but it's not. They're just trying to sift off you.
Exactly.
So, you see what I'm saying? So you need people with boots on the ground.
Yes.
Where you and I don't see after 2 years how we haven't been able to send someone from some sort of donation go out there and live out there possibly for a little bit, or at least purchase something out there so we can see some sort of headway.
Yes.
I think that would be £10 from each viewer. I think within like 2 months, you'd probably be able to generate enough for someone to even buy a house.
That's all like peanuts, man. That's all easy stuff.
Exactly.
Once you have a proper structure,
I just don't see what
under a bank. Once you have a bank, the bank would have its representatives over there that are linked. Do you understand? Then they would obviously have boots on the ground. That's what banks do.
Yeah, because my family have gone back. My a family just above me, so it'd be my uncles and aunties, have gone to Africa and they're investing in different places in Africa already. So I just don't, and a group like this, my God, the intellects. I know it's a silent build, man, but I hope and pray that the brothers in gang, especially, have. Or the part of this community, don't have to be gangs or even people that goes whatever part of, have some sort of a visual on the YouTube of the progression in these countries.
Yeah, that all comes naturally. Once you have an organization where the members are identified clearly, there's identity clarification, then that you can organize efficiently.
Okay, IC3.
Losing money.
You want to go on holiday?
Sorry?
You want to go on holiday into Africa to go and build time? we'll send you, bruv, because we need some wise men. We need a wise man out there who can shake hands. We put you in a suit, bruv. We put you in a sexy suit, not the Ian Bison one. We'll put you in a cool. I like the way Osh says that invited. I have to admit, like, big up to that.
That's all right. That'll all come. That'll all come in the flow, man.
We sponsor IC3 to go to Africa. We're gonna do this, brother. I'm telling you. You've got to play a webcam though. You've got to wear a webcam and one of them little, you know what I mean? So we can see.
Of course. What's that called? Transparency. That's the word. That's the word.
That's
transparency.
Transparency makes government run.
Exactly. That's right.
Without transparency, no one trusts anybody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So all those things will be sorted.
No, I would.
But we have to sort out these American descendants.
Looking to you every day to see your progression, Uncle.
Of course.
Because it'd just be fascinating to me because like some people haven't even been to Africa and they're part of the diaspora.
Right.
And they're living here and they've even got the name, but they haven't touched down yet, you know. So
exactly. That's right. Don't worry. But when we touch down, we're going to touch down as a guest. You see.
And personally,
not as a tourist, you got to be invited as a diplomat. That's the whole structure. Not just people running around left, right, and center with loads of money or loads of dollars, buying up this, buying up that. No. The respect mustn't come through the dollars. The respect must come through your identity.
Oh yeah, I know religious leaders, man, prominent religious leaders out in Nigeria. Don't worry, bro. You're cool. Trust me, I know pastors, bro. Straight pastors.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got to sort out. We've got to help the American descendants of slavery. It appears that the members of this organization have not clarified or cannot clarify what an American descendant of slavery is, even though they've done quite a bit of groundwork. So it looks like we perhaps we can move them forward and upward into the Black Bank reparations project, where they'll be able to fulfill their dreams.
Oh, Pedro's down there. Oh, wait 1 sec. When we will let you speak, but you have to be spoken to before you speak. I grant you permission to speak, Dave Smith.
Are you really that insecure?
Listen, my name's King Gold King. Please do not address me with that type of manner. Could you now speak, or I should get my royal guard to decapitate your big head off your shoulders? So can you just calmly proceed and let us receive your message that you have today, sir, or peasant?
Your insecurity is, beyond me. IC3, do you know much about Liberia?
Really, I think we have one more spot for Scattered Minds. Scattered Minds.
Oh, right. Liberia. Yeah, I've done some reading on Liberia. But I wouldn't say I know much about. I know of Liberia, but I'd be fearful to say I know much about that, because I think that a Liberian, would have something to say about that. Anyway, so is that the subject, Liberia?
No, I just wondered if you knew what the pitfalls was, and because obviously there's two groups of so-called Liberians, right?
Okay. Yeah, so there seems to be my rough idea is that you have a group of people, black people, who appealing to a white government to establish them back in Africa. So it's the power of that government that then grants them space in Africa. Then they go back there to Africa, set up, but then they start to clash with the locals. So I think is that a good summary, or am I off key?
Well, they enslaved the indigenous people, didn't they?
Right. So you're saying that the slaves,
hold
it. Let me see if I can get this. So the enslaved Africans of the West that then appealed to the white government of the West to grant them space in Africa, then went back to Africa, and then started to enslave the local people.
Yeah.
Based on the habits that they'd learnt from the enslavement coming from slavery. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I don't think they learned it from. I think if you talk about slavery, Africa was really the home of slavery, wasn't it, before the West?
Africa was the home of slavery.
Civilization, the home of civilization, my friend.
Yeah, yeah. Rather than the home of slavery is like, whoa, that's quite a statement. I'm just listening. I'm listening.
Yeah, but he said he wants to. He said, "I'll punch you in your throat." To Matthew for no reason.
He was the Premier League, wasn't it? But so basically, the point is in
Africa before it came to the West. That's what I've gathered he's trying to say.
So you saying that they went on to enslave those people because of the West, or was that?
Well, yeah, okay. So if the black people that are the descendants of slaves got permission from their white masters to go back to Africa to set up a place called Liberia, because they're given permission by their white masters, permission to do that, and then they go back to Africa, set up a place called Liberia and call it Liberia, and then take a flag that is everything what they do has to be approved by their white overlords. Yes, because the white overlords gave them permission to go back to Africa and to set up Liberia. Then once they're in Liberia, then there's obviously a clash between that culture and the culture of the indigenous people. I don't know if the white people went over there first and killed a few black people just to cut out a space to be called Liberia, to then let their enslaved people return back to Africa. I don't know who cleared the land. I don't know much about. That's why I'm saying I really don't know much about Liberia, but that's the kind of gist that I'm getting. That's the kind of gist that I'm getting. Maybe somebody can correct me on that. But it's not my specialty. Yeah, but that's how it looks to me. It looks like a group of enslaved people from Africa, black people. Sorry, yeah, enslaved people from Africa.
IC3.
Mr. Riggs, okay, he's here. He'll know a bit more, perhaps, about this.
You're talking about the Creoles that went to Liberia from America, from the Royalists.
Oh, they're Creoles now.
Yeah, there was a percentage of Creoles and a percentage of the Royalists from the after the war. This is the time of Oluwaseun taking his people back home.
Right.
And to put it in Pacific, the traditionalists didn't have. They were the ones that were taken for slavery. They never enslaved people.
When they went to Liberia, they never enslaved people. When they went to Liberia, is that what you're saying?
They were trying to domesticate the old traditions, trying to put on the European traditions upon the people in Liberia.
There you go. You can see trouble coming there. That's right.
And then what happened was when the situation was that the people that went over there were trying to call back on alliances of America, which that's when they put sanctions on Liberia that time, because they couldn't do no form of business. So they end up having a war.
Right. Because I heard that the war is terrible, man. Dreadful.
Yeah.
So who was the war between?
The Creoles and the traditionals.
And that was because of sanctions, yeah?
No, the sanctions was the fact that there was the sanctions was blocking them from them trading. But the war was, I'm putting my ideology upon you, and that I'm trying to domesticate you.
And is your point that they didn't have a choice when they went there? They had to follow those kind of practices.
No, this is what the war was, because they were fighting for their way they dealt with things. Just think about it. If you have old traditions and you kept by your old traditions, and then someone comes along with some new traditions and tells you to drop your old traditions for these new traditions.
So the oppressed became the oppressor.
Yeah, but the oppressed was still oppressed because they couldn't go to Liberia. Correct me if I'm wrong. They couldn't go to Liberia without white permission.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I just asked the question: did they have to follow those practices when they got there? Did they have agency?
Remember, if you've been cultured into a different culture, so let's say, for instance, you've been white fighting under the fighting in the war, been in the army, been slaves, been whipped, been what it is, but you follow the traditions as in forms of the church and whatsoever that was the oppressors were putting upon them. Now that ideology, you're now going to go to another country that has African traditions, and they need to change that stance.
But they did this under their own volition, or was this coerced?
But this own, I understand what you're saying, Dave Smith, but I think we've got to look at the roots of it. The whole structure is poison from the beginning. Because the mere fact that the black people have to get permission from the white people to do this, it means that the white people are still the overlords of whatever is taking place and the setting up of Liberia.
But the
it's just confusion. It's just confusion.
The practice of slavery, how foreign was that to the people who was brought to the West originally?
Right.
Was that a foreign thing to them?
The West. Who's the West? When you talk about the West, what do you mean the West?
America and Europe.
Okay.
Steve, the issue of this West it relates to this issue of whiteness, and there's different views on this West. Some people believe that the West is a financial enterprise, right? The West was created as a financial region by the big finances, right? So that's their playground. But the West was created in spite of the white Northern Europeans. So the white Northern Europeans were used, just like you have police or mercenaries, to work in the project. Does that make sense? Can you see the difference there?
Yeah, you're talking about the Jews, but I'm talking about the cultural practice of slavery. Was it foreign to the people who were brought to the Americas and to Europe as slaves? Was that a foreign thing to them?
Well, the idea of slavery itself, what do we mean by slavery? It could be, some people see slavery
which part are you talking? Are you talking about the people that came from America, or the people that were already in Africa itself?
I'm talking about the cultural practice of slavery in Africa.
What slavery in Africa? The ones that were at that specific point weren't enslaved.
Who? You're on about the people that were sold?
The traditionalists, remember, before someone was enslaved, they were kidnapped or sold off.
Yeah, some of them, a lot of them was prisoners of war. Not everyone was kidnapped. You don't kidnap 20 million people.
I'm giving you so many alternatives, but the ones that were already there were living the normal life.
So you're saying, so how many people do you think were kidnapped?
But the ones that came from the States they come from descendants of slavery.
Now we're talking about Liberia.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
Dave,
know that. But I'm
Yeah.
saying it. You're saying
Dave
they went,
Smith, Dave, please.
they
for a
went there
moment.
and enslaved their own people, and he's saying it's because of the practices they were taught by the Europeans. But what I'm saying is,
Well, yeah,
was there not?
We're talking about the ones that come from America.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, was there not already a culture of slavery in Africa?
No.
No.
Not in that perspective. Because anything that was to do with slavery, they were taken out of their premises. Do you understand that? That they were put into slavery when they were taken out of that Western region.
Yes.
So a lot has to be clarified, Dave Smith. Our views, a lot of us have different views, but a lot of this is part of the reparations process, is the clarification of what was actually going on. You know, that enables us to go forward in a civilized manner. And we can talk rather than, you know, throw insults at each other, because sometimes
it's like
Sorry?
you know what it is? It's like going to a farm, yeah, and getting fresh produce. Until when you take it to the market, on the way to the market, it gets damaged because of slavery. But when it was on the tree, it was still fresh. Do you get that?
See, I was just thinking, how do you go through such an horrific ordeal and then go and then enact that on another group of people? I just find that quite interesting.
Ordeal. Give me an explanation when you say an ordeal. What ordeal?
Well, they're put into bondage, weren't they? And then when they went back to the motherland or whatever, they then went and enacted that practice on another group of people.
Because remember,
it's about Liberia.
Slavery, they were trying to show people another way of life, which people would rebel against something that they don't have a practice of. And it's a practice that was brought from the States to Liberia, which, as I said, the traditional people that were originally there rebelled against the traditions that they have learned from the Western world.
Right. Yeah. I think
so it's war.
Yes, that's right. So
that time it wasn't even about slavery. It was more of cultural traditions.
Culture clash. A culture clash.
So them using the indigenous people as slaves for labor to build the land, that was a part of cultural enrichment.
No, you're saying they did that? You got evidence that they did that?
What you're doing is that you're mixing two time periods. You're mixing the two time periods up because of the time of when the Americans were coming to Liberia, slavery had already been abolished.
So what are we talking about here? I start again. Were the people, the indigenous people of Liberia, enslaved by the new settlers?
Interesting question. I don't know.
Think about it.
I believe they were
enslaved when they're taken out of a certain area or a certain group. It's like when the British went into Arab lands, they had to have some certification or they'll be put as slaves.
So you believe to be a slave, you have to be taken from your land,
from your habitat.
That's a strange definition for slavery.
No, I'm saying that's where it begins. It's not
slavery is being forced to do something against your will and not being free to leave.
So if I'm doing my farming on my land and I'm happy in what I'm doing, I'm just doing my farming. Next minute, someone forces me to come off my land and takes me to another place to do something for someone else. That is slavery without my own will. You've taken me away from my farm.
But what happened in Liberia was not slavery.
What time period? That's what I'm trying to ask you.
Time period.
Because you're gonna say, if you say the people that were enslaved, that were taken out of their own will at a certain time period in Liberia, yes. And then the ones that came back that were already enslaved, that came back to meet the indigenous where they come back home. So imagine them taking me off my farm and then bringing me back to my farm. The people that I left behind in the first place are still okay, but the people that took me, they're the ones that put me enslaved. Where's Dave?
Oh, is he gone?
I'm gone.
See, but I think that's nice. It's nice to have be able to have that discussion.
Yeah,
like
no, I
that.
was only playing around with the young fellow in the beginning. I was only playing
No.
about him.
He's trying to make everything complicated because you have to put it on a time level.
Right.
He's mixing all the time up.
Right. You see, so therefore, that
Because
cool, calm, collected approach, it makes things clearer for people. And so it's good, Mr. Riggs. Very good.
Mr. Riggs, don't you think the Biafran people would consider themselves as slaves to Nigerians?
In Nigeria.
Right.
Yeah, so
Kingo, over to you.
What I'm saying is, first of all, though, we've got to put a time period. Because if we start mixing these time periods, this is where the confusion gets in. Is it the time of colonization? Or is it the time of slavery?
Yeah, I mean they've got a number of
No.
claims. They've got a number of claims, the Igbo people. Igbo landing, I think, in Tennessee. So shit, man. Fuck's sake. Yeah, the people in Tennessee, in the middle, Igbo landing in America. Then you'd have the Biafrans with the Fulani. Then you could have this. I'm sure a big percentage of them were economic migrants in the 60s and in the 70s. But I still say because of the way their country was plundered, they're still definitely 100% slaves. But they just didn't go through all the bondage part, if that makes sense. But I mean, they still had to pay for their own boat over, their own ticket. So I think emotionally it wasn't as bad after the war had ceased. Even though war is horrible, I mean, you imagine the same sort of thing, innit? But I don't think it was that dehumanizing as slavery was, if that makes sense. If I can equate the two. There's been a couple of times Igbos have been into slavery. There has. They can't ever really say they've never been slave. They said no victor, no vanquished. They've never really been defeated. They're quite a fearless army. But they have been enslaved. But that would never have been down to really them being taken away. And so what they would have seen as slavery would have been a better life. Basically Igbo people would have had the best type of slavery or recruitment or international sort of work. They would have seen it more of economic, you know what I mean? As I said, economic migrancy or recruitment or just a person who can go out and work as opposed to a slave. So that when them people was actually selling, the corporate part of Nigeria and Igbo land was selling their people, they weren't really aware that the Europeans would be so harsh with the way they, even to this day, from the departure from the 60s and 70s, the people in Nigeria would really never have expected the sort of racism we see and Windrush and all the rest of the shenanigans. You know, they weren't expected that because a lot of Nigerian states and tribes are actually in cahoots with English. We hope you know that. They're very much cozy with them. But yeah, I mean, Nigerians definitely, man, they've got a shout for reparations. If that was what you was asking. But there are other surrounding places. I think Ghana has been the most hit from England and you could go as far as to say as the caliphates in the last couple hundred years. And then don't forget they were the Gold Coast. But there's one thing about Nigeria. Nigeria still have got just as much gold deposits as Ghana. Sorry. But there would have been way more slavery had the Muslim hordes or the Arabic hordes actually been able to break over the bridge, the Niger Delta, which separates the southeast from a particular region on the river, where it's like a chokehold. That's why a lot of Biafrans have been able to hold that particular part of land. You know, and when you see the endeavors of Nnamdi Kanu and the Biafran people, the only reason why Islam couldn't spread to the degree it did, and why they were Christians and everything else but Muslim, is because they fought them off. I know I'm kind of jumping on subjects because it's gone from slavery and if the Nigerians deserve it, but
yeah, I wanted to ask
they would have been
Terry
more
if,
slavery. They would have been
if
way more
Madam,
slavery had Islam actually defeated them, because that's what they did. Islam, when they came to Africa, they defeated you. They came over. They took your stuff if you didn't want to pay them, and you're paying them for nothing. So go
Terry,
on.
would you say Madam Tinubu had slaves and sold slaves, or she only had slaves, or vice versa?
What do you think?
I don't know. I'm just asking. Since you said slavery could be equated to when someone is actually taken from their, let's say, farm to another area.
First, a whole heap of Igbos did get caught into slavery, because when you look at the European perspective, you understand the Portuguese went in near the swamping waters. The only issue that they had is when they were going to the coast was mosquitoes. But the Portuguese did take a lot. That's why you'll find a lot of Igbos in South America.
Brazil.
Hey, can I just ask you a question?
Yeah, go
on. Afternoon, everybody. The question I was going to ask you.
Afternoon, choking.
Thank you. Actually, I'll direct it at you, Malik. So, do you think it's wrong or right for people to pull down the statue of a slave owner?
I would have said that's a double-edged sword.
This is my thing, right? So Malik, seeing as Malik doesn't want to answer the question.
I'm still thinking, but you could ask somebody else and I'll give you an answer.
Okay, not that complicated. All right, cool. I'll ask you then, Tel, yeah, because you're not shy. So the question would be then, what's worse? Someone like Tommy Robinson defending the existence of these sort of statues revering slave owners, or religious people who revere the idea and legacy of slave owners?
Which one's worse?
Which one's worse?
That's a big one.
I think both are the same. You have to bun them both.
You have to bun them both, did you say?
Yes.
You see like the Tommy Robinson, right?
But
My
tell
only-
one second. You have to bun them both, Malik.
That's
Yes.
mad. That is mad.
So
James, I'm
so,
gonna
so,
answer the religious one.
so
Period.
do you bun out? Hold on. So Malik, so do you bun out the Prophet?
No.
But he owns slaves, though.
Yes. Owning slaves, it has to. You have to look at the context. You have to look at either it's offensive or defensive.
You just said you
tried it.
bun them both out, and he owns slaves.
I said what?
You just said you have to bun them both out, but your Prophet owns slaves, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did he own slaves from offensive wars or defensive wars?
I don't know. You'd have to tell me, but you didn't make that distinction a minute ago.
Yeah, and I'm asking you. I don't know. I'm just saying. If okay, let me put it this way. All right, hold on. Let me put it this way. If he had no reason for fighting other people and taking other people as slavery, then that's wrong. But if we're talking about defensive, of course, I always support defensive slavery. No matter how you ask me, I support it.
Okay, first of all, we'll explore that in a second because that sounds insane, yeah. But if my memory serves, he also traded slaves, so I don't think he only obtained slaves through conflict. I imagine he obtained slaves through bartering as well. So that's the first point. So I don't know about the defensive position. So whether you bun him out or not, that's up to you. The second
So
thing,
I don't see no. Oh, okay, cool.
Hold on, but the second thing I was interested in is this concept of defensive slavery. Lay that out for me, man.
It's like you come into my house and you're trying to fight me, and if I catch you, I'll make you my slave.
I hear that.
Yeah, I mean,
but do you reckon all women and children were like, I guess in the way context you put it, like burglars? Do you think all the women and children that were enslaved were burglars?
No, so it's either you have two kinds of people: those who would do justice to other people, and those who would be unjust to other people. So it
So if
depends
someone
on.
burgles my house, yeah, do you reckon it's
Yeah.
fair for me to go and enslave their wife and child?
If they have to take care of your wife and children, that's not. I don't see no problem
No,
with it.
I didn't say take it. I said enslave.
And slave.
So do you think
And
is that defensive? Is it defensive?
No, I would think that's offensive. The only way I would consider it to be good is if they couldn't manage their resources by themselves, and you understand their situation. Yes,
You
I
know the
wouldn't find
females.
that.
You know the females that your prophet owned as slaves. Yeah. Do you think they were all burglars too?
I don't think he went over there to take them, and if he did, he would have took care of them.
But do you
according
think
to
they
my
were
understanding.
burglars? Though? Do you think they were the? Do you think they were the
No.
defensive ones?
Some might be, some might not be. I can. That's history. I can't.
Was his
be-
marriage
I
to
can't
them?
support.
Was his marriage to some of them defensive marriage? Was that like a defensive marriage?
If you can, to my understanding, you can't leave a woman to be either they want or don't. I don't think he married. Basically, I don't think he married them on not on their account. That means he has to propose to them, and then they have to agree to marry him, and that goes for anybody else.
It's almost
That
like
goes for anybody.
it's like they have a choice. It's almost like they're not slaves.
I wouldn't consider them as slaves.
Okay. So no one was a slave, or some people were slaves.
Right. Some might be. No. Wait. I wouldn't consider them as slaves anyway.
So no one was really a slave. So it was just defensive slavery.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, that's why I said there's two sides of the
Hey, yo,
story.
have you
If
ever
we're
heard?
talking about if you talk about Muslims who went over Africa, who went over to Africa for no reason to conquer people, that's wrong. I always say it. But if we're talking about people,
Have you ever heard
yeah.
of defensive castrations?
Not really. If you explain.
Oh no, I mean it's removing the male genitals defensively. I guess maybe to prevent them from raping
slipping.
you.
Yeah. Say.
Yeah.
Okay. Say for instance, I have slaves and I have like 10, 20 wives, and I think this slave is gonna be sleeping with my wives.
Yeah.
And then I castrate them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one. I would say it's wrong,
you know, I would say it's wrong because I don't need to do that. Once I know that, you know, my wife, she's having she's doing something that she's not supposed to be doing. The best thing for me is to divorce her or give her a punishment. And if it applies to me also, I deserve to be divorced or punished.
Are they still cutting people's penises off today?
Yeah, that's why I said some people do, some people don't. You know, it depends on who's.
But just to be clear, Malik, yeah, just to be clear, so you bun out all slave owners except your prophet.
I already answered that question. I said I bun out anyone who enslaved people. If you, huh?
I'm not going to badger the point. Or belabor the point. I'm just to be clear. You're saying you, generally speaking, you bun out most slave owners except if they are 7th century Arab warlords, leaders.
Yeah, and I told you if you enslaving people, you know, say for instance you go on an offensive war, I burn it out. But if you're enslaving people while being, you know, defensive, there's nothing to do. You came to you went over there, so you deserve what you get.
Okay. So trading slaves when you're not in the middle of a war.
Yeah.
You find out people that do that or no?
No, I wouldn't, depending on the agreement between both of them. I might trade your brother for my wife. Tit for tat.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a fair trade. You got my wife, I got your brother. You know, I want my wife to take your brother.
what, you know, so just while we're here, and then purchasing slaves and selling them. What about that?
Purchasing. Okay, when you say purchasing, that'll be hard because if I have to purchase someone, that means I'm trying to employ that person to work for me. So if they come over my side, I would.
Wait, what did you just say? You said if you purchase someone, that means you're employing them.
I would consider purchase to my terms and agreements. I wouldn't say purchase. I would say
brother.
I would say employ.
I'm not trying to sell you.
I wouldn't.
Listen.
Okay. My point is, I wouldn't. 1 second. I wouldn't buy your slave to come over to my land to become a slave.
I'm not asking you. I'm not interested in what you would do. I'm not trying to sell you a slave. I'm not trying to market some slaves to you, some castrated slaves. I'm not what I'm selling. I'm asking you if
on your side there would be slaves.
If you found out a man traded, bought, or sold slaves, not in a time of war, not that they weren't captives, they weren't prisoners of war, they weren't war captives. Do you bun that person out? That sounded way too.
Oh, yeah, that sounded like the Princess Diana was saying that.
Yes, do you bun them out? Do you bun them out?
Okay, I'm telling you, I can't just say. Listen, when I speak about 2 instances. I speak about the intention.
Yeah. You don't talk by yourself. I'm asking you a direct question. None of these nonsensical examples you've given about defense, slavery, war captives, none of that nonsense. A person that willfully engages in the purchase and trade of slaves.
Right.
Do you bun that person out or not? Yes or no?
So that's why I'm telling you. If I say I bun them out, what about other situations where?
But that's not what we're talking about. We're just asking that. Do you bun that out?
Okay, I'm saying yes and no. If that's the answer you want, yes and no.
Oh my, that is such a clear and decisive answer. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You've completely illuminated your position. Now I need not ask you any more questions.
No problem.
Fucking hell, bro.
King Troll King.
You said yes and no. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, so if you're trying to understand why I said yes, I would explain. And if you're trying to understand why I said no, I would explain still.
I don't give a
if you're not
shit about anything other than your true answer. I'm not interested in your explanations about I don't care that you can explain both positions adequately. I'm interested in the true answer, which is
I'm trying to give you a true answer, but you're not trying to listen. So what do you want me to do? It's up to you. You asked me the question, and I'm trying to explain
to the question of do you or do you not do it? Do you or do you not?
Oh, me?
Do it. What does that mean?
Okay. If you're referring to me, then I would give you the yes and no answer. So it's still the same thing. It depends on what situation you're
Brother,
talking
this is
about.
just so fucking retarded. How can you ban them out and not ban them out at the same time? What's it?
Okay, so you want me to explain, and I already explained earlier.
Not particular. I doubt. I mean, given that the premise is flawed, I doubt you're going to be able to explain anything that would make sense.
Yes, I can, and I already told you.
The only explanation I require
I could send you back 10
whether you do it or
soldiers.
don't.
I could send you back 10 rookies for my king. For one of my king, I could send you back 10 rookies.
Are you
It depends on me and you's agreement.
No, not a captor, not a war captive, a slave, someone, as you put it, in your employ. Yeah, someone that does your bidding, that you have dominion over, that you didn't capture as a result of them trying to attack you. So, like I said, remove all of those examples. Someone that purchases and trades slaves, not purchase their brother and trade their wife, or whatever nonsense example you gave. Someone who purchases human beings, yeah, to work for them and purchases them. No contract with the individual, only a contract with the person who owned the individual. So none of this brother, sister, trade, war captive, rant, none of that shit.
While
Yeah,
you're doing that,
but that's what I'm saying. If I'm going by, huh?
Hold on one second, James. Can you clarify to Brother Malik what employment actually means? Because I don't think.
No, just forget employment. I shouldn't have even. That's me. That's my fault. I shouldn't even give him these outs. No, I'm saying someone that is in bondage, someone that has to do your bidding, that has absolutely no choice. So not a war captive, not someone who's only being who's only in bondage as a result of attacking you. None of that shit. I'm saying, like, you know, you're walking down the road with your camel and your little carriage being pulled by the camel, and you're like, oh, what's this? Slave auction, and you purchase a motherfucker. Does that person get bun out? Yes or no? But at this point, I don't really give a shit anyway, man.
Okay, so if I'm purchasing someone,
hold on, but fuck it, you're the least serious person anyway, because you'll just speak for 6 hours about child marriage. You're on a joke thing. You're not serious.
All right, cool. So that's when I speak for situations, and I try to because every question has to have two answers, one answer, and then you have to explain what the answer is. So sometimes it might be a yes answer, a no answer, or a yes or no answer. So if you don't want to listen to my explanation, it's cool. Yeah. So you could ask somebody else. Somebody else gonna tell you yes, and somebody else gonna tell you no, and give an explanation for it. So if that suits you, go ahead. Go ahead, ask somebody else.
You see that's the problem, man. I mean, this is one thing I spotted with Islam and anything to do with Arab conquests. I wouldn't say Islam, but it makes it very, very hard because a lot of Arabs and Muslims in Islamic countries took part or had something to do with some sort of war in Africa, but they hid it. They didn't let it stand out, and they weren't proud of it. So a lot of them didn't even take rewards, and they didn't have these coat of arms and stuff like that.
Kingo, do you agree that Tommy Robinson's right to mobilize his supporters to go and defend statues of enslavers, and colonizers and slave traders? Do you think that's okay?
No, absolutely no way. No, I mean,
but how come it's okay? Well, hold on. But how come it's okay then for Muslims to defend slavery then?
Well, personally, that's what I never said it was. I just feel like they should have just come out clean. If anything, I think the way the West has done it, I'll give you an example. They give cowboys and Indians. They're coming out of it straight, saying this is what we did. There's nothing mysterious about it, and you're not even going to debate someone who's going to put it literally on the screen and depicting the history itself and the abysmal practice that took place. But the problem with, as I said, people, anything to do with the Arabs or Islam or Muslim, they're not proud of these things of war. So they hide it and they sweep it underneath the carpet. So when it comes to a brother like Malik, he may have all good intentions. He may actually know what he's speaking about, but because they've hidden the history when it comes to war, and slave is very synonymous with war, it's neither here nor there. It's like it's very sketchy.
Well,
So
I
this is why he
don't.
can't really answer
Speaking
your
for
question.
myself, I never support anything that is not just. That doesn't have to do with justice anyway. If it's good, it's good. If it's
Man,
bad,
shut
it's
the
bad.
fuck up, man. You support child marriage. You're the least serious voice on here, man. Don't judge
If I support child marriage, it has a situation why I
But guess
supported it.
what?
I'm not gonna do
Guess
it.
what? Guess what? Guess what? No one gives a shit. What was I gonna say? Tell. So what's your opinion on it?
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, at some stage, man, like I said, all you stupid people that chat shit on these panels, you have to be held accountable for the nonsense you speak, bro. So even the most, however innocuous you may appear to be and benign you may appear to be, the reality is the topic you're speaking on, you shouldn't be speaking on. You shouldn't, in any way, shape, or form, justify any kind of form of abuse of a child. And the fact that you do means your voice is now inconsequential, and it shouldn't hold any weight, and your opinion shouldn't matter because you're dumb. You just chat shit.
Thank you. That's your opinion.
I think that was a double-edged sword there. I don't know, but anyway, no.
It's all cool. I don't trust me. Can you see my thing? It says, I'm troll free. Whatever you say, you say on your opinion.
You fucking retarded. What part of that?
I don't care. Everything you say, even though you curse me out, I don't care. Trust me, I've been there, I've done that. So it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't affect me.
All right, cool, man.
Cool.
You know how it will definitely prove to me that you don't affect me? That it doesn't affect you?
No, it doesn't.
Just you know how to prove it to me?
Do I know how to prove it to you?
Yeah.
Because if I had something to say, I would have cursed you out too.
You just shut the fuck up.
You can't tell me to shut the fuck up anyway. I speak, you speak. If you curse me, that's on you.
Like 3 seconds ago.
I'm not here to curse out
Hey,
people.
3 seconds ago I told you to shut the fuck up. It literally just happened. It just happened. There you go, kids. You're learning. But yeah, tell, you're not there. Lady D, Kingo, Kingo, you've already answered the question. Lady D, your thoughts?
I'm that mind's boggled. I heard a King try to elaborate and talk about the Arabs and whatever, but Malik ain't under any of those umbrellas. So what is the excuse for people like Malik?
What, being retarded?
Yeah, I said,
no one cares.
Yeah, I said if the Arabs, I already said it. If the Arabs, if they was fighting wars that is offensive, then I don't have the right to support them.
Condone that. You don't condone it.
Yeah. I already said it.
Yeah, man. But listen, you know what though? Just in general, I'll say this to everyone. But you be handling these dumbass people with kid gloves. Well, fuck them. These people talk about is justifying marriages to children. There's 9-year-old adults. It's insane shit, and people get away with it because you sound like you fucking had a lobotomy. No, doesn't matter how fucking stupid you are. You say stupid shit, you should get told you say stupid shit.
Because this is not the first time of you taking people out of context.
And you are untrustworthy. I don't even call you a member of society, but you're an untrustworthy human being around children, around adults as well. You are sketchy in a mother.
Don't you think that's taking it a little bit farther, bro?
No. Let him speak. No. Let him speak, please. Let him speak.
Are you so you need to watch the fuck out as well, Kingo, because your thing with the FGM thing that was sketchy too. But this guy's talking about marrying children, and then he's talking about he's seen 9-year-old adults before. Get the fuck out of here, girls as well. We're not talking about boys. Get the fuck out of here, bro. This nigga's dangerous. Are you mad? He's a fucking. Because he sounds so fucking stupid. Yeah, because he sounds so fucking dumb. People give him a pass and assume that he's not that dangerous. He's harmless. He's only fucking Malik. But the reality is, people like that are even more dangerous. Even more dangerous because
I don't have to be. Listen, I don't have to be on a stream to live my life. Okay, if this was your channel, you could kick me out.
Well, I'm doing this.
Yeah, I'm listening.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot, bro. And the only reason you get away with it is because you sound dumb as hell. That's so fucking stupid that people don't take you seriously. That's the only reason.
It's cool. I'm not telling you to take me serious anyway.
I don't take you seriously, but you're still
okay.
You're still
okay. So calm down.
Wow, I'm calm. I'm calm as shit. What's wrong?
Cool. 1 second. I got this.
Sounds like you.
I'm a mother.
Sounds like you're not as trophy as you
Hold
thought.
on, James.
Dumb
I'm a mother of
motherfucker.
children. Yeah, I got girls. Yeah. Are you telling me that you can possibly, as a grown-ass man, look at my girl children and see them as adults, women?
Oh, get them.
No.
Explain it. I want to know. I want women out there that have children like myself, young girls under the age of 10, and to know that there's grown-ass men that can look at them and justify in their head that they are adults and they are worthy of being treated like women. It's disgusting. And men like you should be nowhere near any children. You're definitely won't be at mine. That's for sure.
But I just said no.
Help me.
Are you listening?
Go on.
No, don't try.
I said no.
No. Okay, but you said what are you saying? You didn't say that, no?
When did I say that?
A 9-year-old adult girl, no?
When did I say that?
Sure, cool. At least now I know. At least now
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. When did I call a 9-year-old an adult?
You're smart enough to know how fucking retarded that sounds.
Well, Lady D, I answered your question then.
So you didn't say that? No,
No, I didn't.
He 100% said that.
I didn't.
He 100% said that.
So you have to go.
I'd have to do
go back in
fuck
history.
you. I don't have to do anything, you weirdo. I have to do nothing. That's what I'm saying. I'm not one of these guys that because you're a donut thinks, oh, I'll be nice to Malik or handle it with kid gloves because he's a moron. Like, no.
Listen, I don't need nobody to be nice to me.
The only reason I don't engage you is because I know
don't need nobody to be nice to me.
The only reason I don't engage you more time is because I know you're an attention-seeking twat, and whenever you say these things, because you want conversation, you want the conversation to go on longer than it fucking needs to. Like someone will make a statement, and you'll be like, "I don't think that. I think it's their culture. Let me explain. No and yes. So let me. Nigga, I don't want to hear your fucking stupid explanation. It's painful enough listening to you fucking start the fucking conversation, let alone go through the meat and bones of it. I don't want to hear shit from you. You think children are fucking adults? Do you think adults are children? What? I don't give a shit, bro. Do whatever the fuck you want. Be rapey in your own fucking time. You're retarded. Yeah,
so I've never raped nobody before. I've never touched a female before. Man. I have a wife and kids.
Inshallah.
So whatever you say to me, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Bounces off.
Do you have kids? Do you have a wife? Are you married?
No.
Okay, cool.
Thanks.
So we have
what you're saying, Lady D, yeah? Lady D.
People are justifying this. We've got an illness and it needs to be cleaned up quick.
I know, but that's your
I never justified it. So if you want to slander me, it's all cool. This is not the first time of people being.
I'm definitely not going to slander you. What I am going to do, however.
No, not you. I'm not talking about you, lady. I'm talking about him.
Okay, but however, I would like to ask you, can you please tell me your position when it comes to older men and younger children? Where do you stand, and what is your feelings?
Okay, I said that these people. I'm talking about these people that do it. I'm not saying I support them, but I'm saying they are in a situation, and that's the best thing for. This is what they thought was the best thing for them to do. By marrying out their younger daughters to someone who's financially capable capable of taking care of their daughter and helping their family. That's what I said, to cut the story short. And I said we in the West we don't have no reason to do it because I named a whole bunch of reasons because we get food, we get shelter, we get things that these people don't get. So I try to look at things from people's situation. I'm not saying I have to to agree with them, but I'm saying these people have a situation and this is the best way of dealing with their situation. Who am I to say is, oh, you can't do it or you can't do it? Some people marry old people, some people marry young people. I can't tell you what to do with your boyfriend or your husband. That's what I'm saying. But in my perspective, I never agree to it. And I always, I always say it's wrong. It's wrong. It is wrong.
Okay, but hold on, Brother Malik, the chat is saying that you did say that you have seen a 9-year-old adult. So what in your brain, help me compute, what in your brain consists of a 9-year-old adult?
Okay, if I wanted to clarify, even though they say I'm saying it, if I wanted to clarify, there's a difference between someone who's 9-year-old and been through experiences where other 9-year-olds haven't been through. But I never said, and I always say this: getting married don't mean you have to have sex. I always say, even though you're married to a 100-year-old woman, doesn't mean, yeah, we married today, we have sex today. No. Just like you have boy soldiers. They say they are boy soldiers. You might call them boy soldiers, but the army might not say they are boy soldiers. They call them soldiers. They call them men. And I use myself as an example. I said when I was 14, I did everything that a man could have done. Tell me one thing that I said it on the pen. I said, tell me one thing you did as an adult that I never did as a 14-year-old. So there's a difference between cultures, and I'm not saying, oh, everything that a certain culture do is right or wrong, but you know, they would defend themselves, and the other culture will you know, burn it out or whatever.
Hey, sorry, I dropped out because I was trying to do something. This is what you asked for, yeah? Listen, hey, Lady D, you there?
I'm listening, James. Yeah.
All right, cool. Tell me if you lot can hear this, yeah?
A true follower of Muhammad. Have you seen a 9-year-old child before? A 9-year-old adult before? Not read about one. Have you yourself seen one? A 9-year-old that you were like, that's not that.
Yes, I've seen one.
Have I seen?
You hear that? You hear that, Lady D?
That's not what
Yes.
he's saying now. That is not what
Yeah, no. Yes, that's what I said. But did I make a clarification?
Hey, shut up for a minute, yeah? You're a liar as well as stupid. Because you clearly said that. You clearly no debating, no nothing said that. And now I know, because the way you distance yourself from that, now I know at least
All right.
at the very least.
So what I'm gonna ask you is, when I say yes, did I clarify?
You said yes, I've seen one, a 9-year-old.
Yes, and I'm telling you, I said yes, I've seen one, and did I clarify?
You're wrong, bro. You're a deviant, man. You're an untrustworthy individual, bro.
It's okay. I'm not asking for your trust.
I'll tell you the God's honest truth. I hope you're lying about having a wife and kids. I hope you're lying. And I hope she's like an adult by fucking my standards and not your fucking standards.
Cool. So exactly, that's my point. That's my point.
I hope you don't pick up your wife from kindergarten.
Let me ask you a question, Malik. Would you get married to a 9-year-old?
No.
All right. So really, we can clarify what he meant by he's seen a 9-year-old. He didn't literally mean, or he was not alluding to that he would say that, yeah, he would marry that 9-year-old just because he thought she was an adult. But he had his own, what's the word? He had his own
based on experience.
He had his own criteria as to why he would see that woman as a 9-year-old. But you didn't have enough time to explain it because you only played a small amount of it. My friend.
You use the word
which is what's happened to me on Reanimator, which is why the remaining explanation wasn't actually explained properly. That was a rebuttal towards Banksy because he said something.
Really use the word woman and 9-year-old in the same sentence. What the fuck is going on this panel? Like,
no. See, now what you're doing. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing, bro.
Okay, go gold.
Stop it, man.
Or something. Because let him, if he wants to defend himself, let him defend himself. There's nothing you understand about that. There's no deep. Hold on. You just spoke about 6 or 7 sentences and not explained anything.
He just clarified that he wouldn't marry a 9-year-old. So what you played is led me to believe he looks at women.
What's his clarification in one sentence? What is it gone?
Well, you should play the rest of what he was saying.
Oh, get out of here, man. So I'm saying stop talking to people. I literally just told you about this and you agreed with me.
The mainstream media do that all the time, and you think I'm going to fall for
a day and a half ago.
Exactly. I look, King. I don't even care because this is not. I'm not new to this.
What are you trying to troll him for like this, bro?
No, hey, hold on.
No. Let him troll. Let him troll. Please, I beg of you, let him troll.
Shut up, man. Shut up.
There could be way more fruitful conversations.
I literally made this exact point. This bro, big man thing. This is why you fall out with people. If it's not your subject, if it's not close to your heart, and if it's not something specifically you fully understand, mind your mouth. Mind your mouth.
So I've had to tell already Turok to split out his divisiveness, but cool, carry on, bro. Do your thing, man. It's all good. I find it quite funny because you're quite a funny guy.
No, you don't know what his intentions are. You don't know if this man is a fucking pedophile with a child in his fucking basement, and yet you're defending him. Don't be stupid, bro. You don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. So don't say it. He's come up. He said something. He said
It's
something.
all cool. You can slander me all you want.
Shut up, man.
Trust me.
He
I don't
said-
care.
Up. He said something.
I can never meet up with you, even though I meet up with you. This is not the first time of me, how they say it, having a conversation like with just people around me and also not around me. So it doesn't really bother me.
Yeah,
Nothing bothers me in life.
Yeah, you're a martyr, man. We're a martyr, man. Peace be upon you too. The point is, is you don't know what he really. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm not saying he's got a child in his basement or whatever. I'm just saying you don't know.
You just said it. You just said it also. Exactly. Just like you trying to troll me, you just said it too.
Are you just dumb? I literally just said you don't know if he has a child in his basement.
You said you don't know. That's what you said.
Yeah, I don't know either. Neither
Exactly.
does Kingo.
Okay,
Yeah.
so why did you say it? Why did you say it before?
You're spastic, man. Shut up. Listen, Kingo, you get the point I'm making, innit? You don't.
Yeah, but you got to play the rest of what he said. Try
He
to play
said
the rest of what he
you
said,
get the
man.
point I'm making.
Just try to play the rest he said, man.
So hold on, let me ask you. Do you know for a fact he doesn't have a child in his basement? Kingo, go.
No, that's an absolute. You can't really be because I
Do
don't
you
know.
know for a fact that he doesn't?
I've never been to his basement, but that's
You
not
don't know, right? Do I know? Do I know?
But that's what you just said. You
Do I
said I
know?
had a child sitting on my face.
No,
That's
what?
slander. That's slander.
Wait, what did you just say?
What?
You said I had a child sitting up on my face.
All right.
That's what you said.
I'll be back in a bit.
You deviant motherfucker, boy. You deviant guy. Look what you.
All right, cool. So what did you say about a child related to me? What did you say?
Look what's in your mind, you dirty.
What did you say?
You
I'm asking you a
are
question.
Wrong, un, bro. There is something wrong with you. What is your
Okay.
major? What is your malfunction? Like, what is the major malfunction? You abused as a child or something? What's wrong with you?
Nothing.
You
I'm
think
cool.
child marriage? What do you look up? What the fuck is your internet search history like? Fucking hell, bro. Fuck, I can't even repeat what you fucking said. That is fucking hell, bro.
So all right, cool. I admit my mistake. So tell me what you said.
I'm not even comfortable.
Tell me what you said in relation to a child to me. If it was good or bad. If it was good or bad. Let me know. Let everybody know.
I'm not comfortable at this stage, man. You've made me really uncomfortable with what you just said. That is fucking weird, bro.
See, that's the difference between me and you. And I hope you get married and have children in your life. But you're not married. You don't have kids. I'm married and I have kids.
So you say, I guess we're gonna have to trust you.
You don't have to trust me. I never asked for nobody's trust.
So just stop telling me about your fucking life then, bro. What the fuck?
Okay, now I'm just telling you. That's the difference between someone who has kids and is married and someone who doesn't.
Mate.
So you're not in my shoes. So
Yeah,
your experience and my experience is a little different. So there's nothing we could really say about someone who's married and have kids and someone who's not married and don't have kids.
Yeah.
Maybe something wrong with you. Nobody know. It's not a problem. I've seen people who single all their life, so who couldn't, who don't have dicks. Excuse my language. So that's not something new.
What?
Yeah, you might be shooting blanks, or you might be a gay person. I'm not blaming you for that. I'm just asking. Maybe that's the reason why you don't have a wife and kids.
Is this your version? Is this your version of counter?
No, I'm asking you a question.
You think a 9-year-old female is an adult woman? That's what you think, and you think you're gonna hide behind the fact that you say you have a wife and a child, while people ain't gonna have question marks about how normal you are. You think that's that's an hold on.
But I was asking you a question and you couldn't repeat what you said. If you was man enough, you would have repeated what you said. What did you say about a child and me? What did you say?
Okay. You think that's an adequate defense? Well, I have a wife and a child, so maybe you wouldn't. Oh, so that makes it okay you being a pedophile? If you're
Nah, that's a separate topic. I'm just asking you. What did
I'm
you say
saying,
about the child?
is that the defense? Is that what you can say? Is that what all
No, that's not no defense. I'm just asking you a simple question. If you don't want to answer, it's all cool. We move on to the next topic. Look, we got 5 people on the panel who got something to say.
I thought a 9-year-old was an adult, but it's okay because I've got a wife and children. You know what I mean? It's all right. Listen. It's not as bad as you think, guys. I've got a wife and a kid.
Yeah, this is not the first time of you taking people out of context. So there's nothing you could say. Trust me, there's nothing you would say that would really affect my decision or my how they say it.
No. Is that how you mitigate child marriage and thinking a 9-year-old's an adult by saying that you've got a wife and kids? Does that make it all okay?
As long as you don't slander me and take me out of context.
Does that make it all okay or no? I'm asking. It's a serious question. Does that make it okay? The fact that you're not answering is making me even more uncomfortable. Yeah, man, just go on mute, my brother. Just go on mute. It's not your time, man. Today's not your day. Unfortunately, I come on looking to ask a Muslim about slavery, and you volunteered yourself.
Yes, and I answered you.
Yeah, in future, you need to stay the fuck away from these conversations.
And I answered you.
For the love of
if
God,
you like my answer, it's all cool. If you don't like my answer, you would always get another answer from somebody else.
Stop, bro.
It's nothing to stop. It's nothing to stop.
Listen,
I'm not.
Malik, listen. We've had these conversations. We've had the same topic, right, for a couple of days now, and your position. I don't even know why. When they asked you that question, why did you change your answer when you are on recording, straight co-signing this stuff, right? For the most part, I think you're a decent person. So I just try not to even think about all of the crap. No, listen, I try not to think about all of the crap.
Wait.
Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell Lady Divine what I asked Malik. Bless up, sis. Okay, so yes, he said he personally would not do it. However, that makes you feel like, oh, so he's against it. No, he's not against it. He completely understands how a 50-year-old man could say, you 9-year-old who come from this poor family, right? He feels that parents, if they're poor, they could just sell off their 9-year-old. This 50-year-old man will give them a dowry, right? So now they got food and water and shelter and all of, they coming up. And this 9-year-old is going to go because she know how to cook, because her parents raised her to prepare her for womanhood that happens at the age of 9, I guess, right? And now she's with this 50-year-old, and he provides a better housing for her, right? And she has clean water. And so what if he makes her a mother at the age of 11?
Oh God!
Right? Like so what?
Wait. But melanated. If you remember, melanated. If you remember, I never said nothing about sex, and I always say it. Listen, and I always say it until a woman is ready. Or if she's ready, you can't have sex with her.
At the age of 10. How do these young girls who are married become mothers at the age of 10? Cut it out.
Yes. Wait. Did I say I support it?
Yes, if their parents were hungry. Yes, you did.
Oh, come on. Melanated. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. I never said
was hungry. And you said the little girl is not even going to complain because she's helping out her family. All of that bullshit she was saying.
Right. Yes, I did. But I never spoke anything about sex and a child. Remember, you asked me, melanated, you asked me, and I said until, melanated, 1 second. I said until.
I'm gonna keep it real about the whole conversation. So then I go in and say, so basically, he's not having sex with her. He's being like a father to her. He's caring for her and giving her shelter, putting her in school, all of the stuff, and waiting for the day to have sex with his daughter. The girl that he became her father figure, now he's gonna have sex. And you said, yes, that's exactly how it goes. It's disgusting.
Okay, but if she's not a if she's one second, how would he have sex with someone who's not considered to him a full woman yet?
Above, shut up, man.
Stop, bro.
Hey, Brad.
Yes, that's my question.
No,
that's my question. I'm asking you. Why would he have sex with someone that he knows is not a full woman yet? What's the
Mel,
because he can. Oh, wait. How can he? Why? What's the point?
She living in his house.
Mel, man.
So because wait, because a woman lives or a young girl or a woman or a young lady lives in a man's house, being his husband or being whatever, that means he definitely has to have sex with her.
Shut up. We've had this.
Just stop, bro.
We've had this conversation 17 or 18 times, and every time and you know what? I have to read out this comment from Khan. He said, "You," and it's not to all of us, but it's to some of us. You took a half-wit and made him out to be a panelist based on his skin color. I'm not sure if that was the only reason, but whatever. If he was a crazy white guy, he wouldn't be on here above anyone else. But he is. #fact. Now, I mean, Khan's a bit in his feelings, right? But there's some truth in what he's saying there. This guy is a moron, and oftentimes, because morons don't have a lot of they don't have anything important to say. They say a lot of nothing. And every time he gets drawn in these conversations, he takes the most controversial. Has the most controversial response. So we can engage him for fucking hours about nothing. You're weirdo, bro. Like you believe in.
That's how you feel.
No, it's
Let's
true.
just leave him be. Just leave him be. Yeah, because that's what he does every time.
You lied, and you're lying now.
He just lied today, though.
No. What did I lie about? Melanated. What did I lie about?
Go on Analyze Dunya, and you can hear what you said about the 9-year-old that was a woman. We don't even got to repeat it right now. Just go Analyze Dunya, and you said the 9-year-old was an adult. So
yeah, okay.
Today you blatantly said it. You can rewind it when James said it's.
I'm just trying to figure out why you said no. Defend it. Why does he always have to defend the opposite side of things? Like, why can't he just sit quietly and let us? Like, he always has to come across. If it's Islam,
he wouldn't be here.
He has to defend it.
He wouldn't be here if not. What else is he bringing? The only thing this idiot ever brings is defending some indefensible dumb position and speaking for hours ad nauseum about.
God, defensive slavery. I mean, come on, bro. Malik, you're way too smart for this dumb shit, bro.
Really?
Yeah, I believe in defensive slavery.
Really? No, hold on, Brad. Really? What indication have you got that he's smart?
Because I've actually had other conversations with him.
About what?
He's actually
like what?
Anything outside of Islam, I would say this. He becomes Malik the zombie when we're talking about Islam. When he becomes a zombie is when we're talking about Islam.
So DC, let me ask you a question. You're saying that if a community gets attacked for no reason and they win the war, they don't have a right to enslave the other party.
Brad, like what, Brad? What conversations have you had where you left there thinking he's a smart guy, he's a sharp cookie? Well, tell me one.
Well, we were talking about business. We're talking about business within the U.S.
Brad, can you answer my question, please, when you're done?
Yes, I will. We were talking about. Oh my God.
Yeah.
No, we were talking about business in the U.S. He has a lot. No, we were talking about business in the U.S. He has a good. He's like Torah. He's like, we can hear you, Melanated. He's like Torah.
Sorry.
He has a lot of intellect in regards to business, but when he becomes a zombie is when he talks about Islam.
What did he say?
Okay, if I become a zombie, you gotta listen. If I become a zombie towards Islam, you gotta tell me what did I say wrong.
You don't remember?
Okay. I'm saying defensive slavery. That means that there is some degree Islam is okay with slavery. You're literally throwing Islam under the bus when you know that Islamophobes are going to use that Islam's okay with slavery, and then when you say there's something known as defensive slavery,
you're getting caught up into it.
So let me ask you, Brad. Let me ask you a question. I'm saying if a community gets attacked for no reason,
are you saying this from a non-Islamic perspective?
I don't care. Either you take it Islamic or non. I'm just telling you. What I just want to know what's your view.
Trying to help you out here.
What would you do? What would you do if you capture these people?
If
they become your slave or you let them go? Right.
I would kill them. Like there'll be no point. There'll be no point
Okay,
in letting
so
my enemy live.
cool. So do you know some people would disagree with you?
Yeah, Malik. You know there.
Now, I'm just asking you one
Yes,
second. I'm just
yes, but you understand that when you're
exactly.
going
That's
down.
my point.
No,
And
Malik,
according
stop,
to
stop,
one second,
stop,
one
stop,
second. You
stop. No,
one,
no,
one
no,
second.
no, no,
Wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait.
no, 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 no,
DC.
no, no,
Wait. You said you would kill them. One second, DC. You said you would kill them.
Bro, I'm
And that's a
trying
good
to
answer
help
for
you,
you.
Malik.
But
I'm
according
trying
to
to
my
help
answer,
you.
I'm telling you, I will keep them.
Malik,
And I will
please, I
make them
beg
work
you,
for me because I didn't look for no trouble. They
I
came
please,
over here,
bro,
so you got to
please,
pay
bro.
for what you came here for. Because at the
Bro,
end of the day,
stop,
if I was captured,
bro,
you would
you
do the
understand,
same thing to me. So I'm trying to
do
do
you
the same
understand,
thing that
Malik?
you're
You're
doing,
not helping
that you're
yourself
trying to
right
do
now.
to me. I'm trying
Malik,
to do
you're
the
not
same thing to
helping.
you.
You're not helping
Come
yourself
on.
right now. You're not helping yourself right now. Okay, I'm trying to literally help you right now. Okay,
No,
if it
I'm not
is,
saying I'm not. I don't want you to help me. I just want us to clarify something.
bro,
You
but
said
you
you would
understand
kill your
something.
enemy,
You would be
which
used
I'm
as
not
a pawn,
disagreeing with you.
bro. You would be used as a pawn. If I was some real Tommy Robinson, call me call me Brad Robinson. I wanted to prove Islam is horrible. I would use people like you. I would use people like Nicholas. I would use people like you two because I'll just be like, oh, okay. So is slavery wrong? Is slavery wrong? Defensive slavery. That's like saying, okay, so if there's defensive slavery, is there defensive rape? Is there defensive
What is a defensive
malicious
rape?
torture? If women come in my house and they disrespect my house, am I allowed to capture them in defending my house? Same way if
That's
someone tries.
now you twisted. You saying disrespect
No,
or
bro,
whatnot.
I'm using your saying.
We're
I'm
talking
using
about
your.
no.
Okay,
We're
women come
talking
to my
about
house to
actual
attack me.
war.
Women come to my house to attack my house. I capture them.
Right.
Okay. So it's the same policy within the slavery
Okay, so
narrative
if you
as
capture
well as the rape narrative.
wait. If you capture women that's coming to attack your house, what do? You kill them, right?
Oh no! I'm going by your narrative. I'm not going to push my logical narrative. What the fuck? Who's like
No,
watching
but
this?
I'm telling you what you said. You said if
No.
say for
This is not
instance,
about what
if
I'm saying. See, this is what I'm
that's
trying.
what you said. You said you would kill them. You said you would kill your enemy.
Bro. Yes, I
Oh
would kill
no,
my enemy. But I would
exactly.
not
That's my
enslave
point. And
them.
I'm telling you, for me, I wouldn't kill them. I would take them as slaves. I will make them work.
So you
If they're coming to take me as slaves, wait.
So
One second.
is that okay
One
with the tenets
second.
of Islam? Is that okay with the tenets of Islam?
One second.
You as a Muslim, can
One
you
second.
take people as slaves being a
Brad,
Muslim?
what are you doing, brother? What are you doing?
James, shut up real quick. James, shut the fuck up. Can you take them as Muslims? As a Muslim, can you take them as slaves?
If I'm on the defense, yes, because that's
So
the same thing
Muslims
they
are
come in
okay
to do
with
to me. They
so
come in to
there's
take
some
me as
degree of
slave.
slavery.
What's wrong with
There's
me
some degree. There's
what's
some
wrong with
degree
me
of
taking
slavery.
people as the same thing they trying to
Muslims
take
are
me for?
okay. It is okay within Islam to take slaves. Then you just proved every Islamophobe's point with that dumbass statement. This is what I'm trying to prove.
Exactly. So
You're
this is my
destroying your
point. You
thing.
all don't get things out of
God, you're
context.
so
That's my point.
fucking dumb. No, you're
That's my
dumb.
point.
I don't even have to say defensive slavery.
All right,
The
cool.
word in that statement is slavery.
Why are y'all getting so upset, guys? Just
Because
what?
he's literally, I'm trying to tell him to shut the fuck up. And he's continuing to explain it.
James Jones,
Cool,
I was hangry earlier. I
God.
just had my quesadilla. I had mushrooms, spinach, peppers,
damn it, bro.
and onions.
Ugh.
And now I'm happy. I was so hangry and
I'm happy for
cranky.
you. I'm happy for you. I'm happy
Yes.
I'm not happy with you because I'm hungry. I need to eat, but I'm happy with you. But
Wait,
yeah,
does he
Brad,
understand that that's exactly
hey,
what he
Brad,
did?
Brad, what the fuck? I thought you
Yeah,
got
that's
what?
exactly what I said, and I'm telling you.
Brad,
He's saying it with his chest, Brad.
Brad,
You know
he's
what I'm saying?
done.
They got 9-year-old women out here. You know what I'm saying? They ready to be mothers, right?
Oh my God, bro.
He's
I
done.
never, Mel, don't get it twisted. I never said they're ready to be mothers. I never said they're ready to be mothers.
Bro. And listen. I jumped on with the sole intention of trivializing the hate towards Tommy Robinson, and he was the only Muslim on here. But now I've got some fun people to talk to. Fuck him quickly, yeah.
You don't have to speak to me anyway. I don't know why you keep speaking.
I'm not talking to you now.
Okay, cool.
So shut up.
Hey, James,
Yo,
listen.
okay,
As
go
a
on.
Moroccan, bro, I don't need you to say the end.
Okay, sorry, boss. The point is anyway, yeah. Is it okay, in you guys' opinion, for people like Tommy Robinson to go and defend statues or preserve statues of slave owners?
No.
Sorry, no. Which one's worse? Tommy Robinson and his racist cohorts going to defend the sort of statue or the preservation of statues that sort of that were, you know, to commemorate slave owners, is that worse, or are Muslims who revere and promote the legacy of the Prophet, peace be upon him, who was also a slave owner, which one's worse?
Well, see, the thing is, the slave. You're talking about two men here, so like neither one. Like you're not. You can't really. Oh my God, bro, my head hurts so bad.
My answer is a lot easier. I think that they are pretty much the same. The only difference is that Tommy Robinson and them, they say with their chest that yeah, they were slave owners and what, like they just say it with their chest. Meanwhile, people will say that they would like minimize whatever is in their belief system, and then they want to say, oh, what type is offensive or defensive, or like they just, you know, I think that's the only difference. But I think they're pretty much protecting a wrongdoer.
So you're saying I'm not gonna, you know, because I got love for you now. I'm not gonna be,
one quick question. Sis Melanated, would you then say that people outside of the religion would not normally defend it, but because they're in the fold of the religion, that is why they're defending it?
Yeah, I think it. In my honest, I just feel like it affects how you justify it, because you don't want to see that person as doing something wrong or being part of something wrong. Then it must be right because they're already right. So therefore, you know, it's like right for, you know, because they did it.
Can we get Carlito on, please? Because he's a decent muzo.
Who? Yeah, I was swapped for
No. It's okay. I'll leave.
God, man, I just wanted to have the reparations.
Malik, can I just say, yeah, I don't want anyone to get confused and think I have any authority here. Yeah, if I don't like somebody, or if I think someone's a moronic rat, doesn't mean Belly thinks that.
Really, you can switch me for the other party. I
somebody's here. No, it's still space for him now. I think IC3 jumped off.
But can everyone just get like just?
What about Lady D? Oh, okay, cool.
She's there.
Cool.
If I'm cussing you out, it's not a reflection of any of the other members of G Block Think. It's just my personal opinion.
James is a lone wolf.
Yeah, it's my personal. In actual fact, from my understanding, I think Veli likes you, Malik. So should never feel like you have to leave on my account. But I mean,
nobody needs to like me.
Yeah, but I hope you do.
Listen. Let me tell you something. My philosophy in life is no matter what you do, people always. Not everybody's gonna like you, and not everybody's gonna hate you. So it doesn't matter to me.
You're right, yeah. But I mean,
but why defend shit that you know you would never do? That's the thing I'm trying to figure out. Like, why try to rationale shit you would never do? If someone asks me, a 9-year-old girl, if a 9-year-old girl walks up to me and says, if someone
because I'm speaking for the situation of these people, and I never
stop speaking for the situation of people you know you would never be involved in.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yeah, if I'm not involved in it, don't mean I can't speak for them, though.
When you speak for them, knowing you would never do it, you're allowing yourself with them. Would you ever lynch a black man? Would you ever lynch a black man?
It depends.
Oh my God! Fuck him!
Yeah, you're right.
So wait. DC, let me ask you the same question.
Yeah, Brad,
let me ask you the same question, DC. If a black man wanted to kill you, would you kill him?
He's always gonna answer controversially because he wants to speak at length about
because I get it. I would always answer because I'm not just gonna say yes and no, and then at the end of the day you think that I'm supporting something and I'm trying to give a view about something.
No, you literally I don't even understand.
No, DC, you just asked me a question. You just asked me a question, and I said it depends. Okay, and I'm asking you the same question. If a black man wanted to kill you, would you kill them or would you let them be?
Yeah, lynch. Anyway, all right, cool, man. Yeah, I'm gonna. This is.
Yeah, never mind. Do you, bro?
All right, cool. See, that's it.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah. It's only fun, you know. Like these people are like, you know, that scene in The Lion King where where the what's the black haired lion's name? The bad one, the one that killed Mufasa. What the Scar? Where the Scar's playing with the mouse. You know, he's playing with it. And man's like, don't ever eat. You shouldn't play with your food. That's like this. That's who Malik is to like Rob and shit. You know what I mean? To those kind of people like that they like.
Oh, shut up. You're going too far. Okay, you're Algerian. Don't disrespect him. Okay, you're Algerian. Don't disrespect him. Okay?
Nah, it's cool.
Shut your Visigoth ass up. All right.
That's the Visigoth, yeah.
It's cool. Let him speak.
God damn.
Yeah, anyway.
That is exhausting. That is exhausting as hell.
It was fun though,
So
man. That was
exhausting.
a fun little segment. But back to the hard facts. The hard facts are, yeah. The question is, can someone read the question?
I don't know what the question is. I'm on my phone.
Yeah, I'm on my lappy, but my lappy's fucked.
Maybe you should reformat it.
I don't know what that means.
The hard fact. The hard
Okay,
fact
on my
are,
phone.
the question is.
What? I still don't see it though.
If you if you delete all that BBC porn, you'd be good, bro.
Yeah, the second person that said that on streams, it made me uncomfortable. The first person was Banksy, and it was hella gay. He said it to Jedi. It was so gay.
Banksy and Afghan together are funny as fuck. It's just, it's like you feel wrong laughing at their jokes. You just feel wrong.
Are you ready? Can a slave owner be a good example? Do we ban all slave owners?
Oh God, no! See, this is now we're gonna become Islamophobes if we say anything. I am not answering this question.
Get ready, get set. Who's on the mic on the set? You got and that's my name on the set. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that? Mr. Riggs, Lady D, Melanated Goddess, DC Brother, not you, Malik.
Well, I guess we answered it already.
Malik.
What did I say?
You said you bun out some and you don't bun out some, which means you don't bun out.
Yeah,
some.
he's okay
You don't
with
bun them
slavery.
out.
He's okay with a form of slavery. He just said that. He clarified that. He was okay with a form of slavery.
Yeah, but what about you guys?
If I'm on the defense, yes, because if someone's trying to kill you, it's justice to kill them. If someone's trying to punch you, it's justice to punch them.
Listen. So right now,
what's wrong with you guys? What's wrong with you guys?
Hold on, listen. I want to ask a question though. Let's just say Russia says, oh, America is gonna come for us. Someone sent an email, blah blah blah, right? We don't know if that's true or not, right? But they just says America's gonna come for us. We're gonna send our missiles over there. Next thing you know, war, America and Russia, right? Boom, fires, bursting, blah, blah, blah. They come out there, they army, come kick America ass and put all of us in slavery. You saying pretty much Russia was just defending themselves, right? Even though they could have just made up this whole
Yeah, it's like, no, but that,
Exactly. So you have to find out the facts before you react.
No, you don't have to find the facts because
come on, man.
True rights history.
Hold on.
True rights history, Malik. Like, stop
Mel,
being
Mel.
so damn
Oh man.
You sound real dumb right now.
No, listen.
All right, cool.
Gnostic argument to counter the nonsense. Right now in China, they are interning, or what do they call it? Re-education.
Internment camps of Muslims.
No. They're putting
Uruguay Muslims.
the Uyghurs, yeah. They're putting the Uyghurs I think they call them re-education camps. Now they could argue that the Uyghur people, like ethnically, are a threat to like nationalism or to sovereignty or to the republic, innit? They can make that argument, and I imagine most Muslims would disagree with that as a fair form. Another example is when Japan attacked America in World War II, and all of the Japanese Americans were interned in those little makeshift camps. And I don't think we're going.
No, I just feel like this argument, like if some Islamophobe cops on here, right, they're just going to simply run with the fact. They're not going to use the word defensive at all. They're just going to go with the fact that Islam's okay with slavery. And they're going to use Malik as the catalyst.
No.
But this is not the first time, though.
But they are, though.
So why would you feed that? Why would you feed that narrative?
But Brad, I don't think
because I already made a clarification on what I stand on.
Oh my
If,
God.
if someone trying to make you a slave, it's only right for you to
So
enslave
you're
them.
okay with you know China's doing that to Muslims right now. Do you know why China's doing it to
Tit for
Muslims?
tat.
But you know why China's doing it to the Muslims? You know why China's doing that to Muslims right now?
What is it?
Because they said that Chinese intelligence said there was 11,000 I think it's Uruguay Muslims that were fighting in Syria. Say it again.
It's weaker, but go on, Karen.
Uyghur Muslims that were fighting, 11,000 were fighting against the West, or they were fighting with ISIS and things like that. So they're using that as a defense. And then they say that there's attacks have been occurring around China that allows them to do this. So how do you feel about that? Seeing your Akis and Akets being locked up.
The Akets, jeez.
So is there a system of finding out who's actually part of the
But they're
ISIS
also
group?
making them eat pork. They're making non-Muslim men have sex with Muslim wives, essentially raping them. So I guess defensive rape is okay here because they feel they're attacked by these people. They're destroying their culture. Children aren't allowed to go into the mosque. This is all defensive now. I want you to understand that tit for tat. This is why I'm saying maybe I put too much credit in your intellect. That's my fault. I've pumped you up. I've pumped them up. That's my fault.
Finish your question.
Okay, so with that being said, you're okay because it's tit for tat. You feel that there's their way of trying to figure out who's the bad Muslim. They're killing men. Any young man that speaks up against Islam, speaks up in regards to Islam, is being murdered, regardless. They don't care. Okay. Then they're re-educating the young kids to say things like Islam is like, for example, the Prophet Muhammad is not anyone to be respected. Xi Jinping is to be respected. The government, the Republic of China, is to be respected. They're turning Islam, making it the terrorists, and they're making the people, the Republic of China, they're making that the catalyst of their God. Do you understand me? So is that wrong?
So
it's in
I
defense,
don't really
though, mind you. It's in defense.
One second. Okay, so if you're in defense, don't mean you have to treat people in a bad way, right? So it's either
you think
like you said.
No, you're done. It's done, bro. Never mind, I'm done.
But I'm trying to explain something. My question to you is,
bro. I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. Are you saying the whole 2 or 3 million people, are they under the banner of ISIS? If yes, and they have done something wrong to the Republic of China, they have the right to deserve to be caged up or whatever, to be enslaved.
Malik,
because they started it.
Malik, do you understand the numbers of people? First of all, this group of Muslims here are nomadic Turkish, like Asian Turkish type people. They moved across, okay, like a kind of a
right. So that's what I'm telling you. They have to know who's part of the ISIS group. You can't just they got Muslims who married to Chinese people, and they doing good. So are you gonna go over there and say, "Oh, you're a bad Muslim or whatever. I'm arresting you and I'm killing you or whatever"?
Comprehension of
I believe in justice, man.
He is one of the 9-year-old adults that he speaks about. The evidence that 9-year-old adults are him. He's 9. He's 9 in America right now with a wife and kids. He's 9.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't. No, not in New York. He lives in New York City. He ain't
bruh.
No, bro. Listen here. Let me be real with you.
9 years old, bro.
He's still a black man in America, and you don't want to. I mean, you don't want to put that title out there. So that's slander, bro. To say that he's a 9-year-old.
Yeah, but this is not the first time of him slandering people, and that's his nature. It's cool.
Yeah, thanks.
No matter how you slander me or praise me, it doesn't affect me.
You'll survive.
I don't need I always say I don't need nobody in the world to praise me or slander me.
Yeah.
But you understand? You just took the dean and threw it under the bus of your person.
No, I didn't.
Like, bro, when I asked you,
this is boring. Anyway, Brad, man. Anyway, listen, big up everyone. Please keep this topic going. Yeah.
Go ahead, James. No, James.
No.
I realize this is.
I gotta go. Man, I gotta be serious. But keep the topic alive. Don't let that IC3 moron come back and bring it back to this nonsense banking. Yeah. Keep the topic. Keep on messaging.
Why get a nonsense banking?
Why is it
when you leave?
Oh my gosh.
I was just gonna ask him why he thinks he's a nonsense
Brother
banking.
Riggs, Terry Riggs, how are you? need to
My head hurts, bro. My head
I'm
hurts so
washing
bad.
dishes.
Yeah, we can tell.
You can
I
tell.
can hear every splash. I got earphones in.
No, I'm sorry. I'll go on mute.
No, you good. No,
Is it too loud?
no, it's just like while you talk, all you hear is oh
Listen, at
man.
least I got clean dishes at home, right?
True. You don't have a dishwasher?
Yeah, I'm one of those weird people that wash out my dishes before I load the dishwasher.
All you have to do is rinse. All you have to do is just get the huge chunks of food
No,
off.
no, you don't. You have to get like sauce, you know, and sometimes, you know, like I drink green tea and it stains the cups. I don't. So yeah, I wash the dishes first and then I put it in the dishwasher to make sure it's clean. Clean.
God. Oh, my head hurts so much.
Wow, why does your hair hurt?
You, man, you're the
Oh
reason
my
for
God.
So whatever I said that is so controversial
Malik,
is
you've
listen
literally
to.
sat on
It's
this
just why do you
panel for a
put I
whole
just
hour.
understand. I don't understand. Like, okay.
Hold on.
Wait, let
Malik, you've
Javon
literally
go.
sat on the panel for a whole hour. You've
Right.
defended slavery, and then you tried to justify seeing a 9-year-old as an adult. Like,
Child, bro.
Okay, but
what are we missing
Lady
here?
D, but when you're saying it, it's like, all right, cool. You're not saying the reason why I said what I said.
Who cares?
Who
I
cares,
don't care
bro?
about the
Somebody can have
reason.
a
That's the
gun next to your
problem.
head. It doesn't
Okay, cool.
matter.
All right, yep, all right. Let me say this. If you don't care about the reason of what I said, then abundance.
Oh my God.
Is that fair enough?
What'd you say? Right
I'm
now,
saying,
you clean
if you,
yourself up. Clean yourself up right
now,
now.
I'm not cleaning myself out. Since y'all don't want to speak about the reasons why I said, okay, in this situation, it is right. In this situation, I think it's wrong. I'm not speaking on behalf of everybody. I said my perspective. If you're trying to do something to me, I have the right to do something back. It's like saying, oh, somebody's trying to smack you, and then you're going to turn the left ear. No.
Okay, but Malik, can I tell you, I expected you of all people to come out and say, ban all slavery. I'm not for slavery of any way, shape, or form, and ban all child.
Yeah, but Lady D, he's not a descendant of slaves like we are, so he wouldn't understand.
No, but listen. So the whole
No,
thing,
but it's not a
there's not plenty of
descendant
people who are not descendants of slavery who understand that slavery is wrong. It's
No,
not
but that's what I'm
really-
saying. But some of the ones who
so-
don't usually speak out against it is usually because they don't have that like idea of like what it means to have like actual photos of your family with their fucking nose cut off and their ears cut
I
off for
don't know
trying to learn how to
like
read.
either, Brad, and still.
No, I'm just saying. I'm only speaking at one aspect of the slave trade. Like, you know, like, I heard there's far worse things that occurred in the Caribbean. Like the whole point, there were certain Caribbean islands that were meant to be like prisons for rebellious slaves. So I don't even want to.
I just think it's just you know, this whole thing like it like I said. So don't you know, you should just feel like if the government of the United States gets involved in something right now, you're in the United States, you'll be okay with being a victim of a defensive slavery and going into slavery because of what Donald Trump gets you into or somebody else, some other president. You're cool with that. That makes perfect sense to you. You deserve to be in slavery because of a decision that your leaders made. You're cool with that. And not only you, hold on, let's not get this twisted. Not only you deserve to be in slavery, you're cool with that. From 8, 9, 10 generations later, they all deserve to be slaves because you happen to live in the United States and go into slavery because of the decision that your leader made. That makes sense to you? That sounds dumb as shit.
But remember, if the reason why other people's economy is also rich is because they took advantage of other people.
No,
right?
Answer the topic that I just mentioned. Don't change something else. I just said you would be cool with your great grandchildren being slaves because of a decision that Donald Trump get us into right now, and we end up being slaves to some other country. You deserve
No,
it.
when
They,
no,
right?
no,
Let's
when
be
you say
realistic.
great,
Listen, if Donald Trump does something and he tries to go to war with some other people, but they defeat us and put us into slavery, right? Slavery is not just one generation. Oh, after you die,
Yeah.
guess what? No, it's you, your kids, your grandkids, your great-great-grandkids. Hello?
Yeah, but
How people get in slavery for 400 years? Clearly, it wasn't one generation.
That's what I'm
right?
saying. Melanated. He has
So,
because he doesn't
Okay,
know the
so-
concept of what slavery is. He wouldn't understand. That's
So
why he
just
says
so answer
defense
my
of slavery.
question. Say yes, you would be cool with your great-great-grandkids being in slavery.
No, when you're
If
talking
they
about
happen
great
to
great
lose the
grandkid,
war.
that's a no.
If they happen to lose the war. No, if we lost the war, right? A war that we started, right? Let's just say a war that we started. So they was on the defense and they put us into slavery. We deserve it, right? That's what you're saying?
No,
Oh, no. You confusing me now.
because the reason why you're confused is because you're saying great, and I'm not supporting great,
So now
great.
you,
I'm
so now
talking
you
about.
changing slavery. You got the Malik version of slavery.
Oh man.
You changing slavery. Slavery is one generation. So you need to you. This is what happens when you agree to something and then you got to find out what it is that you agree to. Because I don't think that you really understand what it is you agree to.
I don't think he agrees to it. I think he just tries to be very empathetic to both sides of the argument. Like Kingo Gold does it sometimes. Like they just try to be empathetic to the argument. It's like, no, shut the fuck up. You don't agree with it. Don't even try to look at it from their viewpoint. And that's what he does. He looks at it from their viewpoint.
So it's only cool for you to give an example and then put a whole context to it. But when I give an example and put a context to it, you don't agree with me. What am I supposed to do?
God, never mind, bro. Bro, you know what? I still like you though. Big up to New York City still. You know, big up to
you can say
The
generation.
That's what slavery is, though.
That's
like
what
you saying,
but that's not.
That's so you can't have a discussion with a panel full of people and have your own the definition for words. It needs to be a consensus.
Veli,
you can't do that.
Veli, Scattered Minds has come here to save Malik. Oh God.
Cool.
Not Scattered Minds, bro. Oh God, man, this thing is turning black men into. Oh no.
I'm about to drink my tonic.
Oh man.
Oh my God, it's so disgusting. Ugh.
Man, my head hurts, bro.
Oh.
Yo, big up to Bob Johnson though. Bob Johnson says every African American should get $350,000 check as reparations. I think it should be more $2 million. But hey, big up still. God, 350,000. That's a lot of money.
Define African American? He needs to define that.
Yeah, he did not. He only said the collective. You know.
Nah, man. See, look, I'm on the side of my ADOS people right there. You know what I'm saying? They gotta define that.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at the ADOS.
I mean, I know I wouldn't be entitled to it, so I'm not gonna try to just.
I was looking at the argument. And honestly, they said that of the 45 million ADOS, it's close to about 15 to maybe 20 million. That's
keep the same energy. Come on.
Oh God, come on. I forgot. Yeah, come on, bro. Long time no see though. How you been, man?
I've been good. How you guys doing? You alright?
I'm doing good, man.
Respect this fella.
Scattered is not gonna be crazy like.
No, hold on, sis.
Yeah, might be. I can be crazy.
He's going to. This is about to be, I'm about to look at Scat. I'm about to remove myself from constructive combos.
So when we hear a grown man say that 89-year-old is a woman, what goes for?
All right, cool. So with that,
wait 1 second. Can we get a minute? Wait, I want Melanated to finish her dishes first, and then we'll go ahead.
Oh, let me just go on you. You said no, you good. You see what I'm saying, but now Scattered is here, and you just like.
Probably because I'm moving around as well. To be fair, I might make some noise. No. I definitely didn't come for no 9-year-old conversation. Definitely not. That's I'll let Malik do that. But I would say, to be fair, Malik, you just got to do some more. Like to be fair, I understand the point you're coming from in terms of trying to come from the cultural relative point and trying to understand different people's culture, etc. But sometimes you can just say a cultural practice is bad and it shouldn't be continued. You know what I mean? And so that's on the 9-year-old one. But we'll come to talk about. I was talking about more about the nuances of slavery, right? I think this conversation, like for me, I don't know, like on the way this conversation gets treated online, sometimes it's like it's a shame, right? Because like speak about people like us, descendants of slavery, right? It's not, for me, it's not something that's like a stick that you could use to beat people with. And sometimes it gets used like that, especially by people outside the community who want to come back in the community and use it cheaply to sort of talk about, oh, this person supports slavery, blah, 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 without necessarily looking at the nuances. When we speak about the transatlantic slave trade, that was a slave trade that we went through as African Caribbean people, African American people. That is a very specific kind of slavery that had not taken place before in history and has not taken place since in history. And I think when we try and equate all slavery and say it's all the same, we ignore what happened to our ancestors. So I understand what Melanie was saying in terms of slavery is generational, but that's coming from an understanding of the transatlantic slave trade. Prior to that, slavery had occurred in all manner and forms in all different places, regardless of race, and it wasn't generational. Children of slaves became parts of societies. We know this because whenever Europeans try to say they were practicing slavery in Africa before we got there, so you can't blame us because you guys were doing it anyway. We say no, actually, when you look at the systems of what we call quote unquote slavery within Africa, whether it is in the Yoruba, the Ife Empire, whether it is in Dahomey, wherever, the systems of slavery that was practiced there, were completely different to the kinds of slavery that was introduced by the West when they came in and industrialized it. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if we're gonna have a conversation, especially a conversation about the lives of so many people who we care about, I think we should do it in a way that's going to be nuanced and it's going to take in account of things and not try and just easily score points.
So I have a question.
Agree. I
And we
agree.
know that slavery
Are
was
you
a test
saying?
from
Are you
God,
saying
too.
that
Let's make sure we
currently
know
that? I have a question. Are you saying that currently, after the transatlantic slave trade and even prior to, it was only one generation? There aren't examples of people, even to current day, who are, if you want to, I will say slaves, but I guess people use the term servants, and that servitude is generational to generational. So they, in essence, are owned. Hold on, in essence, are owned by people by proxy of the nature of the position that their parents were in. Are you saying that system does not currently exist?
Well, it depends, because that system can be taken widely and narrowly, right? You can take that in many different ways. If we narrow in on it, basically, my argument would be is since transatlantic slavery, the forms of slavery that we have seen, especially in Africa, we have to accept have been influenced by colonization and the presence of Europeans in those nations, right? So when you go to places like Mauritania, etc., where there are more inset grains of slavery, where possibly there might be generational, I'm not sure, I don't have any confirmation on that, but it might be generational. And that has come after. That has come after. Yeah, it's come much after a long period of colonization into African culture.
So
that is not how we.
Slavery
that is not how we naturally.
Was like the first slavery in Africa.
No, that was the first. No, that's what I'm trying to say. Slavery occurred in Africa prior to that, or what Europeans claimed was slavery. What we might call it might have been something completely different, right? But systems of people who had either fought, like Malik is trying to say, is probably wording is quite bad, but this idea of defensive slavery, this idea of people who have fought against a kingdom or uprose against a kingdom or broke a law in a kingdom, being punished by losing their freedom and liberty and having to serve a different family, a different lord, or a different region for a period of time or the entirety of their life. However, we know in places of many of these situations across Africa, West Africa in particular, that the children of those slaves were not considered slaves and were allowed to progress on in the society.
Yeah, I do believe that we can't really compare, because I've read that too, that way West African.
No. You don't have to put both with Scattered Minds and DC. Y'all don't have to put a context to it. It says ban all forms of slavery. Period.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about, bro?
No, I'm saying the way he just explained it, right? You can listen to him, but you're not going back to the actual question. You're saying all forms of slavery should be
should be burned, right?
Yeah, but you heard him before though, Malik. He was defending your point and saying that there are some. You should be able to say there's some cultural practices that are that should be
bad.
wrong, like marrying a 9-year-old.
I know.
One second. But he also corrected us in saying that our viewpoint on slavery is because of what we went through the transatlantic. So now we're on something totally different. What are you talking about, bro?
Exactly, that's my point. He was trying to explain that you can't just say, "Oh, all forms of slavery should be burned out." And that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
so
the thing is, you can.
If I say yes, I have a reason for saying yes, and if I say no, I have a reason for saying no.
But the thing is, though,
Malik, are you at work, bro?
the thing is, though,
Listen, I would just say this. You know,
yeah, I'm at work.
I would just say this.
My man.
Wait. Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but it just doesn't. It's not really computing to me that you know in any way. Yeah, I think what it seems what happens is people want to call, like, let's say I say forced sex, and then you call it rape. And you see what I'm saying? Like,
excuse me, I have a
you
phone
just
call.
change the name to me. So calling something servitude and then calling something slavery, or being able to say that people, it's not intergenerational when there's evidence that it is today, and to say that that's because of the influence. To me, I mean, I would say this: if I had reason to believe that, then I would hear that and I would say, yeah, that makes me feel more comfortable, and I would believe it.
So one second. So for you, slavery is always intergenerational.
Okay, let me put it this way. Even in the transatlantic slave trade, had there been slave owners who have freed people? Yes. Is that the premise of transatlantic slavery? No. Did you see what I'm saying? So even if you say, there's evidence of this person who was freed, or evidence of this person who was freed, what I'm saying is that if present day, right, is not rocking like that, and people are doing the same thing, they are working for, let's say, the Johnson family, right, and their grandparents used to work for the Johnson family, am I to believe that this is just the Johnsons doing it? Why are the Smiths not doing it? They know, hey, you could just keep your people. You could have their grandkids work for you. Like, I'm not to believe. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. That,
I mean, the issue that we're having is around. Cool. But I think the issue is around the definition of the word slavery, right? Like, because slavery is not in itself defined as being intergenerational. Intergenerational slavery would be, and the adjective intergenerational would make it so, right? But slavery in itself, for example, when they talk about modern day slavery, child sex trafficking, all these types of things, those individuals would be considered as being treated as slaves or as slaves, etc. Right? That doesn't necessarily mean that their children or their parents had to be slaves for them to get that title. That title was given to them because their freedom.
I'm sorry. We have to ask you a question. Do you burn out all slave owners, like all across the board? All slave owners, do you burn them out?
Why you ask a stupid question? Of course you know I don't. But you got me covered now.
No. We just have to do it for the record. Just make sure that every person in history that's ever owned or.
But the question itself, the question itself,
is not to put you in any box or anything.
No, for sure. The question itself is a G-block design, of course, aimed at. I got your moment against people of the Abrahamic faith. Who are going to struggle with. People of the Abrahamic faith, I would argue. Anybody who argues for,
hey, listen, man, we're just trying to have a constructive convo. We're just having
convo. I'm having it with you guys, isn't it? I'm just trying to say, but I'm just putting out your strategy, isn't it? That's the best way to do. It's the best way.
I miss you, man. We miss you, bro.
Yeah, man. I stay the same.
I'm not an atheist. I'm just a descendant of enslaved people, and it's a very sensitive topic for me. It has nothing to do with Abraham. I don't care if it was Buddhist people over here bigging up slavery.
But Mel, I wasn't talking about you. But Mel, listen, please. What I'm trying to say to you, I get what you're saying, right?
I'm just making it like we're not the only people listening right now, right? So I'm just saying this, making my stance clear. I'm not literally getting offensive towards you, bro. It ain't like that. I'm good.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just trying to make clear. I wasn't talking about you. I was just talking about the G-block strategy. Belly knows what he's doing. Belly chose the question. I'm not saying it was you. You came on and debated just like you do every day. But it's Belly's channel. This is G-block. Belly chose the question. He knows what he's doing. He's having fun, and as he should be. And I think people shouldn't be necessarily afraid to come on and have conversation. But I think also, if you're gonna have a conversation, you should be prepared to call out things rather than get caught up in the emotion of it. Because there's gonna be Muslims who's gonna come on and get very emotional and not be able to just have a clear conversation. Like I say, look, if we're gonna talk about slavery, like you say, you're personally affected by it. So am I. It's something that I take seriously. So I do like when I do see people using it as a gotcha moment specifically, that does make me feel a little bit of a way, because I feel like we should not trivialize our own pain and suffering in that kind of way. But yeah, let's have the discussion and let's use it as a moment to try and educate and to learn and discuss, right? I wish Sakura was here or something like that.
Yeah, I really wouldn't want somebody calling like what my ancestors went through, servitude or some stupid shit like that. Like that
100%
test from God.
And to be honest with you, what's going on in present day, it's just not servitude, and it's just not. And people want to call it that, and it's just wrong.
But when you say present day, where are you talking about? Are you talking about Libya?
Well, not just Libya, but you see the thing you see it in Lebanon,
Mauritania.
Not just in Mauritania, but also you see it in like Saudi Arabia. You see it in Jordan. You see it in they're talking about when you take someone's passport, and yeah, it's not just happening to Africans, but it's like you see that you take someone's passport, and you know what I mean? Like it's high forms of slavery, man. I have to.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, look, I'll burn out all those
me too.
all of those Gulf states. Well, not all. I don't know the full details of that, but a lot of those Emirates and Saudis are involved in all of that. Do you know what I mean? And I'll burn them.
Melanated washes all of her dishes once a week.
it's a big occasion, man. Yeah, big occasion.
Yeah, man. Let's just talk about something funny now. Like, I want to get on this banking thing, this reparations.
Nah. James already told us we're not allowed to do that. James already told us we're not allowed to do that. So we ain't gonna do that. No. Listen to me. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
James is mad.
Please.
James is mad that he's what's going on? James is mad because he's from Algeria.
Well, is it IC4?
He's not gonna get. Yeah, he's not gonna get he's not gonna get any reparations. That's why.
Fair enough.
Right. That's why he don't want to see black people get their thing. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
Listen, how black people, why we can't just get our stuff right now? You feel me? Like, start your business, do what you gotta do.
There is a lot of banks trying to prove they're not racist. They're giving out easy low interest loans right now. I've seen
build your community. That ain't happening in the UK for us yet, boy. We just about here toppling statues. That's my problem, right? We need to get some real stuff. Because right now we got politicians saying, yeah, we're gonna take the statues down, and people thinking it's an achievement. Because some statues are gonna come down. But we need some of them easy loans that you lot are getting.
Yeah, but I think it's only.
I don't even want a loan. I want a grant. Of course, it's a political thing. You think any people have overnight changes? Think people had overnight changes? They saw George Floyd, and all of a sudden, all these racists, hardcore racists, don't care no more.
Because I was on Amazon, and I saw that there's certain banks now giving out low interest loans, and then if you start a restaurant and you go with Amazon, if you go with Uber Eats, they won't charge you a delivery fee.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Is this all quite new over the past few months?
It's a trend. No, this is all because of these protests. It's only been like 2 weeks.
Interesting.
No, this is where I'm at now. This is where I'm at right now this is where I'm starting to okay, I don't agree with everything Tone Talk and Yvette Carnell says, but I have to say when they talk about economics and intangibles, I agree with some of the tangible shit they're talking about.
Me, he's joined ADOS. You joined ADOS as well.
Me, I'm not even ignorant.
I know.
But no, I didn't join.
You respect them now.
Bro. No. I can be the first to say this. I'll be the first to say this.
Listen. I took the time, right, to listen to my brother, my Hebrew brother, God of Jacob, right? Right? So I know that not all of these ADOS people, some of them are definitely anti-African, yes.
Yeah.
But not all of them are anti-African, but they do, and the way he worded it, for the purposes of their reparation,
Claim, yeah.
they make the distinction, and they have
Mhm.
to make the distinction so there's no confusion. So when Brad came on and said that Black Americans deserve African Americans deserve X amount of thousands of dollars, I said, did he define African American? Because I definitely feel like if
That I
we are
don't know.
on
I
this
don't know. You're
land,
talking about Bob Johnson. Yeah, I don't know if he
if
did
we're
that
on
yet.
this
He just, I
land,
saw the
right,
headline that said that.
and there are people who we definitely look the same, and we're all classed as African American, but
Yeah.
our heritage is different. I do
Mm.
agree that it's not fair for people who their lineage is something different for them to just get benefit and be counted, you
Correct.
know,
Correct.
for that. I agree with that position that they have.
Yeah, I have to agree
Do
with
I
that
feel
too.
like I want them to say, y'all thinking Africans coming and getting our jobs and all this stupidness? Nah, man, go
No,
to
I don't
work.
agree
Go
with
to
that.
work,
I don't
bro.
agree with that. I don't
Yeah.
agree with
But
that.
can I
I
ask
don't
you
agree
this
with that.
though?
You're not about to shame me for my
But
degree and
melanated,
going to work.
but
Nah.
melanated. You see how you're Jamaican though, right? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I don't want
Jamaican
to.
descent.
Whatever.
But
Yeah, I
yeah,
do have Jamaican
you're
descent, so we can go with that.
there we go, right? So you got your of that background, right? Just say for example, right? During during slavery, right?
Mm-hmm.
Slaves were routinely sold from plantation to plantation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so it could be possible that an American slave was sold into Jamaica, right?
Oh my God, Scattered, shut up.
I'm just asking.
Shut up, Scattered.
I'm just dirtying the water
No.
quickly.
This is where this is the
I'm
biggest
dirtying the
hurdle.
water
This
quickly.
is going to be the
No,
biggest
because
hurdle.
we're
This is
not the
going to be
same
the biggest
people.
hurdle.
You understand? Because
No.
you
What he's
talking
saying
about
is
the
very valid,
Hamites.
Melanated.
The
Melanated.
Hamites is the Hamites, right? And you know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to.
Oh, shut up. But no. We have to understand what you're saying. The next hurdle, and this is where I would tell this will be the conversation I would have with my community here, with the ADOS community, is that like, if you do not know your genealogy for both sides of your parents, you're not going to get a check. Okay? Because like, there are certain
That's not
people
cool.
that,
What if you don't know who your daddy is?
because we're talking like I remember when I was talking to
I hate
IC3
to
about
say
this.
it like that, but
I was talking to IC3 about this, about how we talk to the police and things like that, how we prosecute the police. And the one thing he said is language, and that's true. And you're talking about taking on the federal government, who would have a army of lawyers to like, okay, if you can see, I can trace back my father's side to Sumter and Anderson, South Carolina, being enslaved there. My mother is in Virginia, okay, in various parts of Virginia. All right, but I can also tell you that lineage-wise, you will see that there are Black people who you'll see that there are Black, because Joe Biden just said that he wanted reparations for Black Americans too, but he also wants to include Native Americans, not realizing Native Americans got their reparations when they're tax-free and they're tax-exempt. They already have their reparations, so we can easily fight that off. You know, because I took some political. I'm trying to figure out
some lessons.
No, I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how would I phrase this. Because I did work within Cobra. Like I did, because I wanted to be a lawyer at the time. I wanted to be a constitutional lawyer. So there were certain summers I used to do work within Cobra. And we have to realize that in Cobra. It's been a group that's been fighting for reparations for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah. So you see this thing where you have, because I'm gonna be real, like the amount of money that African Americans are entitled to. If we actually look at the community of ADOS, right, we're looking at possibly no more than at most 15 million living today that can save their ADOS. Of the 45 million, 15 million. And I'm being real. Like that would be a rough number. So that would honestly raise up our number from getting like 20,000 to 2 million to almost close to like, I'm not going to say 50 million, but we're looking in double digits. Okay. So like, we just need to like work on, I think, and because I can see because first of all, the worst part about it is slavery wasn't a federal thing, but it wasn't illegal. And because of the states, the colonies being able to do slave, like the Carolinas were notorious for slavery, notorious, you know what I mean? North and South Carolina. And that's where a lot of the slaves came from. Virginia, these various regions can we use them as a? I'm thinking how would the federal government combat this? Because when you look at the reparations fight so far, they've always tried to attack it on a state level.
Maybe
You know?
maybe they'll give all of the black people North and South Carolina to live in.
I mean,
No,
I
that's
think
not-
black people
that's-
should
that's
make a
not a way.
paying for that in America for a little while. To be fair,
I think
couple
the
of
one
things.
step, the major
Wait,
step
what
of
did- I
reparations
didn't
is
hear
to
what
make black
Travis
people
said.
tax exempt in every
Yeah, I
way,
think-
shape, or form.
I've been thinking African Americans should do that for a little while, man. Just take about 3 states away with them and just form their own little block.
No, because see, the
That's
thing
just
is,
my
you don't
thing.
want to get rejected on the federal level. You don't want to get any they'll start disband. They won't accept our congressmen or our senators, so we wouldn't have federal representation.
Then
The
you
government can be petty like that.
secede. Then you secede and you create your own country just right there. Take Florida and all that. You
Yeah,
go-
now you're asking after. No,
Act
because they
that's
don't
right.
take that as a
And
sign.
what? So what? Our
Peace,
new,
peace, peace, peace.
our new
My
black,
brother.
Mr. Riggs,
peace,
is
peace.
ADOS for
brother.
black people?
Peace.
Is ADOS for black people? ADOS.
ADOS for black people. No.
Is
Yes.
it? Is it
Oh
for
my
black
God,
people?
he come
No,
to
it's
stir the
not.
pot.
Yeah,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
Tell him.
Yes, it is.
Tell him,
It's
Terry.
for a particular. It's for a
Find the
particular.
foundation.
It's
Find the
for a
foundation
particular.
of ADOS.
No, it's
Who are they? Who are the leaders? What is their agenda?
Oh my gosh.
I love when Jerry comes with the energy. Yes, Uncle Riggs.
1 second. Hey, excuse me. 1 second. Because I'm the only one. I'm the only one up here that's actually. Mr. Riggs, 1 second. Mr. Riggs, 1 second. I can't hear nothing. Bro, come on now, bro. No, I'm being real. It for a particular part of the community of the overall black race on the planet. ADOS is meant because we're talking about trillions of dollars that have been overlooked. Okay. Yes, I believe a check should not just be the end all be all of how we get reparations.
But hold on.
I believe
Brad,
we should be
Brad.
tax
Can
exempt.
I ask a
Brad.
question?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question, Brad?
Yeah.
Right. Who exactly qualifies for the identification of an American descendant of slavery?
An African or a Black American, an African or a because I heard your question earlier. That's why I tried to hop on.
All right.
An
Okay.
African-
Because
an African or a Black American who can trace their ancestry within the last 200 to 300 years to a slave plantation within the United States.
right, is that the
It has
official
to be-
position?
Yeah, I think.
Is that the
listen,
official
listen, wait,
position?
hold on 1 second. 1 second, Terry. I just want to say, I think it has to be 7 generations. So they were very specific with the generations. So like if your great grandmother or your grandmother was born here, you're still not ADOS. You see what I'm saying? It's not far back enough.
If I was a king and my brother got into slavery and he went to the Americas, and I can trace my brother from Africa to Americas, can I claim on behalf of my brother?
So the ADOS is going to say you stole your brother. They're going to think you stole your brother.
No, they stole my brother.
Who's stolen? Somebody stole your brother. You have to go to them.
Wait. I can prove it because I know that the British came to my land and stole him and took him to South Carolina. The reason why I know is because the British owned South Carolina.
Yeah, no, wait, Mr. Riggs, I want you to understand something. There are Black whoa. There are Black American families, the Voigt family. Okay, my mother is a member of the Voigt family. The Voigt family is a family of freedmen, African Americans who mixed and amalgamated with people from West Africa. Okay, they left America and went there. That's happened. You have Chief Alfred. You have a lot of people who came here and that can say they lost brothers and sisters within the United States. Okay, you can't say the Americas. So that doesn't include Mexico. That doesn't include.
No, I know that, but I'm talking about Americans in form of ADOS.
Yeah,
so it's really interesting.
If I could trace my brother to California, South Carolina, sorry, then can I claim for my brother?
No.
Why not? Because my brother will be
Wait, your brother. Wait, why would your brother? Wait. Time out. Don't use the word. This is where I think IC3 comes in very helpful. How could you be alive for 300 plus years and you're trying to say like, what are you talking about? Your brother?
Yeah, family. He's saying that the family is straight up.
that his brother left a letter with an agreement and understanding that the British took his brother by mistake. Now I've got evidence to tracing him in Carolina and his family. There's a loophole.
No, it's not though.
Yes, there is, because
No,
my
it's not
brother.
though. Because time out though. No. You know why it's not? You know why it's not? Because I've heard this statement. ADOS, the cutoff line for ADOS right there, would be after when the British lost control. It's people who were enslaved here by the American government. That's why they're known as the American descendants.
Okay, and that's why.
So if that's an argument with the British, then you take that
No,
to be
what I'm saying is they were still in South Carolina till after. You know, there's a lot of people that were there after that didn't even move. The
Were
ones
they
that were
American citizens? Would they be American citizens?
Yeah. The royalists left and went to England.
Okay,
But the ones that were enslaved, some of them stayed.
Okay, so you can't, but like
Your brother
Why
can't.
can't
Basically,
I?
he's saying
yeah, you can't, but your brother's family can. So like let's say your brother
Yes, but I
is
came
my
on
great
behalf of
ancestor.
them.
Let's say
No,
your brother is my great
said-
ancestor.
hold on,
No, Mr.
listen.
Riggs. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead, man.
Well,
No. I was saying that you
as in
can't,
the
but your
integrity
brother.
of my family.
Yeah.
No,
Riggs,
but I'm
go.
saying
Mr. Riggs, you go.
integrity.
Yeah.
I'm a descendant of both brothers, and I've got a letter to proving so, and we can even do a DNA test to proving so.
Okay.
So why can't I claim?
Because you didn't go through it. Your brother's family did. So your brother's family can make claims to it.
Yes,
That's
but
why.
I'm claiming on
But
it.
no, Mr. Riggs, I want you to understand something.
Yeah, but I
There's a historical narrative that I have been saying that has been incorrect. Okay, that's why I think I can't. No, there's something. No, but there's something I've been saying.
listen. So when
There's something
somebody
I'm
is
saying that's
murdered or
incorrect.
something like that, when somebody is murdered or something like that, their family sues for wrongful whatever. That's what he's saying. So when someone does something to your family member, you should be able to file on behalf of them. It's not like, oh well, then they gotta, too bad they ain't filed for their own wrongful death or whatever.
Yes,
He's
but there's
saying
no
that
president. There's no president of that in the U.S. That's why I'm trying to correct something I've always said. In
How do
regards
you
to
know
the Japanese, when the Japanese that were put in internment camps versus the Japanese that came here after the bombing, okay, after the Second World War, the Japanese that were in internment camps were the only ones that received money from the government, not the ones who came over after the bombing. So the distinction is
But
who went
what
through
I'm
the
saying
actual
is,
thing.
if I got, and I specifically said, if I get the records to proving it, right? Like this is my descendant of my great grandfather's brother. Then that I have the proof as the family. Yeah, I'm able to claim.
No, you're not though.
Yes, I have a stance.
Because here's the thing though. If your brother was enslaved here under British rule, okay, and it was under British rule, and he stayed, right? Okay, he stayed. He had no other family that was here.
Yeah,
he had
died.
family that was here.
Yeah, he has no more family.
He has no other family.
No.
Okay, then it's not. It becomes kaput at that point. Your beef is with the individual because he had no descendants. American descendants
He
of
went through
slaves.
slavery.
But you are not a descendant of slavery.
Of course he is.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. He's saying you're not a descendant.
I know I'm not, but I'm claiming on behalf of him.
You can't because he has to have. You can't because he's already died.
I can claim.
No, you can't.
Listen, man, that's why Killmonger was so upset. He couldn't claim. You feel me?
No, Killmonger was half African and half American, so he could have claimed both ways.
Oh, Killmonger was ADOS and African. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's the difference. No. That's the difference between us. Killmonger, like this is why I have to agree with my ADOS family now, is because we do not have a second country. All we have is America. Yeah, I can say I can learn Yoruba. I can learn Yoruba tomorrow. I can learn all the history I want. I can't go back to Nigerians like, hey, listen, I learned my culture. I know who I am. Here's proof of who I am. Now accept me. So
really wanted to, and they may still, there may be a possibility that there's still records, because these Europeans always keep track record of their stuff, but they're not going to tell you it. There's a possibility. It's like that's
the thing. That's the thing, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you, mister. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Uncle. Listen to me.
Okay.
In the regards to why this ADOS thing is so important is because we do not like the Afro-Caribbeans, Africans from the continent. You all have a second flag you can wave. We do not have a second flag. We only have that one flag.
So what happens to the man that left Africa, put in slavery, and he's been through it? Doesn't he have an opportunity through ADOS?
No, because if he has no descendants of it, then
don't worry.
What do you mean he left Africa? What do you mean he left Africa?
Yeah, how did he leave Africa? As a slave?
Voluntarily?
Slave.
Okay, he was enslaved. Okay.
Yeah, he was enslaved.
Yeah.
In America, he worked as a slave. He died as a slave.
Okay.
So why can't he claim?
Because where
does it start as a descendant of slave? Where does it start?
From the foundation of this country. So those who are the free labor.
So that's you're talking when you're talking about the foundation of the country. Then you're talking about the times of the royalists.
Say it again.
No, they weren't. There wasn't a country then.
No, you're talking about the formation, the signing. I think it's 14. You're talking about the signing.
Or sign on for ADOS.
The Declaration of Independence. From the Declaration of Independence till today, that is ADOS. Okay.
You're Brad.
Yeah.
What second flag does a Jamaican on the island of Jamaica have to wave?
Well, like if you go to the UK, you still have Jamaica. You still have Jamaica. If you go to the US, you still have Jamaica.
But if a Jamaican lives in Jamaica, what flag does he have? And is Jamaica his country?
I guess so. Yeah, that's why you're called Jamaicans.
Given to it by a colonialist, right? This is the thing, right? That's why you guys are called Americans, I suppose.
But like, for example, let me be real. Like the Haitians, okay? Like the Grenadians, many people, if every Jamaican in the face of the planet went home and said, we're going to overthrow our government, we're not going to go to the IMF bank, you would have more strength in getting that done from your island than me and Gada Jacob running through Virginia or running through DC, like saying like, oh shit, this is our country too. We tried that before. The new African Republic, that didn't work out. So it's like we tried this multiple times.
No, hey, I'm just trying to understand.
You know what I'm saying?
So basically, what you're saying is, we can take because we can take hold of Jamaica. We have no claim to any compensation in America because really our place should be trying to overthrow Jamaican government, whereas you guys
have a country of your own. Like, see, for example, I am an African American. I'm an African American.
Because who's the owner?
You guys are.
Who owns Jamaica? Who owns Jamaica?
But see, here's the thing. But this is what I'm trying to say to you, though. In the day when it's all said and done, are there more people in Jamaica that look like you than that look like? Because there's more people that look like Walter. And
so that's what you're talking about.
Like
a majority country. So you're talking about a majority
country. You guys
country.
have that. You guys have that.
Country.
We don't have
But
that.
who owns the land?
For sure.
Who owns the land?
The British, though. The British. But let's say, for example, the Jamaicans are able to be successful in their claim against, for example, okay, forget any claim, right? Just say ADOS is successful in their claim. Is there any point at which, just say, for example, like I said, an American slave born in America, right? Just like melanated. Let me use melanated, for example. Melanated has agreed that she's got Jamaican descent in her, right?
Yeah.
So let's say, for example, her family now can trace its roots that one of her ancestors was on a plantation in America and was sold to Jamaica. To Jamaica. That is her claim not even better than yours. Because not only was she deprived of freedom by being a slave, she was also sold away from the nation that promised her freedom, liberty, and all these sorts of things.
I'm sorry, you kind of cut out the last bit there. I can't hear you. I'm sorry, bro.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Not only was she not only has she been denied her freedom by being a slave, but she was also sold away from the nation that had promised her freedom and all of these things.
So you mean to tell me I could have been ADOS?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I'd say that claim is even bigger.
Yeah, but we're talking about taking.
That claim is even bigger.
You guys are looking at this from. Like, ooh,
isn't that claim bigger?
No. But you're looking at this from a non. You're looking at this from a non-legal aspect.
I'm ADOS.
No, Brad.
You're looking at this. I'm literally trying to explain to you because you're not. None of you don't. I mean, no disrespect, but unless you've really studied how this country would maneuver in this type of thing, okay,
they're not my history from me, and they moved us around like we pieces on a checkerboard, and I'm ADOS, goddammit, and I'm
exactly.
What I'm trying to say,
how dare they deny you?
You know, it's like the Red Indians. When they claim their money, didn't all the Europeans jump in?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what do we claim? You don't see African Americans trying to claim CARICOM. You
No,
don't see African Americans.
what
are you talking about?
see the Europeans claim it.
We see African Americans talking about they Native American.
You see white Americans
Blackfoot, Bigfoot.
You know what?
Black people trying to go live on reservations.
You guys have to understand something here, okay? You're talking about a group of people. We can recognize that there were times in which the intercontinental slave trade, when you had people, but when that was even going on, Jamaica wasn't called Jamaica.
What was it called? What was it called? Come. You're talking about my history now. So let's do this.
What was it called? Yeah, what was it called? Was Jamaica an independent country at that time?
No, but it was still called Jamaica.
Okay, my apologies. But I'm saying it wasn't it wasn't like a Jamaica that we, the one love type thing. It wasn't that Jamaica. You know what I mean?
But I don't know. Those people were the brothers are still there. They might have been singing the proto one love.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, the Jamaicans play. Excuse me, 1 second. I'm sorry. The Jamaicans' battle is not with the U.S. government. The Jamaicans'
it depends, though, right? Because what I'm trying to say to you is, but we're ignoring the nuances of slavery, right? Because if you're a slave in America and you get sold to Jamaica, you have a claim against the British and the Americans now. You have two claims.
Okay,
but what I'm trying to make to you, but Brad, let me finish. Brad, let me finish it, though. Because the claim that person has against America, is what I'm trying to explain to you, is even bigger and stronger than a claim of an ADOS person in America, right? That's what I'm trying to focus to you, legally speaking. Because you said we're not speaking legally now. Legally speaking, somebody who is not only made a slave, they're also denied a right to life in America because of slavery, has a bigger claim than somebody who was allowed to have life in America or had been enslaved, right?
But you know the funny thing is,
so why would ADOS rule out those people as being part of their claim when they can actually make their claim?
Because that's what I'm saying. That's where the next step. That's where the first step would have to come in. They would have to prove that. That's the case.
But you know what the Americans would do? Do you know what the Americans would do? They'll send the claim to the Europeans. Because who did the slavery in the beginning?
That's it. You gotta do it with them first.
No. Because the foundation, what ADOS and foundational Black Americans are talking about. No, the founders of the United States of America.
Yeah, where are they from? Where are they independents from?
Mr. Riggs, I'm telling you, you're over-intellectualizing this, okay? We're talking about people from the Declaration of Independence, people from the Declaration of Independence up until today, okay? Because then you have to take into account that slavery was only step one. We have to deal with Jim Crow. We have to deal with segregation. Like, oh my goodness, like I can't believe I have to explain this.
Yeah,
like
the reason why I'm trying
to talking about black veterans. Let's even talk about like. Let's talk about between. Because I'm not trying to get emotional. I think you don't understand something here. If we look at it from the African American here, every major war from 1812, I can show you how journals of my ancestors writing about we fought for the wrong white people during the War of 1812. Okay, I can show you we have been fighting this war. We've been fighting for this country and been the foundation of this country. You have no idea how it messes up a person's psyche to know when you walk through the White House that your ancestors were buried in the South Garden in an open grave because they didn't want to pay them. You have no idea what it's like to walk down the National Mall and still bleed. Okay, so stop trying to like loophole this bullshit. It's not.
What is that all got to do with the fact that some of the people on the cane fields in Jamaica were actually in America, and
They
it
would
could
have
be
to
vice
prove that.
versa.
That was it. They would just have to prove it. That was it.
Brad, but what they would do is that they will say, like England, they will say, yeah, that we paid to get you released, so you need to go take your claim to the owners, which is in the graveyard.
Mm.
Beat that one.
Wait, say that again, bro. I can't. I'm sorry, Melanie. You know, I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Say
Well,
that
I
again.
don't even know your position.
No,
I
I can't
don't
hear
know your
because
position.
yeah, I can't hear. I can't hear him. I'm sorry. That's what I'm trying to. I can't believe this is so hard. I can't believe we're actually having this conversation.
So listen,
Go ahead.
Brad, listen.
Yeah.
Listen carefully. Yeah. If you put a claim to the Americans, the Americans could turn around and say, we paid for you to get released. Can they? Yes or no?
Who paid for you to get released?
They paid all slave owners to releasing their slaves, innit?
No, they insured them. They didn't pay them to release the slaves. They gave them insurance.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say to you. In insurance, like whether it's cash or not, it could be materialistic things. It could be insurance. It could be anything. They gave something for something, innit?
But then they still have to take. Yeah, a lot of our ancestors were insured.
Yeah. So they gave the slave owners. They gave the slave owners insurance.
Yeah, they gave them
Compensation. You mean compensation?
Compensation. Yeah.
That was their compensation.
Yes,
So-
that was
so-
to them, but that doesn't account for the years.
So, like, for instance, if you're in a job and you're working, and you've been dismissed from your work, unfairly dismissed from work, and then you take them to court, but the court will say, you know what, we'll help you out, but the government will say, okay, we'll help the business, but you got to sort it out with the business itself, because that's where you got to take the owners to court. But the problem taking the owners to court, they're dead.
Yes, but you have to also take into account that slavery was just step one. Okay, slavery. You're talking about back pay. You just freed people. You wrote a constitution that said all men were created equal. You wrote a constitution that says that all men have a pursuit of happiness. All men are. Okay. So second step. The second step would be Jim Crow. The second step would be Jim Crow. Okay, the black laws. All right, you have to take into account for that. Then the third step would be the redlining. Okay, you're talking about 4 to 5 steps, and the most recent one would be stop and frisk and mass incarceration. When you have you're talking about literally pound on pound on pound on pound of mistreatment. Okay, you guys, I don't understand why this is hilarious. But we're only talking about people getting back pay for centuries of free work, military aid. You're talking about people who fought for a country, then when they were done fighting for the country, were enslaved. You're talking about people who were promised freedom during the Revolutionary War for serving in the country. Then when they fought for that country to get its revolution, to get its independence, were enslaved. Then when 1812 they came back to try to reclaim the country. Then when you talk about when they kicked out the Spanish, when they kicked out the when they helped form the country beyond its 13 borders, were then hunted. Then you're talking about the numerous amounts of African Americans who had to flee to the north because you had what's known as sharecropping farms. You had vagrancy. You had vagrancy laws. You had God, I keep saying sharecropping farms. Yeah, you're talking about millions upon millions of African Americans, thousands that were killed rather than being paid. Their descendants moving around the country and being able. You're talking to a guy right here who can trace back his ancestors to the first group of black men who were masonries in designing the White House right now. Okay,
So
you understand that you're not.
does America have a claim to claiming from the British money to paying for the situation?
No,
Do they
one thing not America. I would
does
say
America have that opportunity?
America could pull that, but the African Americans could back that too, because who brought us over here in ships? I would agree with that. That's a perfect example. But America cannot remove its responsibility because it was facilitating, because it facilitated.
And who were they getting
it built?
Who were they getting the orders from at that time?
Well, see, you have to understand that also. But we also have to understand that they were buying it from the Caribbean colonies, so they can go to the Caribbean and say, "All right, who owns the Caribbeans?" Then go back to the. But you have to understand, though, they still brought it, though, Mr. Eggs. They still brought the individuals that came from Jamaica and these various countries.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the leadership. Who they answering to? That this whole America prepared. It didn't just appear on its own.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I'm saying is that all this situation didn't just appear on its own. It will have to claim something, so they were able to channel themselves to something.
But you understand that the American government still had to abolish slavery. That means that slavery was not illegal. That means that within the United States, oh my God, God of right, oh my God, God of Jacob was right. Okay, because the U.S. had abolished slavery at Revolution, at the time when because the Emancipation was not signed the same day as the Declaration of Independence, though it was discussed. I will give that. It was discussed to remove the slaves. But because it was not, that means on a federal level, in its foundation of the United States of America, slavery was legal. So therefore, the federal government, oh my God, that is so true. The federal government was responsible as well. I keep saying it was the states. Jeez, man, I've been against something. So it was the federal government was also involved in it as well. So therefore, the federal government holds a responsibility to it.
Was the Europeans involved in it?
Yes, but that's going to help our plight, though. That's going to help because that's something now we can go to them.
Remember the amount, because remember we're dealing with a big amount of money. So if Americans can't pay for it, what are they going to do? They're going to go to the person next. They're going to go to the next person in our hierarchy.
No, but they can't remove their responsibility of it because there's already they
Why
can't
they admit to it? Because they know that responsibility is too great.
No, but they can't remove themselves from it. They can't remove themselves from it.
But look at it like this, though. If you do it from a bigger picture,
No. That's where I see we're disconnecting.
No. Listen,
Don't look at it from a bigger picture. Look at it from the American, look at it from me, Mr. Riggs. I accept who I am as an African, but I also have to recognize my history here. Okay, so I have to look at it that my government, the government that my family has fought for, paid taxes for.
To make pressure on the American government, wouldn't it be better to having the whole of the African diaspora on your backing?
Yeah, but that's step two, though. That's step two, like CARICOM.
No, I'm trying to say to you, if you put
that's step one.
If you put in a whole heap of Caribbean islands and African countries on the same thing, you say, okay, we want $3 million for ADOS. Yeah, $3 trillion. Now, if the whole of the African diaspora and the African people put that whole pressure on top of it, you will get much more money than you would get if you got it on your own.
But also, it's about the implications of what you're saying, right, and what you're signing up to. Because I hear what you're saying loud and clear about home country and not having a country of your own. But what you're saying there is, once you get reparations in America, America is now your country. The difficulty is for now the rest of us in the diaspora is we will have an issue of reparations, right? And with America directly, which means we'll end up having to have an issue with you.
Wait, so once you guys get reparations, like America is like your country, so now your allegiance is to America?
No, I don't know what that means. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I'm asking, Brad.
I'm asking.
No,
well, you say that basically.
About, no.
What I'm trying to point out to you, right, is in regards to, for example, you said in regards to Jamaicans, right, and to other people that they have home countries of their own, and America, unlike perhaps the Pan-African idea, which is nation building or claiming a state for yourselves as a nation of people, what you're trying to do is still integrate to that.
But until we have a nation outside of the United States,
you're breaking up a little bit, scattered.
Yeah, yes. I'm sorry. I don't want to cut across him. Wait, scattered.
Brad. I just wanted to tell him that he was breaking up in case he can move around somewhere.
In my statement, I want to clarify my statement. Okay, I do not disagree with the Pan-Africanist model, but I have to be a realist. I have to know that I can say, "Oh, Africa unite, one Africa," and all we can say that 1,000 times. Okay, I'm literally paying to learn my native. I'm learning my history. I'm learning who I was prior to the slave ship thing. I 100% will never abandon that. Okay, but the one thing I have to be real in, you're not going to be able to preach that until we see one African country, especially one that we were most likely taken from, say you get full rights and citizenship. Okay, not a right to abode. You get full rights and citizenship. So if we can get Africans from the continent to do that, then that would help with the plight. But until then,
No, but I hear what you're saying, right? But what did Marcus Garvey didn't say until we get one of those countries, right? Marcus Garvey said we're gonna form our nation ourselves in waiting, right? They said we, the million Africans of the world, are a people and a nation without a land. That was what he said. That was his claim. And I would understand ADOS if they made that sort of a claim that we are a people without our land. We are adopted people taken away from our land, and that is our claim, because then it opens the doors for it to be a wider claim and a much stronger claim, right? But when you say,
what other country can we go to? That's the biggest question. What other country can we go to? What other African country can I get up and leave to right now?
For sure.
Until that is on paper,
Brad,
I'm being real.
Brad,
Everything you're saying is just a fantasy right now. I have to agree.
Yeah, 100%. Brad, where's your ambition though? Where's your ambition? Because the Jewish Israel was.
Don't do that.
No, Brad.
Come on, you're talking
Israel.
about white people helping out
Brad,
white people, bro.
Brad,
That's weird.
Brad. What's that? Well, Israel. Well, Israel.
You're talking about white people helping out white people.
Yeah, but for sure. But there was no such thing as Israel, right? But they decided that they wanted a nation of their own. And when they got reparations, reparation was paid out to that nation. Now, what African Americans are saying is they want to remain part of America as a nation, or ADOS is saying rather, they want to remain part of America as a nation and receive payments as individuals, citizens of that nation, and in the hopes that the government in the future, the American government, will now reform and start treating you guys better. Is that? I'm just trying to understand. Is that the gist of things?
Well, because there is a actual genetic claim to this country that we own. Like we actually own this country. Like we actually have a genetic claim to this country. Like it's like we're being pushed away. You know what I mean? Like it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, so I have to agree with that. Yes, this statement is true, but you have to also understand that the history of this country, a lot of modern technology, a lot of modern advancements in science and medicine would have not occurred if it wasn't for the ADOS people here.
Don't you think the ADOS people should? Don't you think it would be better for the ADOS people to say, you know what, we want a country of our own. We help build part of this. Give us free states and let us have our own specific set of
white
laws.
People tried that. Now, you've heard of the Civil War? You've heard of the Civil War? You've heard of the Civil War, right? We tried that. The New African Republic. We tried that. We tried to do that. We tried to take Georgia and the Carolinas. It didn't work. Okay, so like that's what I'm trying to say. Like if everything you guys are saying now, we've tried. So that's why I say the bigger picture.
I mean, how did you try and take it? Educate me. Teach us. We're learning here. How did you guys try and take it?
By moving, it was like it was like declaring secession because
MA's in the house.
My brother. Is he on? No, not yet. Oh yeah, he is here. But yeah, how did you guys try and take it? Sorry, was that like a battle? Sorry, the new African
it was
Republic.
like the African Liberation Army. Oh my God, I can't believe it.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome. I mean,
Jacob.
I miss what you said, Terry. I like cut off, man.
I said we kicked off get God of Jacob.
Oh snap! Country MA.
Yeah. What's going on, everyone? Everyone all right?
I think I'm frustrating my African American brothers. Yeah, I think I'm frustrating them.
No, I just don't think we. I think because we're in two separate communities, I don't think we can really understand it. I think we don't understand it. I think that's what,
I don't think so, Brad. Just I tell you what I think it is. I think, and maybe it's me being wrong, right? But I do think that African Americans also get some of that sort of American exceptionalism that white Americans have in terms of the idea that America is exceptional, like Jamaica. Or everything you said about the slavery and all the issues that you went through in America, so Jamaicans have to live with it just as bad, even worse so, because some of them are still living on the same plantation that they hope their ancestors live on, and they can show you where their ancestors were buried. That's a reality for Jamaicans. It's not just African Americans who have all this planet, this pain. So when I'm talking to you as a Jamaican brother, it's not that I'm trying to belittle American suffering or anything. I'm just trying to talk to you about the legalistic, because I'm trying to remove the emotion from it personally. I'm trying to talk to you specifically, rationally, from a legalistic point of view, in making the claim that nations or people that can band together as a nation and make a claim. And they don't have to necessarily throw out certain types of Africans to make that claim. There's all kinds of ways in which you can do it. But the way that ADO seems to be doing it seems to be saying, you know what, we're going to accept going down the route that is most easy and available to us by the system that is by the system that has oppressed us for this time, right?
Yo, Tone Talks and Yvette Carnell are not the only face of ADOS. Okay, they're just people on the internet. Okay, they're just spokesmen. They're just the advocates. So the stuff they say does not represent. That's why I think I wasn't part of the group, because I was only looking at them. All right, there are members of N'COBRA that are helping out ADOS now. All right, they're members of various fraternities. You have the Prince Hall Masons; they're backing them now. You see a lot of different groups pushing for this now. Now you have black billionaires pushing it now. You understand? Like you have black economists, black politicians, sociologists. You have, like a lot of this is starting to become a thing that we're starting to build on as a community. It's like possibly one of the first things we've actually ever agreed on as a community. Okay, so it is. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, if you understand that everything you're saying, I don't disagree with. It would.
But you know one thing though, they will never agree to it, regardless of all the people that come against them, because you're going to open a can of worms. They learned from the Somerset case. The Somerset case is what burst the bubble. They ain't going to let that happen again.
What's that, Terry?
Yeah, I was going to say,
the Somerset case. Oh, the Somerset case is the one when the guy took the slave and he brought him onto the English shores.
Okay, yeah.
Stuart and Somerset. If you put Stuart versus Somerset, that case, when that case happened, the sailors took that news, and that's when this is when the Haitian Revolution and all these revolutions began. That was the foundation of it. The Europeans ain't going to let that happen again. So if you think that in America, they're going to allow that and open a can of worms, I'm telling you.
I reckon. I think the only way that reparations is going to be paid, well, they're going to agree to pay reparations, either the UK government or the US, is if there's some type of agreement. Like, you know, when you were just talking about gaining reparations and being and being a part of, claiming to be an American all of a sudden. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whatever Scatter was saying a minute ago, I can't remember what he was saying, but yeah, basically, you're now you're claiming that land now. I think that would be the only benefit that the US government can gain from the situation, and I believe that they would only do it if they could gain from the situation. If they can't gain from it, I don't think they'd ever do it. So I would say to that whatever comes to pass will need to be watched and very closely. I can imagine them saying, okay, if you're going to get reparations, you need to pledge allegiance for life to the United States of America, blah, 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 something like that. That's the only way I can see it happening, man.
100%.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. If America allows ADOS to get their wishes, do you know how much can of worms that will open, though?
That's what I'm saying. I think the possibility is the idea of the international black identity would fully be fractured, right? I mean, a lot of people say it doesn't exist anyway, but it could possibly fully be fractured by that move, right? At what point, what in common will certain blacks have with each other, you know?
But if we came as a unification of the African diaspora, there's easy to pull more of a pressure upon these people, where it will just happen as a dominoes effect because they'll have no choice because it's all over. But when you're having just one sector, the Europeans and all that will back the Americans 100%, which will make it easier for them.
100%. 100%.
I was just reading out. I just wrote out in the chat when I arrived. I don't know how old the story is. It might be brand new, but apparently Germany offered Namibia 10 million euros for the 70,000 Namibians that were killed between.
Oh, really?
Yeah, between 1904 and 1908.
That's disrespectful.
I did. Trust me. I did the calculation. That's about £143 per head. Like,
that's disrespectful.
Or euros.
when they make this offer recently, are you saying, or at the time?
Let me just check the article. One sec.
Lord have mercy.
That's the liberty take.
Yeah, it's 3 days ago. Yeah, Namibia snubbed 180 million Namibian dollars reparation offer. It's a fucking liberty, bro.
Disrespect.
That's exactly.
Sorry, Terry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. That's exactly what they have. They will take the piss. They ain't giving you no big cash because as far as they're concerned, from the beginning of when they abolished slavery, they already did a plan to making sure they can try and cover their tracks.
Yeah, man, I agree. Like, but I disrespectful though. I'm surprised that they even made the offer, and I'm happy that that Namibia rejected. Definitely happy Namibia rejected that one. But
yeah, they said that. Let me read some out of it. Yeah, President Haji Gain Gob, some mad name, says the government. Huh?
No, Emma, is that? But that, you see that payout? Is that to do with the Nazi time of Hitler killing off the people?
That's when.
No, I think that's to do with when they had concentration camps in Namibia.
Yeah, I don't think it's the slavery, you know.
No, that's Namibia. They had concentration camps. Germany had concentration camps in Namibia.
So that's not even slavery. That was after slavery.
Yeah, that's German colonization, isn't it? That's a colonization payout.
Yeah, so they're obligated to pay in that cash, but that don't even have any instigation to any forms of slavery.
Well, I wonder if Belgium are going to now pay for Leopold because they put on the Leopold statue in Belgium. I wonder if they're going to look to Congo and say, all right, cool, we need to pay some money because Leopold did kill enough people.
What? Do you know how much diamonds they take out there?
True that.
They can't pay that cash.
Go to the De Beers building, well, actually, the former building, in Hatton Garden, and just just tear up the place, man. I'm gonna say.
You know what? In South Africa, remember these guys are playing very strategic how they play their game because there was a contract of helping South African kids. These guys have kept their receipts, you know. They're going to bring out a lot of these receipts and say, this is what we did for you. This is the time we did it because we understood. Even though at that time we couldn't really explain it, but now we can show you receipts of money that we funded you or given you.
Yeah.
Trust me, all this is going to come out.
You see Germany, so you say you're surprised Germany. There's a definite PR offensive going in with certain European nations and whatnot. And
yeah, probably.
Yeah, and you're going to see more of this type of stuff, like, especially with this going on at the moment. You're going to see like a change in tact and approach. You'll be like, you know, from when you got Black Lives Matter being painted in DC, it's like, yeah, they're all going to be on that, but they're going to be on that as a co-optive measure to further destabilize Pan-Africanism and them things there. So,
like nationalist movement. 100%.
They've been preparing this strategy for a long time. All that money that they would have said that they paid to the Jamaican government, don't think they ain't going to pull that out.
Yeah.
All them loans that they've been saying, they'll say, yeah, you writ off your loans, remember? Don't forget. All that cash that we gave you for your prison. Yeah, don't forget that, you know.
Definitely. That's the
guys are ready for this. That's why you have to go on a bigger scale to doing something. You do it on small scales, they'll just throw everything of the book in your face.
Yeah, man.
That's why we need to be economically strong. That's the only way we're gonna get this thing through. We need power.
You know, brother IC3, yeah? No, sorry, not even IC3. Rambo was chatting with IC3 last week sometime, yeah? And I stepped in. And Rambo kept making misstating reparations. He was saying repatriation, and I kept correcting him. But actually, them two things need to never leave each other. You get me? Like repatriation and reparations are one thing as far as I'm concerned. If it's not, that's when you get the ADOS, that's when you get all of these fractures, that's when you get all the whole narrative then becomes skewed towards maintenance of the European hegemony. You get me? And I think that often we have the reparations conversation, and sometimes repatriation is left out of the equation, or it's not left out deliberately, but it's just that the finer details of reparations leave us in a kind of a quagmire, and we forget to get back to that conversation of repatriation. And I believe that there's white people out there that know about reparations, but they've never heard or they've never had a conversation or been privy to a conversation about repatriation within that same.
Repatriation is a very serious issue, and you're right. It links to reparation, but repatriation, if it's done wrong, it will end up like Liberia. So it's not just about getting some money and running back home. No. It has to be well thought out, because you'll end up with another Liberia, but worse.
Yeah,
I'm out.
Yeah, Liberia's mad. Their exchange rate is something like disgusting.
Yeah, man. That's what I said. I don't think these people ain't been practicing how to play chess. They're not stupid. They've got strategies ready.
Bro, I'm just looking at the different exchange rates just off the cuff. I thought Liberia was bad. Nigeria is mad.
It's proper bad. Yo, you could be a millionaire over there. Quite easy.
Yeah, it's nuts. How much would you, if you was in Nigeria and you wanted to buy like a Apple Mac, how much would that cost? How many millions of naira would that cost you?
That's what at the moment. The last time I remember, was it 700 to 800 to a pound?
Now, right now it's it's like 4 something.
It's gone down again. It's gone down to 4.
Yeah, it's 489 per pound.
Per pound. So you know that's 400 times what? They say iPhone £1,000. So that's 400 times 1,000. Yeah. That's why they tend to start ending up using the American dollar. When you go back home, it's that everyone rather use dollars than use their own money.
Who's got the worst exchange rate in the world?
Lord knows. There's some people that have got thousands and millions for a pound.
Oh my God. Oh, hold on, wait. Nah, that's wrong. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna research that because I'm interested to see still. So you're looking at Angola, bro. 757 Angolan kwanzas per pound. Yeah, because we was looking at Liberia the other day and like just looking at how much people are getting paid in Liberia and them kind of things there.
But in saying that, there's a lot of millionaires in Liberia. That's the craziest thing. They got quite a lot of rich people over there.
Hold on, so
what I realized though is that even though the currency is crap, but it's easier to get their currency than to get the American dollar or the English pound. But so when you convert it, some of these guys are multi-millionaires.
1 sec. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Because remember, they don't really spend. They get wages every month.
Yeah.
And they just do one month shopping, and then most of the time they got the rest of their money they can save.
We were looking at what do you call it? Like business ideas and stuff like on the continent and whatnot. Like some of the like for example, building a house in a particular place that we were inquiring about. The builders themselves, they're getting paid £15 a week, yeah? £15 a week. And I think that works out, I think if you had 5 builders at £15 a week, something like £308 a month. For 5 builders, 5 days a week. 7 days a week or something like that anyway. Like, is it like I don't think it's morally correct to be paying.
Okay, go Google up how much would acres of land be on Banana Island?
Where's Banana Island? Banana Island, hold on. What do you mean Banana Island? Hold on.
Buy a plot, or even just say how much is a house in Banana Island?
Oh, for fuck's sake, what, Qatar?
No, Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Yeah, the Nigeria Banana Island. Put Nigeria Banana Island. Prices of houses.
Let's see. 5-bedroom house for sale. I'm just picking the first one I see.
Yeah.
5-bedroom semi-detached duplex house for sale. That's 450 million naira. How much is that in pounds then? Let me lose my placement. Currency. Oh, this is probably one of the expensive ones still.
That's why I'll never buy a house in Lagos now. I've got my property there, but I'll never buy another one there.
Yeah, that's an expensive one, man. That's a mad expensive house.
That's just a 5-bedroom. Talk less of buying land. One of my uncles, they
Go on.
One of my uncles tried to buy land, just a simple 5 acres, and they were saying what 100 mil,
bruv. Like there's a next 5-bedroom yard, yeah. It's a waterfront yard. It's not even finished. We're still building it. That's 1.2 billion naira.
And they convert that into pounds.
Yeah, that's still a lot of money, bro. That's like, hold on. That's like over $1 million, definitely. Over £1 million.
Exactly.
Shit.
They take the piss because they know that because these Europeans want this seafront business, it's ridiculous.
Right. Yeah, that house there, 5-bedroom waterfront house, that was almost 2.5 million pounds. In Nigeria, in hold on, actually, where is it? Hold on, it must be Lagos, isn't it? Well, let me see. Where's it gone? That is in it's Lagos, Banana Island, Ikoyi, Lagos.
Yeah.
This is mental. So in different parts of Nigeria, do the prices drop significantly?
Yeah, you have to go. Nowadays, if I was people, I'll come out of Lagos.
Yeah.
So I'll go to places like where it's developed and it's reasonable, like places like, Ibadan in Oyo State or places that are more calm and relaxed.
Mm.
But buying, it's like if you go to Ghana now, you go and buy a house in Accra. Everyone's moving out. I guarantee anyone that's buying a house now, they're buying it outside Accra.
Yeah. We was even looking in Ghana as well. Still, got a tight family friend who's got some links up there. So we're looking everywhere, bro. We're just trying to save our peas and invest in that, bro.
I say the best bet now, because outside Accra, there was one guy, he was charging in English pounds, it was 100,000 for, I think it was a 3-bedroom house, a gated community.
I thought you said a gay community, blood.
Yeah, a gated community. What they're doing now is that people are building complexes and then building a whole heap of houses in the complex, and then build a gate round it so that you have all the security and whatsoever. But you just buy the house.
Yeah.
They do it in Jamaica as well.
Yeah, and they become targets, fam.
Yeah.
if you see a gay community in Jamaica in your teeth, there's only one thing to do, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, man. We'll be looking everywhere. We'll be looking everywhere. Gambia.
Gambia is sweet because Gambia's more calm out of all the West African countries.
Yeah.
If you want to get to know West Africa, I always tell people to first go to Gambia because it's more calm, it's more relaxed, and then it kind of gears you up for the other places.
Yeah.
Where if you just went straight to Nigeria or Ghana, you probably run a mile after. That's like going Kingston.
Exactly. You go on holiday and you arrive straight in. You get me?
Right in Kingston. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, man. Gambia is definitely an option. Definitely.
Yeah. So yeah, Gambia. I say people to go to Gambia, and then start creeping their way down west.
Yeah.
You know, and then because the good thing with the ECOWAS is that you could travel to all these countries. So it kind of opens, and when you start to get your feel, then you know where you're gonna stay.
Mm-hmm.
But saying you're going straight in the deep end, I know enough people have gone straight to the deep end, and they say, "No, I can't deal with it." They ripped me off. I bought a house, and I realized I didn't even buy the house. It was his brother's house.
Yeah.
But I say to these people, I say, hold on, right? Would you just go to someone and buy a house in England, yeah, without bringing your lawyers and all sorts to come around? Just because the boy said he's got a deed in his hand saying that he's going to sell you the house and you're going to transfer money into his account.
This is it. I was chatting to my brethren who's him and his mum. Do you know Odiri?
No.
Odiri, she used to run an organization called Corey up in Haringey.
I might have heard about it, yeah.
Yeah, I know that, man.
Yeah, man, yeah. Automated on a tight brethren, innit? Like they've not been going to and fro from Gambia for well over a decade.
Yeah.
They're building a couple yards over there still. And so he's my advisor, innit? So we got a brethren over there that he's a builder. So anytime, yeah, go on.
Hey, when you doing your tour, man, when you going over there? Yeah.
With fam, imagine Kusu came in, was it about 3 days ago? She's on the phone to her brethren, whose name's Corey, funny enough, in the States. And they come rushing down the stairs, and then she comes rushing down the stairs, and she's like, yeah, we're just planning to go Gambia. We're gonna drive there. I said, bruv, sit down. I said, sit down for a second. And I scrutinized their plan, innit? Their plan was shit. Like, I had to bring them back down to earth. I said, yeah, do you know how to fix Kia? Yeah, you can fix Kia. Yeah, you can change a wheel. You can do all these things. But yeah, we're on it, innit? So me and you will talk anyway. You get me? We'll talk.
Because like even because like, I got one of my friends. He's building a village in Senegal. Their cable village.
In Senegal.
In Senegal. So there is opportunities where people are building villages where you can just build one of your properties within it, which will be much more cheaper.
Yeah, all of that can run, man. All of that can run. Even
Akon's one, Akon's village. He's trying to sell plots.
Nah, forget Akon, man. He just did a tune with
No. What are you talking about? But I mean, in forms of land, isn't it?
Trust MA to hold that against him.
Sky, say that again.
Trust MA to hold that against him.
Yeah, don't know, fam, about.
Yeah. instead of him to give it to what do you call it, Tory Longs, he go and give it to the prick.
Trust me.
That hurt me though, man. That one there, that one hurt me. Pricks of all pricks. He's not even black prick.
No, I said to Kasua, I said, "Oh, guess who Akon's done a tune with?" And I said, "Who's the worst person on the planet or in the game that you could think ever of?" God. It took 10 minutes to think, man. I straight away I'll be like that little fucking.
You know what? He was too fascinated about prison system that he must thought, yeah, the man's come out. Yeah, he's got pure numbers. You know, Locked Up will be a good tune to do with him.
It's typical though. Like we shouldn't be surprised by that.
Chasing money, innit? He's chasing money because, with the real honesty of Akon's empire and all that, people haven't done checkups of what. No one else saying, yeah, but he's doing all these things for Africa and all this. But you got to look at who's his backup. Who's he fronting for?
Correct.
And that information came out before, like, we really started scrutinizing the Chinese activities, like, globally. You know what I'm saying? That came out. So he had already, God knows how long he'd been negotiating that for. You know what I'm saying?
Because you know, nowadays, what people don't seem to understand, if you go back in the days of the record business, yeah, they used to get people, right, that were shining to becoming CEOs. But it doesn't mean they actually own the company or have anything to do with the company. They'll pay them as a CEO, but they're just a front face for the company.
Yeah.
So there's no difference of putting him in the front face of a business and say, yeah, this is Akon's business. But the real truth is that where is he getting these panels from? Who's creating these panels? Who's making these panels? Who's funding these panels?
Yeah, 100%, man. 100%. No, I mean, the main criticism that, well, it's not even a criticism because I don't know enough about it, but the main thing that I would always be concerned with, where external investment, whether it's whether something is built via external investment or whether it's not. My thing is, what aspect of the colonial mentality is being carried into Africa to create new things?
Correct.
And that's what I was talking about earlier on about the Creoles. Because when you understand what the Creoles did and the ones that went back to Liberia, what was the ideology before they met the people there?
That's right.
You're only going to create another war. Because now, remember, the people in charge right now, if you check their background, most of all these presidents, civilian presidents, they come from the military. So they're going to have a military mentality right now. So then you're going to come from Europe and try and dictate to a military man and tell him how to do his job. Ah!
Dangerous.
Oh, also, Rick, what's his name? Kevin, Ifaleke, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know about his eco village.
Yeah. He's gonna be on Black Eyes TV on Friday.
Oh yeah, of course. I already shared that still. What am I talking about? Yeah, it's serious. Like,
see that region where he's at.
Yeah.
Diambi has a whole heap of land there.
Ah, wicked. I want to meet that sister, man. Yeah, she's captivating. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I met her, bro, and she really is captivating.
I believe that. If I wasn't married, then I would. But no.
But the good thing about with her, right, is that she knows how to play the face good. She's got Pan-African ideas right behind her.
Yeah.
But she's not going to reveal that because she knows what the Europeans are like.
Yeah, she seems really keyed in, man. Every time I hear her speak, she's fantastic, bro. So give thanks for even introducing, man, to her. It's only via you, you know. It's only via you.
But as I said, and even we're going what's it called? We're going Brazil this year and Cameroon.
Is that, hold on, what was the one I was asking about? Was it Cameroon? Because I was asking.
Yeah, we're all definitely going. So if you want to come with the missus, family's open. But what we're doing is we're going in like it's a festival.
Yeah, I see that.
So that's how you have to play the game. We're having fun.
Mm-hmm. While doing business. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like what Neely Fuller said. You got to find fun in the work, in the business that you're doing.
Yeah.
You got to find fun in being constructive. Yeah.
You know what, IT3? That's one thing that I'm terrible at, bro. Like I don't relax enough. I don't. Not that I don't know how to have fun. Like I think maybe when I start getting into having fun, I just run away with it. So I tend to limit myself.
Right. Good.
Really.
That's discipline. Good. Because it's a war. We're in a war. It's not a holiday camp.
Yeah.
So what it is, you're gonna try and pick up any little bits of fun you can along the way. But war is not a nice thing.
The way you said that, man said pick up little bits of fun when you can.
You're lucky if you get any.
Yeah. Trust me.
But you know, sometimes when you're having fun, that's when some people let loose, and you see their real colors.
Yeah, for real. That's true. That's very true.
That's why they used to like getting the people drunk with Scotch whiskey and all kinds of stuff, rum. You know, and that's the spy business. The spy business. They train to make drink.
The British are intoxicating people.
What's that?
But that's what all the European diplomats and that do anyway. They'll get you drunk,
of course,
and get you to hand over your shit. You get me?
Yes.
Exactly.
My mum, we used to have these massive parties, in my estate in Westbourne Park, and big sound system, whatever in the 90s. And I'd always use that as an opportunity to ask my mum the stuff that I couldn't normally ask her. You get me? But Mum,
all right.
Can my friends come in and we play Mega Drive upstairs for like 7 hours? Yeah.
That's right. Yes.
European man threw that game a long time ago.
Yes, that's right. They refined it, man, over the centuries. When you're just young and you can work that bit out. You know, hit your parents while they're in a good mood.
Drug up the whole nation and seize an island.
Yeah, Hong Kong. Yeah, drug up the whole of China and seize Hong Kong.
That's what
Look how big China is. Look how big China is.
They must have to give him a whole bottle of rum, boy. Trust.
What? The African people, they fill them up with rum. Do you see the Aussies in Australia? Look what happened to them.
That's right.
Them man there, you can go any time of the day and strike a deal with it. You get me?
Yeah, firewater.
Yeah.
Firewater.
That's what I said to you. That's why when I said I was doing the investigation on the Dutch royal family in the time of war, they were flooding cocaine on a hardcore business. I'm telling you, these people, they're dangerous.
You don't say.
Witnesses in the back. I think Malik's still there as well. But yo, Terry's got a question for you. He said, "Is the Queen married, Queen Diambi?
Yeah.
And is she allowed to have a king?"
She was married. She was married, but when she got her crown, she was married and divorced, and then when she got her crown, she's been single since.
Yeah, she needs to stay that way, boy.
Man.
Yeah.
The female king, innit? The female king. She don't tolerate no bullshit.
Yeah, I can
You know, enough of them the rich man they try in it, and she blows them away.
So Rick, so in terms of like other regional royalty in the Congo, is there not like not predestined, but is there not like a format by which she's expected to marry someone from another district or whatever, or tribe? Sorry, or
married. She's not expecting nothing. Her time's done. This is about her people. That's what she says. Blame. She's not in it. She's a female king, in it, so she doesn't have to do nothing. Because remember, her tribe have female kings.
Mm-hmm.
So in saying that, and this is a difference between being a queen and being a king.
What is it?
A queen is married to a king. She's actually a female king.
So is that by virtue of just her being the successor to the throne, or is that some other reason?
Her dad was the successor, but because her dad refused the crown, she's the next in line.
So are you saying that any female that is a successor is classed as a female king?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's not like it's just like this dirty queen that we have in this country, innit? She's a female king, innit?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So
did you hear about, I can't remember the guy's name, like Mullet or something, some bread that's meant to be the proper successor to the throne?
Yeah, but that would never happen.
Yeah.
Too late.
I looked him up yesterday. He just looks like some PE teacher, man, or some geography teacher.
Yeah, but that descendant was given, that throne was given up a long time ago. He should have been talking from the beginning. That's why I said most of these kings and queens, they're different foreigners in their bloodline. That's why I always laugh when people say British, and you have to ask them who's British.
Mm-hmm.
All of them have got some Norwegian or Italian or Dutch. It's not the Dutch were running things in this country before, and the French.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but never say never when it comes to power, because just a few people need to make a mistake, and they lose the whole lot, and then a new king comes up out of nowhere. Because that's what people do. They'll go and grab that. They'll go and grab that guy in Australia and say, "We're going to make you king." Not because they love him, but because it's politically in their favor. It's part of their strategy. So you're going to go and grab somebody.
But the Queen's bloodline, they've been groomed, and they ain't going against the government. The only person that they had a little bit of a threat was Prince Charles.
What? Who's threatened by Prince Charles?
I said if there's any form of threat, it'll be Prince Charles.
Oh, right. I was going to say. Yeah.
But none of them are a threat, so they'll continue that bloodline. They ain't stopping that.
Yeah, but it depends who's backing. Is it the City of London backing them, or is it the people? So it's the war against the people and the big bankers. Because the big bankers, they'll just put up their puppet people.
Remember, it's the land. The bankers have to reside to the landowners who's her bloodline, isn't it? They've got ownership.
Oh yeah, but it's it's the same trick, because where the bankers or the tax collecting class, they were servant to the elites and the royalists and the monarchies, but they became so rich that they could put themselves in a position where they could say, look, you're running out of money. You can't keep up these castles, and you can't keep up these grand houses. We don't have status, but we got money. So you give us status, you give us a title, you make us lord, or and then we'll give you some money. That's how they dealt with them.
How many lords there is now? Lords and OBEs and this one. They're making sure they cover every corner.
Yeah, I remember I was working in the telesales business, and I was selling Country Life and Newsweek, and they said, "Oh, because I was asking people, well, why have you stopped your subscriptions? Can I persuade you to come back and join us again?" And they said, "I'm not buying it." And I called up this guy. Says, "I'm not buying that magazine again because they're against fox hunting. Disgusting. I'm not buying it." I said, "Oh, sorry. I don't know much about that." "Well, you should do. You should do. You should know about fox hunting." Well, so I said, "Look, I'm a black guy and I'm from London, so I don't know." "Well, I'm going to invite you down to a fox hunt." I got invited down to a fox hunt. They gave me in November. Got this special letter with special handwriting. But anyway, the point I'm making is when I got down there, this is no black people around for miles. I was invited to this big house. Yeah, this big house, and I had to stay right about a mile away. About half a mile away. I said, "You wait here. I'm just going to tell the lady of the house who you are." So I'm waiting. I'm waiting there, way down the road, and then he walked up to tell the lady of the manor who I was, and then I was allowed to walk into there because they're all drinking wine while they're preparing for the fox hunt and all the horses and stuff. Anyway, the point I'm making is that they had all these each department of a fox hunt. They had special uniforms, so you have to wear black, blue, green, or red. And there was a guy with a big green check jacket. And I said, "What's that? Who's that guy there? Why is he wearing a green check jacket?" And they're like, but it's because he's bought up the land. He's bought up so much of the land where the fox hunt goes across. So you could tell that underneath their breath they hated him, but because he had so much money and bought up so much land, he used that power to disrespect the fox hunt. So I'm saying all that to say that even though it may look to us that these people are all one, but there's a seething hatred of the new money class against the old money class, and they don't follow the cultural norms. You're not supposed to wear check jacket on a fox hunt, but just because you got the money, you could do it, and they hate you. They hate you. So yeah. How did that relate to what we were saying earlier on?
I don't know, bro.
I lost track. I lost track, man. We talking about the kings and queens and royalty.
I don't know. I kept drifting in and out of that story. I just heard like fox hunting and check jacket. You're not allowed to wear a flipping check jacket. And
yeah, but Terry was saying something about the royals, and I lost it. I lost it.
Yeah, man. That's funny.
Yes, the money class versus tradition.
Question for everybody, actually. What are the top 5 commodities that I'm trying to think of the word. Commodifiable things on the African continent that a new currency can be pinned to, that the rest of the world has to
recognize.
Yeah.
Good question.
Like cobalt.
Good question.
So cobalt, yeah.
I'd stick to gold. Them kind of things, yeah.
Cobalt because they need it for the phones, yeah?
Is it cobalt and coltan? Coltan and cobalt, are they like similar or?
Any forms of minerals and minerals that you can get.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
because it's from silver to gold, from gold to platinum, from platinum to cobalt, you name them. Anything that is needed in everyday life. Even if you look at on what's on the rise is like hemp, because hemp you can use in construction, you can use it for clothing, you can use it for medicinal purposes.
I've got hemp flipping noodles in my cupboard. It's fun.
But why would you want to pin it to a commodity? I mean, the City of London, what that power that they wield, is it pinned to? What is a commodity that it's pinned to?
Nothing.
No, it is.
Exactly. What is it?
Nothing. It's nothing.
Yeah, right. So where's that power coming from? What is the source of that power in the City of London?
Perception. The deception of people's minds.
Perception. It's about perception. See them to have this much wealth or this ability to pay it off.
Wait. Let's get a talk because I can't hear him. Go on.
Sorry, I was just saying it's about perception, right? We perceive you have a certain amount of money, and so the valuation agencies and so on evaluate the currency or the economy at such a rate. So yeah, it's about perception, right? People believe a £5 note to be worth that £5.
Okay, so it's pinned to deception. Is that what you're saying? The power of the City of London is pinned to their ability to deceive so much of the world. Is that what you're saying?
Perceive, make how people perceive things.
Oh, perceive, not deceive, but perception.
I'm saying perception, yeah. I mean, it's close to similar to deception, but you know. The current capitalist economy, fiat currency, is based on the idea of perception, right? The perception of the GDP of a given nation.
Good.
Can we say the same thing for the US dollar? Like, in essence, yes, but can we say that in terms of it being the petrol dollar?
That's what I was going to say. Yeah. I mean, that's the extra part, right? The US dollar just a bit further is that dollar that oil has to be in the dollar, basically.
Scott, 1 second, you're breaking up a lot, bro. Like a lot.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I don't even know what to do. I was just saying, I can't remember what I'm saying now.
Your internet.
Yeah, I know my connection's bad right now, man.
Okay.
I'll
come
back in a sec.
All right.
So pinning your currency to a commodity is a failure because the people that pin their currency to higher things or higher perception, they dominate people that try to pin their currency to gold or to oil or to diamonds and so on.
Yeah, but that perception has already been established by a system. So if you don't have a system in
Beautiful. I like what you said there. That perception has already been established by a system. So that's the point I'm digging at. I'm saying when you pin it not to a commodity, you pin it the value of the currency to a system. That's where you have to pin it, because that's where the power is. That's how the big boys play. They don't pin it to diamonds or golds or whatever. They're above that. Because you got diamonds rolling about on your street as if they're nothing. The children are playing with the diamonds. The children are playing with the gold. But yet, when the City of London gets hold of it, they know how to manipulate and turn it into value.
What would you say is the most valuable outside of the what's the word, axiological precepts of European domination or whatnot? What's the most valuable thing on the African continent? Most valuable quantifiable thing in
Thank you so much for that question. What an excellent question. Let me take my time and just enjoy that question. That's the question. The answer is blackness. Identity builds systems. Systems, as you mentioned before, are the safe route to pin a currency on.
Go on, keep going, man. Roll, man.
Well, I said that's it. That's the answer. But I can speak a bit more if you want. I'm just trying to. I don't want people start saying I'm going to push it on the back. See, that's why I keep going about this banking. You see, because it goes back to what you just said. You identified it as systems. Systems is order. Order requires identity. They have to know who is in and who is out, and their order is tight. And so if you try and run out of that order or leak information, you could be in very serious trouble. Very, very serious trouble. We can even Vele had that video about the offshore banks and so on. It's the same principle. So you're right. It's the system. The system, or a system, or a black system, is the only safe thing to pin African currency on. Anybody want to challenge that?
Maybe, but not right now.
Okay.
No. I wouldn't challenge it though. There's nothing that like, yeah, like I'm there thinking about, you know, things you can hold in your hand or you can pick up or siphon from the ground or whatever. I agree with you for a different reason. Like that, the highest commodity on the continent is the people. Then
that's right. That's right. And the reason they have so much power over those people is because they're messing up their identity, messing up their cultural values, and by keeping those people dizzy and confused, they can't see any value in themselves. So they only see value in the commodities and the visible assets, whilst the people that are messing them up, they're operating on a different level. They're operating in systems. They're dealing in currency, and they're dealing in the manipulation of currency.
Because currency is energy.
That's right. That's where they are. That's in the realms of the invisible realms. So they got you like an animal, or got us like animals, watching what we can pick up and what we can hold with our hands, and their power is in the currency, not in the money. So anything can be used as money.
So what they do is that they'll identify spirituality as being spooky.
Yes,
exactly. That's right.
Here's a question. Scatter, do you want to say something? Because I see your back, yeah? Yo, Scattered. All right. Yeah, I was thinking, so where, you know, if you compare, well, we think about the United States of America, yeah, and the fact that every individual black person is like has a unit value of some kind. I don't know what that unit value is, but this is some of the reasons why they do censuses, is to know how much money they can make from the people there. I know.
That's
I remember
right.
when Lockheed Martin did I think they sponsored or they paid for the census here in like 2009, I think. They were the ones that Lockheed Martin is an arms dealer, an arms manufacturer. Sorry, so it was a very weird thing, but that's what they do. But anyway, yeah, the fact that they can pin a unit value to an individual black body, right? And that all of the black bodies that are in America are important to be able to siphon wealth from those black bodies.
Yeah.
Prison system, the
There
wealth,
you go.
blah blah blah. So we go to the continent now, to Africa, and there are black people, there are black African people there that are not being counted or accounted for, that are not being necessarily siphoned from directly. What role are they playing in the siphoning of raw materials and wealth from Africa, being that they're not they're not accounted for by the governments themselves, being that yeah, go on, Ted.
But you know, like when we say they're not accountable, they may not be accountable for the government, but they may be accountable for the village.
No. I wasn't saying accountable. I said accountable. accounted for. So
accounted for.
Yeah, so what I mean, Terry, is like they don't, for people to pillage and thief out the for people to thief out the things they don't need to like the people they're almost like get them out the way so we can do this.
They're units. They're profitable units. But you see, if you see Africa like a mine, you can mine black people, you know, and then as you pull the black people out from Africa, you can refine them just like diamonds, and the more refined they are, the more useful they are to be used as commodities. So nothing's changed over 500 years.
Once they've been refined.
Sorry?
They, when they're more refined, there is an accountability for them when they've been refined.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
The value increases.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. So like even Africans that want to come to Europe, the refinement process occurs when they land here. And
that's right. Just like a diamond.
Yeah.
You always hear people say that. They always say, "Oh, this one's an uncut diamond." No, they say this one's a rough diamond. In other words, we haven't worked on their brain yet.
Yeah, that's
we haven't civilized them.
Everything a European does, it refines it. So whether it's oil, whether it's cocoa, whether
sugar,
it's sugar, they have to manufacture it, and where their manufacturers are on their home soil,
right?
And that's when it becomes valuable.
That's right. Also, university. You know, when they get people from Africa and they come to a British university, you know, they get their education over here in Oxford or Cambridge. That's refinement, isn't it?
I'll give you an example. They do this lottery thing every year where they take a certain amount of people from Africa and give them American citizenship.
Mm-hmm.
They get a green card by doing lottery.
There you go. That's right.
Yo, Scattered, if you can hear me, you're not on mute, by the way.
We can hear your love life.
It's a good thing that the connection is bad still. Yo, Tahaka, can you hear me?
Oh, he can't hear. He's parked his phone up.
Yo, Belly, if you're about and you're able to mute, please do, bro.
Tahaka. Gather minds, man.
Yo, what's good?
We're hearing everything you're doing. We heard you making love.
Thank you all. How's it going?
Yeah, man. We were just talking about still talking about commodities on the continent and how the refinement process. How I was asking a question. What use do the Europeans find for the Africans that are not directly involved in the extraction of raw materials and whatnot? And IC3 brought up the concept of refinement, so of refining Africans so that they can be useful. And one of the methods of refinement is obviously bringing them to Europe or inviting them to Europe or Europeanizing them so that they can then,
The IC3.
Yeah, it's going on dark stuff.
I'm not a big fan of Europeanizing. I think Africans can find their own culture really well, to be fair.
That's the craziest thing. That's why even in forms of, like war, when there's war breakouts, how come they like to bring all the people from a country of war?
That's right. That's a real that's like like there's those big cranes that do that they're so huge that one scoop is like tons and tons of material.
Yeah.
You know those big massive cranes for mining.
We are your savior.
Yeah. Well, that's the same. That's the same thing as when they'll foment a war in a certain place and cause a whole heap of refugees, and those refugees are starving people that they're so glad that they were saved by America or by Britain, and they were educated and fed. Those people they're perfect to send them back home to take control and run the country according as how their educators want them.
Yeah, and the refined system is the school system.
Yes, refining system. That's right.
Put them through the school. Put them through the primary, secondary school, colleges, universities. And then,
exactly.
And the ones that don't qualify, they send them back. Deport them out.
Yes, but they still send back the qualified ones, but they send them back to rule, to be an extension, to be sleeping agents.
What the Romans were doing in the first place, taking over the firstborn of every child when they conquer.
Nothing's changed.
The refinery process.
Where are the best universities in the world? The so-called best. England, Cambridge, Oxford, America, Yale, and what's the other one?
There's a group in it of them. What they call them?
Harvard.
And also Switzerland. So all the rich people send their children for education in Switzerland, or England, or America. That's the highest. Those are the rulers. Then they become the rulers of their own country after they got an education abroad. Well, does it make sense? Does it? If you're to be a ruler of your country and your people, then all the education you need should be within that within your own land.
Yeah, that's true. It should be. I would argue that there's a certain amount of degradation that can occur to that means that maybe, and also the evolution of geopolitics and economics and stuff mean that maybe at some point, certain characters had to, to be able to actually run their country competently. I don't know. I think you're right though. I think you're right. Ideally, all the things you need should be there, but there might be circumstances where they're not all there.
Also, from the ancient times, that when Babylon took over, is it Israel or whatever? When they won, they just took they said select some of the best of the educated, clean them up, teach them the language, yes, and then bring them to court. So if Africa was really operating, what they would do, they would say, look, send for we'd like to know a bit about what the British or the Americans are doing. Send 2 or 3 from each one, and they can come here and do some schooling. Here. I'm not going there. They come here. That's correct. That's an old system.
Even the military rulers and dictators, some of them, you got to look at what schools do they go to, what university did Gaddafi go to, what universities did Saddam Hussein go to.
Right.
Well, yeah,
if they don't get the education,
do you guys
they'll
know
say, which military did they train with?
where did they go? Do you know the answer to those questions, by the way?
I don't know where they went, but I would assume that it's somewhere in the West.
Yeah.
Oh, Gaddafi came to England.
Okay.
Yeah, you see the catch. They're at home. They come to England or America for their education, and they learn how to rule. Then they go back home and they start ruling, and then they start to get ideas. They start getting ideas about what to do, make it independent or have their own gold standard. What? Those guys, they're going to calculate, say, no. You're not going back to Libya or wherever you came from. And we're the ones that educated you to take you out. They educated you to expand their systems. And I haven't forgotten the question. I'd still like to know what an American descendant of slavery is and is not. What's a specific identification? What do they look like? Do they all share a common look? Do they share common value? What is an ADOS? ADOS member? What are the specifics? The specifics of identifying an American descendant of slavery. Are there any whites that could claim to be Americans and they experienced the descendants of white Americans who were enslaved? Would they qualify to become part of that organization if they could prove that they were enslaved? I'd like to hear somebody who knows about ADOS. Veli is if there's people waiting backstage. Is Veli still working at this time of night? Oh, he's probably driving back on the motorway. Is God of Jacob an ADOS representative? Can he speak on behalf of the ADOS organization, the American Descendants of Slavery? Is God of Jacob a representative? Any questions? Please come on and ask. Any challenges? Is there anybody out there with a challenge to the idea of black banking for reparations? Step forward. Hello, Veli. If you can hear me, there are people backstage. A lot of people have been asking, why don't I do a video explaining the black banking for reparations? But I find that people don't. A lot of people don't like to read so much, but they it's good. It's better to answer questions. So yeah, I think answering questions in a public arena will expose any weakness I have. So that's why I'm open for questions rather than making loads and loads of videos. Plus, I'm training myself and others to handle pressure, because the pressure will scale up as the project increases. Jordan M asked a very good question. How can you talk about black reparations whilst supporting white supremacy? Very good question. So whilst I'm in the system, it's like a catch-22. That is why we're talking about the Black Bank for Reparations being a feral system. It's feral. So feral, Jordan M. If you look up the word feral, F-E-R-A-L. So it's like most powerful entities, like those who do offshore banking. You know, if you are you for the nation or are you not for the nation? So if you're trying to avoid paying tax to the nation where you're operating, and you're that in a way that's robbing the nation where you're operating. So if you're an international globalist organization, you may have a face or a brand that may sit comfortably with the people where you're trading, your bank is trading. But just because you don't upset the people in your appearance, it doesn't mean that your values are for the good of that nation, especially if you're trying to dodge taxes for that from that are owed to that nation. So just like the massive central banks like the Bank of England, or it is the Bank of England English? That's the question. Jordan M.
You do. Scott on, man.
You finished work?
Yeah.
All right.
There's a point out, man. Yeah, man. How's it been going today, man? We got yourself, Mel.
Yeah, greetings. It's a very good day. I think learned a lot of things. I thought it was good. Lots of different points of view.
I just feel like your chat with Ralph and Matt Fuad went, or Matt Fuad, or whatever his name.
Oh, it went excellently. It went excellently. I didn't say much actually. They were laughing and saying a lot of stuff because they're assuming they think they understand what I'm about. So it's just a warm up. It's just a start. It's about to kick off. Because they're huh?
Hey, yeah, because he was telling me that he wanted to debate about reparations. Yeah.
Exactly.
So I was saying that he should debate you about reparations because you've got the full actual plan of how to get reparations.
Yes,
So,
that's right. Yeah, so I think debating about reparations for black people with white people and people that are opposed to it is good training, because sooner or later, those who want to move along with this idea of reparations, they're going to have to sit around a table with people that are going to be opposed. So it's good to get all the questions and all the angles now.
So was that part of your strategy, like to just like laugh and giggle and go along with?
No, I'm not laughing and giggling. They're the laughing and giggling at me.
I'm asking you, if was that part of your strategy for today to be on their side or something? Like I was really trying to understand why it seemed as if, and I'm not even saying defend your blackness, but it seemed like Veli was actually coming up with arguments and counter statements for their statements while you were either on mute or like giggling and laughing with them.
No. You see, Veli was dealing with them on a certain aspect. But when it came to the bank, Veli was doing good. He was handling them on on that aspect. But when I came in, it was to do with black banking and reparations. So Veli was doing his thing,
No,
and
I don't
then
mean when you came
my
in, 'cause
thing.
you were there during the discussion. It wasn't like you just came into the discussion. So it just seems as if, like, let's just say you're on a panel with another black man talking about black issues.
Yeah.
You would remain quiet and allow someone to say anything, or you won't have an opinion about anything they're talking about unless they use the word bank. That's what you're telling me?
No.
So you didn't have an opinion on anything that they were saying? Only Veli had an opinion? What I'm saying is that you didn't have an opinion, and then you were just like, yeah, you were like doing a little like chuckle, like everything was Irie, you know?
Like everything was Irie.
Yeah.
So that's the impression you got.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But between you two, this is a funny conversation still. I can't lie.
I understand. Like,
both
I
of you
was
are
in
making me laugh.
But Veli, seriously, no. I wanted to ask you. I was asking you, but my phone was on mute. Who you made vex? Why are they talking bad about you in the chat on your channel? Like what?
Me?
Yeah. But who did you upset now? Because see, and then I hate to say it, because like I be wanting them to prove the people wrong. But somebody in the chat said, "Don't worry, IC3, we got you. You're welcome. They just doxed James Jones because James Jones is coming at IC3. So you got racist people backing you against the black man. That don't look good. That don't look good."
Don't worry, man. Listen, sometimes they do them war tactics here where they're trying to pitch one against the other in it, man. So.
That's right. You got it.
I hope you paying attention, ICT. So then when they on the panel, don't be giggling. You gotta have your war face. Yo, ain't nothing funny, son. Like, why you smiling up with them?
No, see your approach. It seems quite. I understand how you view it, but this is part of a larger strategy.
So, all right.
Which
So
you might not be able, you might, unless you're.
So they put the music on, and then you start, you know what I'm saying, dancing for later on, and then you're gonna jump out and do an ambush. Is that what it is? Like, so you make them believe you on their side. Like, if that's your plan, all right. At least you gotta tell people, like, look, I know I might be look like I'm throwing you under the bus, but I'm not. But right about now, you're not looking too good.
Yeah, you don't tell people everything because you don't tell people everything. You just do.
But you
what,
tell
you know,
your
you
people.
just watch.
You just watch.
You watch the battlefield. You just watch it.
There wasn't no battle going on that conversation. It was no battle.
Oh yeah. Maybe to you. So you have a view and you have a perspective.
The man tells you you owe money back for what you benefited from slavery, and you was like, well, yeah. What?
Oh my dear. Yeah. So you might think you have an understanding, and you do have an understanding and a viewpoint of how you perceived it. That's just, we have to just leave it there. But the battle goes on.
Yeah, so you know what, IC3?
Yeah.
I want to see. I do want to hear IC3 versus yo. Sorry, man. Why so religious? Yeah, it does make me laugh still. Yeah, but I want to see a debate between IC3 and Ralph on the reparations bank. I want to see.
Oh yeah.
I want to see.
Oh yes.
Your plan.
Beautiful. That's right. You got it. You're on it. You're on it, Belly. You understand. You can see through the deeper aspects of what's going on. Because what it is the whole game has just moved up a level. See, some people don't realize that. They don't realize that the whole game. But you caught it. You've caught it. Yes, the whole game has just moved up a gear. See, once you're debating black reparations with people that have a position that might say, look, black people are never going to get reparations. They don't deserve reparations, and who they're going to take the money from? So all those questions are coming like a machine gun. They're coming at me. There's grenades, everything.
You know, when you spoke about people wanting you to do a video on a Black Reparations Bank, and I recognize that you see this as like training and so forth, and there's value in that. And I don't think that the video should replace you verbally speaking out on what it is that you're propositioning or what you're in support of. But I think that it should go along with it. I think that this is 2020. This is the information age, and people need to hear about this outside of YouTube or outside of G Block, but it should be that once people hear about something, they should then be able to Google it. And once they Google it, they should have videos, they should have flyers, they should have landing pages, they should have multiple different avenues to gain information, and especially for it to be credible, right? Like for me right now, if I'm buying something and the person doesn't even take online payments, I'm looking at them sideways like, what is this, 1990?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean you don't take online payments? You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, I understand.
So right now, this is the video age. Like, even if people are selling houses, you know what they do? They do videos about the fact that they sell houses. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have to.
Right.
Like 10 years ago, they didn't have to do that because people who wanted to buy a house would just go to a realtor. But now, everything's
but Mel,
mm-hmm.
Do you know what? Yeah. Only until today, yeah. until this morning, yeah. In my eyes, yeah, I feel like Ralph kind of thought he had IC3 as his lapdog. But after the reparations bank little discussion a bit earlier on, you might be not thinking that way no more.
You think so? I still think that
Belly can see certain stuff, man. Belly's.
You know what?
Yes.
My man's style's different. His style's different to to the man them style. That's why you're saying it different still. But I get what you're saying though, still, but yeah.
I'm just saying that
let's let it play out. Let's let it play out, Mil, and see.
That's right. You got it.
Listen, either way,
got the
it's
strength
gonna be entertaining.
That's right.
If that's your goal,
Yeah.
It's
We
gonna
want to
be
see that
entertaining.
too.
People are gonna want to see the debate. I'm not trying to, sway there not to be a debate. I'm just saying that. Look, your strategy, it wasn't looking too hot, bro. I'm just, what I'm saying? I just got to say it how it is.
Yeah,
This
that's right.
stupid dog. Yo, I'm gonna kill this dog. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm getting so mad right now. I'm so mad.
yeah, man.
I've been doing my little growing my food business, right? Why did my dog just eat my little piece of kale that was coming growing? I'm so mad. Yo.
Yes.
I can't even grow nothing.
Look after your dog. Look after your dog.
She ate my parsley yesterday, and today she ate the kale. You know what? You're going to jail. Come on, you're going to jail. You're going to jail, doggy jail.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so
man.
Veli's platform is
Hey,
sufficient.
IT3. Do you know
Yeah.
who Jordan is? Do you know who Jordan M is? Do you know?
Yeah. From Speaker's Corner.
He's a little bit upset with you now. He's a little bit upset with you, man.
I know he's been upset with me for a long time. Which I'm challenging him because he claims to be a British Muslim.
He's not claiming he is. You don't.
You can't be British and Muslim.
You can't be British and Muslim.
No.
Okay, why not?
Muslim?
Why not?
Because Britishness is not Muslimness.
Can you be
and it's
black
codified.
And Muslim?
It's
you be
codified.
black and Muslim?
It's codified. Code.
Can you be?
Yeah, but Muslim. I was gonna say, but wait. That I see through that Islam's a religion though. It's not like a race.
But racism and race is a religion. Race is a faith.
Yeah. Racism is a religion. I hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an ism. It's a faith.
Okay.
Yeah. So once you start to understand, once people start to look into what faith is,
Can he be an English Muslim then?
No.
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 Can he be an English white Muslim?
Can he be an
IT1 English white Muslim?
No. System doesn't accept that. That's why Jordan Deborah and I, we always challenging each other because.
So what is he then? So what is he?
What
is he?
Okay.
Just a Muslim,
Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this?
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll illustrate it this way, because I've had this conversation with lots of police, and so see if you understand the principle. See, I've been told. You see, you have race codes, and then you have self-defined ethnicity codes. They're two separate things, two different separate sets of codes. So I could be arrested, and the police officer will put down I'm an IC3. That'll be in his notebook. But when you go to the police station and you're presented to the custody sergeant, you're shown the self-defined ethnicities. Now, it's self-defined. That means you've got a choice. I can go there and say that I'm Chinese. Mm-hmm. They'll put down Chinese. So there'll be a conflict between what the officers put down as this is a black person, but this is a black person who thinks that he's Chinese. Yeah, because they'll just accept what you said. They'll write it down, but that's your self-definition. You chose that. But the officer, the power, the authority have defined me as a black man. So therefore, there's a conflict. So a black man who thinks that he's Chinese is obviously has mental problems, correct?
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
wait,
I would say that, but
a black man that said he's Chinese has got a mental problem. Not necessarily. What if his parents were born in China and he was born in China? He's got a Chinese passport.
Right. Yeah, but he's still classified as a black person, and Chinese people aren't black.
He might be a black Chinese, but he can say if he's black Chinese, Blackanese. What if he says what if he says like Tiger Woods then, or like King Gold? I'm Kabla Asian. You get me?
Right. Yeah, that comes under mixed race. There's a code for that. There's a code
Kabla
for that.
Asian.
Yeah, there's a code for that.
What,
There's a code for that.
Wait, what's the Kabla Asian code?
What's that? Asian? What's that? Half black and half Asian.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you the codes. Half black, half Asian is
half black, half Asian Chinese. I mean.
Oh right. The proper code for Chinese is Oriental, other. So if you're half black and half Chinese, is your M9 any other mix? Because M1 is white and black Caribbean, M2 is white and black African, M3 is white and Asian, but Asian means IC4, as in Indian, Pakistani, or Bangladeshi, or Asian other. And then Chinese comes under O. There's O1 Chinese and O9 any other. So O means Oriental. So there's a separation between Asians and Orientals. In America, they mix Chinese and Asian people together and call them all Asian, but not here. Not here in Britain. It's tight. An Asian person is an Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, or other Asian. And I can, if you want to go deeper than that, I can go deeper if you want.
All right, but instead of getting into the different, let's discuss why Jordan's not a white Muslim then. Like, so what's his code and why is he not? Why couldn't he be?
Because Muslim is classified as other. It's other or Middle Eastern. It's other. It's not because all British people are white. All English people are white. Whiteness does not accept Muslimness. Muslimness is not whiteness, according to the British standards.
Muslimness is not whiteness.
No. It's Middle Easternness, Arabness. So Jordan M.
Still because
sorry,
you know what? I don't really understand it here because like I thought that obviously it was just a race code, not a religious, not your religion.
Right, but
not all Arabs are Muslim.
Correct. But the codes appear to lump them all together.
Oh, so a non-Arab Muslim would be classed as Arab Muslim under your code?
IC6. That's the code. It's not my code. That's the code.
Oh, so under the police code. Sorry. So would you be able to read out the description for the IC6?
The IC6 is. Let's see here. Let me get the full sheet. 1 second. I'll be back. Just let me get the full sheet.
All right, cool, man. Yeah, no, it was just that little part there.
Yeah, 1 second.
Wasn't making. Yeah. I'm waiting for you to come back. I'm gonna wait for you to come back, young man. So I was just filibustering while you was away looking for your sheet. While I was saying why I was saying that was because like
yes.
Yeah, I didn't think that
IC6
they put Muslim as a race.
Yeah, I've got other documents that list other as Jewish, Israeli, Muslim, Buddhist, Arab. Yeah, they all come under that other. Here have the ONS, Office for National Statistics codes. So we've got, there's two groups. There's mixed race, which is M. The codes start with M. And then there's other race, where the codes start with O. So do you want to hear the mixed race ones as well as the O, the M's and the O's?
Yeah, let's hear the O's, because obviously like we're trying to deal with how someone can't be white or can't be an IC1 and a Muslim.
Okay. So the codes OAFG, Afghan, OARA, Arab, other, OEGY, Egyptian, OFIL, Filipino, OIRN, Iranian, OIRQ, Iraqi, OJPN, Japanese, OKOR, Korean, OKRD, Kurdish, OLAM, Latin, South and Central American, OLEB, Lebanese, OLIB, Libyan, OMAL, Malay, OMRC, Moroccan, OOEG, other ethnic group, OOTH, any other ethnic group, OPOL, Polynesian, OTHA, Thai, OVIE, Vietnamese, OYEM, Yemeni. Yeah, so that's the O's. So let me read this information now about Muslims. So let's see. Where's my file? Right.
All right, yo, yeah, big up yourself, James. Welcome to the G Block.
Hey, Valley. Hey, Mr. IC3. Hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah, big up yourself, bro.
Oh, greetings,
Yeah, man,
greetings, greetings. So I'm going to get this.
Yeah, while
Go on.
IC3's finding his paper here, after obviously after IC3's gone through his explanation, I'll give you a chance to answer the question of the. I think that's probably what you've jumped on for. Is that right? The question of the day.
Right, or related to the question of the day. Yeah.
Related to the question of the day. Okay, so. All right.
Yeah, I got it here.
Okay, let's go.
I got it here. See here, look. You can write this down. Oh, you don't need to write it down. You can hear it. It's going to be on tape. So, Ethnicity Data Standard version 3.3, prepared for the Information Authority by Atkins. Other, quote, it's in quote, the word other categories that cannot be systematically allocated to 2001 census ethnic groups. Main writing responses, details and examples. So response. So these are all the list of other, come under other. Arab, Buddhist, Hindu, Iranian, Israeli, Jewish, Kurdish, Latin American, Cuban, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Hispanic, Moroccan, multi-ethnic islands, Mauritian, Seychelles, I think, or Maldivian, St. Helena, Muslim, other Middle Eastern, Iraqi, Lebanese, Yemeni, other North African, Sikh, and South American. That's the list of other. They don't come under white.
But wait, he didn't have Muslim on there.
And let me give you this information. Did I not say Muslim? I just did say Muslim. I'll read it again. Arab, Buddhist, Hindu, Iranian, Israeli, Jewish, Kurdish, Latin American, Moroccan, multi-ethnic islands, Muslim, other Middle Eastern, other North African, Sikh, and South American. I'll read it backwards. South American, Sikh, other North African, other Middle Eastern, Muslim, multi-ethnic islands, Moroccan, Latin American, Kurdish, Jewish, Israeli, Iranian, Hindu, Buddhist, Arab. So let me give you this detail for those who want to research as well. So this is a good book, sorry, a good document. I've got this document, so I'd like you all to send off for this.
So it was under there. My
Here
bad.
it is.
I just missed
So,
it.
guide to self. Yeah. So here's a document. Guide to self-defined ethnicity and descriptive monitoring. Let me zoom in on this here. Zoom in. Yes.
So is there not a category for white other?
Security classification,
White British other.
disclosable under freedom of Right,
Hello?
we've got
Sorry.
yes, there is. Yes. So we got under the whites, we have white British, which is WBRI, white British, WCOR, white British Cornish, WENG, white British English, WSCO, white British Scottish, WWEL, white British Welsh, WOWB, white British Other, WIRI, white Irish, WIRT, white Traveller of Irish Heritage, WEEU, white Eastern European, WEUR, white European, WOTH, white Other, WWEU, white Western European. There's more as well. You want me to read all of them?
Yeah, bad take. Yo, so
but this
what's
document-
the website that you got that from? So they
Oh,
consider
no,
people
no,
in
no.
the
You
chat.
won't
If you
find
put it
it.
in the back chat for us, yeah.
No. You won't find it on the website.
Okay.
You have to do a freedom of information request. Freedom of information request. So
Okay.
you have to write to the government, and then they'll send the documents to your house. They might do a check on you first. But
you
that
allowed to
information
put it
you can
online
dig and find a
afterwards?
bit more. Pardon?
Are you
Say again,
allowed,
James?
after they send it to you, are you allowed as a private citizen to sort of make a website publishing it or showing pictures of it? You're muted, but I know it's not a hugely important question.
Probably got to have a look.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Man. So it's a
Oh,
freedom
sorry,
of
I
information.
had it on
Act,
mute.
yeah.
Sorry, I had it on mute. Let me
Yeah,
answer
you
the
had it on
question.
mute,
I'm
man.
not sure. Yeah, I had it on mute. Yeah, sorry, but yeah, I'm not sure. But the information comes to me, and I speak. I speak about it. Yeah.
Yo, can you not hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we go.
Yeah, IC3. The last
Yeah,
time I
yeah.
swear
Hello.
when I you're right. The first time we ever spoke though, yeah, you gave me and I think it was Ziriab and Dan. You gave us like a few links. You said something that I put into Google that provided a link. You said the same thing. You were like, it's not going to be online, and then you gave us some, I don't know, some kind of reference or code that is on whatever document you're reading from. And then we Googled it, and remember we did find it. So I think there must be some kind of reference on what you're reading that you can give to somebody and they could Google it. Because I remember this, like, this is exactly the point I came into the discussion.
Yeah, nah, he just said it was a Freedom of Information Act.
Oh,
No, but we've got a document, right? And that document must have some form of reference. Yeah. So then James is right.
Get the full stuff.
Online.
But you can.
Go on, sorry, you saying
Yeah.
something?
Oh, well, here. Oh, right. Okay. Look here. Source: British government ethnicity. I'm not sure if it's. I must have given you this: British government ethnicity standard classifications, census. So
Guys,
you type that
Mark
in:
is really
British
slow.
government ethnicity standard classifications.
James, can you type that in for him? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So if somebody can type that in, see if that comes up. Yeah, British government ethnicity standard classifications. I mean, they might have put some stuff up, you know, since last time. Who knows? But British government ethnicity standard classifications.
For white British Muslim, he can be white other, because then he can come under the Muslim category.
Yeah, I found.
Actually, you're muted. Yeah, go to James.
Yeah, okay. If you want to say, if you want to, but no, whiteness is something separate from Muslimness. Britishness and Muslimness don't go together.
So what do you think about that?
Somebody wants to challenge me on that? Let's have it. Let's have it then.
I just want let's have it. Yeah, I always wanted to see what James was going to say though. Still, like, what do you think about that? Can Jordan identify as a white Muslim? Obviously, the way IC3 is going by the codes, there's not a code for British white Muslim.
Obviously, anyone can be a Muslim of any race. I would say that you know, like Islamic commands and values, you know, or I'd say that historically, kind of Islam doesn't have a history really in the UK. You could fairly say that it's a foreign religion. It hasn't become kind of established and really interwoven itself with the indigenous population in the same way that kind of Christianity did when it was brought to the islands. Not yet anyway. And also you could say that, you know, current British core values, like, you know, the sort of social and moral values do violate Islam in several significant ways, like freedom of religion and freedom of speech and separation of church and state and equal rights for men and women. And yeah, so but there's still, that doesn't mean you can't be a British Muslim, like a, you know, or a white British Muslim. Like, obviously you can.
Yes, you can choose to identify yourself like that, because it comes under self-defined ethnicity. But British culture is whiteness. It's a cultural, even the classification in these codes are a product of British culture, because they don't have these codes in Islam.
Well, other countries,
the entire system.
I mean, other countries might also come up with a system of kind kind of ethnicity classifications or nationality classifications.
Correct.
So, I know if you're in another country, like maybe the UAE, their kind of police force might also kind of come up with a system for, you know, classifying people that has kind of similar national categories. So I think it's something that lots of humans do.
Right. So it's possible they could have a classification system of their own. I don't know of the UA codes, but this is the British one.
Yeah.
The British standards. Yeah.
All right.
Say something about the these...
Garland, you wanted to go for the question of the day, then James.
So, I mean, the question of the day is: can a slave owner be a good example? And do we ban all slave owners? Kind of, the act of slave owning is kind of a bad example. Kind of, when you ask, can a person be a good example? Kind of, that can be interpreted in certain ways. Like, I guess you'd say that anyone who does that, slave owning, can't be considered a holistic good example or like a general good example because they're doing this bad act. The same way that, like, you know, anyone who commits murder kind of couldn't be considered holistically a good example. But you know, you could still say that kind of other behaviors that person had done could be considered good examples to follow. But like they themselves overall, you know, you wouldn't consider them to be a good example for people today, or even kind of any time, I guess. Like slavery, you know, has always been kind of a bad thing and a mistake.
James, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do you think because maybe I can't remember his name now, but the philanthropist slave owner in Bristol, I don't know necessarily what he's achieved and what his legacy is, right? So I probably couldn't comment on if his good outweighed his bad, or the bad. But like, let's say something like Cecil Rhodes. Obviously, there's a lot of Rhodes scholars, and there's a lot of investment into, I guess, what, like, for lack of a better word, infrastructure that must have benefited a very good many Brits. Yeah. So I could see how somebody could say in that instance, maybe the good doesn't outweigh the bad, but there is enough of a legacy to validate his commemoration. Do you think if like it gets into one of those Hitler type scenarios where it's like the bad definitely outweighed the good, do you think that's cause for removing kind of like statues or any commemorative sort of monuments?
So like there are a couple of factors that kind of go into kind of the decision of whether it would be a good thing to remove the monument. I think like the most important one to your question, I think, would be not whether that person had done more bad things in their life or not, like whether the good outweighed the bad. I think the real question is about the potential harm to society. So with Hitler, you could more reasonably make the case that, you know, by allowing a statue of Hitler to remain up, kind of it would make the ideas of Nazism more socially acceptable and increase the risk of, you know, Nazism resurging and becoming popular in the future. That saying that about Hitler would be a lot more reasonable than saying that about a, you know, 19th century slave owner. Like it's very unlikely that having Cecil Rhodes' statue up could cause slavery to resurge in popularity. So I don't think there is the same risk of you know, a big harm to society.
If not necessarily asking you to be ashamed of all aspects of empire, but don't you think it would be how can I put it? Do you not think it would be and I don't really have a position now, I'm just inquisitive, yeah. Like, don't you think it would be generally a better position to say, like, as in, because you don't condone many, like, as in like, if it could be inflammatory in any way, do you think it makes more sense to, not necessarily to appease a certain demographic, but do you not think it makes sense to have those, like, to not make them public, if that makes sense? So if you're in a specific, like, let's say you go, like, I think someone said it in the chat, I'm quoting somebody, but they said these monuments belong in a museum, or like any kind of deference you want to pay to that should be more specific, as opposed to maybe flaunting it in people's faces, maybe, for example, because there are many people in Britain who are indigenous Brits and, you know, people, immigrants that are now like nationalized Brits that do not agree with imperialism and do not agree with empire, but still support Britain and are still proud to be British in like the sort of modern incarnation, not the 19th century. So like they don't have to, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So like, yeah, I think, you know, it's a sort of valid point. Like, so, but before I kind of get into it, I want to acknowledge that kind of sort of you've proposed this idea of putting them in museums, and I'd agree that that's a much more reasonable thing to say than let's kind of tear it down with a fucking rope so that it smashes on the floor. Because these are parts of history and parts of, you know, the historical heritage of the country and the world, and I don't think it's kind of pointless, and you know, there's no point in destroying history like that. So the question is like, you know, would I support them being put in, you know, safely removed and put in a museum? Kind of, I don't think I would, because like the benefit I see of these statues remaining where they are in the cities is that they're basically aesthetically pleasing statues. You know, they're beautiful sculptures with a level of craftsmanship that, you know, few people possess anymore. Like that kind of craft of creating sculptures in that way, kind of, you know, very few people still have that. And I prefer these pieces of history and these aesthetically pleasing objects remain in the cities to increase the kind of historicity of our cities and make it so that kind of, you know, I don't like it when like a city is just like this kind of modern soulless metropolis, which doesn't hold any kind of fragments of its historical roots and that sort of thing. Like I don't like it when a city is like so modern that you could replace it with kind of any other city in the world and you wouldn't be able to tell where you were, kind of that sort of thing. So I think that the benefit of keeping these you know, aesthetically pleasing and cultural and historic things in the cities outweighs kind of these detriments. And to address this kind of these sentiments about how kind of you know, I'm, you know, like what these people did is offensive to me and that sort of thing. Basically, kind of you know, so a 200-year-old statue kind of someone who mistreated people 200 years ago shouldn't cause a great deal of anguish in people. Like if you have that kind of, I mean, the past, you know, the past can't be changed. And I don't think it's a healthy mindset to feel kind of such great kind of anguish just when you see this statue of some guy from 200 years ago. I think the people who do have those kinds of feelings, that like probably the reason why they feel so strongly when they see that statue is because of current injustices that kind of aren't being addressed. So if there are current kind of oppressions or injustices or racial injustices, then I think kind of what would really get to the underlying root of the problem would be to try and fix those rather than to kind of you know, remove the statue kind of. So
just finally, yeah, for me, so then arguably if it was done in the sort of the legal conventional manner of, you know, like petitioning, I guess, your local MP or I don't know, your council or however you get stuff done, and they decide, like, you know,
yeah, you don't want to disrupt Massa too much, innit?
Trust me,
proper.
It was a majority.
You got to put in the application and all of that, innit?
Trust me. But if the
majority, you know, the problem with that is that in Bristol they did do that. They did do that though.
Let me finish this question now.
They had a petition. Yo.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm saying they had a petition in Bristol. It didn't work.
You can go ham. I just want to know if
it got ignored.
I just want to know if his position is, if they do it the legal, like if they go the legal route, or I don't know how you describe it, but the legal conventional route, you're happy that if that decision gets made, you wouldn't protest against the removal or the them putting it into a museum. Or yeah, James. You wouldn't have an issue with that, no?
So I'd oppose the decision. I would not agree with the decision, kind of however it was made, and I'd use my kind of legal democratic right to, voice my displeasure or kind of legally protest the same way they're allowed to. So I wouldn't like kind of steal the statue and put it back up.
Just to be clear, you do not think that any sort of transgressions in one sort of public figure's past should result in the removing of their monument or their commemorative sort of statue or artwork, or you don't think that should happen, no? You think that if there was clear indiscrepancies in their history or immoral actions or however you would like to describe them, I mean, you don't agree with slavery, that's patently clear. So you don't think that justifies the removal of any kind of like any kind of commemorative piece? You don't think that's justified, no?
It depends on basically the historical. It depends a lot on the historicity, the historical value of it. So when something's contemporary, like if a sort of contemporary dictator like Saddam Hussein orders a statue of himself to be built, that doesn't have historical value. So I don't mind people sort of removing or tearing that down.
But what is the historical value, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I'll get into that.
Wait, so you as a British person don't see the historical value in another country's monuments?
I didn't hear that.
That's just the irony. It's a good exercise in what do you call it? In framing. So obviously when the Iraqi protest, when the US Army took down the Saddam Hussein statue when they invaded in 2003, and then obviously called in the reporters to kind of create that photo moment, right? And made it out as though the people had done that off their own volition. It was framed as an outpouring of the expression of freedom on the part of these people. So
okay,
the question. Wait. The question becomes. No. Wait. I haven't finished the point. No. The question becomes, why is it that it's framed? Why is it that the situation in Iraq was framed as an outpouring of freedom?
This is what we're talking about.
There we go. There we go. Let it out, James. Let it out. But I'm still going to make the point. Why is it framed as an outpouring of freedom, an expression of freedom over there, but over here it's framed as criminal damage?
Zirab, do you need to change the subject?
Go on, James. Answer.
Yeah. So basically
Don't get emotional, man. Don't get emotional. It's the exact same topic. I'm not bringing in a new topic. I'm talking about the exact same topic. Why is it framed as an expression of freedom in Iraq and it's framed as criminal damage in the UK?
Zirab,
it's the exact same issue, James. Don't run.
No, but I didn't make that framing though, did I? What did I say? Was I literally?
You're using that framing. You're following the framing. You're using that framing though, and I'm quite within my rights to bring up that framing, and I'm quite within my rights to have a conversation on that framing. So why is it? What inquiring minds want to know? Why is it framed as an expression of freedom in Iraq and criminal damage in the UK?
Are we talking about Iraq right now? Is that the topic?
No, don't try and get away from the question, James. Come on, man. You had a nice, easy run with your friend over here, but now it's gonna get a little bit hot. Just go with it. Just go with it.
James, but it's a fair question though. Wait, hold on. Chill out, man. Chill out, man. Don't worry, man. Your time will come, man. Anyway, yeah. Like I said, James, it's a fair question though. Still,
get back to the script. All right, cool.
No. It's a fair question though. Still, obviously, if you see them pulling down the statue of Saddam Hussein as a thingawab, do you think it's not relevant to what you're saying? To what he's saying, that? Why don't you think it's relevant to what
It's
you're
not
saying?
relevant. The point I was making. The point I was making was that kind of a contemporary statue kind of doesn't have historical value, and so I gave an example of Saddam Hussein's statue as a contemporary statue without historical value. So I don't care who arranged it being taken down. That's not the point I was making.
But that's your point. That's your point. Who cares? I don't have to follow on from your point. I'm making an entirely. I'm making a point that's on the same topic, on the topic of the day. I'm asking as an inquiry mind. I'm asking why is it that the pulling down of Hussein's statue was an expression of freedom, but the pulling down of this of this slave trader was criminal damage.
Hey, Zira, listen. The real question here is, what is the historical value? Like give the example of
No, that's James's question. No, that's James's question.
But is that not more important?
That's not a real question. That's just another pathetic attempt at framing it as, oh no, this is the real question. No, I've raised the real question. How about that?
Not really, but he's just gonna he's just gonna answer no. You're saying.
Like let's put this issue to bed.
Who cares though? It's not even about him anyway. I'm making a wider point. You get me? If all this is I mean, go on, James.
Statue was an expression of freedom. I'm not making that claim. I'm not making the claim that Saddam Hussein's statue was broken down by the Iraqi people or the US.
That's silly. I didn't say that. That's what you said. Stop being stupid. I didn't say you framed it like that.
Ziriab, if you want
stupid, I didn't say that you framed it like that. That's how it was framed. So I'm asking the question. Why is it that it was framed like that? Why was it framed as an expression of freedom? But then in the UK, it's framed as criminal damage, and we're all talking within the confines of that framing.
I'm not. I never made that.
I was gonna say, Zirab, let him give a full answer now, though. Yeah, you told your point of why you was making that point. Yeah, let him give a full answer. Yeah, so we can get to the next question or whatever in it, so we don't get stuck still. But go to James.
Hey, Zirab, you're bugging out, bro. You've overextended yourself by trying to catch this man. You should just let him answer the question. How is it fucking? What is the historical benefit of this bullshit?
Okay, all right, James. I'll be sure to ask him leading questions again.
All right, go on.
I'll be sure to ask him the softball ones. You know the slow ball ones. Yeah, them ones.
What's better? Come in and shut the fucking place down and have him not answer any of your questions. What makes more sense?
No, but he did answer it. In fact, the fact that he didn't, the fact that he went, I don't care, it kind of spoke volumes. But anyway, let's see if he can bite on the point and not get lost and not try and misrepresent what I'm saying. I didn't say James has framed it like that. I said it's framed in this way. So why is it that we're discussing these terms as though it's freedom over there, but over here it's criminal damage?
I'm not making that claim though, am I? Like I don't care whether or not it's kind of the will of the Iraqi people or not. I'm just saying it's an example of a statue that doesn't have historical value, and I give value to statues that are old and do have historical value. So so the question. So here's the point. You know, throughout history, there have been many people who have done bad things, and they've had statues made of them. Like every emperor, every king, every Islamic figure. I wouldn't say that they should all be destroyed or taken down or removed from where they are and placed in museums just because, you know, they all owned slaves or they all started wars or maybe some of them were murderers. Like that's just crazy. We shouldn't let kind of history be so emotional. Like, you know, what matters, what we should be emotional about are current real injustices affecting real people.
James,
not like, oh, this guy kind of committed a bad thing.
You made a point. Now, this is a response. Now.
Attempts to derail and say, "Oh, why is it framed that way?"
All right, you made a point. Okay, no, this is pure emotion. Now you're playing the man and not the argument. You're playing the man, not the ball. Allow it. You're playing the man, not the ball. All right, cool. You made the point. I was silent when you made the point, and you made the point. So it goes back to the issue of not caring, quote unquote. So if you don't care, you can't be making statements like this X monument has got no historical significance, especially when you're not from that country, which is what you did. That's why I even jumped on the on this particular point, because you made the statement that, oh, you gave an example of Hussein's monument, right? And you said, oh, it doesn't have any historical significance. Like, you're passing judgment on a monument that isn't in your country, right? So I'm saying, off the back of that point now, and this is the point of like linear conversations. I don't know why. No, don't cut me. Relax, bro. Relax, man. Relax. Don't be his bitch. Chill out. Yeah. So why is it that this particular issue? Chill out, man. Chill out, bro. Chill out, man. You're all silent when everyone else is talking, and every time I'm talking, you want to jump in. Chill out. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, going back to the point. The reason why I mentioned Hussein's monument is because it was already brought up. So the whole purpose, or as I should say, the kind of way in which linear conversations develop, is that someone will mention something and then someone will talk about something that's been mentioned, and it continues. I didn't bring in a new topic, so it's on this particular topic. So still, the point hasn't been addressed, right? Whether you've done it or not, which obviously I didn't say you did. This scenario or the situation in Iraq was framed as an outpouring of freedom on the part of the Iraqi people. Be it correct or not, that's how it was framed. Now the question when we bring it to the contemporary, you've got not only in the UK, you've got in the US as well, and in mainland Europe, where these monuments are being taken down. And that's not being framed as an expression of freedom on the most part. It's being framed, especially by the establishment, whether that be governments or the media, who are kind of supporting the establishments, supporting government, are framing these incidents as criminal damage. Basically, right? Priti Patel went so far as to say she demands justice for Edward Colston. Justice for Edward Colston. That's the line. So my point is, like, there's no way in which we're going to have a conversation within confines within the confines of a framing that is questionable. So I've pointed out that framing and questioned whether we should be conversating within those confines. Like, the thing is, it's all, and this is the wider point. The wider point is how these incidents are framed. They can be framed as criminal damage. They can be framed as a destruction of cultural heritage, or they can be framed as expression of freedom. These people felt free enough, and I think it's a testament to the vibrant nature of this democracy that these people were able to take down these monuments and make a political point about it. Of course, the fact is, more people today know about these people, know about these slave traders, know about these historical figures than ever before, because of the attention that's brought on. And this is the other point that needs to be addressed. Who said history has ended? These people made history by virtue of taking down these statues. Now, obviously, the one in Bristol has been fished out now, and they're going to put it in a museum because that's where these things belong. When you create a statue, what you're doing is hailing up this person, warts and all. Now, I think, I don't know if any of you guys agree with hailing up these people, warts and all, but of course, if it is just a case of preserving heritage, then these statues, I was the one who made this point, these statues belong in a museum.
Actually, James made that point.
No, I quoted someone from the chat. But just quickly, so okay, I appreciate the thesis here, James. So once contemporary, some time has elapsed, I guess, since the passing of Saddam. That, I guess, would have marked an era, right? Or would have been emblematic of a specific period in Iraqi history. Some good, some bad. I imagine if you're Sunni in that region, it might have been good, or whatever. If you're a family of Saddam or whatever, you're loyal to Saddam. So why, in your opinion, why does one contain more historical value than the other? Is it merely the sort of the sculptor's ability, or the sort of I don't know, the period in which that art comes from? Like, what is you keep talking about this? One has more value historically. I'm just interested as to why. Is it just a time period, or like what?
It's primarily the amount of time elapsed. So like like an antique that's 50 years old, that's kind of like, you know, that's somehow less special as a piece of human heritage than an antique piece which is 200 years old. So it's a straightforward criteria like that.
So that's it. That's the fundamental reason why you believe these should be treasured, just because of the time the scarcity of or the lack of ability to reproduce it with the same sort of method that it was produced at the time. That's it.
Well, even if we did have a bunch of sculptures a bunch of sculptors who still had those skills, making a new sculpture now, wouldn't replace the actual
Yeah, so then conceivably a Hitler one would be fine. I mean, based on that criteria, then we should all endorse. Let's say I agreed with that criteria. We should endorse the preservation of a statue of Hitler, and we should also endorse, and we should protest against anyone who seeks to remove it.
I gave you the sort of criterias involved.
No, but that's because no. See, that is sensitive to you. So you believe subjectively that his ideology was far more pernicious than whatever this Edward Colston, whatever his name is, Colston, whatever he was peddling, right? You believe that Hitler's was far worse, and you have every right to. I probably agree with you.
My argument.
Someone may feel exactly the same as you.
James,
that is a malevolent ideology being promoted, and that serves to reinforce a deep systemic inequality. They may make that argument. They might be wrong. They might be right. But you couldn't necessarily agree with that given your criteria. Like, you either agree with the history, the time elapsed, therefore it should remain, or you believe that if there was, as Zuria put it, some indiscrepancy, so you don't necessarily accept it warts and all, then therefore you should agree with them removing it, especially seeing as you're not going to make a defense of a slave owner, right? That's what you're not going to do that.
No, I'm a couple of misrepresentations there. I'm not kind of saying that there's only one criteria or only one piece of information involved. Like I said, that there was, it's like an equation with several factors. Like one of them is, the risk. One of them is the time elapsed, the historical value. Another's the risk posed of that act or that ideology being resurging in the future. Like what's the risk of Nazism resurging in the future compared with the risk of kind of slavery resurging in the future, that sort of thing. So
no, someone can make the case for Winston
Churchill.
Right,
so on that basis, wait. On that basis, yeah, the Churchill statue was built in 1973, 47 years ago. Is that liable to be taken down, James?
That it would be a lesser ill. It would be lesser ill on the basis of historical value. That we'd be
but
losing.
He may be responsible for more
historicity if the Churchill one was.
We both know you don't believe that, bro. All right, cool. But even with the Colston,
or do you want to have an argument?
Even with the Colston statue, the Colston statue was made. It was made like the wiki page says that the guy lived until 1721. So from 1636 to 1721, it was made. The statue, the monument, was made in 1895. So it's only like 120 years ago. It's not actually that long one, and it was a longer period from when he was born to when the monument was created than from when the monument was created to when it was taken down.
Okay, so still, you just said that it's 120 years old. And the other thing, as I mentioned earlier, was that these statues have aesthetic value. They make our cities prettier. They're nicer. It feels older. It feels like it's, it's not as replaceable, like sort of soulless metropolises that just all have kind of modern buildings and you can't tell where in the world you are. So I think there's several values that these statues have, which outweigh kind of any detriment that
outline them in the summary. Outline the summary of your points as to why they should stand. Like as in point one, like as in sentences. You know what I mean? Like all the points, as in why they should stand.
Yeah. Point one, they have historical value. They represent our history, and they're part of our heritage, like of Britain and the world. Point two, they have aesthetic value. They make our, like what I just said a couple of moments ago.
I heard that. Yeah, go on.
point 3, they don't you know, there's little risk by them staying up of you know, slavery resurging as a popular ideology that people want to implement. So there isn't any actual harm to them remaining. Let's see. I had a couple more. I think I wrote them down somewhere. Points.
I think it's pretty amazing that you don't think that it has any harm. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's the standout comment. So
point 4, kind of
definitely
against kind of, you know, they're ancient Aztec murals depicting human sacrifice. You know, I wouldn't say kind of, oh, this is abhorrent. This is like glorifying human sacrifice.
How is that not deflected?
Look, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Like you're saying, oh, this statue of this person did something bad, and so we need to destroy this statue, or at least remove it.
Wait, according to your own criteria, those Aztec monuments, they're much older than 120 years, bro. These Aztec monuments, they're much older. Wait, James, you're missing the inconsistency in your own argument.
Didn't get butthurt.
You said that if it's been around for a long period of time, it should stay. If that's your argument, then these Aztec monuments have been around for thousands of years.
Wait, so you agree that things with historical value should stay?
I'm pointing out the inconsistency in your argument. You can't bring up the Aztec monuments when a minute ago you said that historical monuments which have been around for a long period of time, they should stay up. You can't bring up the Aztec monuments then as an example.
Ziriab, lay it out for me. Ziriab, kind of point by point, show me the inconsistency. Hello, Ziriab?
It's a very simple point. The point is this. You've said that one of those 3 points you said, was that his monuments of historical value, or monuments that have been around for a long time, should stay up. Right?
Yes.
And then obviously I brought up the fact that Churchill's monument has only been around for 50 odd years, and you were like, but it would be less harmful, or it would be less, however you put it, if you took that one down. But of course, the deflection towards Aztec monuments, bringing up one sec, wait, hold your horses. The deflection towards Aztec monuments is a moot point based on your own logic, because those things way outstrip in terms of timeline all these monuments that you're talking about by a factor of 10 or 100.
But that doesn't refute anything I'm saying, though. How does that contradict anything I'm saying? You said that there was a contradiction. Where's the contradiction?
Yes, an inconsistency in your own logic. So if your logic is one of the reasons why these things should stay up is because of the time period they've been around, then you cannot bring up the Aztec monuments as an example of something that's heinous or that should also be taken down, because they've been around for much longer than these monuments you speak of.
But I'm not saying that the Aztec monument should be taken down, though. Oh man, Ziriab, try to keep up with the conversation, dude.
That's great. That's great. That's why I said it was a deflection from the get-go. The whole point of the Aztec monuments and all of that is a deflection. No, I'm only bringing it up. I'm bringing it up because even if you bring it up as a hypothetical, what I'm saying is, according to your own logic, it wouldn't even be an example because of the fact that they hit the condition of being ancient. Because they hit the condition of being ancient, you can't even you can't even bring it up as like a hypothetical monument that should also be taken down. I didn't say that you're calling for it to be taken down. What I said is that it's internally like inconsistent, because you're saying one of the criteria why these monuments should stay up is the amount of time that they've been around.
You've unfortunately made a bit of a fool of yourself because you didn't understand the argument that was being presented. So you said that I've contradicted myself and made an inconsistency because you didn't understand the argument I was making. The point.
If you say so, James. If you say so, but the point is.
Let me school you.
No, the point is. No, the point was. You're bringing up. You're deflecting. You're deflecting to all these other monuments. You're deflecting to everything else. But according to your own logic, yeah, it wouldn't even come up. This is how you know it's a deflection. It doesn't come up because they're so ancient. If that's one of your criteria, it wouldn't come up.
Myself, I'm going to explain to you how you misunderstood because you couldn't just listen with patience and understand things. What you should have done is
no one said you're calling for the destruction of Aztec monuments, James. No one said that. You've brought it up. You've brought it up as a deflection, but I'm saying it's silly to even bring it up as a deflection because of the fact that they're so ancient.
And talks over people. Like if you think that I'm wrong, then let me speak, and then you can refute me. That's reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, really quickly.
You're clearly emotional, man.
Hold on.
You're just getting excited, bro.
Lads, 1 second.
And now,
James, 1 second. James, 1 second. Veli. 1 second, James.
James.
No, but someone's in the back. I'm just calling for Veli. Hey, Vel, someone's in the back. Veli.
Okay, so the point being made about the Aztec monuments isn't to sort of show opposition towards the fact that historical monuments have value. And I'm not calling for the historical monuments to be taken down. What I'm saying is that I'm showing how unreasonable it would be for someone to call for Aztec monuments to be taken down simply because they glorify and depict, human sacrifice. But because, no reasonable person would think that, because they'd realize, hold on, like the chance of human sacrifice becoming popular again is very small, and these monuments have a great aesthetic and cultural and historical value, and they're part of world heritage. So it would be absolutely insane to do this. Similarly, kind of taking down these statues, which do not pose any risk of slavery kind of becoming super popular in the future, because more and more people are going to want to bring back slavery because of these statues. And similarly, these statues do have, to a lesser degree, but they still do have historical value and are still part of world heritage. And they also have aesthetic value. People should be able
to... their aesthetic value. You're a pompous prick. They're ugly. They don't bring no value to London. What are you talking about? That's just your opinion.
Okay, sure. Everyone can
have go on like it's a fact. Or you've surveyed it. Have you gathered information on what you're saying?
Well,
wait, hold on, Freddie. Before you jump back and forth, let me just reply quickly. See, this is the thing. The whole point was, and this is the argument that's been made by a lot of these reactionaries. These people that are crying. No, bro, relax, man. No one cut you off. Yeah, you got off what you had to say. So chill out. A lot of these reactionary crybaby types, these people have been crying about the statues being removed. They make these arguments like, oh, the pyramids, should the pyramids be removed as well because they were made by slaves, and should the Aztec monuments be taken down as well? And it's like, I know, don't think that you've made a point that went over my head. I know exactly why you're saying it, but the point is that they're incomparable, for one, in terms of when you're talking about historical existence, how long they've been around. All these ancient monuments, the 7 wonders of the world, or whatever it is you wanna try and equate these statues to, they're not equatable in terms of timeline. You conceded that point clearly. You said, "Oh, look, it's not exactly the same." So once you recognize that they're not even on the same, once you've recognized that they're not even on the same page when it comes to historical timeline, how long they've been around, then the whole attempt at the argument becomes futile. Now, as I said, I know what you're trying to do when you bring up these other things, but they're incomparable, even according to you, because of the fact that these monuments are they're in a different country, so they're not even on the table for discussion right now. Obviously, we're talking about the UK and the UK monuments in this particular conversation. Right, and we clearly found out that 2 of these monuments we've been talking about are nowhere near as ancient as you're trying to make them out to be. One was made 50 years ago, that Churchill one, right, and that's the one that everyone is defending. So, interestingly, this you can see that this argument of timeline, how long they've been around, is just an attempt to kind of basically preserve preserve these monuments. Which again,
The colonial,
when you look at the
preserve the
protesters,
colonial.
this is a final point, Freddie.
Basically,
Final point. I'll let you. One second. Just final point. These protesters, when they're taking down these statues, are they saying we fear that slavery is going to come back? That's why we're taking down these statues.
none of them have said
That's not
that.
what they're saying.
None of them have said that. That's a
not what
weak
they're saying.
argument.
Yeah,
That's a weak argument because he knows the Nazis are on the rise much more than any type of slavery is going to come on the rise. So that's a fact. You get me? Nazism, the slavery hasn't even gone nowhere. Actually, it's more refined. They've refined it now, isn't it? So obviously, there's definite threat. There's always been a threat of blacks being underclassed and, you know what I'm saying, trodden on in the world. Like that's history proves you that. You get what I'm saying? But I'm saying at the same time, Nazis are on the rise as well, isn't it? So don't think that, you know what I'm saying, one is impossible to happen over the other, because there's proof of Nazism today in London.
Can I
You're
just?
gonna see it on Saturday.
Can I just quickly say, yeah? So going through your thing point by point, James, I've forgotten a bit of it, but just if I was to, from what I was remember about them, all of these things are ultimately subjective, which I imagine you'd agree with as well. Like it's how you feel the city looks. It's the time, the sort of, for example, some people may say like that the era that sculpture wasn't like a specifically classical period, so it doesn't like it could be remade or similar, and then ultimately the main argument that it was, just to correct you, it was Zirab that said it in the chat. Now that I remember reading in the chat, but I don't remember who said it, but it was Zirab. It essentially, the argument really is should it be in a museum? Because I think even Zirab's initial position was it should be in a museum. I don't have any issues with it being in a museum. I don't have any issues with a Hitler fucking boss or whatever being in a museum. But should it be on the street? Ultimately, what that will come down to is how aesthetically pleasing one believes it to be, and then and the sort of the net harm or dissatisfaction that it causes is again ultimately going to be from a subjective position. So I think, how can I put it? I think it's a little bit insensitive to say that, you know, Nazism is far more malevolent if people are saying that this would be a gesture by the government to show a sort of turn, a change in position, or sort of like a new sort of initiative to combat systemic racism, and it starts with trying to right the wrongs of the past, be it not venerating people that were involved in the slave trade, which ultimately England abolished because it thought it was inhumane and immoral, isn't it? I don't think, even someone in your position, I don't think there should be any issue with it being moved to a museum, because it's like, in the same way you're like, it's aesthetically pleasing, you're not going to lose out on your ability to sort of view it and sort of the.
Brother, it's just causing offence and harm. It needs to be removed. It's as simple as that.
I don't see
people find it offensive, and that's it. Simple. Remove it. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? And actually, when you're taking down the statues, remove some of the curriculum or rejuggle it, and try and teach us how to integrate with each other better in society. So less of these things will happen. Less of these bias and prejudices and fucking, you know what I mean? These fucking. He's got a thing where they call fucking unconscious bias and all that, and them things have to stop. You know what I'm saying?
But Fred, just quickly, James, in the sense that if we talk about a net benefit for all Britons concerned,
because fam, what's pleasing to him, he thinks what's pleasing. 1 second, sorry fam, because he thinks what's pleasing to him is pleasing to the whole of England.
But no, but let him, because he was fair enough to say, listen, these are his points, and he said he wanted people to critique his points. So I'm saying, all right, cool. Even if we go through it and we find on every single one of these points, it becomes an exercise in subjectivity, then can we not say then, considering you definitely agree that slavery is immoral and that you are aware that there is some kind of system of maybe bias or inequality in the UK, can we not say that maybe just as a gesture to those who are disaffected by it, is it not fair to say then, you know what, see, it at no cost to yourself, because you'll still get to view it.
But it's not only subjective, Jay. Sorry, but it's not only subjective. It's also arbitrary. As we figured out, this is a half-baked argument. There is no time period for cut-off point for when monuments should be preserved. It's a play it by ear situation for James. It's like basically starting from now, as long as all the monuments are saved, kind of thing. It's arbitrary. There's no defined definite figure. Like I said, the Churchill one was made 50 years ago. The other one was made closer to our time, the Colston statue was made closer to our time than it was to the man being alive. So it's arbitrary.
James, do you want to finish your points?
No, yeah. To be honest, I do concur with that last statement as well. Yeah. So you get the point.
Okay, so like, I'll deal with Ziriab's point since it's kind of closer in my mind. Like, so a few minutes ago, sort of, Ziriab implicitly conceded that, you know, historicity and historical value is valuable. Like, these are old relics and things from human past. So once you concede that, you also have to concede that, you know, a monument from 300 years ago is going to have less historicity and historical value than one from 1,500 years ago. And similarly, kind of one from kind of 50 years ago is probably going to have less historicity and historical value than one from 200 years ago. So, you know, the question of you know, how long in the past does, you know, something be considered kind of historical value is similar to the question that antique dealers kind of ask themselves. Like, kind of, some people consider like an antique to be kind of when it's 50 years old, some consider it to be 100 years old. Like, you know, and people can sort of reasonable people can vary in their judgment or their opinion on that. But
listen, man, we don't want to hear about your internship at Antiques Roadshow, yeah? We're talking about the makings of the modern world.
Yeah,
we're talking about 120 years ago, and we're talking about 50 years ago. We're not talking about 300 years ago.
You're waffling, bro. You are doing a lot of waffling.
I have to get to James made. So
hold on. No, but I'm saying, string a sentence out properly, please, because we're not on these dumb comparisons. Just say what you're saying.
I can't communicate with you. You have to, you know, do your best. So James Jones made the point that kind of what's being lost out if you can still enjoy the aesthetic value if it's put in a museum. So you can enjoy the aesthetic value in the museum, but you can't anymore in the city. And the point is that, like, these beautify the city. These like I said before, like, kind of it's
That's
nice.
your opinion.
Can I just make two real quick points?
Said that 1,000 times. That's your opinion.
Just on the first thing, do you know what's interesting what you said about antiques? So when it comes to value in antiques, so let's say like value in an autograph, or let's say value in a worn pair of fucking football boots or something. The major value is, as you know, especially when it comes to sculptures, pieces of art, signed photograph, whatever, is who the individual is. You know, Michael Jordan, a photo of Michael Jordan, a signed autograph or worn shoes of Michael Jordan is far more valuable than, for lack of a better, Scottie Pippen or something, right? It's more valuable because of who the person is. So even when we're valuing these things, right, like, their exploits have to come into the equation when we're valuing it. And if we're saying that certain aspects of this person's character should devalue the image, then I think that, or the whatever, then I think that should take precedence over the sort of time elapsed or the specific sort of type of artwork it is. That's the first point. And then the second point, but at what cost? It's like, I agree, beautify the city. No, 100%, I agree with you. Architecture, like, is, you know, really important. It's the sort of fingerprint, the DNA of the city. But the sculpture, if a sculpture truly offends someone, if you fucking erected a statue of Hitler in Berlin, or fucking even worse in Tel Aviv, right? It's at what cost, bro? Because it may look aesthetically pleasing to some, but if is you know, let's do like a utilitarian kind of thing. Is the pleasure it inspires in you greater than the sort of negative feeling it invokes in other people? Are you happy with that trade-off? If people are genuinely saying that.
And that's a great point, but I fear that he's going to say, yeah, it does, and that's what the bottom is.
Yeah, but so I'm going to bite the bullet on that, because it's a valid point. Kind of like the reason why I think that the aesthetic value to the cities is more important is because kind of like there are two types of kind of historical grievance, okay, and they're not the same. Kind of, you can have historical grievances of things that kind of happen to kind of people, to yourself or to people that you've known personally, and these kinds of historical grievances should be kind of weighed heavily and kind of given greater gravitas and greater kind of psychological worth and you know, status and acknowledgement, compared with historical grievances of things that happened kind of many where no one's even met the people involved. Like, so if I said kind of, no, if I said, hold on, if I said that, my ancestors were enslaved by the Romans, and so when I see that statue of Nero Augusta, that just makes me think of all my ancestors, that makes me think of all my ancestors being enslaved. That would not be a reasonable thing to say.
That is a great point. That is a great point. Yeah?
Hold on, let me
quickly mute up, please, brother. That is a great point, James. I take that point. 100% I take that point.
And then I realize that you guys have a response to that. Like, kind of, you say like, so kind of the question is like, is it a fair comparison to say that the grievances associated with a British person towards his Roman oppressors would be equal to the kind of people of African origin who were trafficked?
Not even just that, James. The current hegemony that we're talking about, or hegemony, that was what would be the most likely response you would get. That not necessarily, because in the same way that time elapsed.
James, sorry, I feel like this is a good point I'm about to make. Like
sorry, go on.
So, kind of,
don't come out of your place, James. Be sure, don't come out of your place.
Sorry, boss. Go on.
Know your place, man. Know your place, bro. Know your place.
Why is it that kind of people who are descendants of kind of transatlantic slavery and trafficking kind of would feel kind of more grievance than kind of someone kind of
can't you fucking speak properly? And
Fred.
Like,
Belly, Scattered is in the back. Scattered's in the back, Billy.
Yeah, searching for IC3. But hey, Fred, come man, let's keep it.
But he's just waffling because everything is kind of.
Listen, man.
I'm about to address like what I know that you guys really want to disagree with this Roman example I brought up, and so I want to sort of preempt this by saying that kind of.
Wait, I missed that point.
Speak with some assertion.
Why
assert your point across, and that's it, innit, bro?
Trust me when I'm about to make the point. This is counterproductive. So if you want to understand what I propose is the real reason why sort of some people feel historical grievances, long past historical grievances more than others. It's because of what's affecting them in the real day. It's because of the real world problems they feel are still affecting them. So if someone,
that's precisely what I said,
hold on. So if someone kind of like sees this statue of some slaver from 200 years ago and feels like psychological kind of distress when they walk past that statue, it's probably not. It's probably because they're affected by some ramifications of mistreatment or racism or systemic bias. Real world current problems. So
for the sake of argument, James,
the real world current problems today, and those are the real.
Listen, I take your point, brother. I take your point. Yeah, like I can see the end of the tunnel. Yeah, I would ask first, just quickly, as briefly as possible. Do you agree that there is some systemic inequality in the UK and it's like divided along racial lines? Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
Like I've heard about people being less likely to be hired with the same CVs with African names, that sort of thing. So
right, yeah. Do you think that is at least partially as a result of the sort of
wait? What other example have you got besides that Harvard one?
He's talking to you, James.
Of systemic racism in the UK, James. Let's see. What other example springs to mind?
I don't know. You can
you acknowledge it.
Go for it.
But hey,
I can tell you about the McPherson report.
Guys. But listen. But guys, wait. But don't get. If he agrees with that at whatever level, whatever cursory level, then you've answered your own question. Why it's not comparable to the ancient Rome or the Western Roman Empire. That's a clear. You've given yourself an example. There is no imperial Italian hegemony over the UK. They are not our hegemons. So why that you have answered that? You don't need to you don't really need to delve any deeper. Is if even at the most superficial level, there is still remnants of the colonial system still has an effect in an African immigrant's life or a black Afro-British, whatever, Afro-Caribbean British citizen, then you can see why it would invoke far more emotion and the image of Colston or whoever, Churchill, not necessarily Churchill, but let's say the Colston fella, or let's say a Bangladesh, a Bengali person, the statue of, or a Greek person
If
looking.
you can't see it, you're prejudiced. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that, bro. It's just a nutshell argument. You know what I'm saying? If you can't see that the big white man that profited off the death of black people through colonial slavery is offensive, you are an ignorant person. That's all I can say, bro.
But let him answer, Fred. Like James, you see that why it's different to Rome, why Churchill to a Bengali or a Greek person is different to Gaius Octavius, or why Edward Colston, if that's his name, is different to someone of Afro-Caribbean descent. You can see, you can understand that, right?
Yeah, and I think I sort of said the same thing that you've just said, kind of when I was originally bringing up the comparison. So what I think we can agree on then is that what matters here are the real injustices that still exist today. So the real extent to which kind of there is unfairness or real oppression that exists today, and the systems that kind of are actually acting that out, are actually practicing that, are actually actioning that. And so those are the real problems that need to be solved. And like this statue of this guy who, like, when people walk past it, the average Joe kind of I don't think, who walks past this kind of dude from 1790 and thinks,
yeah, because insignificant. It's insignificant. That's right. Because it's insignificant. That's why it should be in a museum. Because it's not pleasing to nobody. You know what I'm saying? It's only people that with a colonial mindset that would think, yeah, I like that person. He done a lot for my country and my kinfolk. You know what I'm saying?
I just think they're pretty statues. I just think they have aesthetic value and historical value.
But then you just said everybody walks past them and no one pays no mind to them. So which one is it?
What's the historical value again? I didn't get the answer, sorry, James. I missed that part when I asked you. What was the historical value of this statue?
So the value of the statues is that they are, they have aesthetic value to the city.
So the historical one.
Yeah, and the historical value is like, these one is that they're kind of typically done in a style of art sculpture.
Oh, so the art style was
So few people kind of still possess this skill. It's like it was a skill that was much more in possession back in the olden days. That's one of the minor factors. And secondly, it's
Darko. Yeah, before you jump in, let me just drop this point. Yeah, you see, with the whole aesthetics argument, yeah, we know he's reading from Scruton, innit, and beauty and them things. But the problem is that Roger Scruton was talking about the aesthetics of architecture, not statues in particular.
I'm not quoting Roger Scruton or Scruton, so that's another leap.
But so far your historical value has been reduced back to an aesthetic one again, right? So it's not really a historical value. It's down to the fact that it's aesthetic, but the historical point is that you've wonder if there are people able to do this type of sculpturing around today. Have you confirmed that there are not people that can do the same sculpturing today?
So, like,
have you confirmed that?
I mean, you first asked me about what was the historical value, and
you just explained it. That is
I didn't finish. I hadn't finished explaining it though.
Oh, please.
Yeah. So kind of that's one kind of sort of factor. The other factor is that kind of any kind of old statue or old artifact, old relic, kind of is a record of human history and our heritage. So any old thing has historical value in that respect. So these statues from 200 years old would have, in that respect, more kind of historical value than a statue from 50 years ago.
In the same way that, like, I don't know, I don't want to be too crude, but somebody's t-shirt might have historical value from 200 years ago right now, right? The same way the statue. But what I'm trying to ask you is, on that part, okay, historical value aside, there's loads of things with historical value that don't have a statue or a monument in the middle of the town. So we can put that to the side. On the aesthetic part, right, have you confirmed there aren't artisans to this day that could build sculpturing of their like?
There are probably some.
Okay, so there are some. So therefore, what we're doing with this statue is not about history when we're putting it in a town center. It's about memorializing this person. We're honoring them, right? Like Zeriab said, it's nothing to do with the historical value or aesthetically pleasing, because you can aesthetically put another statue of the same type made by a modern artisan who knows how to create that same sort of statue, right?
I think
so.
So putting
that to the.
No, I don't agree with that. No, like so if we were to take this statue out and then put it in a museum and then give someone else, some kind of person living today, carte blanche to say, okay, now make something else that's beautiful in the same style, that would be kind of flipping a coin on whether they're actually able to achieve that fate or not. So
but that's what they've done with the
You're the only one. Wait. You're the only one saying it's beautiful. No one else is saying it's beautiful. No one else agrees on the aesthetic value of these things. You're just asserting this. You can't empirically prove it.
It's to different folks.
This has already been done. One second. Let me have a talk. This has already been done with the 5th plinth. They've already done it with the 5th plinth. Gave people opportunities to showcase their art. What's wrong with that? We actually live in London. We should have the opportunity to decorate our own city. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? I don't know what you're on about, bro. We're living in the past.
But also,
your mindset's archaic, I think. I'm not too sure.
What this shows, like you're saying, in terms of archaic mind, is sort of what I think James is reluctant to do is to show his value for the British Empire, because that is really about what this guy is being honoured for, right? The statue's there to honouring this man Colston. All the history that is tied to Colston and everything he's done is tied to British Empire and to slavery. So when we're talking about the historical value of Colston, we're talking about that in particular. And I'm saying that can be memorialized for sure, properly in a museum, as they're going to do with this statue. But what I'm trying to say is, as a city, as the people of a nation, and James, you are one people of the nation, you think that simply for the point of aesthetics, the nation should be honoring and memorializing a slave trader?
So yeah, good points. Like first of all, we don't need to kind of, I agree with you that the reason why the statue was originally put up was to honor him, okay? But I'm not kind of advocating for that to be a continuing reason why it's still valuable to let the statue remain there. So I'm saying that the reason why the reason why it's valuable to allow the statue to continue to remain there is, because of this historical value that any kind of historical sculpture would have, kind of regardless of
Can you answer the original question? His original question is, does being a slave trader preclude you from this type of reverence? Does it?
I mean, yeah. So like, no one should be revering this statue. Like, but the
individual. I'm saying the individual. Get the statue. I'm saying
the statue is achieving. That's not what I'm saying. The statue should be doing. I'm not saying the statue should be inspiring people to kind of think kind of golly, what a great guy this fellow was, even though that was its original purpose. But nowadays I think its main purpose is simply to be aesthetically pleasing. Like people, you
stated that point about 80 times. Why do you state the same point?
When you say that, the placard right beneath the statue spoke about this wise and virtuous son of Bristol.
Okay,
so
great.
When somebody comes, once again, so the majority of people who walk past that, majority of people who walk past that statue and don't pay any attention, like you say, don't pay attention. But the few who do, especially the tourists who stop and look at it and they actually read what it's memorializing, what is it memorializing, James?
You're right. And so what I was going to say is...
And also, so James, I mean, why is it that you have an issue? One second, no, I have to cut you off there, because why is it that you have an issue with the statues coming down? Why is it that you don't have more of an issue? The statue was even up in the first place, not depicting the truth of history, if that's what your focus is. I mean, like you seem to be wanting to defend statues in general, when statues aren't the issue. The issue that was what the statue symbolized, which was a continued whiteness about how you guys view the world, white people that was, whereas everything that you have done and everything that you continue to do, the continuous hegemony that you have, like you stated in your earlier answer regarding the Roman Empire, the continuous abuse of black people in this nation, right? That is what the protest was about. And instead, you've decided to zone in on a statue rather than look at the entire systematic way in which you guys view history, culture, and the present day right now.
Okay, so I wasn't delegitimizing kind of the overall kind of grievances that people have. So I didn't make.
Can we talk about them then?
Well, but okay, but that's a big topic change. Like, kind of, are we
No,
leaving?
but let's get into it. Let's get into it. Because I don't want to hear that it's aesthetically pleasing no more. I definitely don't want to hear that it's aesthetically pleasing no more. Because you said that about 40 times.
Yeah. Well, one more thing about the statues. Like,
Yeah, the conversation's definitely developed. I mean, Tahak has made it clear that you're trying to stick on this point and make it about the statue when there are some bigger issues at play here, and it seems you're very reluctant to address those wider issues.
I know race is a sticky wicket, but you can deal with it though now and again.
Okay, so yeah, like what I was saying was that we'll get to the bigger issues, but like the final point I'll make about the statues is that Scattered Minds has made a good point about the placards, and I think there's a good case for the following things being done: either changing the placards or adding new placards to more accurately sort of describe the situation, and even more than that, adding new memorials for like potentially the victims of these crimes. So all of these things can be done without needing to remove the entire statue and its aesthetic value and that sort of thing. So I know, like, yeah. If you guys want to talk about, the Black Lives Matter movement in general.
Hold on, can I just say one more thing? Just to be clear, if it was replaced with another iconic figure that maybe didn't have a checkered past, would it provide, I guess, the same aesthetic value?
Well, like, so
a bronze fucking statue of just another long-haired guy.
Of course it would.
It could be a very,
of course it would.
Potentially, it could be a very beautiful statue, but there'd be two differences. One, it wouldn't actually be old, so it's nice to walk past things that are authentically.
That doesn't matter. They can make it. Time has gone on. Excuse me. 1 second. Can I say that art?
You gotta let him go though, and then go after.
No, but art has come far though. We can give the image of something being old, innit? It doesn't necessarily have to have it doesn't even necessarily have to have an old aesthetic. Do you know what I'm saying? We can give it a new. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, I mean, I agree that there are sculptors who can emulate the style, but a facsimile, it doesn't have the same historicity to it. Like, it's like, why do people value the real thing rather than a replica? So
wait, James.
Yeah.
The value in a historical ornament or statue or whatever, or document or whatever, is the information that it gives to people that don't have access to that because they're not of that time. Would you agree? Why is something historically?
I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you have to agree with that.
Be part of it.
When you gave the antique example, that's precisely what I would say the lion's share of value is derived from. Like, this Napoleon fucking drank from this cup, or this is, this is scotch that was, it was Napoleon.
It gives you information as well. It gives you a historical history, a story on it. It sells more if there's a story attached towards it.
Yeah, and the iconic nature of the one who possessed it, or the image that it represents, whatever. Like, I feel like, if I'm honest, James, you're standing firm on your position, you're doubling down. But the reality is, I think, like, even that last example, like, if something was replicated, almost like, let's say it was a man of a similar build, let's say it was an imported piece that was of a similar age, you would still say you have an issue with it, because really it's a principled issue. It's not actually about the aesthetics. It's not actually about, let's say, sort of giving in to the tide. Like, realistically, it is about giving into the tide. Realistically, isn't it? It's a principled issue. It's not, in my opinion, because on the one hand, you're saying you can understand the net sort of negative consequence of somebody's somebody's history, or their transgressions in the past having an effect on how the thing is viewed. But on the other hand, you're saying the aesthetic value and the time elapsed, whatever. But then we're saying, if it was replaced almost identically, albeit without the historical baggage, you're still saying, I got an issue with that. Now, I don't think that is being inconsistent, if I'm honest, because then everything's been replaced, and the original image, the original sculpture, whatever, would be safely tucked away in a museum where you could view it upon request. And we know in this country it's free to go view anyway. So it's going to be
Hey,
a no.
and brothers, 1 second, brothers. If it's causing pain and harm and hurt to people, that should out trump any aesthetics fuckery.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I like-
That should out trump it. Don't you think? On a human level.
Answer that, James, because
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that, like, about that particular point, people's grievances towards the past that these statues represent, kind of, and what I said was that, if you feel strongly aggrieved about something that's affected people who you've never even met, people who've been long dead for hundreds of years, probably the underlying reason for that is because of some injustices that are still affecting you personally today. In which case,
so that's why you chase after the Quran like that. Then that's why you chase after the Quran like that and quote all them verses.
Wait, Fred, wait, James. I beg you don't repeat yourself. Can you just respond to that?
M.A. Brown asked me the question though, so I need to answer him.
I know, but you've actually given your opinion on that about 3 or 4 times over.
Yeah, but M.A. Brown, do you know what my opinion on it is? I mean, you can paraphrase for me, James, if you want, but like, I don't want it to be like kind of.
No, you're welcome to answer the question.
There's something wrong in you while you're obsessed with old scriptures from the Quran.
Man,
is that way it is?
Gee, we can't ask him one question, then someone asks him a complete another question, then he's like, all right, well, I'm going to respond to the first thing I heard. I asked him, I'm saying, if it's almost near identical, but it's a different man, then why the fuck would you have an issue with it? You shouldn't have any issue with it. You're saying it's purely for aesthetic value and it's some antique piece from some classical period. Then let's say we replaced it almost like for like. The only difference is the legacy that the man left behind. What would be your issue with it? And you said you still did. So I'm saying you're either being obtuse or maybe you misunderstood my question the first time I asked it. What would be the issue then?
So yeah, James, I got distracted by other questions. Yeah, so that would be, very nearly as good. Like, I very nearly wouldn't have a problem with that. The one problem I would still have is that even if you got a, beautiful statue and it was an old statue from somewhere else, like if itself was old, kind of what that would be doing is it would still be kind of changing the historicity of the city itself. You're taking this part of the city that's been there for 200 years, and then you're kind of
rubbish. Did you make these points when they was doing that in Stratford? Did you make these points when they was building the Olympics in Stratford and when they're regenerating Brixton?
I mean,
do you make these points?
I wasn't very aware about the state of Stratford then, but maybe
I'm just saying, you're waffling, bruv.
But like,
and regeneration happens all the time. It's a part of any thriving society.
Yeah,
things
but
move on. So I don't know what you're saying.
Some things get preserved at the same time. Some things get considered to be listed buildings. Where
and we're saying offensive things should go in a museum. They shouldn't be preserved.
Okay, well, some people differ.
That's what we're saying.
Buildings. So James Jones, like that's the point.
That's actually the start. No, don't try and skip over the point. That point is that city is not static. You have to deal with it. So if there's regeneration going on, then clearly the only thing that gets protected is buildings. Architecture goes back to Scruton and the whole aesthetics argument, which you're misusing to kind of use it for this statue. But the fact is, Fred makes a solid point. Regeneration always occurs. So, and that doesn't have, and we're talking about statues. If there's a question around the validity of a statue for the city in which, and this is the point, there's been the specific Colston statue we're talking about was subject to a petition for a very long time. People in Bristol had organized in the proper ways to get it removed.
He's dropped out, but
no, but answer that point. No,
I want to address Fred's point, which is that okay, but regeneration happens. So how can you object to that? Well, the point is that people do object to regenerations, though. Like some regenerations are supported. People say no, this is a listed building. It's an old building with historical value and aesthetic value, and kind of it links us to the past of this city. And if we just like arbitrarily changed it or replaced it, then we'd lose that link, which has some sort of so that's part of the reason why it's but I agree with
so basically you want to keep your ties the colonial slavery and keep the bond and the link to colonial slavery. Is that basically what you're saying? And, well,
That's simplistic, Fred Cole.
You can't just whitewash history, though. You take the good and the bad and you preserve it.
But Churchill's a genociding murderer, though. So why would I? That's just the crux of it. You know what I'm saying?
But that's why, James. Yeah, that's why, James. That's why I was being like, if I'm honest to you, like, I think and again, just to reiterate, it was Zero that said it first, but I think all of these things, like, their rightful place is a museum. And I'm with you, like, statues definitely do make an area more aesthetically pleasing, especially when it's like like it's what's the word, man? It fits the sort of specific design of a particular area. I would agree. They definitely do make the place looking right. But I would say that probably the best place for it is a museum, because anybody that would make an argument, sort of a argument from a moral perspective or a relativist perspective on Churchill, Hitler, whatever, I don't think no one's really has a vantage point to be able to debate or to make those kind of judgments, if I'm honest, right? So I think what's best to say is if Churchill should exist, and then a neo-Nazi or whatever, or someone who denies the Holocaust wants to make the case for a Hitler statue, yeah, they should both exist in your respective museums, and they shouldn't be flaunted in the face of the victims or historical victims or ancestor descendants of the victims. And I don't think that it's necessarily beneficial for posterity. I don't think it is, ultimately, because going forward you're going to have countless more victims, and I think. And I know this is exactly pretty much what you're actually against, right? The sort of globalization of the world. But I think the more it's going to have to sort of get a lot more prosaic, because it's the more sort of iconic a figure, the more he's going to like. I remember recently they did the thing with Michael Jackson. They removed his statue from somewhere when that documentary came out, right? Now, there's a lot of people who love Michael Jackson. There's a lot of people that, you know, have been abused as children, that now he's a source of consternation for them. Who am I to say that, you know, you shouldn't feel uncomfortable when gazing upon a Michael Jackson fucking statue or whatever, right? I can't say that to these people. So what's probably best for all parties concerned is, if you want to go to Madame Tussauds to see Michael Jackson, go see it. Or if you want to go to a Michael Jackson museum somewhere, or go to Never Neverland or wherever it is, then that is the best place. Or some kind of private property is the best place for these statues, bro. I think it's like a real simple. I don't even agree with them taking it down or disagree. It's just, it makes the most sense so that
I don't agree with them disagree with them taking it down. You know, I don't give a fuck about them taking it down. I want them to take down the veil of prejudice.
Right.
What they've got. Do you get what I'm saying? That's all I want them to do. Re-education. That's all I care about. I don't care about no fucking statue.
I don't give a damn about the statue either. Like, as far as I'm concerned,
you're illustrating my point. Really well. Said that I've been trying to get at. It's the real issues that we need to be solving here. So when people say, like, kind of, you know, the reason why kind of people feel strongly about these statues and about slavery that happened kind of 200 years ago is because they feel like there are still kind of these issues holding them back, and these current day oppressions and injustices. So those are the underlying cause that need to be fixed, not the statues themselves.
Perfect, James. And we've come full circle back to the question of, can you tell us a little bit about some of those issues that you maybe have discovered over this past couple of weeks since you've sort of been doing some soul searching and looking within yourself in regards to some of the issues that Black people have faced within Europe and Western society?
So yeah, like as far as I know, kind of there's good research on kind of CVs, like equally, qualified CVs.
He sees the same example. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Hey, yeah. brother, did you have waffles for lunch and dinner?
Yeah, but I'm giving you an actual example, though.
No. You already said that one, James. Give us another one, because Ziria did ask you for some more.
Yeah. So other ones, like I don't know.
Yo, Ziria, I hope you hear this, bro. Man, that one's for you.
Because, like, a lot of the examples that get brought up just show.
Brother, stop. It's okay to say you don't know, you know. It's not a shame thing. If I've got some wrong information, I'll say sorry for giving the wrong information. Because we're all learning. You get me? If you don't know about our plight, don't say that. That's it.
Well, I know that. I mean, let's get into it. I mean, I think.
But hang on. None of these people have answered the question of the day.
Oh, what's your take?
None of them have answered the question of the day, and it's not only the statue that symbolizes the slave trade. There are other slave trade people, even on this panel, that have come on to be virtue signaling, also revere. So they're going to answer the question of the day and explain to people why it's okay for them to revere slave traders.
I think to be fair, I'm not sure how long you've been listening today, Reggie, but I'm pretty sure you can rewind it and you'll probably go back and find me answering the question of the day. So I think maybe correct yourself on that one.
Okay, Fred Cole, as a people, I didn't mention you specifically.
Yeah, no. What I'm trying to say is like, and I mean, we can go back to the question of the day specifically, but we've just sort of moved from it. And James, we was actually in a good position where James SC, as a white man, was telling us about some of the reflecting that he's been doing since coming to sort of understand racism against black people. And so far, he understands sort of we get discriminated in the job sector.
Can I interrupt? I'm so sorry, brother. Yeah. And James, I just want to credit you, brother. Yeah, for Reggie's the one who brought this up. I would have thought, as a sort of a counter offensive, you would have brought up the fact that the Prophet, peace be upon him, was a slave trader. But that aside, you said that you think it's best to rip up a Quran or any holy book. You thought it was better for society as a whole, right, to be able to express, to be able to have the freedom to express your distaste for.
I'm telling you, hypocrite. I smell one. I smell a hypocrite, you know.
So, but then arguably then, and I'm not an advocate for the tearing down of a statue or the Quran either. But then arguably you should empathize then with those people, no?
That point has been
their actions.
Say it again.
I said I can empathize without supporting their actions.
But what strikes me as a bit unfair then on your part is there is arguably there is arguably debate on whether or not Islam, let's say, or the book itself brings one fulfillment, brings one peace, helps one to become a better person, what have you, whatever the argument would be. You say it's a negative book, it encourages violence, whatever. But then they would disagree with you, and that would be the point of contention for burning or ripping up the Quran. But you agree, as well as we agree, that this person's actions were immoral in, trading slaves. We believe that's fundamentally immoral, and that shouldn't be someone who we pay deference towards. Yeah, we all agree with that. So then arguably, given that your views on exercising freedom of speech and freedom of expression, and given the fact that you, like those people, disagree with his actions and believe it's immoral, I can't see the reason you'd have just aesthetics, because then can't someone say the Quran's a pretty book?
Yeah, and to remain consistent, and also because I genuinely believe it, I would be totally against, destroying antique Qurans or Quran or saying that, oh, this antique Quran shouldn't be in a public place. Or like if there are many statues of Muslim kings, Muslim leaders, Muslim scholar jurists, all of who will have owned slaves, and I don't think that they should be removed from their public places. Like, in Iraq and Syria and Lebanon, you'll find kind of statues about kind of Muslim scholar jurists, like famous scholars and famous emirs. And I don't think that they should be ripped down because they're part of the historicity of that place. They make the place beautiful, and we shouldn't feel, so emotionally, attached.
What about if they were to name a road after a famous slave trader?
I cut off. Hold on, sorry. I cut off Scattered. Yeah, let Scattered go. And John Wick, you piece of shit. I got that from John Wick. So that comment that John Wick gave is what led me to that line of questioning. So John Wick, you're a cunt, but well done for that question. Sorry, Karen.
Yeah, I just think, man, consistently, if it's causing harm and offence to anybody, we should put aside. That should, in my opinion, as a humanitarian.
But
Do you
Fred
know what I
Cole,
mean? 'Cause-
Fred
Yeah.
Cole.
A second ago, you
Well,
did
some people's book. Some
Reggie,
people's
Reggie, 1 minute.
yeah.
I'm speaking, so let me finish speaking, and then you can come in it. Basically, the statues have a place to be, just like where the dinosaurs are in a museum, because these people are dinosaurs in their mentality. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's nothing to be lauded over or celebrated, in my humble opinion. You know what I mean?
like M.A. Brown and Fred kind of a few minutes ago, they kind of said, you know, listen, I don't really care about the statues. I care about the sort of, you know, the real issues that are sort of affecting us today. And I agree with that sentiment. And if you acknowledge that sentiment, then you have to agree that removing the statues isn't actually going to do anything. And it isn't so.
Yeah, but you haven't got no solutions for the problems that we face today. You don't even know none of the problems that we face today. So how are you aware of it? How are you aware of what we're facing? How are we going to start? How are you even going to start if you're unaware of it? And how old are you now, gentlemen? How old are you now? Because if you're over 25, you should be ashamed of yourself if you're unaware of your own black British black brother's plight. You should be ashamed of yourself, to be quite honest.
Especially when you do give so much of your time to campaigning issues. You would have thought you might spend some time on that. But I understand, perhaps, you know, everyone has their time. And this is your time now, James S.C. Hopefully, like by the end of this conversation, you might start on the road. So one of the things you said is in terms of it's the real issues that we are facing. That's what behind the statue. And you don't think it's a statue per se. But the statue in itself is an emblem of British Empire. Now, I want to ask you, do you think British Empire could be a problem for people today?
Like
black people.
Yeah, so like I could imagine yeah, in certain ways and not in others.
The remnants of empire.
Yeah, so like for instance, perhaps there might be some sort of agreement, some kind of trade agreement or that sort of thing that was arranged sort of during empire that was, you know, unjust, and
what
that
about during the colonial era
today. So that kind of thing, sure.
What about during the colonial era?
Like I mean, for example, the borders kind of you know,
not just that. Let's talk about the Bretton Woods institutions, right? Sure. So the IMF, the World Bank, all of these institutions that were created by mostly white European people, right? They would have been birthed out of that same sort of colonial era, right?
Yeah.
And the same kind of mentality.
I don't know.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me why not.
I believe so.
So, like,
I believe so. I'd assume so. Because if they were racist to begin with, I'd assume around that time they maybe would have been racist. I'd assume it.
I would assume that.
Yeah, but what I mean is that a bank is generally, you know, it cares about the bottom line, and it cares about, you know, it's not an ideological institution, a bank. It just wants to...
No, but what I'm saying, if the people are racist that's running it, it definitely cares about the skin color of the people that are employed by the bank, that come in for loans, the customers, because the bank owners are racist. So it does trickle effect in the bank, unfortunately.
Sure, maybe for a retail bank, but like the IMF, you know, this isn't a retail bank. This is like
it happens in all walks of life, because if there's no shareholders on the bank that are representing ethnic minorities, it's going to happen in all walks of life, my friend.
It's worse than that, because the representatives of the IMF are its key funders or shareholders, which in the UK and many Western countries are the key funders. African countries have no chance to even compete to get involved in this, right? So the entire global economic system is fundamentally racist and tilted against black people. Do you agree with that, James?
I agree with parts of it. Like where I disagree is kind of what you said originally was like kind of you know, it was created by these people, and you said something along the lines of, and so it might sort of bear, or it might be born out of the same mindset.
Yeah,
like presumably referring to a kind of white supremacist mindset.
Yeah,
yeah. Unfortunately,
sure,
because it's coming off the back of colonialism. Yeah,
yeah, and I don't think that's necessarily a valid inference, because like a bank and let me kind of finish this point, because then you'll understand why I'm getting at. Like, because a bank is driven primarily by capitalist incentives to increase money for its shareholders, and so driven by this incentive, we would expect a bank that wasn't being run by European people but was being run by Chinese people, let's say, it would probably be acting in the same kind of exploitive capitalistic methods to try and squeeze out all the juice that it could. So this isn't a reflection of
course, it runs the same as capitalism. They need black people because black people are the biggest consumers. So why would you have them at the board table? So it runs very, very similar in the banking system. If we can be held as consumers instead of shareholders, that it makes it better for them, because then it works as a pyramid system in the bank. If you understand it.
Sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of that point. Could you say it again? I didn't hear the beginning.
I'm saying black people, they've shaped the capitalism and the banking system as having us as the biggest consumers. So
not even just that,
why now would they switch it up and have us like shareholders? Why now would they do that? It doesn't make economical sense for them to do that.
100%. Let me build on that.
Does that make sense?
Let me build on that. The capitalism itself is born out of a situation of industrialization brought about by massive funds and wealth brought into the West through slavery. So the entire birth of this Western capitalism they're talking about, the shareholders that Freddie mentions, are all the same people who have always benefited from the system. So why would it not make sense for them to continue on exploiting in the same system? It's almost by design, don't you think, James?
Yeah, and it's not. But even you don't need to worry about some nefarious intent. Just worry about the fact that it would cost a lot more to overhaul the system than it would to continue down the same road. If you agree with any of
what I'm saying is that this kind of exploitation is capitalist and colorblind. It's just opportunistic. It's like, where's the opportunity?
I think you're being naive when you say that. You're being naive when you say that.
Fred, can I just say one thing? Even if that was the case,
go on, sorry,
just real quick, sorry, brother. If that were to be the case, but we can agree with the hierarchy that's in place at present, right? We can at least agree with that. And for whatever reason, black people do seem to find themselves over the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder. It seems like across the globe.
Yeah.
So we agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Sorry, carry on.
The distinction I'm making is kind of whether is it a reflection of white supremacy or white supremacist ideology that this is the case, or is it the reflection of here are some vulnerable people, let's squeeze them for money, regardless of what color they are.
Yeah, for sure. But
sorry.
I was gonna say, but I mean, that could be the case, right? It could be, regardless of what color they are, we're just gonna squeeze them for money. However, the people who happen to be saying that at the time of setting up these institutions and this economic order happened all to be of one color, and the people who were vulnerable at the time happened to be of another, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, whether it's racist or not, it leads to the same outcomes, right, for black people, ultimately.
Sorry, let me rephrase what I said.
It almost institutionalizes that racism because it creates the shareholders and the key shareholders of those companies and those banks and those world monetary institutes. It institutionalizes them as being the white Western societies, right?
So it definitely leads to kind of different outcomes for sure. Basically, it's like history. It's a pretty kind of brutal place. Like kind of every country is trying to, it's realism, isn't it? Scattered minds. You've studied realism. Every country is trying to be like Machiavelli, like the prince, and that's what every country tries to do, kind of with greater or lesser success.
For sure. I mean, what do you think black people and the white allies that claim to be allies of black people in the West should do then about it? Your take on it.
Right, on that Machiavellian point, yeah, there is a history of, for lack of a better word, a white supremacist ideology being pervasive throughout all of the sort of imperial and colonial policies, right? You agree with that? So where it slightly differs, I think, with the competing classes from let's say the 16th century Rome or whatever it was, or 16th century what we now consider to be Italy. I think it was a little bit different to the example you're giving now, because there at least has been a historical period in which white supremacy was thematic of all colonialist and imperialist and fascistic ideology. It clearly.
Can I just say, yeah?
James, but see, Fred, this is what you can agree with
Hold
that.
on.
You may say it.
Hold on.
One second. Well, guys, you got to let the man.
Bro, you've done a lot of talking, man. I've been silent on the panel while you guys have gone on and on. Give it a rest, James.
Take a seat for a second. You can.
James, you've been talking all day. Come on, let other people.
Do you think that's going to make me stop talking? Do you think being rude to me is going to make me stop? Use your
Probably
brain.
not.
Yes.
Like, we'll let Reggie go next after James. So.
Yeah. You can at least agree that there was a period in history, recent history, where that has been the sort of prevalent. That has.
Hey, Reggie, listen to your master.
You can agree with that, right?
He didn't say anything to Fred, so I'm just going to carry on. Anyway.
Proper answer.
Anyway.
That is
Hey, what's wrong with you, brother? Are you black?
Anyway.
Oh, no.
Am I black?
Are you black today?
Am I black?
So let him answer the question, my man. What are you?
Oh my god. That's good. That's just rich, isn't it?
For a minute, bro. What's wrong with you, bro? You're giggling like an idiot.
That's just rich.
Go on.
No, you know what? Yeah, If it was anyone else, probably I'll respect them and shout. But
oh yeah, okay, cool. Shut up.
You seem to
go on, James.
Yeah, you seem to talk a lot.
I know. You fucking pointed it out about 6 times. If you shut the fuck up, I might be quiet for a minute. I'm in between sets and I'm getting frustrated, Reggie. So please just let this guy answer and then I'll go on mute.
The thing is that you do a lot of talking, and the way you ask, the way you ask, yeah, the fact that I have
it. But Reggie.
All right, no worries.
Yeah, cool. But Reggie, you're very irritating. But go on, ask your question.
Even if I was irritated, yeah, I haven't spoken much since I've been on the panel, yeah, and you guys have spoken a lot, and I think that sometimes you guys need to give other people the chance to speak. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I was just saying, yeah, that when you think about slavery, yeah, and colonization, the main what do you call it? The main reason why they went to colonize a lot of countries was because of economic reasons, right? So when it comes to racism, it's not a problem that's just unique to one particular race. It's not unique to just the white people. We've seen a lot of races are racist. You get what I'm saying? And I've often heard people from the Caribbean, yeah, come and correct me, and say that the most important or the most what's the biggest resource that was taken from Africa was its people. Now these people.
You're cutting out a bit, Reggie. Reggie, we can't hear you.
Alhamdulillah.
Maybe kind of go out and come back in.
Well, we're not just taken from Africa to the Caribbean. It's people have been killed.
Reggie, bro, you cut out completely. You have to start again, bro. You cut out completely, Reggie. He's gone again.
Yeah, Reggie, you need to go out and go back in again. Okay, I'll answer James's question.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I don't know where I got to.
So
before it cut off.
We need to start from like 30 seconds or a minute ago.
Oh my gosh. Now I was saying, yeah, that the main thing about colonization is most of the time it was for economic gains. Whenever people colonized, it was mostly for economic gain.
Yeah.
But when it came to slavery,
Reggie, 1 second, Jay, you'll love this one. So I do not admit, for instance, that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America, the black people of Australia. I do not admit that wrong has been done to these people by a fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. That is, I mean, again, it's a biographical quote from Winston Churchill. I imagine we could pluck out many instances in history where world leaders, colonial rulers, have espoused white supremacist or what we now consider to be racist ideology, and that the science of that era would have reinforced or validated most of their views. So any kind of colonial policy that's predicated upon that would be an example of white supremacy. And the fact that there hasn't been a seismic shift or hasn't changed hands significantly since then lets you know that at the very least it's incomparable to something like whatever the fucking Romagna or whoever was the what's that Pope's name? Begins with a B, or Julian, or whatever one of those popes were at the time of Nicola Machiavelli. Like there's a clear difference It's not just historical. It's not just a principle. There is elements of racial superiority dotted in and around it, and the subjugation of a particular race of people, the promotion to a buffer class of particular races of people, to further oppress and subjugate particular races of people.
You know what? Yeah.
Instances of this in history.
So
when you look,
okay, so go through Reggie. So.
Yeah, I was saying when you look back at these people, yeah, and when you're looking back at these historical figures, yeah, you got to remember the time that they were in and the context. There was a lot of xenophobia as well as racism. You get what I'm saying? Like, you can't really vouch for anybody from the past year and say that they weren't, they didn't see other races in a different way. You get what I'm saying? Because that's the way the society was back then. You get what I'm saying? So I don't understand why there's always so much concentration on whether they liked these people of different race, because they were in an environment where it was acceptable not to like people of other races.
Yeah, but the financial system was essentially set up, right? Was set up by people that held these views, people that held fundamentally racist views, that thought disparagingly and pejoratively of minorities, more specifically Black people, as has been evidenced with, like, so even just an arbitrary quote does sort of build the picture that if Germany was the world superpower today, and National Socialists had maintained a modicum of power throughout the time, you would say that it's fundamental that a system of white supremacy is in effect in the world, right? That's just clear. That would be clearly obvious. And the fact that Britain and various leaders, British leaders, and have held these views, and the fact that the power hasn't significantly changed hands, and the Anglo sort of American alliance is still the most dominant force in the world, lets you know that at the very least, whatever system we have today is founded upon, or the head start was given to them by people that held these views. So if we do see a continuation of it, so put that is, it's more likely that these views still exist than they don't exist. Is what I was.
Yes, you can see that in the protests of the far right. You get me? Like, they're not just protesting as ownership. They're protesting because they actually care and they have an affinity to the figure. You get me in question?
I don't think half of them know who these figures are or what they've even done until these issues come up. You get what I'm saying? Like, most people,
yeah, same with me. Like, I didn't know who the Bristol guy was, but
yeah, it's just symbolic, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but James brought up a sort of good point of comparison. Like, you know, the Italian Machiavellian style exploitation between different Italian city-states that had like a qualitatively different character, let's say, than kind of colonial exploitation. And I think kind of we need to ask ourselves, what's the cause and effect relationship here? Is the qualitatively different character kind of because there was some sort of pre-existing sort of racist sentiments there? What I'd say is that, like, kind of the exploitation is going to happen because of this kind of just the general geopolitical realism and like kind of exploitation which countries do of each other. Like, if they have a chance to kind of gain leverage or power or resources in general in history, they're going to try and do that. So that's going to happen anyway. And then in addition, as like a second layer, like a kind of secondary effect, what you find is that, like, kind of if like in the process of these kind of ventures to kind of exploit other countries, you find that kind of these people are people who you haven't had much kind of cultural exchange with, and you also find that they're people who are kind of at a technologically kind of lesser stage than you. Then people are going to start like stereotyping in the way that was very common, like that people stereotyped kind of back in those days. And so like kind of like it's similar to how kind of if you read the Roman records, like Rome kind of like ancient Rome, I mean, kind of when they were kind of they had very advanced kind of buildings and aqueducts and plumbing and all this stuff. And then when they went into Northern Europe, they thought that these people were kind of lower races. They thought that they were absolute barbarians who kind of couldn't think. stupid, dirty, that sort of thing. And so the same kind of stereotypes developed. And so it's kind of, first of all, there's this tendency for countries to exploit each other. And then secondly, kind of racism kind of rise afterwards. And then that can, affect how things play out from that point. So I know maybe James agrees with that or disagrees with that. But I don't think it's, due to some, uniquely European sort of mindset or predisposition or, something that existed in European people, before, this sort of opportunity fell into their laps. Like, I feel like if another region of the world happens to industrialize first and happens to colonize the rest of the world and found them in a much lesser technologically advanced state, and those other countries would probably, whichever other country had done that thing would also probably develop these kinds of belittling and racist attitudes.
So are you suggesting that racism, hello everyone on the panel, by the way. So are you suggesting, James, that racism is what caused slavery, or slavery caused racism?
So I'm saying, like, the initial exploitation would be caused just by the fact that countries tend to in history always exploit each other if there's the opportunity, not racism. But then later on, once the racist attitudes developed, then that could influence how the exploitation would get carried out.
Okay.
Like that seems how it probably went down to me. I don't know. But I feel like the reason how we got onto this topic was kind of basically, initially we're talking about statues. I pointed out that the real issue affecting people, or the real reason why people feel so strongly about these statues, is because they think that there's some injustice happening to them today, and other people on the panel kind of agreed with that. And as a consequence of that, actually removing the statue wouldn't solve anything. Like, if you want to change the injustice today, you need to change the injustice today. You can't just remove the statue. But then after people agreed with that, they said, okay, then let's talk about the injustices that are happening today. And I think we still went quite far back into the past rather than talking about kind of real, what are the actionable things that we can change today and that sort of thing. And I
think a lot of the people that talk about the statue, especially from the Black community, don't even know what the statue is. It's just, I think even if you look at the videos, most of the people that were removing the statues weren't even Black.
They were nearly all just white, lefty, middle class people.
Yeah. So a lot of Black people don't even know who this person is. You get what I'm saying? But when they read about, he was a slave trader, then that's it. They form their opinion. You know what I'm saying? But it's not really.
I'm not offended with people that are Black being upset with anything that represents slavery. I can understand that. I can also understand that they might feel that they're having unjust things happening to them today. I mean, when I see some of the stuff that goes on in America, it's unbelievable. But I don't think that the UK have it as bad as Americans, but that's from my perspective. I might be wrong. However, when I look and see them ruining statues and stuff and bringing them down rather than doing it through democratic means, or finding other solutions such as museums or putting up an extra plaque, or all the other sensible suggestions that have been brought forward, it just annoys me, because whilst I can empathise with them, and I'm going to explain the way that I empathise with them. I don't like the Islamic extremists that are coming into this country, or people that say they want a caliphate and everything else. And I'm well aware that they had the Barbary slave trade. And I could equally use that to say, right, everything to do with slavery within the Muslim faith needs to go. That would include the mosques, that would include the Qurans, that would include anything that resembles anything to do with Muhammad, because there was Barbary slave trade. Now, when people say that it was mainly blacks that were enslaved by the Muslims, it's not true, because there's actually a white name for the slaves. And
Now, a lot of people say that it's mainly white people.
yeah,
That's what some people say.
what's the name for the slaves? Let me just get it again. It's Mama.
But the irony is, yeah, when I've discussed slavery,
Mammy Veli. No, Mammy Luele. Look,
Mama
Mammy
Lueli,
Luke. No, Mammy Luke. I'm reading it wrong. It's the handwriting, right? So if there's a name for white slaves as much as there is for the black slaves, which were called Abid, right? So there is slave names under Islam, right? Or Arab slavery. Now we know there's an Arab empire in the world, okay? And these Arabs are still rich today. They're still resourceful. They're still big players. They're big players all over the world. We could say that they've got an influence worldwide as
the
well.
argument that they make here, and this is what I didn't get from Scattered today. Maybe I missed the conversation when he was touching on it. But the argument they make is that we can still see the the financial gains that Britain have due to colonization and slavery. That's the argument that they put forward. But you can't see that with the Arabs. So let's just ignore what they did. But then on the flip side, but hang on, on the flip side, you'll hear someone like Respect tell you that the highest commodity that was taken from Africa was not the gold, not the jewelry that you see on the Queen's head or anything like that. The most expensive commodity that was taken from Africa was its people that were killed and enslaved. But when you put it that way, that also applies to the Arab slave trade, because just as many people were killed and enslaved in the Arab slave trade. So
and it's still happening.
And it's still happening. So if you say that the human aspect of the human aspect whereby people were killed and enslaved is the most expensive element of the slave trade, and that is what needs to be repatriated. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to be repatriated for the human cost.
So if we're going to agree, what I'm saying is, if we're going to agree to these statues being taken down and put in museums, and to some extent, I think that argument is worth debating. I do think that the leaders of our society and communities should be having these discussions: which statues to keep up, which to take down. Personally, if it was down to me, I would just add the text beside the statues, because I believe that they are part of the heritage of Britain, and we should be honest about history. So we should just add to it and make sure that people are well aware. Because even that Edward Colston, I didn't even know who he was until they flung him in the river. He's now been retrieved and put into a museum. But
I think it's mainly into
the mix.
I think it's mainly the context of which they've removed it. At the end of the day, I think emotions are high. People notice there's tension. You don't need to remove the thing now. If you remove it in due process, you get what I'm saying, then people won't even really bat an eyelid, because they don't even know who the person was before they start physically removing the statue. And I think that's where the main controversy is at the moment. You get what I'm saying?
So I totally agree with what you said about it seems much more reasonable to just add placards to talk about the history and make it clear. And you can't it's part of the history, for better or worse. It's good to be connected to the nation's past and preserve it as a record. And all these other kind of valid, just because something bad has happened in the history, you don't whitewash it, or kind of try and cover it up or get rid of it, kind of all those sorts of things.
So can I ask what you think of this? My perception is that these statues are of cultural value to Britishness. Maybe the idea of being British is now changing, but that they are of cultural value. So if you start to take down those statues and so on, then you're saying that there's something wrong with British values, or you're questioning British values and cultural values, I should say. So would you see those statues as part of British cultural values?
You got Raj in the back, by the way, Veli. You got Raj in the back. He's trying to comment.
I
Yeah,
see agree. I'd say
agree.
yes, but
I agree they stand for British values, but I don't agree with the second part of what you were proposing. I don't think it shows that there's something wrong with British values. I think it indicates that British values have changed and how much we've progressed and moved on. And therefore, I mean, look, the argument that having those statues up was endorsing a slave and slave master mindset to carry on, undertoned, isn't true, because most people, a lot of the statues, they don't know who they represent or what they were for. But they would go and look at what was the writing beside it, maybe the inscriptions, and then they would know, oh, okay, this man was the man that built these almhouses, or he donated on his deathbed to this university, because that's all that they would put there, the positives of that person. So I do think there's an argument for the negatives to be put there for a person, because people are not infallible, you know, or rather they are infallible. They're not perfect. People are not perfect, and the men are not gods. So if we're gonna sort of like say that this person is this is a representation of this person, then it should be warts and all. So I would agree with that. But to take it away, yes, it would do cultural damage to this country, and that is what I feel is wrong.
yeah.
Because
So
you can't take away that period of time. You can't change that history. And to be honest, I don't think that history should be forgotten, not because it was a good thing, but because it was so impactful on the world, maybe in a very negative way in many cases, but it still was something that we would not want to repeat. We don't want slavery. I don't want slavery. And again, I would say that if you start removing those statues, then we have to start looking at every other aspect of slavery, which moves us on to even Christianity, even the Catholic Church, even Islam, that's got the Bible, all these scriptures that talk of slaves and slavery and slaves in it, has to go. We can't do that.
They're all going to go there. People will go there eventually. I think people will.
There. Okay, I don't think anyone's ever going to clamor like, oh, we need to destroy this 13th century statue of an emir in Syria or that sort of thing. And yeah, I agree with what Jupiter just said about you know, like you know, our culture, Britain's culture is, it, to some extent, the grand sum of its history. Like it's the achievements of British people and what they've done, and kind of the works of art that they create, because these sculptures are kind of works of art. And so, you know, it's something would be lost if they were kind of removed from the cities and placed in a museum or something. And so, yeah, I think it would have some effect on Britishness and that kind of thing.
Right. Okay. So the next point I want to make is to hear your feedback. If statues and works of art are part of the parts of what make a culture, if another culture goes to